Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
Lin Bufan was quite satisfied with his life in Jushin sect. There was no fighting and hiding, and he could eat cheap yellow sprout rice. It was much more comfortable than his previous life. Early in the morning, he walked out of Zheng Fa's original courtyard and headed towards the valley. His newly recognized son Zheng Fa now lived in senior sister Zheng's house. But Lin Bufan was born in the demon sect after all, and living in senior sister Zheng's house would easily cause gossip, so he was placed in this courtyard by Zheng Fa. He also felt it was good, living in a courtyard alone was more comfortable. Walking on the road, he also met those patrolling disciples who had chased him before. They looked at him with strange eyes, a little defensive, but not without fear. It was right to be defensive. He was a member of the Great Freedom Demon sect before. But fear. Lin Bufan couldn't help but look in the direction of senior sister Zheng's courtyard, all because of his new master. The longer he lived in Jushin sect, the more he understood the influence of the name Zheng Fa in the sect. In fact, he really had someone to lean on. At least no one in Jushin sect dared to bully him openly. This was enough for him. As a captive, he had given up his soul seal, and his life and death were not up to him. What else could he expect? Lin Bufan's most extravagant dream now was to live well, practice hard, and avenge his uncle when he had the chance. As for other things, since his uncle died, he realized that Jushin sect was not a paradise. Lin Bufan felt that he didn't need to expect too much, especially for Zheng Fa. When Lin Bufan came to senior sister Zheng's house, Zheng Fa was in senior sister Zheng's study, drawing on paper with a pen. There was also a small shallow round plate on the table. There was blood in the plate. Zheng Fa's eyes flashed with silver light, immersed in the blood in the plate. Lin Bufan felt a little complicated. After all, the blood in the plate was his own. This was also the reason why he felt that he shouldn't expect more from Zheng Fa. This person was more like a demon sect disciple than himself. Lin Bufan stood silently in the corner of the study, without saying a word. After a long time, Zheng Fa slowly raised his head, looked at Lin Bufan, nodded and said, "Are you here? You were recovering from your injuries before, and I didn't have time to ask you. What is the situation of the Great Freedom Demon sect?" Lin Bufan was silent for a while before he said, "Actually, I can't explain it clearly. I have lived in the village since I was a child. The village is full of people with the surname Linear." Lin Bufan didn't mean to hide it. After all, he had surrendered to Zheng Fa, and there was no benefit in hiding it. "I didn't know what the Great Freedom Demon sect was at all at that time. Did you come to the Great Freedom Demon sect later?" "Yes, after I established my foundation, someone came to the village and took me and my uncle to work for the young master, that is, Lin Yangtian. I didn't know that we had such a reputation in the Sunwei realm." Zheng Fa nodded. "So, you don't know where you grew up?" "Yes, I didn't realize it when I came out. Later I heard that the place where I grew up was a secret place in our clan." "What about the strength of the Great Freedom Demon sect?" Lin Bufan shook his head again and said, "My cultivation is too low, it is difficult for me to understand the real situation of the sect, and I haven't even been to the real Great Freedom Demon sect. But Lin Yangtian once said that only when you reach the Jindan stage can you be considered a formal disciple of the holy sect." Zheng Fa nodded, and there was some speculation in his tone. "What kind of skills do you practice?" "I majored in a Xianming Gong, which is a water-based technique," Lin Bufan explained. "In addition, we also need to practice a secret sect called Zai Jing." Hearing this, Zheng Fa looked at the talisman paper full of talismans and said, "So, Zai Jing is the fundamental technique of the great Zai demon sect?" "Yes." Lin Bufan nodded and said, "It is rumored that Zai Jing can communicate with the holy ancestor and help us practice. The deeper the bloodline, the more magical Zai Jing, and there are many secret methods. Tianmo Juiying is recorded in Zai Jing." Zheng Fa pursed his lips and looked at the talismans on the desk, as if thinking about something. "Can I read Zai Jing?" Zheng Fa asked. "Of course, but I only have the part before the foundation building period," Lin Bufan said respectfully. "Young master." A voice interrupted Zheng Fa's meditation. When he looked up, it was Han Qi and the other two who came over. Zheng Fa glanced at the three people who had just entered the room, and suddenly said to Lin Bufan, "The talisman in this blood has dissipated. Give me some more later." "Yes." Lin Bufan twitched his mouth and lowered his head. The same words, "I have already offered my soul seal. What else can I expect? Just stay alive." Han Qi walked into the study and said to Zheng Fa, "Young master, we have sent you this month's spiritual stones, a total of 25 pieces." Lin Bufan could sense that when these three people approached, they all looked at him, seemed to be somewhat repulsive. These three people were the ones who disliked him the most in Jushin sect. Lin Bufan curled his lips in his heart. If it weren't for survival, who would want to recognize Zheng Fa as their master? Zheng Fa nodded and took the spiritual stones handed over by Han Qi. He thought about it, took out 3 spiritual stones and handed them to Han Qi and the other two. "You have worked hard." Han Qi and the other two smiled and took the spiritual stones, and they all looked very accustomed to it. Lin Bufan on the side bowed his head silently. "Oh, right." He suddenly heard Zheng Fa say, "Take this." Lin Bufan looked at the 2 spiritual stones handed over by Zheng Fa, a little dazed. Selling blood? No, nutrition. Zheng Fa thought about it again, and finally changed his words. Just think of it as your monthly salary. Lin Bufan looked up and glanced at Zheng Fa. His eyes were a little touched. He didn't stretch out his hand. As if he didn't dare, and as if he was not used to it. What? Haven't you ever received monthly salary? No. Lin Bufan whispered, when we were in the village, we farmed, collected spiritual plants, or mined, and we had to pay to the higher UPS. When we were with Lin Yangtian, we only fought for him, and the resources, we had to rob other cultivators. Then you have it now, and there is also the matter of killing people and stealing treasures in Jushin sect. I can't tolerate it. Hearing Zheng Fa's words, Lin Bufan lowered his head, took the 2 spiritual stones, and held them tightly, finally understanding the rejection of Han Qi and the other 2. Just when he was feeling mixed emotions, a message of spiritual light came from afar and fell directly in front of Zheng Fa. Lin Bufan knew that this was the communication talisman of Zhang Wuyi. The young master would communicate with the other party every day, and he didn't know what to talk about. Zheng Fa took the communication talisman, closed his eyes gently, and then suddenly opened his eyes and walked out of the study. Young master. Lin Bufan and Han Qi behind him looked at each other and hurriedly followed him out. Zheng Fa was very fast, and even seemed to think that there was not enough time, and he kept slapping the armor horse talisman on his body. The 4 people behind him were afraid that something had happened, so they chased him very hard. Lin Bufan and the other 4 followed Zheng Fa into the market, and when they saw him rushing into the small building, they hurriedly followed him in. You go out first. Zheng Fa said to the market disciples in the small building. Those brothers looked at each other, a little confused, but they left one after another. Only Zheng Fa, Sister Yuan, and Lin Bufan were left in the building. Junior brother, what's wrong? Sister Yuan saw that Zheng Fa looked a little strange, and asked hurriedly. Zheng Fa did not speak, but threw a few magic talismans and silent notes around to cover up the movement in the building. Sister, has Sister Zhang contacted the market? Yes, every 3 days, I will send her the information of the market, and she will reply to me. Show it to me. Sister Yuan took out a few communication talismans in confusion. Zheng Fa looked at them carefully, and then took out a bunch of communication talismans from his arms, comparing the contents of each one. The more he looked, the more he frowned. Junior brother. Sister Yuan was even more confused. Something happened to Sister Zhang. Zheng Fa suddenly spoke. Hearing this, even Lin Bufan was shocked. Zhang Wuyi's importance to Jushin sect, he understood it even when he first came to Jushin sect. How do you know? I communicate with Sister Zhang every day. Wait a minute. Communicate every day. Sister Yuan suddenly raised her palm. Yes. I sent her a message before. Why did she ignore me? She also said she was busy and asked me not to disturb her for no reason. Senior Sister Yuan stared at Zheng Fa with a puzzled expression. The building fell into silence for a moment. Ahem. Zheng Fa coughed lightly and said, let's talk about what happened to Senior Sister Zhang. She deserved it. Senior Sister Yuan said angrily, you say. During the communication, Senior Sister Zhang would like me to give her a math problem, and the next day, she would give me the answer. The building was silent again. Go on. After a long time, Senior Sister Yuan said dryly. In the past 2 days, there are some problems with 2 questions in the message sent by Senior Sister Zhang. What are the problems? Wrong answers. No, the answer is right. Zheng Fa said confidently, but the method is too stupid. It doesn't meet the level of Senior Sister Zhang. It should be someone pretending. Senior Sister Yuan suddenly sighed and said, it's not easy to meet you two. Aside, Lin Bufan and Han Qi nodded silently. I found this problem 2 days ago. Zheng Fa frowned and said, yesterday I asked another question. He used a stupid method again. No, this time he seems to have improved a little, and answered very seriously. Zheng Fa shook his head, that's it. I asked this question to Senior Sister Zhang before. She should be too lazy to answer it again, and she will reply to scold me. Aside, Lin Bufan looked very confused. He looked at Han Qi on the side. Han Qi sighed and said, don't look at me. The hobbies of ordinary Jushin sect, oh no, disciples of the immortal sect, are not so perverted. If the message sent back by Senior Sister Zhang is fake, but when she told me about the market or the general affairs pavilion, Senior Sister Yuan seemed a little confused. There is no flaw. That's the problem. Zheng Fa said in a deep voice, this person knows our Jushin sect too well. Senior Sister Yuan's expression suddenly became ugly. Are you saying that someone in our Jushin sect is a traitor? There was silence in the small building, and they finally understood why Zheng Fa drove all the other disciples out. Judging from the person who is pretending to be Senior Sister Zhang and the Jushin sect, there are only 2 possible identities for this traitor. Either this person has certain qualifications in the Jushin sect and his cultivation level is not too low, otherwise he would not be able to access some secrets. Or, there is another possibility that makes Senior Sister Yuan look ugly. This person is in Fangxi or in the General Affairs Pavilion. So he knew Senior Sister Zhang's behavior habits very well. Only with these 2 possibilities, the information provided by the traitor can make the other party pretend to be Senior Sister Zhang, and give Senior Sister Yuan instructions on how to manage Fangxi, and even call out the names of everyone in Fangxi. But, why? Han Qi asked, what's the point of pretending to be Senior Sister Zhang and sending letters to the door? Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Yuan looked at each other. Delay. Senior Sister Yuan said 2 words. Yes. Zheng Fa also looked a little solemn. What I can discover, senior sister Zheng must also be able to discover. She hasn't sent the message back yet, which means she is in trouble, but her life should not be in danger for the time being. These people are pretending to be senior sister Zheng because they are afraid that our Jushin sect will notice and send people to rescue senior sister Zheng. They hope to delay it for a while, so that they can deal with senior sister Zheng. Zheng Fa slowly spoke his thoughts. Several others nodded. It is indeed possible, otherwise it would be pointless for them to do this. Senior sister Yuan ran out of the building and shouted, I'm going to Taiyang County. Senior sister. Zheng Fa grabbed her arm. Don't worry. Can I not be in a hurry? Zheng Fa said, the person who can trap senior sister Zheng is probably Nascent's soul, and you are not someone you can deal with. Then, I can't sit idly by and ignore it. Senior sister Yuan is obviously a loyal person. But Zheng Fa's choice is to find his parents? Who doesn't have a few old men and women who can fight? Old Man Bai said it well, don't put everything on your shoulders. This matter is not something he and senior sister Yuan can handle. He pulled senior sister Yuan up the mountain and reported his suspicion to the leader. Something happened to Master Zheng's nephew. Yes. Zheng Fa thought about the communication process between himself and senior sister Zheng. Probably after senior sister Zheng led people into the spiritual cave, it seems that the person who replied to me was not him. This matter is a little weird. The leader frowned and looked in the direction of Taiyang County beyond the 9 mountains, seemingly confused. Master, I can confirm that senior sister Zheng must have some problems. It's not that I don't believe you. The leader waved his hand and said, if something happens to Master Zheng's nephew, why doesn't the Changchun faction have any news? They are so close that nothing can be hidden from them. It's good that you didn't act rashly. The look on the head of Yuan's face was a little tense. The Changchun sect is either dead or unreliable. Taiyang County is now a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Then Master, senior sister Zheng. Zheng Fa has not forgotten senior sister Zheng's current safety. Master Zheng. The master waved his long sleeves, and a messenger talisman flew to the 7th peak of the 9 mountains. This matter depends on junior sister Huang. The communication talisman fell into the 7th peak, and the next moment, a purple rainbow rose from the 7th peak and landed in front of Zheng Fa and the others. This was the first time Zheng Fa met senior sister Zheng's master Huang Zhenren. She looks 30 years old, wearing a black Taoist robe, with a gentle face and clear eyes. She looks like a female crown with an indifferent personality. What happened to Wei? As soon as she came, she asked directly. It's possible that Zheng Fa discovered it. Huang Zhenren's eyes fell on Zheng Fa, as if he was no stranger to him. Tell me more. Zheng Fa told how he communicated with senior sister Zheng and how he discovered each other's flaws. After hearing this, Huang Zhenren nodded slightly. How do you say? She suddenly looked at the leader. Take your time. The leader was silent, seeming a little hesitant. How about I go? That's my only direct disciple. The leader's face became even more tangled, as if he was trying to appease the other person. I know, I'm just saying. If you go too far, I can't explain it to the people of the 100 Immortals Alliance. Huang Zhenren took a deep look at the leader, said nothing, turned his head, and walked directly towards Taiyang County under the rainbow light. Master? Is it just Huang Zhenren? Zheng Fa was still a little worried. Jushin sect is the foundation of our sect, and there must be at least 2 nascent souls in charge. The leader shook his head. What's more, junior sister Huang is the most difficult to deal with among the 3 nascent souls of our Jushin sect. Ah, Zheng Fa was stunned. Is Zhenren Huang so powerful? The leader saw that he couldn't understand, and thought for a while, as if he was trying to think of how to describe it. Master Me, your style is to not be afraid of spending money when fighting against the enemy. Thinking about his master's money-burning skills, Zheng Fa couldn't help but nodded. Junior sister Wang's style is different. She is not afraid of going all out. Zheng Fa understood a little bit. This is a person who doesn't take life seriously. He doesn't care about his own life, and he doesn't care about other people's lives. At this point, the leader shook his head and said, it would be easier if the Changchun sect died. If they rebel, junior sister Huang will have to send their entire sect to death. Is it so murderous? Zhen Yuanying, as long as you don't care, how can you be so merciful? Zheng Fa was looked at deeply by the leader. If you can't be sorry to Master Zheng in the future. Zheng Fahan's hair slowly stood up. Don't worry, I have to leave a whole body for you as a master. When leaving, Zheng Fa asked curiously, Master, your style is not to give up money. Master Huang is not to give up his life. What about Uncle Peng? The leader curled his lips, shameless. Back at Sister Zheng's courtyard, Zheng Fa was still thinking about his master's description of Huang Zhenren. Judging from the possible fate of the Changchun sect, Huang Zhenren really did not regard the people of this sect as the same kind. Even his master's possible killing of Huang Zhenren is a concern that you will cause trouble, rather than a condemnation of the indiscriminate killing of innocent people. To a certain extent, this is the truest and cruelest truth in the Sunwei world. He can be valued by the leader, and even now he has the status of young leader. Basically, it is because of his talent for having the ability to shuttle. But initially, it was because senior sister Zheng valued me. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head. He was only at the 6th level of Qi training, and he could find something wrong with senior sister Zheng and report it to the leader. I have done what I can do. No matter how many things he does, he cannot do it with his current strength. Acting rashly will not only not be helpful, but will also bring a drag on senior sister Zheng and the Jushin sect. What he can do is to increase his strength as quickly as possible. He sat on the futon, with his heart raised to the sky, breathing slowly, gradually calming down the turmoil in his heart, and immersed himself in cultivation. The spiritual energy in the air rotated, and a small tornado appeared out of thin air. After 2 sticks of incense, Zheng Fa slowly opened his eyes. It's the 7th level of Qi training. If he had reached the 7th level of Qi training before senior sister Zheng's accident, he would definitely be very happy. After all, he could practice the Lingshan method in modern times. But now, his heart was filled with a sense of urgency, and he didn't even have the slightest feeling of complacency. He picked up a book next to the futon and flipped through it. This is the Zi Jing written by Lin Bufan, only the part before the foundation period. When Zheng Fa wanted this book, he first wanted to see if there was any content related to the talismans in Lin Bufan's blood. On the other hand, he also has the idea that if he knows himself and his enemy, he can win 100 battles. But as soon as he opened the Sutra of Freedom, Zheng Fa's expression was stunned. In the opening chapter of the Sutra of Freedom, Lin Bufan bluntly stated that the first step in practicing this technique is to visualize the great ancestor of freedom. Visualize. Zheng Fa gently put down the book in his hand, with some confusion on his face. When he was practicing spiritual crane body, he had encountered this kind of practice method. I have also wondered about the nature of visualization. Now that he has come into contact with cultivating immortals and met the concept of contemplation again, Zheng Fa has some guesses in his mind. Now he is confused about, is this great ancestor of freedom still a human being? Chen Ting walked out of the hall of his master Pang Zhenren and walked slowly down the mountain. Along the way, he met other disciples of the same lineage. They would greet him, most of them with eyes full of reverence. Of course Chen Ting knew the reason. He had 3 spiritual roots. He came from behind to achieve the golden elixir, and he was valued by Zhenren Pang and accepted him as his disciple. I am very encouraging to these brothers and sisters who are not particularly qualified, especially in the lineage of his master Pang Zhenren. He is quite prestigious. When he came down the mountain, he also met his junior fellow student Zhou Qianyuan. Zhou Qianyuan seemed to have just come from senior sister Zhang's yard. He was still frowning and thinking hard all the way, mumbling something, and seemed to be a little confused. Chen Ting's residence is at the foot of the 8th peak, which is considered a place with abundant spiritual energy in the 9 Mountains sect. This shows that Zhenren Pang loves him. He walked into the yard and closed the door gently. Suddenly a voice appeared in his mind. I think your junior brother Zhou seems a bit stupid and is easy to take advantage of. You can try asking him to lure Zheng Fa out. Chen Ting didn't speak, as if he didn't hear the confusion in his mind. He slowly took the image of the holy ancestor of the great freedom and began to figure it out. You don't want to. I betrayed our master and helped you pretend to be senior sister Zhang. I have done enough for you, Chen Ting said coldly. Enough. The voice was a little angry. If we hadn't given you the true blood pill, would you have the blood of my saint ancestor? If you hadn't practiced the Freedom Sutra, could you have formed the pill with the 3 spiritual roots? Chen Ting remained silent for a long time before speaking. It's too dangerous. He is now hiding in senior sister Zhang's yard. As soon as he goes out, junior sister Yuan has been following him, and he is also the leader's favorite disciple. You still have to catch him alive. Yes, I'm not sure. A small Qi refining period. You also know that this is just a small period of Qi refining. Chen Ting suddenly burst out. I am now the true successor of the 9 Mountains sect, a golden elixir monk. You are not willing to sacrifice me for a period of Qi refining. You don't understand. There is something very special about the law of 3 talismans that he and Zhang Wuyi mentioned in their letter. Chen Ting pursed his lips, obviously not wanting to understand. Chen Ting, please think carefully. Since you have practiced the Sutra of Freedom, we can transform you into a demon sect thief in the Jushin sect anytime and anywhere that everyone wants to beat. It's up to you. If I go to murder junior brother Zheng, everyone will immediately start shouting for beatings. Chen Ting looked indifferent, almost showing off. If that doesn't work, you can ask the spirit of the holy ancestor to curse me and kill me directly. It depends on whether you are willing to give it up or not. His words silenced the voice in his mind. A golden elixir stage is now considered rare, and even rarer is a golden elixir stage with an innocent identity in the immortal sect. What's more, Chen Ting has 3 spiritual roots that can form elixirs, and the Great Freedom Demon sect has also invested a lot in him. You don't have any chance, just be careful. Obviously, the voice in his head was not willing to let him die in vain. I don't want to take any risks. Why are you so greedy for life and afraid of death? The voice was obviously angry. If I wasn't afraid of death, would I still be tempted by you to rebel? Chen Ting asked. You pick a traitor. How can you pick someone who is willing to accept death? Chen Ting sat on the futon, with cold sweat on his forehead. His face was pale, and his eyes were gloomy. The voice in his mind sounded again, with an inexplicable hint of ridicule. You have eaten the true blood pill of my holy religion and practiced the Freedom Sutra. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Chen Ting said nothing, but his body was still trembling slightly. It was just a small warning. If you disobey me again, I think you also understand what will happen. Chen Ting still said nothing. Don't worry, it's not easy to train you. You are still useful. The voice seemed to soften again. Zheng Fa is just practicing Qi. As long as you are careful and with my protection, it will not be difficult to save your life. Yes. After a long time, Chen Ting whispered. That's right. The voice seemed satisfied. Then Zheng Fa has a good talent. If we catch him, maybe you can get real freedom in the future. Chen Ting's face changed, as if he was really moved. After a long time, he spoke again. The defense around Zheng Fa is too tight. The sect also pays attention to him. If I want to catch him, I need some time. In senior sister Zhang's study, just as Zheng Fa took out a plain white porcelain plate, Lin Bufan beside him had already rolled up his sleeves and straightened his arms, so sensible that it made people feel distressed. Zheng Fa glanced at him, a little speechless. He threw out a blood-draining talisman, but the talisman's light did not fall on Lin Bufan. Instead, it fell on Zheng Fa's own arm. Lin Bufan was dumbfounded as he watched Zheng Fa's blood filling the porcelain plate little by little. Young master, what's wrong? Will I still have monthly money in the future? Lin Bufan thought for a long time and suddenly asked. Don't worry. Zheng Faju didn't know how to answer, so he could only comfort him. I just study my own blood. Lin Yo likes your blood. According to Lin Yo, Lin Bufan's blood is of great use. He is now trying to make another sigil. Oh. Lin Bufan looked much relieved. Zheng Fa asked curiously, are you still addicted? Lin Bufan thought for a while and said, this proves that I am useful to the young master. Useless people can't survive in the holy cult, the demonic cult. Lin Bufan held it in for a long time before he uttered a sentence. Zheng Fa nodded, his eyes glowing with silver as he looked at the blood in the porcelain plate. After he discovered that the Israel Sutra is a visualization method, he had an idea, whether the talisman in the blood had something to do with visualization. More importantly, he had visualized it. Spirit crane body? He drew so much of his own blood just to see if his guess was correct. At first glance, Zheng Fa saw no trace of the magic talisman in his blood. It seems to be just ordinary blood. He also has spiritual power in his blood. It's just that the movement is irregular. They were in the blood, scurrying around like ping-pong balls scattered on the ground. But Zheng Fa did not give up, but the silver light in his eyes became stronger, almost looking at him bit by bit. After a long time, he discovered a little bit of mystery. There is about 1/10 of the spiritual power, and the movement trajectory is somewhat special. Zheng Fa found traces of the 5 elements talisman in it. He raised his head and looked at Lin Bufan aside, his face a little confused. Master, enter Tao martial arts, Tao body. Zheng Fa suddenly said, and the blood of your demon section. Lin Bufan's expression became even more confused. Your holy ancestor has found a way to optimize genes and mass-produce Dao bodies. Junior brother Zheng. Senior sister Yuan came in a hurry, her face no longer as lively as before, but full of seriousness. The thief was not found. Zheng Fa nodded slightly, his expression not disappointed. Ever since they suspected that there was a traitor in the sect, Zheng Fa and senior sister Yuan became interested. The old disciples within the sect have high status and great influence. They can't screen it yet, and they can't make a big deal about it. But those people in Fangxi and the General Affairs Hall still have this power. In the past few days, senior sister Yuan and Zheng Fa have been secretly investigating. On the one hand, they observed whether the behavior of these disciples was suspicious. On the other hand, they will also arrange some false information to different disciples. Then narrow down the scope through senior sister Zhang's reply. But after these few days, I still have no clue. After all, the Jushan sect was an upright sect and did not allow the use of methods such as soul searching. At this point, Zheng Fa and the others were in a dead end. Junior brother Zheng, how about we just interrogate them one by one? Zheng Fa shook his head. If we are sure that this person is in the General Affairs Hall, of course we can, but if he is not there, the formation will be too large and it will be easy to scare the snake. Senior sister Yuan nodded, a little depressed. Ever since senior sister Zhang's accident, she has become a little impatient. Senior sister Yuan, if we can't find him, it's more likely that he's not in our General Affairs Hall. Zheng Fa comforted him. If that's the case, we have to find master and slowly investigate. This matter is not much less dangerous than senior sister Zhang's safety. This person is a little too familiar with Jushan sect. No one feels safe with such a person in the door. Zheng Fa even goes to Fangxi less now. Senior sister Yuan nodded lightly. The communication talisman of senior sister Zhang flew in again and landed in front of the 3 people. The few people were not surprised. Senior sister Yuan came to Zheng Fa at this time just to see what this senior sister Zhang wrote. The tone in the communication talisman was very normal, and it seemed to be exactly the same as a few days ago. But after Zheng Fa finished reading it, he suddenly asked senior sister Yuan, Senior sister, has our General Affairs Hall ever had a senior brother named Zheng Ji? In the past 50 years, there shouldn't be. Senior sister Yuan frowned and thought for a long time before answering. Then who is senior brother Zheng Ji mentioned in this letter? Wrong. Shouldn't. Zheng Fa thought for a while. This person can even imitate senior sister Zhang's tone so much. He doesn't seem to be a careless person. Why? Zheng Fa shook his head, as if he had some ideas, but didn't say them out loud. The next day, something's wrong. Zheng Fa finished reading the letter, and his expression was somewhat certain. What's wrong? The letter today said that the ice soul talisman sold the best in our market last month. Zheng Fa explained. In fact, the golden armor talisman has sold the best in the past few months. Did he make a mistake again? Senior sister Yuan frowned. No, there is nothing wrong with the other parts of the 2 letters, except for these 2. Zheng Fa frowned and said, "It seems to be intentional." "Ah, Zhengji, I soul talisman." Lin Bufan's eyes moved, as if he remembered something, and suddenly said, "The mysterious soul Ji Gong. This is a secret method in the Freedom Sutra." Lin Bufan explained, "I heard from Lin Yangtian that this method is often practiced by cultivators with a short lifespan. What is the function of this method?" Zheng Fa asked. This. Seeing that he was so concerned, Lin Bufan tried to recall. Lin Yangtian said that his master practiced this method. It is said that this method requires the consciousness to leave the body, and his original body will be refined into a true blood pill. True blood pill. Yes, generally people who practice this method are people with a short lifespan. Their consciousness will be attached to another cultivator, teach and cultivate the other party, and then use the true blood pill to slowly transform the other party's physique. This thing, a portable grandfather. Zheng Fa always felt that it sounded a little familiar. Lin Bufan continued to explain, if the time is right, they will take over the body of this cultivator. Generally speaking, your disciples of the immortal sect are the best choice. Lin Bufan also added, many disciples of our holy sect, no, the demon sect, know this technique. Lin Bufan explained, but the disciples of the immortal sect, well, are a little naive. They may think that they have encountered some kind of adventure. Zheng Fa looked at the communication talisman in his hand and nodded, so this person wants to tell us that he is possessed by the old man of the demon sect. Is he going to turn from darkness to light? Senior Sister Yuan was refreshed. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, I think he is at his wit's end. One night half a month later, Zhou Qianyuan and Zheng Fa seemed to be in high spirits. They were not satisfied with chatting at Senior Sister Zhang's house, so they simply walked towards Zhou Qianyuan's house. At this time, the market gradually quieted down. There were not many people on the street of Zhou Qianyuan's house, and most of the disciples were practicing quietly at home. When they walked to a small road, it seemed that there were only Zheng Fa and Zhou Qianyuan on the street. At the corner of the street, Chen Ting stood in the dark with a hidden shadow talisman on his body. Wait until they get a little closer, then you can attack directly. The voice in his mind instructed, after you succeed, I will help you perform the heavenly demon absolute shadow method. Ordinary nascent souls can't catch up with us. Yes. Chen Ting's voice sounded a little nervous. Don't worry, Zheng Fa and the other two are only in the qi refining stage. I used my spiritual sense to cover this street. You only need one breath to take them down. The people from the Nine Mountains sect can't react in time. Yes. When you take down Zheng Fa, you will have made a great contribution. It will be the same as being a disciple of my holy church in the future. The voice was still talking. Zheng Fa has good qualifications, and I don't need to take over your body anymore. Chen Ting didn't answer, but just nodded. Watching Zheng Fa and the other two getting closer, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. The lights nearby and the starlight above seemed to become ethereal and empty. Do it. The voice in Chen Ting's mind shouted. Lightning flashed, and the sky and the earth were bright. The roar of thunder echoed between the 9 mountains, and a black shadow was directly shaken out of Chen Ting's body. The shadow floated in the air. Under the illumination of lightning, it could be seen that it was a middle-aged man with black hair, but he only had his head and upper body, and his lower body was nothingness, floating in the air. The head of the sect slowly walked over from the corner of the street, with lightning flashing like flowing water around him, and said, Daiyu came to my Jushin sect. If I don't entertain you, it would be too rude. The black shadow suddenly turned around and saw Chen Ting flying back behind him. Is it you? You taught me that it's useless and you'll die. Watch it. The leader suddenly turned to look at Zheng Fa and said with a faint smile, this is our true biography, the true method of controlling thunder in the sky. This was the first time Zheng Fa saw his master attack with all his strength. There were heavy black clouds in the sky. Blue thunder and lightning danced wildly between the sky and the earth like dragons and snakes, illuminating the entire Jushin sect. My master stood under the thunder clouds, walking with his hands behind his back, as if strolling in a courtyard. The strong wind blew his clothes loudly. He pointed his finger, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the phantom middle-aged man directly. The thunder method is inherently strong and yang, extremely restrained by all kinds of magic techniques. What's more, this person is in a soul state and has no protection from the physical body, so he is even more afraid of thunder. In Zheng Fa's view, this person had no power to fight back in front of his master, and he just tried his best to hide. As he watched, Zheng Fa's expression became a little serious. Senior brother Zheng, what are you thinking about? Seeing his expression, Zhou Qianyuan asked curiously. I'm wondering if I wasn't respectful enough to my mentor. After Zheng Fa said this, he felt that the leader looked back at him with a profound look in his eyes, and his attacks seemed to be more ruthless. The middle-aged demon sect hid for a while, and seemed to feel that he would definitely die if he continued like this. He gritted his teeth and simply stopped where he was. The shadow split into 2 parts in a flash, and one half of them caught the lightning strike with his face. But the other half was ruthless and did not look back at all, but just ran away from Jushin sect. The leader didn't chase him, and seemed to just sit back and watch him escape. The middle-aged man couldn't help but have a smile on his face, as if he felt that he had escaped. But not even 100 steps away, a purple barrier as transparent as glass suddenly appeared in front of him. This barrier is like a bowl upside down on the ground, covering the surrounding space. The purple on the barrier was actually made up of purple thunder and lightning, which looked more dangerous than the thunder behind this person. The middle-aged man stopped and looked a little desperate. Fellow Taoist, I haven't been born in Zhou Thunder Array for a long time. The leader said with a smile, please taste it. The middle-aged man glanced at Zidian in front of him and seemed to know that he was in deep trouble. He looked around and saw no nonsense. He put his hands in front of his chest and pinched a seal, murmuring in a low voice like a believer. The murmur was very low at first, and then gradually became louder. Zheng Fa could even hear the faint echo coming from Jushin. The middle-aged man kept chanting 4 lines of mantra. Chaos is in the dark, great in the sky. The divine power is endless, and the supernatural power is endless. With your divine power, I pray sincerely. Honor your name and shine in the world. Reciting it over and over again seems to attract a power from the heavens above. The phantom middle-aged body gradually solidified, forming a black body, and the aura on his body gradually became heart-stopping. It seemed that something existed, through this person, descending in front of Zheng Fa and others. Back off. The leader shouted towards Zheng and Fa, the relaxed look on his face disappeared. Zheng Fa took Zhou Qianyuan and fled backward quickly. As he retreated, he watched as several more golden talismans flew out of his master's hand, which seemed to be strengthening the Zhou Divine Thunder Array and preparing for it. Gradually, the middle-aged man slowly stopped chanting. The expression on this man's face seemed completely different from before. The panic just now have disappeared. Only indifference and arrogance remain. He first glanced at the leader, as if he knew this person was difficult to deal with, and actually turned around and headed towards Chen Ting behind him. Zheng Fa was stunned and suddenly understood what this person was thinking. Traitors are more hateful than enemies. Stop. From the side, Uncle Pang shouted angrily. Zheng Fa turned his head and saw Uncle Pang speeding towards Chen Ting, as if he wanted to save his apprentice. But at this time, the middle-aged man borrowed the divine power of the great freedom demon ancestor and was extremely fast. Uncle Pang's rescue was already a little late, and his speed was even slower than the opponent's. At this point, it was obviously too late. Chen Ting looked at Master Pang who was flying towards him, suddenly smiled, and actually started to recite a spell. I offer my blood to you. I offer my soul to you. The beginning of chaos, the vastness of the 9 netherworlds. Give me your true body and be by your side forever. Zheng Fa could see that the menacing middle-aged man suddenly stopped, and the proud expression on his face turned into panic. Zheng Fa suddenly felt goosebumps rising on his neck, as if some terrifying existence was staring at him. He watched Chen Ting dissipate in the air like wind and sand. What made him feel even more bizarre was that the middle-aged man was dying at the same time as Chen Ting. No matter how unwillingly he roared and tried to attack Chen Ting, he could not stop his fate. In less than 5 breaths, these two people completely disappeared in front of Zheng Fa and the others. Just when Zheng Fa thought that both of them had returned to heaven and earth, a figure slowly appeared in front of them. It was exactly what Chen Ting looked like. He didn't seem to have changed much, but he seemed to have become a completely different person. What made Zheng Fa a little concerned was that a small mark loomed between his eyebrows. This mark was a bit like the unique talisman Zheng Fa saw in Lin Bufen's blood. But it's not quite the same. Chen Ting's aura was stronger than before, and he seemed to be stronger than ever. Uncle Pang next to Zheng Fa looked at him with somewhat complicated eyes. Chen Ting suddenly said to Zheng Fa, Zhang Wei was lost in the Thunder Pool, and the Great Freedom Demon Sect has been pursuing her traces. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment, and then he knew the truth about senior sister Zhang's disappearance. Then, Chen Ting bowed to Zhenren Pang 3 times and said, although I am unbearable, I have never killed any of my fellow disciples. Uncle Pang pursed his lips and said nothing. After Chen Ting said these 2 sentences, he turned around and left, as if he had nothing more to say. Only 2 lines of his half-singing and half-reciting words came from a distance. The heart for seeking the truth is as strong as iron, and our resolve will not waver in the face of wind and rain. Seeing his figure walking away, the headmaster suddenly said to Master Pang, aren't you going to stop him? Uncle Pang shook his head, as if he didn't want to say anything. However, the leader looked a little weird and asked, if I heard correctly, Chen Ting sacrificed himself to the 9 Nether Demon ancestor in the end? Isn't he a member of the Great Freedom Demon cult? Why did he get along with the 9 Nether Demon ancestor? Got involved. Zheng Fa was stunned. What kind of behavior did the senior brother Chen have as a domestic slave with 3 surnames? How do I know this? Uncle Pang grinned, but was speechless, but I guess, my disciple. Chen Ting probably didn't want to be taken away, so he did this. Lend us our hands to drag him. That person sacrificed the 2 of them directly? No, 3. The leader was silent for a while and said slowly, Chen Ting took the true blood pill and actually became one with that person's blood, so he sacrificed himself, and the middle-aged man was also unlucky. The most powerful thing is that he seems to have sacrificed the divine power of the Great Freedom Demon ancestor that he summoned. Hearing this, several people present were speechless. I look at the mark on Chen Ting's eyebrows. His bloodline concentration is probably at the level of the Holy Son of the 9 Nether Demon sect. It can be seen that the 9 Nether Demon ancestor is very satisfied. Zheng Fa couldn't help but grin. This senior brother Chen Ting is really a ruthless person. He knew early on that even if Chen Ting cooperated with them, he would not want to stay in Jushin sect. Regardless of the fact that he once pretended to be senior sister Zhang. Or is he the one who is dealing with this matter within the demon sect? It is impossible to gain the trust of the Jushin sect again, and if Uncle Pang is cruel, he may even take his life. It's just that Zheng Fa didn't expect that this senior brother would play such a trick. The master figured it out, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. You, my disciple, teach you very well. Master Pang also looked a little depressed. I knew he had some problems before, but he is a very kind person. Besides, which monk doesn't have secrets? It's a pity. The leader patted Uncle Pang on the shoulder and sighed. This style of conduct can be regarded as your true inheritance. Master Pang's eyes widened and he looked at the leader. By the way, the leader suddenly looked at Zheng Fa. If Master Zhang's nephew is lost in the thunder pool, it probably has something to do with you. Lei Pond is the best place to practice the Shen Xiao's true method of controlling thunder. The leader's words made Zheng Fa fall into silence. He is currently practicing the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya, and the best thing to do in the future is to practice the Shen Xiao thunder controlling true method. Judging from my master's performance today, this true teaching is quite powerful. But just like 5 Thunder Dharmakaya requires Xianlei stone, the resources required for Sheng Xiao's true method of controlling thunder are even more precious. Modern. Zheng Fa took Old Man Bai to Tang Lingmu's house. Although the college entrance examination results have not yet come out, but the 3 of them have decided to go to the capital first, mainly because Zheng Fa has now reached the 7th level of Qi training and can start practicing the Lingshan method. This is a big event for both Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai. All 3 of them were a little excited. Going to the capital now, Tang Lingmu's mother, Aunt Ye, seemed a little reluctant to let her daughter leave, and asked in confusion, can't it be a month later? Zheng and Fa looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Then, I'll go with you. Aunt Ye looked at her daughter and suddenly decided, I have nothing to do at home anyway. Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai looked at each other, a little embarrassed. They were going to test the Lingshan method and see if Tang Lingmu and the 2 could officially start practicing. Adding Aunt Ye would be inconvenient. The arrangement of Lingshan method requires a spiritual enlightenment talisman. Practicing the Lingshan method is even more unusual. If Aunt Ye were following her, it would be difficult to hide all these strange phenomena from her. Tang Lingmu pursed her lips, took her mother's arm and shook it. The 3 of us have business. It's not convenient for outsiders to go. Aunt Ye didn't know how to answer when she heard this. Seeing her stunned, Tang Lingmu and Zheng Fa got into the car and urged the driver in big pants to drive. Watching his black car gradually go away, Aunt Ye slowly turned around and asked the nanny beside her, who is the outsider. Zheng Fa and his 2 friends arrived in Beijing around 9 o'clock in the evening. When they arrived at the nursing home, it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. It was getting late, so the 3 of them simply stayed in the village at the foot of the mountain. This village is close to Beijing, and there are probably some tourists from Beijing, so there are also several homestays or farmhouses in the village. Zheng Fa and his 2 friends picked the one that they felt was the best decorated. Early the next morning, Zheng Fa and his 2 friends got up and prepared to go out. The owner of the homestay had also gotten up and was fiddling with a selfie stick in the yard in front of the homestay, as if looking for an angle. Are you up? The owner was a man who looked to be in his early 30s. He greeted them when he saw the 3 of them coming downstairs. Well, boss, what are you doing? Zheng Fa looked at his movements and asked curiously. Oh, I'm going to find a background for the live broadcast. The owner of the homestay explained. Live broadcast. Hey, promote it online. Our place is not well known enough. The boss said, look, I'm here. Not only can I see my house behind me, but also Hongshan Mountain. Hongshan Mountain. Zheng Fa looked at the hill behind him, where the nursing home was built. Yes, this mountain is called Hongshan in our village. It's a tourist attraction here. The boss said casually. Zheng Fa thought about it and was not in a hurry to leave. After all, he might practice here for a long time in the future, and it would be good to understand the local situation. Boss, what's your last name? The boss looked at him, then at the old man and Tang Lingmu behind him, and seemed to be a little confused as to why Zheng Fa seemed to be the main one among the 3. No need to mention it. My last name is Mu. Are you a local? Yes, I grew up here. Boss Mu looked at him suspiciously, as if he thought it was a bit strange for him to ask about this. I used to work in the city, but later I couldn't make it, so I came back. Zheng Fa looked around the homestay. The 2-story building is decorated quite modernly. It can be seen that it has some European minimalist style, which is popular in recent years. It should not be cheap. Boss, if you can't make it in this business, you are being modest. I'm afraid you will return home with wealth. Boss Mu waved his hands when he heard it, but he couldn't help but look a little proud on his face. Boss, what is the origin of Hongshan? Tang Lingmu asked very discerningly. Zheng Fa praised him. Being asked by a beautiful girl like Tang Lingmu, the boss seemed to be in a good mood. Hongshan, only locals like me know about this. He said with a little mystery, if you go up the mountain and walk to the back of the mountain, you will find a temple, which enshrines Hongshan Niang Niang. Zheng Fa and the other 2 looked at each other. They really didn't know about this. Hongshan Niang Niang. Yes, according to the old legend, a few hundred years ago, one day, a rainbow suddenly fell in this mountain, and a fairy descended from the sky. She cured diseases and saved lives in the village, and solved problems. The boss said, and he seemed very skilled in speaking. Later, the legend of Hongshan Niang Niang was left, and this mountain was called Hongshan. I tell you, this Niang Niang temple is very effective. Effective bullshit. Before Zheng Fa and the others could say anything, an old female voice cursed. An old woman who looked to be in her 70s or 80s walked out of the B/U0026B. Boss Mew shouted helplessly, "Grandma, these are all legends in our village. You promote this stuff on the internet every day? It's all fake." The old woman scolded, "When the village demolished the temple decades ago, no god struck us down. This is an illusion, an old attraction. I'm doing this to attract customers. Old ass." If it weren't for the dog from the Wang family getting rich, he insisted that the feng shui on this mountain was prosperous and built a new one. There would be no Niang temple. This temple is not even as big as your son. Zheng Fa and the other two said goodbye to Boss Mew, who was a little autistic, and walked up the mountain. They went to see the nursing home first. The main building of the nursing home has almost been built. Entering the gate and walking along the road made of white stone slabs, there is a clump of transplanted jungle on the right and a mountain spring on the left. Behind the bamboo forest is the main body of the nursing home, a 3-story building in the shape of a Chinese character. The 2 wings of the small building have only 1 floor each, and only the middle one has the highest 3 floors. The decoration style of this building is more classical, except that the walls are white and the tiles on the roof are green. Standing in the mountains, it complements the green mountains and the white clouds in the sky, and it is quite quiet. After passing the small building, there is a large open space. Zheng Fa wanted to try to cultivate spiritual plants in this place. At this time, he just cleared the weeds and leveled the land, and there was no decoration. After passing the open space, Zheng Fa and the other 2 arrived at the residence reserved for themselves. This is a 2-story building, which is much higher than other places, as if overlooking the entire nursing home. From the outside, the building seems to be embedded in the mountain wall, integrated with the mountain, and the building cannot be seen from a distance. This was designed by Tang Lingmu. As she walked, she introduced, "The first thing I consider about the place where we live is privacy." Zheng Fa nodded. The 3 of them have to engage in feudal superstitious activities from time to time, so it is indeed not good to be too high profile. Built it here, farthest from other people. When the tree my mother bought arrives in 2 days, we will surround this place. Even with a telescope, we can't see what we are doing. The large floor-to-ceiling windows here not only provide better lighting, but more importantly, the view down the mountain is the most beautiful from this angle. Zheng Fa walked into the small building and looked out the window. The scenery in the mountains is indeed unobstructed. Also, these furniture, electrical appliances and decorations are all randomly selected by me. If you are not satisfied with anything, I will find someone to replace it. Tang Lingmu said again. Zheng Fa turned to look at her and saw her looking at him slightly uneasily. Turn around and look indoors again. This small building looks a bit quaint and even unremarkable from the outside, but the interior is very exquisite. Zheng Fa has never lived in a good house in modern times, but he can also see that there are some furniture and electrical appliances in it, and the layout of the entire house hides Tang Lingmu's thoughts. It can't be said to be casual. The nobility and hard work can actually be seen at a glance. I'm very satisfied. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. He is not a person who cares too much about external things. What's more, it's not like he can't appreciate Tang Lingmu's meticulousness. Don't you have any other requirements? Tang Lingmu pursed her lips and smiled, seeming to be relieved. She looked worried and asked a question. Zheng Fa shook his head. I have. On the side, Old Man Bai suddenly said. Ah. Tang Lingmu looked at Old Man Bai in confusion. My room, stay away from you two. Old Man Bai looked at them sideways, with a look of disgust on his face. After visiting the nursing home, Zheng Fa started the most important task of his visit to the capital, practicing the Lingshan method. He stood in the clearing. With his eyes closed, he recalled the master's records in Lingshan Dharma in his mind. The mountain topography of Hongshan is in line with what the leader calls the turtle snake spiritual vein. From the spiritual vein theory, the location of the nursing home is on the back of the turtle. Zheng Fa opened his eyes and walked slowly on the ground. His steps were erratic, but seemed to follow a certain pattern, and his speed was getting faster and faster. The 2 old men on the side were a little dizzy, and in the end they couldn't even see his figure clearly. Gradually, Zheng Fa's clothes seemed to be shining with starlight. Following his footsteps, the starlight turned into streaks of light. Even though it was summer and the sun was still high in the sky, the light around Zheng Fa still made the 2 old men feel dazzling. Suddenly, Zheng Fa's footsteps stopped. He flicked his right hand continuously, and 2 spiritual talismans flew towards the sky, flying all the way to the highest point of the mountain, which is the top of the turtle's back, flying all the way to a slightly lower hilltop, which is where the snake head is. As the 2 spiritual talismans flew out, the starlight around Zheng Fa actually followed the 2 spiritual talismans and flew to 2 places. In the eyes of the 2 old men, the 2 spiritual talismans were like 2 small kites. And this starlight is like 2 looming lines, connecting Zheng Fa and these 2 spiritual talismans. The 2 talismans flew so fast that they could not be seen by the naked eye, but in Zheng Fa's eyes, as soon as the 2 spiritual talismans reached the target location, they quickly shattered and scattered into broken light spots, immersed in the mountain. Zheng Fa had an inexplicable feeling that he and the Hongshan mountain at his feet seemed to be connected as one. The spiritual power in his danshan suddenly seemed to boil, turning into clouds and surging out of his body. At the bottom of the mountain, in the B/U0026B that Zheng Fa had just left in the morning, Boss Mew is doing a live broadcast to promote his B/U0026B. Yes, 2 days and 1 night, only 198. 3 days and 2 nights are as low as 248. Only 10 orders are discounted? 10 orders are gone. What's fun? We have beautiful mountains and clear waters here. It would be great to eat some farm food and go hiking. Let me tell you, there is a legend in Hongshan Mountain here. He once again told the legend he told Zheng Fa before. There were not many people in the live broadcast room, and they were all saying old-fashioned and disbelief at this time. He was not discouraged and started talking about the farm food in the village. Anchor, turn around. Suddenly, an audience member said, "Look back." Boss Mew's face was a little confused. The spirit has appeared. The Empress of Hongshan has appeared. When Boss Mew turned around, he saw a rainbow bridge across the mountains, clear and beautiful. It hasn't rained in the past 2 days. Boss Mew muttered, and saw another scene that surprised him even more. Above the Hongshan Mountain, an overwhelming flock of birds suddenly flew out. They flew in groups, flying around the top of the mountain and the Hongqiao. The chirping of birds echoed throughout the mountains, which seemed extremely joyful. Boss Mew couldn't help but take 2 steps, wanting to take a closer look. Then, he saw his grandma in the house, kneeling in front of the incense table, mumbling, "Milk. Mother, I didn't mean to offend. Milk. Don't attack me, attack that old man from the Wang family, he was the leader back then." His grandmother ignored him at all. "Don't look at him building a temple for you. His grandson and son of a bitch, even the money he makes is unconscionable, but don't be fooled by him." For Zheng Fa, the ultimate goal of practicing Lingshan method is not to make money or gain a high status, but to do research. It is not just the practice of Lingshan method that can create a spiritual environment. He only talked about practicing the Lingshan method itself, but he also regarded it as a very important experiment. Zheng Fa felt as if he was connected to the Hongshan Mountain through 2 spiritual talismans, forming a huge cycle. The spiritual power in his danshan flows into the Hongshan Mountain along this mysterious connection, and then flows into his danshan along the veins in the mountain. When he came out, the spiritual power that had been condensed in his danshan for a long time was extremely dense, like mercury. And when this spiritual power returned to his danshan, it had turned into clouds, or in other words, it had turned into spiritual energy. Zheng Fa observed this scene carefully. For people in the Sunwei world, absorbing spiritual energy and turning it into spiritual power is a natural thing. But Zheng Fa, who has received modern education, always asks one more reason than people in the Sunwei world. Why can spiritual energy be turned into spiritual power? What is the difference between spiritual power and aura? In fact, he already had a crude conjecture, which if expressed as an equation would be spiritual power equals spiritual energy plus soul plus movement trajectory determined by meridians. This is actually not a conjecture, but a rough summary of his cultivation process. In essence, cultivation in the Sunwei world is the process of absorbing spiritual energy, and then using the soul to lead the spiritual energy to flow along certain meridians, and finally store it in the body. This conjecture itself is not difficult, but Zheng Fa feels it is very important. If he understands this, then he will have understood the essence of various techniques in the Sunwei realm. To put it more broadly, he could even say that he was exploring the essence of cultivation. If he further imagined it, Zheng Fa might be able to create the most suitable method for himself through this exploration of the essence, just like after discovering that magnetism generates electricity, he could try to build a generator. Practicing the Lingshan method now is a kind of verification of this conjecture. By observing how his spiritual power turns into spiritual energy, he can understand whether his idea is partially correct. What surprised Zheng Fa was that the spiritual energy formed in his danshan was indeed no longer under the control of his soul, and there was no longer the feeling of being like a finger. In other words, compared to spiritual power, spiritual energy lacks his soul, which partially validates his idea. Even through the Lingshan method, Zheng Fa can come up with another equation. Aura equals spiritual power, soul plus movement trajectory determined by spiritual veins. He opened his eyes, with some joy in his eyes. Although it was only a small verification of a very simple conjecture, he was very happy to have such a harvest when he first started practicing Lingshan method. "What's wrong? Is it done?" Seeing him laughing, the old man Bai on the side asked quickly. Whether Zheng Fa can successfully practice the Lingshan method is a big deal for the two of them. Zheng Fa's eyes glowed with silver as he looked around. By analogy, in Lingshan Fa, Zheng Fa's role is very much like a power source, and the Hongshan Mountains are a large circuit board, responsible for converting spiritual power into spiritual energy. He is currently only at the 7th level of Qi training, and the spiritual energy he can convert is extremely thin and can only affect a space less than 10 meters in radius. This is also normal. According to the records of Lingshan method, the spiritual energy environment created by the 7th level of Qi training is only enough for a few people to practice, and they can only cultivate up to the 1st level of Qi training. But now, for Old Man Bai and the two of them, this is enough. Don't you feel the change? Old Man Bai shook his head blankly and looked around. Nothing has changed. There has been a change. Tang Lingyu on the side suddenly said, "My mobile phone lost signal just now, and it is now turned off." Zheng Fa was stunned and took out his mobile phone. The screen of his mobile phone was also black, as if some unknown malfunction had occurred. He looked at Old Man Bai. Old Man Bai was holding his mobile phone and shaking his head at him. This is, spiritual energy can interfere with electronic devices. Zheng Fa frowned and said, it's not just interference. If it's just interference, it means the signal performance is wrong. Old Man Bai shook his head and said, this is shut down. It seems that even the circuit inside has some problems due to the spiritual energy. When Zheng Fa heard this, he couldn't help but think of his previous doubts. If the development of mathematics in the Sunwei world is a bit outrageous, it is because it is not intuitive enough. The electromagnetic induction itself is actually very intuitive, especially for monks who know thunder magic. They have extremely strong sensing capabilities and can control large amounts of electrical energy. Even if it is a coincidence, they can detect the magnetization of the metal as long as they stand next to the metal and use the thunder method. Now it seems that it is probably the fault of Reiki. Thinking of this, Zheng Fa couldn't help but think of what senior brother Zhuang said about spiritual energy being the poison of the world. There is an inexplicable fit. Of course, even if the Sunwei realm monks discover this phenomenon, will they start an energy revolution? Zheng Fa doesn't think so. Reiki is so useful. This is not bad. Old Man Bai thought for a moment and said, at least we don't have to worry about anyone using electronic devices to spy on us. Zheng Fa nodded and looked at the Old Man Bai with desire in his eyes, knowing that the old man couldn't wait any longer. He walked back to his room and took out 5 books from his suitcase. Qi Xiaoju, Bai Shuiju, Cheng Chun Gong, Gang Jinju and Huang Tu Gong. They are all introductory exercises for disciples to practice in Jushin sect. Zheng Fa picked one of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The primary criterion for selection is safety. The one with the most annotations and the most detailed exercises is the one that is difficult to go astray. What is this? Try them one by one, and practice the one that can practice the fastest. The reason for using this stupid method is that he did not have the means to test the spiritual roots of the Old Man Bai and the others. This is the hard part of being a founder in modern times. To a certain extent, modern times are an enhanced version of the decline of the spiritual power of the Sunwei realm. There are no spiritual plants. There are no spiritual stones. There are no various means that have long been popular in the Sunwei realm. But on the other hand, developing a small immortal cultivation civilization from scratch can also allow Zheng Fa to have a deeper understanding of the essence of immortality. Until now, Zheng Fa still doesn't know what spiritual roots are. He also had some ideas of his own. From the perspective of the process of spiritual energy being transformed into spiritual power, there are 2 determining factors. The first, of course, is the soul, and the second is the trajectory of spiritual energy determined by the meridians. The spiritual root thing is most likely related to this trajectory. As for what the relationship is, Zheng Fa still needs some additional evidence. The Old Man Bai and the other looked at each other and picked one article each. The Old Man Bai took the Yellow Earth skill. Tang Lingyu took the Eternal Spring skill. The 2 took the book and flipped through it, and they couldn't help but frowned. These are all the skills of the Sunwei realm, which are a little difficult to understand for modern people. Some of the concepts in it are relatively unfamiliar to most people. I'll teach you first. It's always a little difficult at the beginning. Zheng Fa had thought of these problems a long time ago. He walked in front of the 2, picked up 2 books, and began to guide the 2 in their practice. Fortunately, compared to others, the 2 had practiced Spirit Crane Body, which was considered to have some basics. But some of the terms in this skill also need Zheng Fa to explain slowly. Zheng Fa was also afraid that they would have problems during their first practice, so he patiently explained both books in detail. What surprised him was that the old man seemed to have a good foundation. He was very familiar with many terms, such as meridians, meditation, and breathing meditation. Am I stupid? Tang Lingyu looked at Zheng Fa with a bit of frustration. Zheng Fa shook his head, also confused. Tang Lingyu was certainly not stupid, and when he was learning these things before, he didn't perform much better than Tang Lingyu. He looked at the old man, his eyes showing deep thought. What books have you read recently? Ahem. The old man scratched his hair, a little embarrassed to be discovered. I just bought a few Taoist scriptures and read them. Tang Lingyu's eyes changed when he looked at the old man, a bit like Wang Chen's eyes when he looked at Zheng Fa before. You are so stubborn. When it was time to practice, Zheng Fa was even more certain. This old man had practiced? His meditation posture was very standard. He also entered the practice state much faster than Tang Lingyu. This inevitably made Tang Lingyu a little anxious. Old Man Bai was a little embarrassed and comforted Tang Lingyu. When I have mastered it, I will tell you the trick. Zheng Fa's strategy was to let the 2 try 5 exercises separately. Then he used the Dongsu Spirit Eye to observe the speed at which the 2 absorbed spiritual energy. So he picked out the exercise that they practiced the fastest. What made Zheng Fa relieved was that both of them could absorb spiritual energy smoothly. This meant that both of them had the so-called spiritual roots. But in Zheng Fa's view at this time, spiritual roots were probably not a question of existence or non-existence, but a question of good or bad. After trying a circle, he found that Old Man Bai was the most suitable for Yellow Earth Gong, which means that he absorbed the most spiritual energy by practicing Yellow Earth Gong. As for Tang Lingyu, she was very good at choosing. The Changchun Gong she took at the beginning was extremely suitable for her physique. It was really extremely suitable. Seeing the speed at which Tang Lingyu absorbed spiritual energy, Zheng Fa couldn't help but look at Old Man Bai meaningfully. He estimated that Tang Lingyu was probably practicing at the speed of a single spiritual root. In other words, she is a genius. The old man Bai and the other two gradually immersed themselves in their practice. Zheng Fa watched carefully from the side, fearing that something might happen to the two beginners. After a while, the old man Bai slowly opened his eyes, looked at Zheng Fa with some excitement and said, Zheng Fa, I practiced this yellow earth skill a little faster than the other 4 skills. I feel like I have cultivated a trace of spiritual energy. Zheng Fa put his finger on his lips and motioned him to look at Tang Lingmu. There was a small vortex of spiritual energy on Tang Lingmu's head at this time, as if she was advancing. The old man Bai was stunned, and the look he gave Tang Lingmu was very similar to the look Wang Chen gave Zheng Fa now. Why? Sunwei Realm. Zheng Fa had just written down on paper all his thoughts on practicing the Spirit Mountain skill this time. Senior sister Yuan suddenly broke in. Junior brother Zheng. She looked panicked. Uncle Huang sent a message that the Changchun sect was wiped out, senior sister Zhang was missing, and other disciples were ambushed. On the 9th peak of the 9 mountains, the atmosphere was unusually solemn. After such a big thing happened, even Uncle Peng went to the 9th peak in person. Sun Dayu and Zhou Qianyuan who were following him looked a little confused. Zheng Fa and senior sister Yuan are also here. As soon as Uncle Peng went up the mountain, he shouted, Brother, what happened? His face looked anxious. The headmaster was somewhat calm. Junior sister Huang came back from the message. She was late. What do you mean it's late? She first went to the Changchun sect to see the situation, but the place was deserted and even her spiritual veins were destroyed. The others couldn't help but feel a little horrified. This is no longer a matter of annihilating the family, this is digging up the roots, which shows how ruthless it is. The leader continued. With the clue lost, junior sister Huang had no choice but to look for it in the Thunder Pond. After searching for several days, she found nothing, until later, she discovered traces of many disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Many. Uncle Peng frowned. Yes. Later, she followed these demon sect disciples and realized that the Changchun sect was destroyed by the Dzi demon sect. The leader of the Changchun sect discovered their traces and was discovered by them when he was about to report the news to Master Nephew Zhang. The Great Freedom Demon Sect. Master Peng's face was full of puzzlement. Why did they send so many people to Taiyang County? Zheng Fa was also confused about this matter. It is understandable that Zheng Fa is the demon sect who is looking at geniuses to kill them. This is because they have learned lessons from history and learned well. But the Changchun sect was wiped out. This behavior is a bit too conspicuous. Nowadays, Sunwei Realm is still dominated by the immortal sect. No matter how powerful the demon sect is, it is still at a disadvantage in this calamity. They didn't come to Taiyang County. Unexpectedly, the leader shook his head and said with a somewhat depressed look on his face, they were originally in Taiyang County. According to junior sister Huang, when the spirit cave was born this time, it also brought a thunder pool, which caused great changes in the underground. It seems that the secret realm of the Great Freedom Demon Sect was exposed. Zheng Fa was speechless. In this matter, why is it the demonic cult of freedom who feels aggrieved? People hide and develop well, but in the end, spiritual acupoints appear from heaven. Uncle Peng was also speechless. He pursed his lips and his expression became heavier. Zheng Fa can understand the meaning. This was a sudden encounter that no one was prepared for. But on the other hand, if the demon cult of freedom is blocked at the door of their home, they will most likely fight tooth and nail if they get anxious. What about Master Nephew Zhang and the others? Junior sister Huang followed the demon sect disciples and discovered the disciples that Master Nephew Zhang had taken away. When they arrived at the Changchun sect, they were ambushed by the demon sect disciples. Master Nephew Zhang could only take them and hide everywhere. What happened next? Hearing this, even Zheng Fa was a little anxious. After all, that is the home of the Dzi demon sect. Faced with several nascent souls who were outnumbered and injured, Master Zhang could only lead them towards the Thunder Pond. The leader shook his head and said, with the help of the power of the Thunder Pond, they only then can we support it. What does it mean, to use the power of Thunder Pool? Uncle Peng couldn't understand again. That Thunder Pool is extremely violent. According to junior sister Huang, in that Thunder Pool, the higher your cultivation level, the more careful you have to be. If your cultivation level above the foundation is exposed, you will be struck by thunder. If it is above the golden elixir, it will be struck by thousands of thunders. Above the nascent soul. I heard that a demon sect's nascent soul was bombarded to death because he was too arrogant. Zheng Fa twitched the corner of his mouth. He also knew why senior sister Zhang hid in the Thunder Pond. To put it simply, she is preparing to use her rich experience in low-level fighting to kill these shameless nascent souls. Has junior sister Huang found junior nephew Zhang? No, she fought with several nascent souls of the demon sect and went deep into the depths of the Thunder Pond. The leader frowned and said, these disciples who were separated from her suffered considerable losses. Heard this. Everyone was a little silent. Although this matter is not as anxious as senior sister Yuan showed. But it's not easy to handle either. The missing senior sister Zhang is very important to Jushin sect. The bigger problem is the secret realm of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Taiyang County is considered the territory of the Nine Mountains sect. There is a secret realm of the demon sect in this place, which is really a bit nerve-wracking. I will ask for help from the 100 Immortals Alliance for this matter. The leader said decisively, how can we, the Jushin sect, handle such a big thing as the Great Freedom Demon Sect? Zheng Fa nodded. My master's words are very clear. What are the moral principles of the world and the devil's sect? Let's go shoulder to shoulder? Uncle Peng, on the other hand, looked a little reluctant to give up the spirit stone mine in the spirit cave, and the thunder pool. The spirit stone mine needs to be discussed by us nascent souls. I think this thunder pool is more important. We have to send some disciples below the foundation building stage. The leader said hesitantly, we must find Master Zheng. Yes, the current environment in Leiqi is better for disciples with lower cultivation levels. On the other hand, the thunder pool is very beneficial to our most powerful true teaching, the Shen Xiao's true method of controlling thunder. If we can occupy the thunder pool, our Jushin sect will not be able to regain its former glory in the future. Rational. Uncle Peng nodded slowly. Zheng Fa could feel that everyone present was secretly looking at him. He knew what they were thinking. This thunder pool is extremely beneficial to myself. Although he is still just practicing qi, his consciousness is now comparable to that of foundation building, and he also has the power of foundation building when he casts talismans. On the other hand, he has practiced the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya and has an outstanding ability to carry thunder. If anyone in the Jushin sect can thrive in the thunder pond, it can only be him. He even believed that everyone present knew this. Master, I will lead people. You can't do it. The leader suddenly said, I'm not going to let you go. Looking at his master, Zheng Fa was a little confused. Obviously the most suitable one is yourself. Senior nephew Zheng is certainly important, but your talent is not inferior to her now. The leader said hesitantly, she has disappeared, and I will not let you take risks. You are my disciple. The leader suddenly put on the airs of a master, listen to me. Looking at the old man's serious face, Zheng Fa didn't know what to say. On the other hand, Master Peng nodded and said, that's true. We still don't know the situation of Master Nephew Zheng. At least we can wait until we find Master Nephew Zheng. Zheng Fa, don't act rashly. Seeing that Uncle Peng also objected, Zheng Fa pursed his lips and said nothing more. Seeing that he stopped talking, the headmaster and Uncle Peng nodded, seeming quite satisfied. Then who should we send? Uncle Peng frowned. This person cannot be high in cultivation, and it is best to build a foundation, but he must have some prestige in the sect and be able to suppress other disciples. There are not many candidates for this. Jushin sect has 2 branches. The most suitable person for senior sister Zhang's lineage is Zheng Fa, but the headmaster won't let him go. You can only find it in Uncle Peng's lineage. Uncle Peng looked at Zhou Qianyuan and Sun Dayu beside him. There are only a few prestigious disciples among them, and the 2 people in front of them are among them. The 2 people in front of me are the most suitable. Qianyuan, your current cultivation level is only at the qi refining stage, and you still have a single spiritual root. A single spiritual root. Uncle Peng seemed a little reluctant to part with it. It's not appropriate. He turned to look at Sun Dayu on the side. Dayu, you have 2 spiritual roots. No, you happen to be in the foundation building stage. You go ahead. Sun Dayu. After everyone else left, Zheng Fa followed his master into the thatched cottage. Neither of them spoke. What, you have something to say to me? Seeing that he wouldn't leave, the headmaster suddenly asked, want to see your senior sister Zheng? No. Zheng Fa was silent for a moment and then expressed his thoughts. Master, why don't you let me go? I'm obviously the most suitable. Suitable. The leader muttered, then curled his lips and said, you are my disciple. I have only received 3 direct descendants in my life. 2 of them died because they went out. Zheng Fa finally understood why the old man was reluctant when he heard that he wanted to join the 9 Mountains sect. This is almost a demon. Of course Master Zheng is very talented and extremely important to our Jushin sect. He is the future of our sect, but that is junior sister Wang's disciple. The leader suddenly looked out the door and said, I only have you as my disciple now. Actually, it's not that I won't let you go. Even if there is no matter about Master Zhang's nephew, you'd better go to the Thunder Pond when you complete the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya. The 5th step of 5 Thunder Dharma body is to use the heavenly thunder to refine the body. Even if you practice the first 4 steps, it is still a bit dangerous for you. The leader explained, the advantage of the thunder pool is that not only are there many suitable Shengxiao's true method of controlling thunder has thunder spiritual plants and many different levels of sky thunder, which can allow you to use the sky thunder to cleanse your body as safely as possible. Let your Uncle Peng's disciples find out. You can practice for a while longer and wait until the 10th level of qi refining before going. The leader Yu said, now there is a mixed bag of fish and dragons, and it is not clear how many people from the Great Freedom Demon sect are there. Thank you master for your protection. Zheng Fa was silent for a while and then whispered. It wasn't until today that he was really sure that this master was planning for himself. Actually, this is not just my intention. Master Zheng came to see me before he left. She said that if something happens to her, let me stop you first. Zheng Fa blinked, but he didn't expect senior sister Zheng to have such an explanation. She said that you would be a good leader, better than me and better than her. The leader seemed to be recalling senior sister Zhang's words, to Jushin sect, you are more important than her. Zheng Fa slowly walked down the 9th peak and came to senior sister Zhang's yard. He walked slowly in the courtyard, walked from the study to the backyard, and sat in the pavilion in the backyard, listening to the rumble of the waterfall behind him. After sitting for a long time, he stood up again and walked slowly towards the garden. The route they walked was exactly the same as the route they usually took when senior sister Zheng discussed Taoism with him. At the end, Zheng Fa felt as if senior sister Zhang was by his side. He couldn't help but turn his head, but he didn't see a familiar figure. In the courtyard of senior sister Zhang, Lin Bufan and Han Qi looked at each other, looking at Zheng Fa in the study, with some worry in their eyes. Young master hasn't come out yet. Well, he has been in seclusion for 3 consecutive days. Lin Bufan shook his head, stay at home. As for senior sister Zhang, well, I'll go to the market to guard it first. Han Qi shook his head, as if he had some understanding of Zheng Fa's choice. You persuade the young master not to be too anxious. In the study, Zheng Fa's consciousness was immersed in the danshan. On the 7th petal of the Twin Lotus platform in his danshan, a new Yuan Fu has appeared, Lei Suo Fu. This is a relatively rare Yuan Fu. It should be said that Lei Fu is relatively rare, because this thing is extremely unstable and most people dare not play with it. Originally, he had been hesitating about what Yuan Fu to condense on the 7th talisman. According to the order of yin and yang and the 5 elements, the talisman condensed this time should be Yangjingxing. This type of talisman is generally biased towards attack and defense. What Zheng Fa needed most was actually medical and illusion. Therefore, Zheng Fa hesitated for a long time for this talisman. A few days ago, he had almost chosen the golden armor talisman. After all, in terms of attack power, he had the frost blade talisman. In terms of hurrying, he had the raising cloud talisman. And this time, choosing a defensive talisman can be regarded as perfecting his combat system. But just yesterday, he changed his mind and chose the thunder rope talisman. The function of this talisman, as the name suggests, is to summon a chain condensed from lightning, and its main function is to restrict the opponent's behavior and paralyze the opponent. The function of the frost blade talisman is more to kill the enemy. The thunder rope talisman is more inclined to trap the enemy, which can be regarded as a perfection of his combat mode. Of course, the main reason why he chose the thunder rope talisman is to prepare for going to the thunder pond. Zheng Fa prefers to go to the thunder pond as soon as possible. On the one hand, of course, it is for senior sister Zhang. On the other hand, he can't avoid it. Jushin sect is now facing off against the Great Freedom Demon sect. It is unknown how long the conflict will last. As one of the most famous geniuses of Jushin sect, it is difficult for him to stay out of this struggle. One day, he will face the enemies from the Great Freedom Demon sect, or rather, he has already met them, such as Lin Bufan and Chen Ting. He thinks that he is a person who does not like to conflict with others, but at this time he can't help but like it or not. Since he has to fight, Zheng Fa is of course willing to choose the battlefield that suits him best. The best is of course Jushin sect, which is full of security. But he is not stupid. The second one is the Thunder Pond. He wants to go to the Thunder Pond. In addition to practicing 5 Thunder Dharma Body and Shen Xiao Yulei Zhenfa, he also wants to get familiar with the Great Freedom Demon sect, just as training. Now that the master does not let him leave the sect, he can also understand the worry. For him, there is only one way to have the best of both worlds, practice to death. The head of the sect asked him to go before the 5 Thunder Dharma Body is perfected, so he will reach the 4th level as soon as possible. Zheng Fa picked up the Black Thunder Stone given by senior sister Zhang. He had always used this Black Thunder Stone with great care, and had only used it 2 or 3 times. He was no longer stingy at this time. The lightning flowed from the Black Thunder Stone into his danshan, causing him to tremble slightly, his skin flushed, his teeth chattering, and it seemed that all the bones in his body were out of his control and kept jumping. This was the first time he was practicing the 3rd level of bone forging in the 5 Thunder Dharma Body. Zheng Fa could feel that the power of the thunder that erupted from the Black Thunder Stone this time was stronger than the previous current intensity, and it increased several times. Only in this way could the current penetrate his skin and flesh and temper his bones. What surprised Zheng Fa was that it was not only his bones that were strengthening, but his skin and flesh were also slowly strengthening. It didn't take long. The black on the Black Thunder Stone in his hand gradually faded and turned into snow white. Zheng Fa gently pinched it, and the Black Thunder Stone shattered into a pile of dregs. Zheng Fa stood up, not surprised. Although he has been saving it, the amount of heavenly thunder power needed for one bone forging is really not small, so it is normal to consume one piece of Black Thunder Stone for one practice. Although there are few Black Thunder Stones in the market, there are still some. Now he still has some savings. If he really wants to buy more, he can afford to buy a few more pieces, but a few pieces are probably not enough. Even if he adds the time in modern times, he wants to practice the 5 Thunder Dharma Body to the 4th level in a short time, and he needs more Black Thunder Stones. Zheng Fa has already made plans. Senior sister Yuan is stupid. No, generous. It should not be a problem to borrow some from her first. Just when he thought of senior sister Yuan, her voice came, Junior brother Zheng. Is junior brother Zheng still in seclusion? Outside the door, senior sister Yuan was talking to Lin Bufan. Yes. What should I do? Senior sister Yuan's voice sounded worried. Senior sister. Zheng Fa pushed open the door of the study, and as soon as he stepped out of the study, he saw senior sister Yuan frowning and turning in circles. What's wrong? The market is not good. Not good. The news about senior sister Zhang and the others has spread. Han Qi and the other two walked slowly in the market. Today's market was particularly unfamiliar to them. The atmosphere in the market was chaotic and desperate. Some shops were closed, and there were traces of fighting at the door, which looked messy. More than half of the stalls in the market were empty, so sparse that it was chilling. The faces of the customers walking in the market have uneasiness and eagerness on their faces. A stall selling talismans. A store that sells lingu. Even in the past, there were only a few shops selling elixirs and magic tools because the prices were too expensive. They were all packed with people. Everyone seems to be crazy about spending all their wealth and not being able to make it tomorrow. The news of senior sister Zhang's disappearance has spread. Senior brother who went to many cities this time. I heard that a lot of losses were suffered. Beside Han Qi, a tall and thin man went to inquire about it, but when he came back he had a smile on his face. With a bit of Qi Qiren's expression, the whole city is in chaos. They said that the sect selected foundation building and Qi training disciples to go to the Thunder Pond, and they all guessed that they were going to let them die. Han Qi nodded slightly. He understood what the tall and thin man meant. It doesn't matter whether you buy various supplies or do business without setting up a stall. In fact, it is for one reason, to prepare for war. Lakey is actually relatively safe for lower-level disciples, don't they know? Han Qi asked. I know, Senior Sister Yuan has explained it, but I don't believe it. The tall and thin man replied. They are afraid that this is an excuse that will make them die. Han Qi shook his head. To be honest, he understood these disciples. They were unable to resist because the order came from the two nascent souls. That's why they're so desperate. Senior brother, do you believe it? The tall and thin man suddenly asked Han Qi. After being speechless for a long time, Han Qi smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Zheng Fa who said this, he wouldn't believe it. They all say that spiritual intelligence is fading, but in fact everyone knows that one day it will happen. The tall and thin man was silent for a while, and then suddenly said. Han Qi was speechless, but he also understood what the tall and thin man meant. The panic in the city was not just the distrust of the lower-level disciples of the Jushin sect towards the higher UPS. There is also a fear of impending chaos. The three of them are very busy today. As city law enforcement disciples, their main responsibility is to maintain the stability of the city. But unfortunately, everyone in the Jushin sect today is like a thunder talisman, which will explode if they are not careful. Often a disagreement will lead to a quarrel. In an hour, Han Qi and the others had stopped 3 conflicts. Even as time went by, everyone's pent-up anger grew more and more, and some people even started to take action in the market. Seeing this situation, Han Qi and the others were worried. At this moment, there seemed to be some news coming from outside the market, and the customers and vendors in the market began to whisper to each other, and they all smiled. This news was like a spring breeze, and the tense atmosphere in Kaifeng City immediately became peaceful. What's the good news? Han Qi walked over and asked the vendors on the side. You don't know? Senior Sister Yuan sent a message, and junior brother Zheng Fa Zhenren said that he will go to Lakey in at least half a month, and at most a month. If he goes, I will naturally feel relieved. Seeing this group of people seem to have put down a heavy burden, they are doing business happily and calmly, just like before. The tall and thin man couldn't help but be startled. Senior Sister Yuan explained for a long time this morning. We have said it almost 100 times before, but it's still not as good as one sentence from junior brother Zheng. Han Qi pursed his lips and sighed. His words are better than anything else. That's junior brother Zheng. Whoever goes to die will not be him. Come to me. The voice of his master appeared in Zheng Fa's ears. When he reached the thatched cottage, the leader stood in front of the thatched cottage and looked at him with a cold face. Master. Zheng Fa bowed silently. Do you still recognize me as your master? Disciples dare not forget. Then you don't respect your teacher's orders. Master, I am going to practice the 5 Thunder Dharma body to the exchange stage, and I will go to the lay pond to advance at that time. Zheng Fa said his reasons. At that time, I will also need the lay pond to practice the 5 Thunder Dharma body. Half a month to a month, are you ready to repair and change blood? Disciple is going to use Xianlei stone. Where did you get so many? If the spirit stones are not enough, I will ask Senior Sister Yuan to borrow them. Zheng Fa's frequency of going to modern times before was not fixed. Sometimes he would go to modern times only once a month because of critical moments in his cultivation. But during this period, he planned to go every 7 days. Try to use modern electricity to practice the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya. He was not prepared to waste this world in vain. Although the Xianlei stone was expensive, he was not prepared to be stingy when the critical moment came. The leader looked at him twice, curled his lips and said, Don't bully that bird. He waved his hand, and a storage bag fell into Zheng Fa's hands. Master. Inside is a little bit of the Xianlei stone that I had left. The leader said with a cold face. Zheng Fa opened the storage bag and found dozens of black Xianlei stones inside. Master, do you have so much left? Zheng Fa looked at his master in disbelief. There used to be many Xianlei stones. That must have been tens of thousands of years ago. Master, can you keep this thing for so long? Zheng Fa said half moved, half complaining. Can I bet that the value of this thing will increase? Just tell me if the value has increased. The leader snorted, then waved his hand as if to chase people away. Apprentices are all debts. Get out of here. Looking at Zheng Fa's retreating back, Pang Zhenren suddenly walked out of the thatched cottage. You have a good disciple. We can rest assured that Jushin sect will be handed over to him in the future. Yes, he is good. He has prestige and can remember the favor. The head of the sect sighed, but he is disobedient. If he is not good, give it to me. You wish. The head of the sect glared at Master Pang, and after a long time, he said, But I can let him take care of you in your old age. Just lend me some spirit stones. Do you think I am that stupid bird? Uncle Peng snorted. I am a Yuanying. Why should I take care of you in my old age? Old Man Bai was sitting on a chair, wearing a pair of black gloves in his hands. 2 wires on the gloves were connected to a transformer nearby. He was quite restless, twisting left and right, and occasionally raising his hands to look at the metal conductive sheets on the gloves. Is it really okay? He couldn't help but mutter to Zheng Fa. Don't worry. Zheng Fa replied, this magic weapon is my secret, and you are the second one in the world to enjoy it. I searched, and it's less than 210 yuan will be returned if you give a good review. Are you always afraid? Zheng Fa looked at him sideways. Who's afraid? Old Man Bai curled his lips and said, I'm just asking. The voltage is low at first, which is quite safe. Besides, didn't I teach you the first level of 5 Thunder Body? Zheng Fa consoled him. Old Man Bai pursed his lips and stopped talking. Zheng Fa connected the transformer to the power supply. Tell me, if something happens to me, would it be considered an accident? Will the insurance cover it? Old Man Bai suddenly asked. How about you let me think about it again? I suddenly found that I am not that interested in electromagnetic rotation anymore. Zheng Fa twisted the knob on the transformer. Old Man Bai's lips trembled slightly, his tongue became stiff, and he could no longer speak. Run the spiritual power in the body according to the 5 Thunder Body. Zheng Fa reminded him while staring at the old man intently. His hand was still on the knob of the transformer, ready to cut off the power supply at any time. He was also a little worried. On the one hand, he was afraid that the old man was old and that although he had practiced the spiritual crane body, his physique would not be as good as his own after all. On the other hand, it was Old Man Bai who was practicing the 5 Thunder Body for the first time, and Zheng Fa was afraid that he would not be familiar with it. What reassured Zheng Fa was that the old man seemed to be very interested in the 5 Thunder Body. Although he was a little scared just now, he soon entered a state of cultivation. After watching for a long time, Zheng Fa quietly walked out of the room, leaving the old man to practice alone. Huh? Where is Zheng Fa? Old Man Bai walked out of the room with a figure-footed step, looking a little triumphant. He searched for Zheng Fa for a long time, but only saw Tang Lingmu. Have you finished practicing? Yes. Although this is my first time, I think I am very suitable for this technique. I heard from Zheng Fa that you are always a little afraid. Who's scared? It's just unfamiliarity? Fear of the unknown. Old Man Bai immediately interrupted her. I'm telling you, after I practiced, I felt like my whole body was clear, and I thought the voltage was low. Is the voltage low? Zheng Fa came over with a big cardboard box. Just in time, the high-voltage DC power supply I bought has arrived. How about you try it? Seeing Old Man Bai closing his mouth and not speaking, Zheng Fa couldn't help but shook his head, put down the box in his hand and opened it. After opening, it is a white metal box. There are several small displays and buttons on it. What is the highest voltage of this high-voltage DC power supply? Maximum 30 kV. Zheng Fa took out the instruction manual and read it carefully. This voltage is too high. Do you really want to use this? Old Man Bai couldn't help but show a hint of worry on his face. Adjust the pressure from low to high. If it feels too high, stop. Please help me adjust it later. The maximum output voltage of the previous transformer was only 300 V, which could no longer meet Zheng Fa's needs for practicing the 5 Thunder Dharmakaya. Today, this high-voltage DC power supply is equivalent to a Lingbao upgrade for Zheng Fa. The main adjustable high-voltage transformer is difficult to buy, not because it cannot be made, but because the demand for this thing is not large. Zheng Fa asked several stores, and either they said they didn't have it, or they needed to customize it. He originally thought about finding someone to customize it, but then he discovered this high-voltage DC power supply. Just buy it and try it. Zheng Fa put the gloves on himself, sat cross-legged on the chair, and turned to look at Old Man Bai. Old Man Bai nodded, turned on the power switch, and began to adjust the output voltage. Soon, the voltage displayed on the screen exceeded 400 V. Old Man Bai turned his head and glanced at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa shook his head. 800 V. Zheng Fa's hands were shaking a little, but he still shook his head. At 1500 V. Old Man Bai and the other two could already hear Zheng Fa's teeth chattering. A little higher, Zheng Fa said unclearly. When the voltage reached 2100 V, the two of them saw Zheng Fa gently nodding and immersed in the practice of 5 Thunder Body. Grandpa Bai, why do I feel that something has been wrong with Zheng Fa these past 2 days? Looking at Zheng Fa, Tang Lingmu suddenly said. You can see it too. What happened to him? I'm afraid I've encountered some difficulty, so I'm a little anxious. Old Man Bai touched his chin and guessed. Is it difficult? Tang Lingmu was a little confused. What difficulty can there be? Old Man Bai looked at the numbers on the screen, frowned, and suddenly said. When a man is so cruel to himself, there is usually only one situation. What's going on? Lovelorn. In Zheng Fa's inner view, the bones in his body were trembling and undergoing some magical changes. As the strong current flowed through, the surface of the bones that Zheng Fa could see inevitably had a layer of charred black, as if they were carbonized due to the instantaneous high temperature. The next moment, the spiritual power in Zheng Fa's body operated according to the 5 Thunder Body, slowly nourishing these blackened locations. Gradually, little golden lights suddenly shone in the black. At first, the golden light was very weak, like an inconspicuous crack in the darkness. Later, the golden color slowly expanded and grew into a dense spider web. Until the end, the black was completely covered with gold. Zheng Fa's bones seemed to have a golden film. He slowly opened his eyes. Old Man Bai and Tang Lingyu in front of him stared at him nervously. How about it? It's done. As the golden film appeared, Zheng Fa understood that he had achieved the third level of the Five Thunder Body, bone forging. The two old men looked at each other, with joy on their faces. Zheng Fa stood up from the chair and felt his body carefully. He seemed to have changed, but he couldn't tell where. Huh? Have you grown taller? As Old Man Bai spoke, he opened his palms and placed them flat in front of his forehead. He gestured towards Zheng Fa again and seemed to confirm before nodding. He's grown taller. Zheng Fa was stunned, walked to the bathroom, and stood in front of the mirror. He has changed a lot. Before practicing the Linghe body, Zheng Fa was not short, but very thin. He looked like he was malnourished as a child. Later, he practiced martial arts and became an immortal, and his appearance gradually changed. The skin has improved. The body has also become stronger. But a person's body proportions, such as the proportions of head and shoulders, legs and upper body, are difficult to change from innateness. Zheng Fa's previous body proportions can only be described as that of an ordinary person. But now, look at yourself in the mirror. The legs seem to be a little longer than before, and the shoulders are a little wider than before. The whole person has an unusually harmonious beauty. Come on, let me measure you. Old Man Bai walked in with a tape measure in his hand. He seemed to have discovered this problem and was curious about Zheng Fa's body. Tang Lingyu on the side also had bright eyes. After the old man finished measuring, he calculated silently, and suddenly said, "This technique really made you reach the golden ratio. Has anything changed elsewhere?" Old Man Bai asked enthusiastically. "Why are you always curious about this? Shouldn't I also practice the Five Thunder Dharma body? Why don't you take it off and measure it for me? I still have something else to do." Alas! Seeing Zheng Fa running away, Old Man Bai seemed to have some regret on his face. When he turned his head, he found that Tang Lingyu was still staring at Zheng Fa's back. "What are you looking at? Legs? No, I didn't see anything." Tisk Old Man Bai glanced sideways at her and tooted. "Grandpa Bai, what are you doing? I'm thinking, after this kid has practiced like this, it will be difficult for him to fall out of love in the future. Cultivation of immortality is like a controllable evolution of life." After confirming the changes in their bodies, Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai discussed the evolution of life. Tang Lingyu, who was listening on the sidelines, suddenly patted her head, as if she remembered something. "I discovered something before." "What?" "Follow me." Tang Ling ran out of the room. Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai looked at each other and ran outside. "This is an open space." Tang Lingyu said before that the purchased garden plants had arrived and the place was fenced off to hide their whereabouts. Therefore, the place is kept pretty clean. It was here that Zheng Fa practiced the Lingshan method before. "Look." Tang Lingyu pointed to the corner and said. Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai looked over and saw a few weeds growing there. It seemed that the workers at that time were lazy and did not clean them up. "What's going on?" Old Man Bai asked. "This grass is different." Tang Lingyu said firmly. "I carefully looked around for the same type of grass, and these plants grew taller and larger." Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai looked at each other and immediately understood what Tang Lingyu meant. The two of them leaned over and carefully looked at the unknown grasses in front of them. "Then I found a few plants that looked like the same kind and compared them. It's different. Overall, the plants growing here are stronger, with larger and greener leaves, and deeper root systems. Is this a mutation in a spiritual environment?" Old Man Bai told Zheng Fa's guess. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. "The same mountain top, almost the same environment, and the same species. The only difference is probably that he has been practicing the Lingshan method here, and this place should have been enveloped by the spiritual energy emanating from Zheng Fa. Is there such an obvious change in such a short period of time?" Old Man Bai frowned and said, "I don't know whether this change is good or bad. You still have to be careful when practicing Lingshan method in the future. We need an agricultural expert here." Old Man Bai muttered inadvertently. "Tell me, do we know anyone in this field?" Seeing that the two of them were silent, Old Man Bai said again. "You are thinking about Teacher Tian." Zheng Fa shook his head and said. "By the way, Teacher Tian sent me a message 2 days ago." Tang Lingyu suddenly took out her mobile phone and said, "I said I was in Beijing, and she asked me to go to her house for dinner. I also said I was in Beijing." The old man was stunned, and seemed a little unbelievable. "Why didn't she invite me? Tell me, why don't we know any agricultural experts?" The old man was silent for a while, and asked again. It was as if he had forgotten a certain old lady named Tian. "Grandpa Bai, Teacher Tian didn't invite you?" In the online car ride to Teacher Tian's house, Tang Lingyu said helplessly to Old Man Bai. "No need to invite me, my old friend is here, why can't I just have a meal?" In the passenger seat, Old Man Bai snorted, quite dissatisfied. "She said, let Zheng Fa and I go have a meal, and she specifically said she wouldn't take you with her. Can she still stop me at the door?" Old Man Bai said persistently. "Grandpa Bai, do you like Teacher Tian that much?" Looking at Zheng Fa on the side, Tang Lingyu couldn't help but asked curiously. "That's not true. I'm quite a philanthropic person." "Then you return it. Isn't it your fault?" Old Man Bai raised his eyes and glanced at the two of them with disdain in the rearview mirror. "I ate too much dog food, and the eunuchs all want to find a companion. Besides, there are only a few people in this nursing home. Who knows if the people who come in the future will be to your liking? Why don't I find someone in advance who I like and has some feelings for? What if Teacher Tian doesn't welcome you? Old Man Bai patted the snakeskin bag at his feet and said with a slightly contented smile, "Didn't I bring a gift?" Teacher Tian's home is in a relatively remote suburb of Beijing. A place like a village in the city. The place is not small, with 3 bungalows and a small courtyard. It just looks a bit old. As soon as he got out of the car, Zheng Fa saw Teacher Tian running out with a kitchen knife. "Why are you here? Why can't I come? Didn't I tell you not to come to my house? I can just treat you to food outside. Let's go, let's go." Looking at the kitchen knife in Teacher Tian's hand, Zheng Fa looked back at Tang Lingyu. Both of them had the same confusion on their faces. Does Teacher Tian hate Old Man Bai so much? Why didn't you find it last time? Who's coming? An old woman who looked a bit old came out and opened the door and asked, "Mom." Seeing the mother-in-law coming out, Teacher Tian seemed to have given up and stopped driving away the old man. As soon as she saw Old Man Bai, Teacher Tian's mother smiled happily. Obviously she was quite familiar with Old Man Bai. "Xiao Bai is here? Come in and sit down." She warmly greeted the 3 of them into the house. On the contrary, Teacher Tian, as if accepting his fate, walked into the kitchen on one side to cook. There was a stone table in the yard, and there were several round stone benches beside the stone table. Zheng Fa, the 3 of them, and the mother-in-law sat at the stone table and chatted. Old Man Bai called her Granny Wu, and Zheng and Fa followed suit. Granny Wu must be 90 years old, but she looks healthy, neither deaf nor blind. His speech is just a bit slurred, as if he has lost a lot of teeth. After a few people chatted for a while, Granny Wu rolled her eyes and said to Old Man Bai unintentionally, "Aren't you going to go in and help?" Go." When Old Man Bai heard this, his eyes lit up and he ran in. When Teacher Tian inside heard him coming in, his face was not surprised. He just glanced helplessly at Granny Wu outside the window and let Old Man Bai stand aside. But he didn't seem to want to pay attention to him. Zheng Fa and the others understood now why Teacher Tian rushed out as soon as he saw Old Man Bai. Apparently it's because of a mother who likes to be a matchmaker. "Granny Wu, are you trying to bring Grandpa Bai and Teacher Tian together? Matching up?" Unexpectedly, Granny Wu sighed and said, "Although Xiao Bai is not very reliable, he is kind-hearted. I used to want to match him up. Now that she is ill, wouldn't it be a drag on Xiao Bai if I bring these 2 together? So you are old. I just thought, if we don't get together, we won't be together. It's a good thing that Xiao Bai is willing to come and accompany my daughter. I can also have a few more bites." Eating. Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at the 2 old men inside, and then at the excited Granny Wu. He couldn't believe what he heard. "Don't you understand?" Granny Wu grinned with a hint of arrogance. "Cooking candy? Taking CP? Do you understand?" "I understand, but you are 90 years old. Are you still so trendy?" Granny Wu took out her mobile phone and clicked on the screen. Sure enough, there is no shortage of shopping software, social networking software and even food delivery software, which are more complete than those on Zheng Fa's mobile phone. You really keep up with the times. I didn't understand this before, and I didn't even have a mobile phone. Now I don't think. I will have more, so that my daughter can feel more at ease. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu were silent for a while. I heard Granny Wu laugh and say, "But I am a late learner. Cell phones are so fun." As she spoke, Granny Wu held up her mobile phone and took 2 photos of the 2 old men inside. After taking the photo, she put down her phone and looked at the photos inside with a bit of disgust. "Young guy, you can't say a word. If you have nothing to talk about, why don't you give me a small gift or something? If you like me, can we have something to talk about?" "That's right. Grandpa Bai brought something for Teacher Tian. Xiao Bai has grown up." Grandma Wu was happy and watched Zheng Fa coming from the door carrying a big snakeskin bag. The snakeskin bag also has the 4 characters XX cement written on it. "It seems like I haven't made much progress." Looking at the bag, Grandma Wu muttered again. Zheng Fa handed the snakeskin bag to Old Man Bai in the kitchen. Old Man Bai patted his forehead, opened the snakeskin bag, and revealed the gift inside. This is a flower pot with a grass carefully planted in it, a grass dug from a nursing home. "This grass? Why does it look so familiar?" When Zheng Fa returned to the chair in the yard, he heard Granny Wu muttering. While she was talking, she looked towards the corner of the yard. There was an identical plant there, but it looked 1 size smaller. "Grass. It's fine if you don't give me flowers, but give me some grass." Granny Wu slapped her thigh, hating the iron that cannot be made into steel. "If you give me grass, just give me grass, and a weed? Is this little guy's brain lacking in strength?" In the kitchen, Teacher Tian seemed to be stunned for a moment when he saw the grass. She didn't dislike it, but took a closer look at the leaf shape of the grass. She seemed to find something wrong. Teacher Tian quickly walked out of the kitchen and took a small shovel from the corner of the yard. She dug up the soil in the flower pot, carefully took out the root system, and observed it carefully for a long time. While watching, he was also talking enthusiastically to the old man beside him. "Is this okay?" Granny Wu in the yard was stunned, glanced at Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu blankly, and said a little confused, "Is this a new trend on the internet? Why can't I understand the love between these 2 young people? Look at the 2 people inside who add up to 102. Zheng Fa always felt that this young man had a very Sunwei world style. Sunwei world. The leader also called for Uncle Peng and Zheng Fa. Junior sister Huang has sent another message. Good or bad? Uncle Peng asked. Okay. Have you found Master Zheng? Not found. What kind of good news is that? Uncle Peng snorted, looking very dissatisfied. She found a sky monument. Master Peng's face froze, and his eyes were a little dazed at first. After a while, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up again, and his brows fell down again when they were halfway up. His whole face was squeezed into a ball. This one is happy and one is sad, just like changing faces. Heavenly monument. He didn't seem to believe it and asked again. Yes. This news is also great. Zheng Fa could tell that Uncle Peng's kindness was filled with deep worries. That's great. The leader's face was extremely serious. I have immediately sent letters to other nascent soul sects in the 100 Immortals Alliance. Master Peng's face was a bit reluctant, and his expression was heartbroken, but he did not object to the leader's actions at all. It should be like this. What is the sky monument? Several people on the side listened in a daze, and senior sister Yuan couldn't help but ask. The leader glanced at a few people and said, this matter has something to do with you. The heavenly monument is an ancient spiritual treasure. Ancient times. It should be said that there was a legend about the heavenly monument long before the Great Tribulation. It is rumored that the heavenly tablet contains the supreme Taoist rhyme. If you can understand it, you will be invincible in the world. Does anyone believe this? It's not that some people believe it, it's that someone has done it. A name suddenly appeared in Zheng Fa's mind. Venerable Tianhe. It is rumored that he was able to defeat Sun Wei only after he understood a heavenly sword monument of the Tianhe sect. Zheng Fa and others now understood the value of this heavenly monument. Their spokesperson is Lord Tianhe. What is the origin of this monument? I don't know. Rumor has it that it was created by some ancient powers that were lost in history, but because there are no records left, some people say that it was created by the heaven and the earth. Senior brother. Pang Zhenren on the side interrupted the leader's explanation and said, which sky monument is this? Junior sister Huang guessed in the letter that it is the heavenly monument of Thunder Path. The Thunder Pond is also made of this heavenly monument, which is why its power is so terrifying. Zheng Fa understood in his heart why Uncle Peng was both happy and worried when he heard the news. This sky monument sounds very powerful because it is endorsed by Lord Tianhe. As for Taiyang County, it is within the sphere of influence of the Nine Mountains sect. This is really a rare treasure sent from heaven. But the Thunder Pool is so uncontrollable that the Jushin sect cannot hide the existence of this heavenly monument. If you encounter someone who is unreasonable, you can easily get killed. Senior brother, do you want to? These spiritual treasures are for the virtuous to live in. I send a message to the Yuanying sects of the 100 Immortals Alliance to open up Taiyang County for them to understand. Of course, my disciples can also go. Got it. Put aside the dispute and develop together. I'm afraid that people from all 5 sects in the world will come. Uncle Peng sighed and said. Then what do you think we should do? Can we stop him forcefully? The leader asked. Zheng Fa suddenly said, Master, do we have to go to the area around Lake to open a new market? Huh. The leader's eyes lit up. Tell me about it. What I mean is that you can come to Lake to study the heavenly monument, but you must ensure the safety of our city. We also need to ensure that we are the only city near Lake. What are you thinking, kid? The leader was silent for a while and then suddenly sighed. What do you think? Those who dig for gold may not necessarily make a fortune, but those who sell shovels do. Standing in front of the window, a clear blue sky came into Zheng Fa's eyes. Looking down, I see the vast sea of snow-white clouds. The sea of clouds flowed quickly under his feet, like the waves under a typhoon, running forward without hesitation. It's not that Yun is too fast, it's that he is too fast. Zheng Fa never knew that the palace where Uncle Peng summoned his disciples every day was actually one of his magic weapons. Zheng Fa walked out of his room and headed towards the main hall. Ever since Master Huang came to hear the news about the sky monument, the nature of Taiyang County has changed. Except for the disappearance of senior sister Zheng, the matter of the sky monument is actually more important. The great opportunity is also a great challenge for Jushin sect. Originally, the two heads were planning to send Sunday Yu to take some disciples to Lake first, but now Uncle Peng had to take action himself. He brought many disciples. Part of it was to find senior sister Zheng according to the original plan. Part of it is to try to comprehend the heavenly monument. The last part is based on Zheng Fa's proposal to find land near Lake to build a Xinfang city. Uncle Peng was sitting in the main hall talking about something with Sunday Yu and others beside him. Seeing Zheng Fa coming, he waved and asked Zheng Fa to come forward. Uncle Master, what do you think of my 5-dragon heavenly palace? Uncle Peng pointed outside the palace door. Zheng Fa turned his head and looked out from this angle. He could clearly see that the continuous palaces were actually floating on the golden sea of clouds. At the forefront of the sea of clouds are 5 golden dragons that soar into the clouds and ride on the mist, pulling the entire palace forward. If you look closely, you can see that these 5 dragons are not physical, but they are lifelike. The long beards on their heads are fluttering in the wind, and the golden scales on their bodies are shining. More importantly, Zheng Fa could clearly feel that these 5 dragons were not just a display of majesty. Every time they turned to look at Zheng Fa, the golden light in the dragon's eyes gave him a feeling of palpitations. Uncle Master, this magic weapon is an eye-opener for my disciples. Uncle Peng's mouth trembled, as if he wanted to laugh, but he held it back. He just waved his hands and said, "My 5-dragon heavenly palace was created after I became the nascent soul. I killed 5 demonic snakes that were about to become dragons and refined them into essences, trained by Yingran, Uncle Master's divine power. The cultivation level of the demon snake that is about to become a dragon is generally not low. According to Zheng Fa's understanding, the weaker ones have to practice the demon elixir, and the stronger ones are even comparable to the nascent soul." Uncle Peng, who had just entered Yuanying, had such a record, which really made Zheng Fa a little impressed. "If I don't have the ability, can senior brother let the man named Huang come back and go to Taiyang County instead of me?" Speaking of Master Huang, Master Peng did not hide his pride. Hearing this, Zheng Fa felt justified. When Master Peng went out, the leader summoned Master Huang back. According to him, the Jushin sect had to have 2 nascent souls to guard it as a last resort. Could it be that Uncle Peng is more powerful, making his master feel more at ease? "Uncle Master, how far can the 5 dragons heavenly palace fly in one day?" Zheng Fa asked curiously. "About 8,000 miles a day." Seeing Zheng Fa, he seemed to be afraid that he would underestimate his magic weapon. Uncle Peng also explained, "You can go faster, but now the magic door is hidden in the dark, so it's better to be careful." Zheng Fa nodded. He thought for a while and said, "So, it will take more than 3 days to reach Taiyang County." The Sunwei realm was much wider than modern times. Although Taiyang County was under the jurisdiction of the Jushin sect, it was still 30,000 miles away from the Jushin sect. Of course, this already belongs to the border area of the Jushin sect. Therefore, in the past, the Jushin sect handed over this territory to the Changchun sect. It was really inconvenient for other disciples of the Jushin sect, except Master Yuanying like Uncle Peng, to go back and forth for more than a month. Not for 3 days. We took a little detour. Take a detour. Zheng Fa thought for a while, can we get there in 5 days? At least half a month. Why did you go around so far if you didn't use the watch? Seeing his puzzled expression, Uncle Peng seemed a little embarrassed. Now this demon sect disciple is secretly hiding. Maybe there is some conspiracy. If we go directly, we might be ambushed. So how do we get around? Master Peng took out a rough map and drew a route with 9 twists and turns for Zheng Fa. If Master Peng hadn't explained it, Zheng Fa would have thought he was drawing symbols on the map. This route will pass through many sects of the 100 Immortals Alliance along the way. If something happens, it will be convenient to call for help. Uncle Peng explained his thoughts. Also, if there was an ambush in the demon sect, they would never have thought that I would choose this path. It's not just the magic sect that can't think of it. Looking at the map, Zheng Fa sighed softly. Normal people can't think of it. Zheng Fa then understood why his master recalled Master Huang to the Jushin sect and asked Master Peng to take them to Taiyang County. Uncle Peng is really a steady man. Well, I guess there should be many comrades going together this time. Uncle Peng seemed to think it was a bit exaggerated, so he explained again. "Comrade, the Sky Monument is such an important matter, which one in the 100 Immortals Alliance is not interested. I chose this route also to communicate with these comrades first, especially about the city." Zheng Fa nodded. This is what should be done. Sure enough, many people followed along the way, but it was probably because the 5 dragons heavenly palace was too powerful, and there was no nascent soul among this group of people. They just paid a visit to Master Peng, and then followed the 5 dragons with their magic weapons. Behind the heavenly palace, it seems that he also wants to ask for stability. It wasn't until the 8th day, when he was almost halfway to Taiyang County, that Zheng Fa suddenly noticed that Uncle Peng's face had become serious. "Come with me." Uncle Peng said something to them and led everyone to the entrance of the palace. With a wave of his hand, the 5 golden dragons stopped. Zheng Fa stood beside him and looked outside. An oval-shaped black shadow appeared under the sea of clouds. Gradually, the black shadow penetrated the sea of clouds, and Zheng Fa realized that it was a black turtle. The body of this black turtle was astonishingly large. Zheng Fa made a visual inspection and felt that the palace he was in could only occupy half of the space on the opponent's back. There are no buildings on Sungi, but it is also densely packed with people. Which real person from the Yuling sect is in front of you? Uncle Peng cupped his hands and said towards the opposite side. Zheng Fa was stunned. Yuling sect was also a sect of the 100 Immortals Alliance. There is also nascent soul sitting inside the gate, which is considered one of the 9 gates in the 100 Immortals Alliance. The most important thing is that the Yuling sect is famous for raising spirit beasts, and Lin Yo was cheated of many spirit stones by this family before. Ling Chengfeng, but Master Peng is here. A middle-aged man in charge said opposite him. This man had a majestic figure and a faint yellow beard and hair. It's Master Sungi Master Ling Zhenren? I've admired him for a long time. Master Peng's tone revealed enthusiasm. I've heard of Zhenren Ling's reputation in the past, but unfortunately I haven't had the opportunity to meet him. I'm really lucky to meet him today. His tone and expression when he said this were extremely sincere. The middle-aged man opposite him was stunned for a moment, as if he was not used to this kind of enthusiasm. Peng Zhenren winked to the side. Before Zheng Fa could understand it, the senior brothers from Peng Zhenren's lineage shouted in unison. I have met Master Sungi, and I wish the master great progress in his Taoism and may he live as long as the heavens. Zheng Fa stood aside, always feeling out of place. No, have you had collective training? Won't you take me? After doing this, Master Ling actually had a smile on his face. He and his disciples also paid tribute to Zhenren Peng. He also made an appointment to come to the palace for a banquet later. When the black turtle gradually got a little further away, Zheng Fa couldn't help but ask Uncle Peng on the side, is this person very powerful? Awesome. Uncle Peng frowned, shook his head and said, although he is a Yuanying, all his skills rely on the black turtle. His foundation is unstable, so he is not very powerful. This person is very famous. It's not famous either. Yuling sect is still dominated by the leader of Yuling sect, and he doesn't have any achievements to speak of. Then uncle, you don't understand. In this world of spiritual practice, isn't it just about human nature? Don't reach out and hit the smiling person, right? Uncle Peng said in a persuasive way, I support him today, so he won't be in trouble with my Jushin sect in the future, right? Now Zheng Fa understood better why his master sent Uncle Peng to take charge of the Lei Qi. This uncle is a social butterfly of the Jushin sect. Later, Master Sungi Master Ling Zhenren came to the banquet with several disciples. Master Pang also brought several of his relatives to receive him. Because Zhenren Pang flattered him from time to time, the atmosphere at the table became better and better. Master Ling couldn't help but take a few more sips and seemed to be drunk. I heard that Zhang Wuyi of your Jushin sect was trapped in a thunder pond, he asked with a smile. Pang Zhenren drank a glass of wine, but there was no strange expression on his face. He just nodded lightly. I also heard that she is always against you in the sect. There is no such thing as this. Zhenren Pang put down his wine glass and said, Master Zhang's ideas are just slightly different from mine. How can we start to argue against each other? Master Ling raised his wine glass and pointed at him, with an expression on his face that he had seen through but would not tell. I have known for a long time that something will happen to Zhang Wuyi's character, he added. So what if she is very talented? She has offended so many people of her generation, and even my direct disciples dare to bully her. He did not speak, but Master Ling kept chattering, now that something happened to her, it is her fate. Master, you drank too much. The smile on Zhenren Peng's face slowly disappeared, and he gently held the wine glass with his fingers, as if he was restraining himself. Drink too much. Master Ling shook his head and seemed unwilling to give up. What happened to Zhang Wuyi is a pity for me. 100 years later, I, the Yuling sect, will have disciples to avenge this. He pointed at a young man behind him and said, my disciple has only been practicing for 9 months since the immortal grade meeting, but he is now at the 7th level of Qi training. Isn't it slower than Zhang Wuyi's so-called fastest foundation building? What's more, I heard that Zhang Wuyi's golden elixir is lacking. Narab Ling chuckled lightly and said, I will catch up with my disciple in the future. I don't see how much face this so-called genius of hers has. At this moment, a wave of spiritual energy came from the side hall. Huh? Someone advanced to the 8th level of Qi training. After all, Master Ling was the nascent soul, so he reacted instantly. Master Pang picked up the wine glass, took a sip, and suddenly said, this disciple is also a member of the Immortal Pin Society. It was Master Zhang who brought him in personally. Master Ling's smile gradually disappeared. You, my disciple, probably have to chase him first. We must be careful about the Yuling sect in the future. The day after Ling Zhenren left, Zheng Fa heard Uncle Peng say this. When he looked up, he saw Uncle Peng looking at him. Uncle, the 100 Immortals Alliance is far from being a monolithic entity. Uncle Peng simply said, the 9 major sects have their own plans. I have always suspected that there are shadows of other forces behind some of the sections. Yes. Zheng Fa could understand Uncle Peng's unfinished meaning. The model of the 100 Immortals Alliance naturally has the factor of disunity. The Master Sungi said that Master Zhang bullied his disciples, but that was just an excuse. Uncle Peng continued, it's just that many people in the 100 Immortals Alliance don't want to see another Master Zhang. I told you this because I want to tell you that you should not only be careful of those demon disciples in the Thunder Pool, but also be careful of some fellow disciples. Disciple understands? When necessary, strike first. Be more friendly on the surface, and be more covert when you strike. If you can strike secretly, don't do it openly. If you can let others strike, don't do it yourself, understand? Zheng Fa looked at Uncle Peng, who looked normal and persuading, and then thought about his enthusiastic look towards Master Ling. He couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. His master asked Uncle Peng to come, which was really a good vision. As more and more immortal gates passed by, the team following the 5 dragons' heavenly palace became more and more powerful. At night, the light they were looking at on the road looked like a magnificent meteor shower on the ground. During the day, the light of hundreds of magic weapons gathered, and it was as dazzling as the sun. It can be seen that there are many cultivators gathering in the Thunder Pool. There are also 4 more Yuanying Zhenren on the road. Whether they are familiar or unfamiliar, Master Peng gave them enough face. Even when he met Master Ling before, he was polite in his words. It is very consistent with his teachings to Zheng Fa. The Yuanying Zhenren here can represent half of the upper sects of the 100 Immortals League. They all agree with your proposal for an exclusive market. One day, after a Yuanying banquet, Uncle Peng came back and said to Zheng Fa with a smile, Uncle is really good at dancing. This matter is mainly because they don't care that much. Uncle Peng waved his hand and said, this is our territory. We let them come to comprehend, and they have to give us face. Zheng Fa nodded gently. Of course, if they are to promise to jointly protect the market, they must keep a share of several shops, otherwise they will not contribute. That's what they should do. When Zheng Fa and his team arrived at Taiyang County, half a month had passed. We have arrived at the Thunder Pond. A senior brother in the hall cheered with surprise. Zheng Fa also looked out. Even from the sky, the Thunder Pond is vast and boundless. At first glance, you can't see the edge for a while. What surprised him even more was that this was really a pond. In other words, it was a huge, endless, and seemingly bottomless pit. A purple-blue color was surging in the pit, like an ocean filled with ink. If you look more closely, you will find that the purple-blue color is not water, but rolling and entangled lightning. The 5 Dragons' heavenly palace slowly landed on the shore of the Thunder Pond, where many people were already waiting. The leader was Huang Zhenren, and behind her were some of the market disciples who had come with senior sister Zheng before, although she was called back by the head of the sect. But these Fangxi disciples will not go back. On the one hand, they are familiar with Taiyang County, and on the other hand, they are familiar with Fangxi. It just so happens that they are here to help build a new Fangxi. So these days, Master Huang has been waiting here, ready to hand over to Uncle Peng. Think about Uncle Peng's teachings. Think about the relationship between the two. Look at Uncle Wang's face, which is obviously a little impatient. Zheng Fa reasonably suspects that Uncle Peng has a third reason for taking a detour. Zheng Fa carefully looked at these disciples. They didn't have any scars on their bodies, but their expressions were all very decadent, and there seemed to be fewer people. What made Zheng Fa a little confused was that Master Huang looked at him with a bit of resentment. No, shouldn't you glare at Uncle Peng? Because the new Fangxi was to be planned, Zheng Fa followed Brother Yang, who arrived earlier, to walk around the lake, preparing to familiarize himself with the environment and find a suitable location. Brother Yang was the previous Fangxi law enforcement disciple, and he was familiar with Zheng Fa. Brother Yang, where are the other brothers? Some are recovering from injuries, some. He didn't say, so Zheng Fa didn't ask. The two walked along the shore of the Thunder Pond, listening to the continuous thunder and lightning in the Thunder Pond, and were speechless for a while, until a mortal appeared in front of them. He knelt by the Thunder Pond, staring blankly inside, wondering what he was thinking. Brother Yang, this is. It turns out that the mortal lives inside. Live inside. Brother Zhang, do you know what a spirit cave explosion looks like? Brother Yang suddenly asked. Please teach me, brother. This Thunder Pond is at least 1,000 miles in radius. It turns out that it is actually a plain, and there is even a county town. Zheng Fa was shocked. Overnight, the ground sank. When I opened my eyes, the sky was filled with lightning. Senior Brother Yang briefly described the scene. He is lucky. At least he survived. Then why did he? Zheng Fa glanced at the man again. My family is gone, my fields are gone, my relatives are gone, and I have nowhere to go. In the distance, another stream of light flew towards me. At this time, another monk arrived. In a short period of time, thousands of immortal cultivators have gathered here. They all heard that the heavenly monument was here and wanted to ask for a chance. They walked to the mortal man and looked towards the thunder pool. It's just that the mortal's eyes seemed to be looking at boundless purgatory. But the faces of these people were full of yearning and excitement. Zheng Fa didn't know how to feel for a moment, but he unconsciously thought of the senior brother Zhuang he met when he first entered the school. Senior brother, there is senior brother Zhuang in Fufa Pavilion. How is he doing now? Junior brother, are you familiar with him? Senior brother Yang was stunned and recalled, he must be dead. Dead. Yes, he didn't come out of the thunder pool, and no one went to look for him. Except for senior sister Zhang, he has little contact with anyone else. Senior sister Zhang is not here. Senior brother Yang explained. Zheng Fa returned to the 5 Dragons' heavenly palace. He sat in front of the case, holding a pen and writing slowly on the paper. He started from Old Man Bai's rules of runes. I have been writing until the law of 3 characters. I also finished writing Tang Ling Mu's conjecture. Then he wrote a lot of his thoughts on Fu Tao and cultivation of immortality. It can be said that he wrote down all the things he learned. He has always been clear that there are some things that he cannot keep if his current cultivation level is exposed. He needs stronger strength and a higher status. In the study of sigils, we can see the resistance that will be encountered if we rashly propose some new things. But now he has written these things down. On the one hand, it is because without senior sister Zhang, he has no one to discuss, and he can only figure out many things by himself. The process of writing them down is actually a kind of summary and self-study. But the main reason is that today's scene shocked him a little, as if he felt the fragility of life. He suddenly had an idea. Although he has already cultivated into immortality, the situation in the Sunwei world is getting worse and worse. If something happens to him, he hopes to leave something behind for Sunwei realm. Thinking of this, he stopped writing slightly and laughed to himself. Isn't this the mentality of Old Man Bai when he wrote that textbook? This old man has almost brainwashed himself. Nephew Zhang, what are you writing? Uncle Peng suddenly walked in, and he couldn't help but be a little curious looking at his thoughtful look. Nothing. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, putting the paper on the table into a storage bag. He has been keeping this storage bag in the 5 Dragons Palace recently. It contains all his wealth and secrets, and he usually does not take it out. The main reason is that I am afraid that someone will touch my body even if I die. There are restrictions on the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace. Except for Uncle Peng, it is difficult for others to enter Zheng Fa's room without knowing it. As for Uncle Peng, well, Zheng Fa still believes in the other party's character. Uncle Peng looked at him suspiciously for a long time, seeming a little suspicious and a little curious. Don't show it. If my nephew unfortunately dies and senior sister Zhang doesn't come back, I will leave everything to my uncle. Death. Uncle Pang frowned and his eyes changed. In the evening, Zheng Fa Zhenren was practicing the Five Thunder Dharma body while holding the Xianlei stone. Master Huang suddenly arrived. She didn't disturb Zheng Fa, she just stood in front of his room and waited patiently. It was already late at night when Zheng Fa found her standing at the door. Uncle Master. Huang Zhenren glanced at him twice and suddenly threw out a jade tube. Zheng Fa subconsciously caught it. This is the map of the Thunder Pond that my apprentice left for you. Huang Zhenren curled his lips and said, she is kind. She didn't leave anything for me, the master, but she specifically asked those disciples to leave this for you. Now, Zheng Fa knew why Huang Zhenren didn't seem to like him. Jealous? What are these maps? My disciple knows that you need to practice the Five Thunder body and need the Heavenly Thunder body to refine it, so he specially found a few suitable places for you. Zheng Fa's fingers held the jade tube tightly. Senior sister Zhang. She should be fine. Huang Zhenren took out a jade pendant from his arms. No, it was half a jade pendant. There was a silver light shining on the jade pendant. If she really dies, the light will dissipate and the jade pendant will dim. No wonder Huang Zhenren's mood is quite stable. Huang Zhenren also threw the jade pendant to Zheng Fa. If you look at this jade pendant, you will know that she is still alive. Don't be impulsive or do anything stupid. Silly thing. Zheng Fa looked puzzled. It's best to burn your suicide note. Zheng Fa slowly turned back and looked at the storage bag on the bed. She told me about you before and thought about giving her nascent soul resources to you. I didn't agree. Uncle Master, you did the right thing. Zheng Fa whispered. Now if she is really gone, that resource should be given to you. Huang Zhenren said suddenly. I agree with you too. Zheng Fa slowly widened his eyes. Xinfang City was built quickly. On the third day after arriving in Lakey, Zheng Fa and Uncle Pang chose the location of Xinfang City. This is a small mountain that was originally the seat of the Changchun sect, but now it is a land without one. The reason for choosing this place is simple, there are still some spiritual veins left here. Although the Great Freedom Demon sect destroyed the spiritual veins of the Changchun sect, this branch of the spiritual veins seemed to have gone unnoticed due to the thin spiritual energy, but it was preserved. This spiritual vein may not be enough for people to practice, but setting up a little magic array to prevent mortals from accidentally breaking into the city is more than enough. After choosing a good location, the subsequent construction work is really simple. 2 days later, a new city was built. Xinfang City is fan-shaped, and the central building is a new theater. This is mainly due to the strong request of the Jushin sect disciples who are working abroad. The third floor of the inner circle is filled with shops, which are mainly rented to sects like the 100 Immortals League. In the outer circle are stalls for various disciples and casual cultivators. As soon as the market opened, many sects and disciples came to inquire about rent. In just 3 days, all the shops in the 3 inner circles were sold out, and there are not many stalls left. How many spiritual stones can Leichifang City earn in a month? Uncle Pang looked at Zheng Fa who was sorting out the account books and asked curiously. Leichifang City is the name of this city, or in other words, it is a natural name. The rent alone is 3,000 spiritual stones per month. Zheng Fa thought for a while. So many more than our Jushin Zongfang City. Uncle Pang knows the income of Jushin Zongfang City. The total of rent and tax per month is more than 1,000 spiritual stones. There can be more. Zheng Fa looked at the endless stream of escape lights outside the city and said with some confidence. Uncle Pang also took a look and tsked slightly. I don't even want to enter the Thunder Pool if I can just lie here and earn spiritual stones. Uncle Master, you also want to enter the Thunder Pond? Is it for the Sky Monument? Zheng Fa couldn't help but be a little surprised. What's your look? Who came here not for the monument? Can't I just pursue it? I mean, Lei Qi restrains the high-level monks so much. Uncle, you will be at a disadvantage if you go in. Zheng Fa explained. It's a bit. Uncle Pang was also a little helpless, but that's a heavenly monument. Do you think these people don't know the danger of Thunder Pond? Uncle Pang pointed at the escaping lights in the sky. Don't they know that even if they see the Sky Monument, they may not gain anything? Monks are a group of people who cherish their lives the most and don't care about their lives the most. Uncle Pang said simply, and then he seemed to remember something and became a little serious. Don't underestimate those monks who are higher than you because of Lei Qi. Why did Uncle Master say that? Although they can't display their true cultivation in the Thunder Pool, there are magic puppets and other means in this world. For you, these things are enough to kill you. Yes. Zheng Fa was shocked. This was something he had never thought of before. Don't worry, it may be difficult to use this method in a Thunder Pool. Just don't make the other party anxious. Disciple has always been kind to others. If you can say this, you have obtained my true inheritance. Uncle Pang nodded, seemingly satisfied. More and more people are coming to Fang City, and among them there is a very eye-catching person. It was evening at that time, and Zheng Fa, senior brother Yang and others were patrolling the city to see if there was anything that could be improved. Suddenly a sword sound came from the sky. Several people looked up and saw a long rainbow of sword energy split the sky in half and landed directly at the entrance of Fangxi. When the sword light dissipated, a young monk in his 20s was revealed. What makes Zheng Fa a little surprised is that this person's dress is quite unusual, a star crown and crane cloak, which does not fit in with the current trend in the Sunwei world. But senior brother Yang on the side spoke, isn't this a member of the Tianhe sect? Tianhe sect. Zheng Fa was also slightly surprised, as the Tianhe sect was very familiar with him. Lord Tianhe, Sunwei 5 sects. These 8 words are enough to describe Tianhe sect's influence on Sunwei world. Yes, no one but them wears this outfit. Why? It is rumored that this is the favorite dress of Lord Tianhe, so the disciples of Tianhe sect love to wear it this way. Got it, professional coser? And they are quite domineering and don't allow people from outside the sect to dress up like this. Professional coser who plays Monopoly? This disciple of the Tianhe sect seemed to be very proud of his sect. He turned a deaf ear to those whispers and seemed to be quite used to it. He walked slowly into the market, not even looking at the stalls selling cheap goods, and went straight to the shops inside. This man was generous and neat in his actions. Soon he bought a lot of elixirs and magic weapons and walked straight out. From the time he came to Fangshi to when he was ready to leave, it only took a moment to burn incense. It can be seen that this is a person with a rather impatient temper. The more he behaves like this, the more in awe others look at him. After all, he comes from a wealthy family, spends money so readily, and is obviously arrogant and impetuous. Once you hear it, you will find it difficult to offend. When he walked out of Fangshi, he happened to pass by Zheng Fa and the others. Looking at his back, senior brother Yang turned to Zheng Fa and asked, Junior brother Zheng, do you think he is also here for the Sky Monument? Perhaps because he heard the word Heavenly Tablet, the man tilted his head slightly. Maybe, except for the Heavenly Tablet, I can't think of anything else that can attract such a person. But, doesn't the Tianhe sect have a Heavenly Tablet for enlightenment? A young disciple who had just entered the sect frowned and said, why did he run so far? Is it because he can't understand? Woohoo. Zheng Fa looked at the man and paused for a moment, then slowly left. Senior brother Yang gently loosened his hand covering the disciple, and looked at Zheng Fa. This disciple found the blind spot. However, this disciple of the Tianhe sect did not have such a domineering temper. In the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace, Zheng Fa swallowed a condensation pill. After the 8th level of Qi training, he can condense the 8th Yuan Fu. He had already chosen that this time he would condense the Great Dream Fu. This is a positive water-based spiritual talisman, and its function is simple. It can make people dream, and even control the other party's dreams to a certain extent. But this Yuan Fu is also very limited. Generally speaking, it is difficult for a cultivator in the foundation building stage to manipulate the dreams of a cultivator in the Qi training stage. But Zheng Fa wanted to use this talisman to test the character of mortals, so this talisman was very suitable. The big dream talisman was soon condensed. Zheng Fa picked up the black thunder stone again and began to practice the 5 thunder body. Beside him was the half jade pendant, and the silver light on the jade pendant flickered, as if accompanying, and as if waiting. In modern times, in a nursing home, Zheng Fa handed a book to the old man Bai and the other 2. There were 3 words written on the cover of the book, Spirit Eye Method. The old man Bai looked at the cover of the book and raised his eyebrows. Is this a spell? It is a spell. Spells are not so popular in the Sunwei world. Everyone prefers to use various means such as talismans, magic tools, and formations. In the final analysis, people always like to be lazy, or to be good at using things. It's not that magic is not magical, but except for some unique magic, general magic consumes a lot of spiritual energy, but its power is not that great. With the help of magic talismans or magic tools, cultivators can use less spiritual power to pry more power of heaven and earth. But this does not mean that there are no magic in the Sunwei world. On the contrary, all sects have preserved the inheritance of magic. On the one hand, magic is the root of many things, such as many magic talismans are actually closely related to magic. On the other hand, it is to deal with the decline of spiritual energy and the extinction of spiritual materials. In the end, it is likely that only magic can be used to bombard. The dilemma of the nursing home now is that it is born with a miserable appearance of declining spiritual energy. So Zheng Fa could only look through the sutra pavilion and found some magic for the old man Bai and the others. The Spirit Eye technique is actually the spell version of the Spirit Eye talisman. The first time Zheng Fa saw the talisman in the void was because senior sister Zhang pasted him a Spirit Eye talisman. He hoped that the old man Bai and the other 2 would learn this first, so that they could observe the talisman and see if they could make some new discoveries. Spirit Eye technique. The old man Bai touched the booklet, and his eyes were eager to try. After practicing this spell, how many layers can you see? How many layers? Just see through a few layers. Tang Lingyu silently covered her upper body and stepped back a few steps. No, I haven't practiced this yet. Why are you guarding me? You are guarding Zheng Fa, he must have practiced it. Tang Lingyu seemed to think it made sense when she heard it, and moved away from Zheng Fa a few steps. I haven't practiced it. Tang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. Spirit Eye technique can only see spiritual energy. Zheng Fa explained. Can't see through. Yes. The old man curled his lips, seemed to be a little disgusted, and the interest on his face also faded a lot. What's the point? You cultivators are nice people, and you are also very private. Tang Lingyu was quite happy, and a little embarrassed, and walked a few steps towards Zheng Fa, thinking of his Dongxu Spirit Eye and several secret techniques passed down to him by Uncle Pang. Zheng Fa suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The old man could only practice and learn the Spirit Eye technique with Tang Lingyu. Suddenly, Zheng Fa's mobile phone on the table in the distance rang. He opened his eyes and slowly put away the spirit mountain method. Tang Lingyu and the other person beside him had to interrupt their practice. Zheng Fa picked up the phone and looked at the call reminder on it. Old Chen. Zheng Fa raised his eyebrows, wondering why he called him. Teacher Chen. Hello? Zheng Fa, have you checked your results? No. Zheng Fa suddenly realized that it was the day for the college entrance examination results to be released. He had almost forgotten it. No. The tone of old Chen opposite him was a little surprised at first, but was replaced by a strong excitement. You don't need to check, I know. Yeah. Zheng Fa waited for old Chen to tell him. In Qingshui Middle School, old Chen stood in the office, holding a mobile phone and a little excited. He was not the only one in the office. There were 2 school leaders and 2 people from the education department. You passed the cities. The word top scorer stuck on his lips and he didn't say it. There have been regulations in recent years that it is not allowed to publicize the rankings, let alone the top scorers. If it was said in private, it would be fine, but now in front of the leaders, Lao Chen thought he should have some awareness. On the phone, Zheng Fa heard Lao Chen hesitating for a long time and said, You got a ranking that I can't even talk about. Zheng Fa's college entrance examination score is the first in the city. On the phone, Lao Chen's voice was a little regretful. I heard that you are just a few points away from the highest score in the province. You just lack luck. It's pretty good. Zheng Fa smiled through the phone. It's good if I can go to the school I want to go to. Speaking of which, do you have a target school? Several schools have called me before and said that I couldn't get through to your mobile phone. Hearing what Lao Chen said, Zheng Fa was still a little embarrassed. When he was practicing the Lingshan method, if his mobile phone was too close, some abnormalities would occur, such as shutting down and crashing. He didn't care before. To be honest, not many people called him and sent messages. That is, tonight, because of Tang Lingmu's reminder, he put his phone away. Isn't that disturbing you, Teacher Chen? Zheng Fa said. What are you disturbing? If I am flattered and called disturbed by the director of the admissions office of Beijing University, then I can't wait to be disturbed every day. Lao Chen muttered, even if you can forget the time when the results of the college entrance examination are obtained, then don't forget to fill in the application form. Where are you going? The meaning of what Lao Chen asked was, with Zheng Fa's grades, most universities or majors in the country can be entered if he wants to. Just look at Zheng Fa's choice. Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at Old Man Bai and Tang Lingmu. Old Man Bai, retired professor of Beijing University. Tang Lingmu, future student of Beijing University. Old Man Bai muttered without knowing what he was talking about. Tang Lingmu's big eyes flashed and she looked at him expectantly. Qingzhou University. So determined. Okay, I'll have someone from the admissions office of Beijing University call you later. Remember to pick up. Good. By the way, there are reporters from several newspapers in our city who want to interview you. Where are you now? It's not very convenient for me right now. I'm in the capital. This is really inconvenient. And I don't want to be interviewed. Zheng Fa said sincerely. In his opinion, becoming famous would do more harm than good, especially because of his college entrance examination results. For the real big shots or those academic experts, the college entrance examination results are really nothing, and they will not look up to them. That's okay. In fact, they are a little hesitant. After all, they don't allow publicity. Old Chen pondered for a while and said, then I'll hang up first. Remember to answer the call from Beijing University later. After a while, Zheng Fa saw a new message sent to him by Lao Chen. By the way, there are some bonuses in schools, districts, and cities. Send me your card number. After a while, Zheng Fa saw another photo sent by Lao Chen. Inside are several banners that have just been made. The first one reads, celebrating our school student Zheng Fa's admission to Beijing University. This banner is followed by another, celebrating our school student Tang Lingmu's early admission to Beijing University. The two banners are entwined together, as if relying on each other. Old Man Bai looked at the photo and was stunned. Your teacher, is you and Tang Lingmu CP fan? What major are you going to apply for at Beijing University? Old Man Bai asked, following Old Chen's previous question. Zheng Fa thought for a while and then said, the initial intention is still physics. Physics was the choice he told Lao Chen from the beginning. At that time, he only thought that he had the best grades in physics and might have some talent. To put it more clearly, it is a blind choice to learn what is easy to learn. But now he is thinking about whether this subject is of any use to him. If there was no Old Man Bai, or if Old Man Bai had not cultivated immortality, he would probably choose mathematics, because the connection between this thing and the talisman is very intuitive. Now that Old Man Bai is here, learning mathematics would be a waste of the teaching resources of Beijing University. On the one hand, if he wants to learn mathematics, he can ask Old Man Bai to learn it. On the other hand, he couldn't just learn to use Old Man Bai's brain directly. The same goes for computers because of Tang Lingmu. Physics. Old Man Bai asked, what do you think? I want to know how spiritual energy affects the world, such as how it causes circuits to malfunction. Zheng Fa slowly said his thoughts, maybe physics can help me more in this regard. Zheng Fa concealed his truest thoughts from Old Man Bai. In fact, the more times he traveled between the two worlds, the more strange he felt. Both Old Man Bai and Tang Lingmu can practice the spiritual crane body and even become immortals. This shows that there is no difference in the human body itself. On the other hand, the current electricity can really have an effect on his practice. plus the changes in those few weeds. Even if the Lingshan method can really be practiced, Zheng Fa has an extremely simple guess. The only difference between the two worlds is the variable of spiritual energy. No matter from the perspective of species or basic physical laws, there seems to be a close connection between the two worlds. If you want to study the impact of spiritual energy on the material world, perhaps the most suitable subject is physics. He spoke his thoughts to Old Man Bai, and suddenly found that Tang Lingmu was missing. Where's Tang Lingmu? Zheng Fa turned around and asked Old Man Bai beside him. Old Man Bai chuckled, as if he knew something, but didn't say anything. Zheng Fa glanced at him suspiciously and suddenly heard the roar of fireworks. As soon as he turned his head, thousands of fireworks rose into the sky and bloomed in the sky in the village at the foot of the mountain. Looking from the mountain, it really looks like a sea of flowers. This is... Congratulations on your good grades. Zheng Fa opened his eyes slightly. Have you already prepared? Why do you think that little guy suddenly reminded you to put your phone away? You don't remember the day when you got your results, but others remember it every day. Old Man Bai pursed his lips angrily. Zheng Fei lowered his head, and the call from Tang Lingmu flashed on his phone. Hello. Originally, I planned to release it in the nursing home, but they said it couldn't be released on the mountain, so I ended up here. Tang Lingmu's voice was a little regretful, but I thought it would look pretty good on the mountain. Does it look good? It's beautiful. Zheng Fa looked at the colorful fireworks and said sincerely, why did you think of setting off fireworks for me? The day I was recommended to Beijing University, my father gave bonuses to everyone in the group. Tang Lingmu said on the phone, when others get good grades, their parents will also celebrate. Grandpa Bai is right, you should have what others have. Tang Lingmu, don't read some BA boss novels with this old man. Zheng Fa thought for a while and then said, just read it. Isn't the angle you brought in a bit strange? And thank you, I'm very happy. Is this the talisman? The old man Bai's golden eyes were faintly visible between his brows, and his head was looking around. Under the influence of the Lingshan method, there is not much strong spiritual energy in the surrounding space. Although this spiritual energy was transformed from Zheng Fa's spiritual power, but it was difficult for Zheng Fa to control them. Instead, they seemed to spontaneously manifest various symbols in the void. No, I feel dizzy. After looking at it for a while, Old Man Bai shook his head, and the golden eyes between his brows slowly dissipated. Tang Lingmu on the side also looked like her head was swollen. It was the first time that the two of them used spiritual eyes to observe the talismans, but it seemed that they had gained nothing. Zheng Fa was not disappointed. This was just a preliminary attempt. Old Man Bai rubbed his temples and suddenly remembered something and said, what big dream talisman did you say you condensed before? Right. You want to use that thing to test Xiao Tian? What is the effect of this big dream charm? Does it have any side effects? It's like having a dream. What side effects can it have? Zheng Fa explained, I can only create her dream. Then how are you going to test her? It's very simple, like letting her be caught and tortured. Is it too cruel? Or let her enter some weird world with you and see if she can protect you. It's a little sentimental. Even the simplest, let her fulfill her deepest desires and see what her true nature is. This is great. I want to play with this. Old Man Bai suddenly slapped his thigh and said excitedly. Looking at the curious Old Man Bai, Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmu looked at each other. The old man's curiosity was so strong that neither of the young men could understand it. And, I can also try for Xiao Tian. Old Man Bai muttered softly. It's already miserable enough for people to get sick. If something happens again, I still recommend it, then. Old Man Bai is so soft-hearted. Zheng Fa shook his head and said helplessly, you have already cultivated yourself, so the dream talisman may not be that effective, so don't resist in your heart. The old man nodded enthusiastically. A golden talisman flashed out of Zheng Fa's hand and shot into Old Man Bai's forehead. The old man fell asleep quickly, and a small black air ball surged out of his head. The air ball slowly rotated, and some pictures appeared in the center. The picture shows a small auditorium. A rostrum stood aside, with hundreds of people sitting under the stage. It seems that most of them are from abroad. There are also many cameras facing the rostrum, as if they are waiting for some big shot. Is this Grandpa Bai's deepest desire? Tang Lingmu watched intently and asked with some doubts. Zheng Fa also shook his head. Soon, a foreign middle-aged woman came out with a smile, stood behind the rostrum, and said into the microphone, the Field's medal winner this year is... The old man wearing a suit walked out from behind the scenes with a smile. Received the award happily. Grandpa Bai still has an academic dream. Tang Lingmu sighed. Zheng Fa is also full of admiration. At this time, the old man Bai on the podium finished his acceptance speech, and his face suddenly became serious and said, it's time for me to go back to the secular affairs. After saying that, in front of the cameras and hundreds of spectators, he waved a flying sword, wore a suit, stepped on the flying sword and rushed out of the auditorium. I don't know if there is an academic dream, but I can see the pretense dream. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, the dream ended soon. But the black air mass above Old Man Bai did not dissipate. Grandpa Bai wants to do so many things. Tang Lingmu couldn't help but murmured. In the picture, Old Man Bai is in the yard of the nursing home, with golden eyes appearing between his eyebrows and surrounded by runic figures. He is also reaching out to hold these runic figures, as if he is playing with them. Is this, interpreting the talisman? Seeing this, Zheng Fa was a little moved. This old man actually puts showing off and interpreting the talisman on the same level. Suddenly, the white old man in the dream shouted loudly, "I understand. I understand." In reality, the white old man on the chair also jumped up, raised his hands and said, "I understand. You are dreaming." No. The white old man's face was full of smiles. "I understand. The difference between the yin and yang talismans, I understand." Ah, yin-yang talisman. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu looked at each other and saw confusion on each other's faces. No, your dream talisman must have had its effect. Seeing their expressions, old man Bai curled his lips, sat on the chair, stretched his legs out, and the whole chair fell backwards, with only 2 chair legs supporting the ground. He leaned back in the chair and swayed, with his chin in the sky. He didn't say a word, but he seemed to have finished all his arrogant words. From now on, I must remember the classics of our school clearly. I realized the truth in my dream and understood the origin of yin and yang. Grandpa Bai. Tang Lingyu looked at him looking a bit appetizing, and whispered coquettishly. Old man Bai glanced at her and waved to the 2 of them. "Want to know? Give me your hand." Tang Lingyu's expression was a little confused, and she obediently handed over her right hand. Old man Bai looked at Zheng Fa again and said, "Yours." Zheng Fa didn't quite understand, so he stretched out his right hand. "Switch to your left hand." Old man Bai put Zheng Fa's left hand and Tang Lingyu's right hand together, palm to palm, fingers to fingers, without any gaps. Tang Lingyu's face suddenly turned red, and her earlobes seemed to be a little feverish. But Zheng Fa seemed to be a little surprised. "This is yin and yang," Old man Bai said in the same tone as if he was speaking on the podium in his dream. "Chirality. Right." Old man Bai let go of their hands and looked at Zheng Fa. The most significant difference between the yin and yang symbols is the chirality. Zheng Fa thought about the yin-yang symbol in his mind. It seems to be true. Old man Bai was still muttering, "Although I know about this stuff, I didn't study it before. If I hadn't been holding those talisman diagrams in my dream and looking around and seeing my own hands, I wouldn't have thought of this." Zheng Fa nodded lightly. Chirality is not a particularly important concept in topology, or in other words, Zheng Fa has not seen it much, only in knot theory. The yin-yang talisman, is it that simple? Tang Lingyu on the side asked her doubts. Zheng Fa also understood why she said it was simple. Chirality is a very intuitive concept. To put it simply, there seems to be no difference between your left and right hands, but in 3-dimensional space, your left hand cannot turn into a right hand no matter how you translate and rotate it. This spatial configuration of similar properties is chirality. Naturally, chirality can be divided into left-handedness and right-handedness. Zheng Fa recalled that it seemed that the yang symbol corresponded to the left-handedness, and the yin symbol corresponded to the right-handedness. It's not simple. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, "This is just the spatial relationship of the symbols." Old man Bai smiled, nodded slightly and said, "Yes, this is an appearance. Chirality is not studied much in our mathematics. As far as I know, the most studied areas in this area are biology and chemistry. Chiral molecules exhibit different properties. I don't know if they have explained this, but what I know is, we don't know why the yin-yang symbols show different effects and properties due to their chirality." Zheng Fa agreed, and there is another question. He and Old Man Bai looked at each other and said in unison, "Yin and yang complement each other." Having said this, Old Man Bai grinned and seemed to have a headache. "You know, chiral objects cannot overlap in 3-dimensional space, so you can say they are 2 completely different things, but yin and yang coexist. This shows that they are connected." Sunwei world. Zheng Fa sat on the collapse and looked at the Yuanfudaiji in his body with his spiritual consciousness. This Yuanfudaiji is still in the shape of 2 lotus flowers with the bottoms connected. Chiral configuration. Yin and yang complement each other. As Zheng Fa thought, the lotus platform with the stamens facing down gently shattered and disappeared. But the next moment, golden threads slowly grew from the bottom of the remaining lotus platform, and later, the lotus platform began to appear again. This is the yin and yang that senior sister Zhang talks about. But Zheng Fa's eyes widened and he looked at the lotus platform that reappeared. Before, he thought the golden thread was the root system of the lotus platform. But this time he saw clearly that these golden threads were actually in the form of thin arcs, more like water waves rippling from the bottom of the lotus platform. Mirror image. Zheng Fa couldn't help but have an idea in his mind. The reflection of your right hand in the mirror is actually your left hand. So the mirror image of the Yang talisman is the Yin talisman. The interdependent nature of Yin and Yang, are they actually mirror images of each other? In other words, the lotus platform below is actually the reflection of the lotus platform above? Zheng Fa is not yet able to verify this conjecture. Senior sister Zhang is not here, so he really doesn't have many ways to verify it. Thinking of senior sister Zhang, he picked up the Xianlei stone again and began to practice the 5 thunder body. The bones in his body are now covered with a light golden film, which is a sign that he has completed the bone forging process of 5 thunder body. Now, what he is practicing is the 4th level of the 5 thunder body, blood exchange. This is the last level before Tianli body refining. It was also his final preparation before entering the thunder pool. In the Xianlei stone, the lightning slowly entered his body like running water, penetrated into his skin, penetrated deep into his muscles, and finally penetrated into his bones, swirling in his bone marrow. Severe pain? Zheng Fa suffered a lot when he was a child. Had a fight with the boy in the field. Cut by a sickle and a hoe. There were even near-death experiences. But I have never experienced such severe pain. Perhaps because there are many nerves in the bone marrow, the pain is very obvious. He hunched up and lay on the couch, with beads of sweat on his forehead as he trembled. This feeling was not the first time he had tried it. Every time before, he would feel that he had gotten used to it. But every time he felt a kind of despair as if he was on the edge of an abyss. In his hand, the half-jade pendant was tightly grasped by him, and it seemed that it was about to be crushed. 2 or 3 feet away from Uncle Peng's hall, the shouting from inside entered Zheng Fa's ears. Master, don't rush. Save me, save me. This was Uncle Peng's voice, who can give me a hemostatic talisman. Master, surrender? We are all around you. Zheng Fa shook his head. This was Uncle Peng and his disciples playing games again. He did not expect that the first internet-addicted teenager in Jushin sect, old man, was Uncle Peng. As far as Zheng Fa knew, Uncle Peng came to Leica this time and specifically asked the headmaster to get a lot of talismans from Dedeo Zhangxian. But Uncle Peng doesn't bully people when playing games. He always seals his consciousness and spiritual power, and uses his chi refining stage to play with other disciples. He doesn't curse when he loses. He has a good temper. But there is also a problem, too reckless. Zheng Fa now strongly suspects that his master's script saving little cultivator Peng Xian is based on a real prototype. Thinking about Uncle Peng's teachings to him now, Zheng Fa always feels that Uncle Peng is looking for the boy in the game. Putting aside these miscellaneous thoughts, Zheng Fa gently knocked on the door of the hall. Come in. As soon as Zheng Fa entered the door, Uncle Peng waved his hand, and the illusion of the great Dao fights for immortality in the hall immediately dissipated. Several brothers looked at each other, and they seemed to be pouting. Is this, not playing table flipping? Ahem. Seeing Zheng Fa's enlightened look, Uncle Peng coughed and said, What do you want to see me for? My nephew wants to ask Uncle for some information about the Thunder Pool. Are you going to enter the Thunder Pool? Have you cultivated to the 4th level of the 5 Thunder body? Uncle Peng was stunned, and slowly sat up with a serious look. Yes. Uncle Peng looked at him for a long time, and didn't speak for a long time, as if he was thinking about something. Uncle, your master told me before he came. Uncle Peng suddenly talked about something else. He said that if you want to cultivate to the 4th level of the 5 Thunder body, the biggest problem is not resources, but patience. He said that every time he changes blood, he will have to wait 10 days and half a month before the second blood change. As Uncle Peng said, the brothers in the hall looked at Zheng Fa. Their eyes were different. He told me that it was too painful, too bitter, and every time it was like he was being tortured from the inside out. Uncle Peng shook his head and said, so, he didn't lack black thunderstones back then, but it took him half a year to change his blood in the 4th level of 5 Thunder body. And you only cultivated it in half a month, why are you in such a hurry? Zheng Fa lowered his head and said, although senior sister Zhang is safe now, she has been missing all the time, and her situation is not very good as you can imagine. Uncle Peng was silent again. Nephew Zhang, you didn't make a mistake. Uncle Peng shook his head, waved his hand, and several jade tubes flew in front of Zheng Fa. This is the news about the Thunder Pool in the market, and some experiences of my 9 mountain sect disciples. You can take it. Zheng Fa put away several jade tubes, bowed to Uncle Peng, and turned to leave the hall. Watching his back slowly walking away, Uncle Peng looked far away, wondering what he was thinking. Master, are you still playing? Seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, a disciple beside him asked in a low voice. Play, play, play. You only know how to play. Unexpectedly, Uncle Peng exploded. Look at Zheng Fa, he practices so hard, how come you only know how to play? He endured the heart-wrenching pain for junior brother Zhang and practiced desperately. What about you? If my master disappeared, can you do it? Disciples must go through fire and water. The group of disciples said one after another. Get out? Don't I know you? Uncle Peng snorted, patted his hand forward, and the disciples fell out of the hall one after another. Looking up again, the hall door was closed tightly. The disciples looked at each other, not daring to speak, and left together. After walking away, a disciple expressed his doubts. Playing Dao Zhangxian, isn't it the game organized by Master? We have to play. Master is jealous of senior sister Zhang. What a disciple said made several people nod repeatedly. That's right, we can't beat junior brother Zhang. A disciple said a little frustrated. We can't beat Zheng Fa, so our master can't beat senior sister Zhang either. This made the others a little skeptical. No matter how powerful senior sister Zhang is, their master is a Yuanying Zhenren. Just think about it, if senior sister Zhang had the face of our master, would Zheng Fa be so anxious to save her? Would you? Although she is our master, senior sister Zhang didn't have a good relationship with us before. A senior brother said, but you shouldn't blaspheme senior sister Zhang like this. Zheng Fa was walking in the market, making the last big purchase before entering the lay pond. The information in the jade tube given to him by Master Peng was very detailed, and some of the words could even be seen as being spoken by Master Peng himself. This meant that Master Peng did not lie down and play games, but had already been to the Thunder Pond. Lei Qi, according to Master Peng, is a place where the laws of heaven and earth mutate. In other words, there are different rules between Lei Qi and other places in Sunwei realm. Based on what Yutong said, the biggest differences are 3 points. First, the power of thunder spells has greatly increased, while the power of non-thunder spells has weakened a lot. Uncle Pang has a guess in the jade tube. He has observed with the Dongshu spiritual eye that the properties of spiritual energy near the thunder pool are different from other places. This may be because of the Thunder Road Sky Monument. But on the other hand, it is more dangerous to use thunder spells. As far as spiritual talismans are concerned, thunder talismans are the most unstable, especially in the thunder pool. If you are not careful, the thunder you set off will kill you. The last thing is the most troublesome. This is very targeted at spiritual consciousness. It is said in the jade tube that once the consciousness above the foundation building stage is exposed in the thunder pool, it will cause thunder disaster, just like a human-shaped lightning rod. In the same way, because spiritual power contains divine consciousness, spiritual power that is too strong will also be punished. This resulted in high-level monks being greatly restricted in the thunder pool. Uncle Pang concluded in the jade tube. In the thunder pool, monks above the golden elixir are admittedly restricted, but the monks below the foundation are actually more worried about their lives. According to my observation, those who can survive in the thunder pool for a long time must be those who hide their sharp edges and act in a low profile. Zheng Fa partially agreed with Uncle Pang's words. When the consciousness is limited, the possibility of being plotted is greatly increased, so there will definitely be people trying to take advantage of this environment to deal with their enemies. On the other hand, Lei Qi is like a fire extinguisher, killing anyone who is arrogant. He only wanted to use the thunder pond to practice as an individual. Keeping a low profile was indeed the way to go. Zheng Fa first bought many necessary elixirs. The Yuan condensing pill is reserved for the purpose of condensing the Yuan talisman. Bigu pill, Zheng Fa rarely took this kind of pill before, but there was no spiritual grain in the thunder pool, so he had to make do with it. There is also Zenki pill, which is a kind of elixir for the qi refining period. It has a very single effect. It supplies spiritual energy and increases cultivation. In this era, buying qi-enhancing pills for cultivation is a luxury. This elixir is not expensive. You can buy 3 pills for 1 spirit stone. Okay, it's a bit expensive. But Zheng Fa is also considered an absolute big player among the disciples in the qi refining stage. In the past few months, he has earned income from the sales of magic talismans by Han Qi and the others, a share of the income from the drama, and the salary of the market manager. Even excluding the consumption of cultivation, he has accumulated more than 100 and several spiritual stones. But if you practice with qi-enhancing pills, you can get 1 pill a day, or 10 spiritual stones a month. Zheng Fa bought it for a month at once and was still quite distressed. After buying the elixir, Zheng Fa came to Bibela. This is a magic weapon shop opened by the Kongyo sect of the Baxian Alliance. Kongyo sect is also one of the top 9 sects in the 100 Immortals Alliance, and is famous in the 100 Immortals Alliance for manufacturing magical weapons. Of course, compared to other magic weapon shops, the prices of the magic tools in this store are worthy of its reputation. There is a large space in the middle of the first floor of Bibeo building. There are 3 small boats in the middle. There was a circle of monks surrounding them. They all looked at the 3 boats and pointed at them. They all looked very excited, but few of them placed orders. The waiters in the store were not in a hurry. They stood by with a smile and did not yell, as if they were not afraid of people not buying. They are really not afraid of not being able to sell. This small boat is called Dewey Boat, and it is extremely popular in Leichefang City. Zheng Fa came here for this purpose. The boat is a yellow-grade magic weapon. According to the classification of the Sunwei realm, the level of the magic weapon can be roughly divided into the 4 grades of heaven, earth, black and yellow, and there are also legends about magic weapons and spiritual treasures on it. As a golden magic weapon, the function of the boat is relatively simple. Have some mobility. It also has certain protective capabilities. In the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace, he is not even considered a younger brother. But this magical weapon has an advantage. It has relatively strong protection against lightning, and its control only requires cultivation during the qi refining period. Therefore, it is very popular to cross the river in Leichefang City. Even the prices have gone up. Zheng Fa heard that in other cities, this boat only had about 50 spiritual stones. But here, 70 spirit stones? Kongsuanzong is really cruel and ruthless. After Zheng Fa bought the elixir, he only had 70 spirit stones. Zheng Fa was really reluctant to part with the frugal habit he had developed since he was a child. But this thing was related to his safety in the thunder pool, so Zheng Fa still made up his mind. He looked around at the monks around him and did not take action immediately. Instead, he walked outside the store and found senior brother Yang, who was patrolling the market, and asked him to order one for him. Junior brother, what are you doing? Senior brother, after all, I am just practicing qi cultivation. Zheng Fachao explained to senior brother Yang that he wanted to keep a low profile. Senior brother Yang was a foundation building practitioner. Although taking out dozens of spirit stones was considered a lot of money, it would not cause big trouble. Junior brother, your temper. Senior brother Yang paused for a moment, as if he was looking for a gentle adjective. You are quite different from senior sister Zhang. Zheng Faxin translated the translation. You are so cowardly. Soon, senior brother Yang ordered a boat to tide over the disaster in the Bibeo Tower. Zheng Fa saw with his own eyes that when he entered, he still looked a little bit troublesome. When he came out, he was smiling. There were many female cultivators behind him, stuffing sachets and handkerchiefs at him. When the boat was handed over to Zheng Fa, he was still a little powdery and had a silly smile on his face. Junior brother, if you do something like this again in the future, come to me again. Senior brother Yang said diligently. Senior brother. Zheng Fa watched him put the sachets and handkerchiefs into the storage bag one by one, and couldn't help but remind him, these women who came here for the spirit stones may have evil intentions. It's okay, I don't have any good intentions. Senior brother Yang waved his hand. Besides, I have no money. Zheng Fa couldn't help but raise his hand, and actually felt that the senior brother had some great wisdom. Only after entering the Thunder Pond did Zheng Fa understand why the ferry was so popular. He once saw the scene of a shipwreck in a modern video. Dark clouds cover the sky, and strong winds stir up the waves. When people are in it, they not only feel that they can't help themselves, but also feel that I am the only one between heaven and earth, which adds to the despair. Now, this is the scene in front of Zheng Fa. Thunderclouds in the sky are already heartbreaking. The waves at the bottom of the boat were turbulent. If you look closely, you will see that the white waves are actually bursts of lightning, and the blue rapids are also the curls of thunder snakes. If there was no boat to tide over the disaster, Zheng Fa would have to carry the rolling thunder with his body. Although he has practiced the 5 thunder body and has extremely strong resistance, facing these with the physical body will inevitably consume his mind. But with the boat, most of the thunder boats can block it, making it much easier for him. For a moment, he actually felt that the 70 spirit stones were worth spending. Especially when he saw others hurriedly dealing with the thunder coming from all directions, he couldn't help but feel a little satisfied. Zheng Fa followed the map given by senior sister Zhang and slowly moved forward in the thunder pond. His eyes flashed with silver light, and he used the Dongxu spiritual eye to observe the surrounding situation. Once there is any conflict, he will stay away. Just like Zheng Fa's previous thoughts, there are really not many conflicts in the thunder pool, and there are people fighting everywhere. After walking in the thunder pool for 7 or 8 days, there was another disturbance of spiritual energy in the Dongxu spiritual eye, and it seemed that someone was fighting. Zheng Fa originally wanted to drive the boat out of trouble and leave. But there were a few very familiar black figures, which made Zheng Fa stop the bow of the boat, frown, and look there. After a long time, he slowly drove the boat out of trouble and moved forward. Those dark shadows just now were someone using the demonic shadow. This is the unique skill of the Great Freedom Demon Sect, and Zheng Fa has seen it from Lin Bufan. And senior sister Zhang disappeared during the battle with the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Zheng Fa slowly approached, and relying on the Dongxu spiritual eye, he could see the two conflicting parties from a very far distance. On one side are those people who use the demon's shadow, they should be disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. On the other hand, Zheng Fa also knew the disciple of Tianhe Sect. In the independent void, he was actually facing several people, but with a faint smile on his face. They don't seem to care about this numerical disadvantage. What made Zheng Fa a little concerned was that there was a third party in the field that neither of the two parties had discovered. There was a person lurking outside the consciousness of this group of people, also looking at the conflict between the two parties, and most of his eyes stayed on the disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Looking at the back, this is actually an acquaintance. The true successor of the former Jushin sect, the hidden secret of the former Great Freedom Demon Sect, and the favorite of the Ju Nether Demon ancestor, Chen Ting. Seeing him staring at the disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect, ready to take action at any time, Zheng Fa inexplicably thought of Uncle Peng's teachings. My master is really discerning. It was immediately obvious that Chen Ting was the true successor of Master Peng. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but stop behind Chen Ting and watch the development of the situation on the court. From the Great Freedom Demon Sect, the He sect disciple said that day, "You have been a coward for tens of thousands of years, and how dare you ambush me here today? We are chasing others, not ambushing you." The disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect looked at each other and actually opened their mouths to explain. Hearing this, Zheng Fa couldn't help but glance at Chen Ting again. It doesn't matter, today I will follow the example of my ancestor, slay demons, and clarify the world. That day, the disciples of the He sect didn't seem to care about the explanations of these people, and a broad sword appeared in his hand. Those disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect could only prepare to wait. If anyone is said to have a deep feud with the Demon Sect, Tianhe Sect is definitely at the top of the list. It's all out of the habit. Zheng Fa saw that Chen Ting's shoulders relaxed slightly, as if he felt that his plan to divert trouble to the east was successful. That day, the broadsword in front of the He sect disciple turned into a blue rainbow light and shot up into the sky, striking directly at the people of the Great Freedom Demon Sect from above his head. A black cloud loomed above the heads of those people, and a faceless demon god in the cloud stretched out his hands to block the sword light. Unexpectedly, the sword light suddenly flashed and struck directly in the direction of Chen Ting. "Young people like me dare to plot against me." The demon above those people raised his arms, looking a little dazed. Chen Ting was even more stunned. Zheng Fa hid further. There are so many tricks in Sunwei realm. Amidst the lightning and thunder, the Tianhe sect disciple's fairy sword turned into a rainbow and struck down on Chen Ting's head. This operation caught everyone off guard. Chen Ting's figure retreated violently, and a round mirror appeared above his head. A grey mysterious light shot out from the mirror and rushed towards the broadsword of the Tianhe sect disciple. The disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect over there looked at this and that, hesitating for a moment, not knowing who they wanted to attack. The clouds above their heads slowly dissipated, as if they wanted to observe the battle situation. Right now, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket suddenly came out. Light up behind them, the most marginalized person among the few people was shrouded in lightning and let out a shrill scream. All this happened so quickly, and only when the lightning dissipated did the others react. A figure appeared in the lightning. It was the disciple of the Tianhe sect. He actually took advantage of these people's relaxation and directly attacked and killed a disciple of the Great Freedom Demon sect. Zheng Fa twitched the corner of his mouth. This man was so ignorant of martial ethics. You are so arrogant. With one person dead, there were only 4 disciples of the Great Freedom Demon cult left. They dispersed quickly while casting incredulous looks at the disciples of the He sect that day. Zheng Fa understood very well why these people called each other crazy. Can't you come one by one? Do you have to provoke them together? It can be seen that this person has absolute confidence. So what if there are a few more disciples of the demon sect? That day, the He sect disciples snorted disdainfully, flew forward, and fought with these people. This Tianhe sect disciple is very strong. This was Zheng Fa's most intuitive feeling when he saw these people fighting. This kind of strength does not come from cultivation. In the Thunder Pool, these people probably did not dare to show their strongest cultivation. Most of the time, they fought with the strength of the foundation building stage. But at the same level of cultivation, the characteristics displayed by this Tianhe sect disciple are comprehensive. His broadsword seemed extremely magical, and he was evenly matched with Chen Ting on his own. And when he faced several disciples of the Great Freedom Demon cult with his bare hands, he was not far behind. This figure is also a practitioner of thunder magic. He is at home in the Thunder Pond. From time to time, he will throw out a few magic talismans, causing a few people on the opposite side to panic. This person has shown extremely high attainments in magic weapons, spells and talismans. On the other hand, Chen Ting and the others seem to be a little constrained in the Thunder Pool, and their spells and magic weapons were much less powerful than their opponents. Zheng Fa was somewhat enlightened on the side. This is still the reason for the Thunder Pool. In the Sunwei world, most of the magic arts are yin and evil, while the thunder methods are yin and strong, which are naturally incompatible with them. In the Thunder Pool, the combat effectiveness of this group of people was more severely weakened than the others. Fighting and fighting, this Tianhe sect disciple actually gained the upper hand despite being one against many. Chen Ting and the 4 disciples of the Great Freedom Demon sect also seemed to realize that this was not possible. They looked at each other and got closer and closer in a tacit understanding. These people stood together and seemed to be joining forces with each other. Zheng Fa couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Wasn't Chen Ting being hunted by these people? Are you joining forces now? This shows the pressure placed on them by the Tianhe sect disciples. He looked towards the disciple of He sect that day, but to his surprise, the other disciple was not angry but happy instead, and laughed loudly. I've been waiting for you to join forces. Everyone was stunned when they saw the crane cloak on his body raised. Under the clothes that looked like immortals, there was actually an extremely muscular body with gnarled muscles. Zheng Fa keenly sensed that something was wrong and drove away quickly in the boat. But it was already too late for Chen Ting and the others to escape. I saw the disciple of the He sect waved his hand that day, and the broadsword fell on top of his head, and plunged straight into the thunder clouds in the sky. The spiritual power fluctuations on the sword far exceeded the scope of the foundation building stage. Zheng Fa suddenly understood what this person was going to do. Of course, Lei Qi was not used to this person. In the sky, thunderclouds quickly gathered, layer after layer, like a mountain of quilts. The clouds above him were so low that it seemed like he could reach them with his hands. The next moment, thousands of thunders rushed down. These thunder snakes look like a forest of thunder. Those disciples of the Tianhe sect who dare to provoke Lei Qi are of course the main targets of these Lei Qi. But those people in Chen Ting were also in a bad situation. They stood so close that a thunderbolt could hit 3 of them, but they didn't expect this person to be so crazy. Directly suffered the disaster of Chaya. Zheng Fa could see that among the 4 disciples of the Great Freedom Demon cult, about 2 were weak and were instantly chopped into flying ash. The other 2 were also extremely embarrassed and fled in all directions. Chen Ting seemed to be better protected by the round mirror, but he was quickly moving away from the thunder jungle, obviously not daring to stay for a long time. But the one who got hit the most was the He sect disciple that day. He was like a lightning rod, attracting at least half of the thunder. But this person didn't seem to care. His body was flashing with thunder, and he was still chasing these people. Soon, the 2 people from the Great Freedom Demon sect were caught up by him without him having to take action. The 2 people were overwhelmed by the thunder. What a suicide attack. This Tianhe sect disciple killed those 2 people, turned around and headed towards Chen Ting. Chen Ting held the round mirror and managed to run a little further. When he turned around, he saw this man grinning ferociously and rushing toward him with layers of black clouds above his head. His whole body trembled, and he became a little faster. Zheng Fa watched the 2 people running towards him, and the boat turned around and hid aside, trying to make way for them. Unexpectedly, Chen Ting turned around and rushed towards him. Junior brother Zheng, he said in his mouth, please help me out of our friendship in the past. When Zheng Fa heard this, he said nothing and hurriedly urged the boat to get out of trouble. The disaster boat is suitable for thunder pools. In addition, the Tianhe sect disciple behind Chen Ting would strike Chen Ting with his sword from time to time, preventing him from escaping. Instead of getting closer, the distance between Zheng Fa and Chen Ting grew further. Looking at Chen Ting's slightly stunned face, Zheng Fa complained in his heart. Are we familiar? Everyone is coming carrying thunder from the sky. Want me to block it for you? I have news about senior sister Zheng. Chen Ting saw him running very fast and spoke again. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at him carefully. The ferry boat slowed down a little. The expression on this man's face was sincere and he seemed to be telling the truth. I have recently been hunted by people from the Great Freedom Demon Sect, and I have killed many of them, and I got some news about senior sister Zheng. Chen Ting said eagerly. This is logically possible. Chen Ting sacrificed not only the old man in him, but also part of the divine power of the Great Freedom Demon ancestor. It would be fine if the Great Freedom Demon Sect didn't know about this. Now looking at the situation, I should know. And senior sister Zheng indeed disappeared during the battle with the people of the Dzi Demon Sect. I know that you and senior sister Zheng are in love. If you help me escape, I will definitely. Chen Ting hasn't finished speaking yet. The speed of the boat under Zheng Fa's feet became faster again. Junior brother Zheng, don't you care about senior sister Zheng anymore? He couldn't help shouting. Brother Chen Dao, before I came to Lakey, Uncle Peng gave me a lot of advice. The most important thing was not to mistrust others, especially those who are duplicitous, cunning, and duplicitous. Zheng Fa's voice was far away. I'm not. I used to be Master's disciple, and he knows me best. I understand you quite well. Zheng Fa said with a hint of sigh in his tone, those instructions can be said to have your name on them. It's not that Zheng Fa doesn't want to know the news about senior sister Zheng, otherwise he wouldn't go against his nature and go to watch the battle between a few people. But Chen Ting deceived his grandfather to death. Zheng Fa doesn't dislike this person very much, and he definitely doesn't trust him. He even suspected that even if he helped Chen Ting, he would have other demands. The news in his mouth may not be false, but the price Zheng Fa has to pay is very high. At least he has to face the disciple of the Tianhe sect, and maybe he has to block the disciple of the Great Freedom Demon sect. That disciple looks crazy. With that kind of play, if someone else gets one thunder, this person will get at least 10 thunders. Involved in the conflict between these two people, let's not say what will happen to Zheng Fa. The Jushin sect may have a headache. However, there was information in Chen Ting's words that made Zheng Fa a little concerned. The demonic sect of freedom knew the whereabouts of senior sister Zheng. Now the jade pendant that Master Huang left for him is still flashing, which shows that the Great Freedom Demon sect has nothing to do with senior sister Zheng. Zheng Fa thought for a while, and if he wanted to find senior sister Zheng, Chen Ting might have clues in his hands, but this person was too thoughtful. The most direct way is to find someone from the Great Freedom Demon cult. Zheng Fa still followed the map given to him by senior sister Zheng to find a suitable location for Tianli body training. Senior sister Zheng's map marked 5 possible locations. He did not make a hasty choice, but spent more than half a month visiting every place. After reading it, he felt a little disappointed. It's not that these places are not suitable for Tianli body refining. But, what he was actually thinking was whether senior sister Zheng would leave any clues in these places for him to look for. But he didn't find it. In the end, he could only choose the most secluded place with the fewest people to stop the boat. Zheng Fa was sitting cross-legged on the bow of the boat, his whole soul leaving his body and heading straight towards the thunderclouds above his head. Boom! A thunderbolt struck him directly. His whole body trembled. Compared with the intensity of the thunder during the blood exchange, this thunder is much stronger. But compared to the pain of blood transfusion, he felt comfortable at this moment. There seemed to be a kind of life in this thunder. While destroying Zheng Fa's body, it also reshaped his body, and even made Zheng Fa's body slowly change, evolve. He now somewhat understands the idea of the 5 thunder body. The so-called 4 levels before were just to allow Zheng Fa to withstand the destructive power of the sky thunder and wait for the nourishment of vitality. Zheng Fa could feel that something seemed to be growing in his body. Before he could figure out what was growing in his body, suddenly, the Qingyang Qi in his danshan that had been given by the 9 Mountains Patriarch exploded. Ever since the Qingyang Qi entered his danshan, it never moved again. It seems that he is waiting for the completion of Zheng Fa's 5 Thunder Dharma body today. Part of this green yang energy dispersed into Zheng Fa's body, but part of it rushed to the sky, breaking through the thunderclouds above Zheng Fa's head and rising into the boundless sky. In the sky, a giant tree appeared. This giant tree has a trunk but no branches, and red broad leaves grow around the trunk, like the sunset. This giant tree is so big that it seems to be connected with the blue clouds and the yellow springs below. In the thunder pond, the clouds dispersed and thunder broke out, seeming to pay tribute to this giant tree. The constant sounds of fighting everywhere also subsided. Everyone raised their heads and looked overhead. Zheng Fa only felt that the Qingyang Qi in his body was spreading out, forming many tiny meridians in his body. The veins of these meridians seemed to be vaguely consistent with the veins of the giant tree in the sky. The words that Jushin Patriarch had said to him at the beginning came to his mind. When his pure yang body refining technique is perfected, it will be the day when the Qingyang Dao body is achieved. Now, these newly formed tiny meridians are the symbol of the Qingyang Dao body? Zheng Fa didn't have time to think about this at this time. He urged the boat to leave here. The movement just now was a bit too loud. He was afraid that someone would come. Do you like to be struck by lightning too? Suddenly, a voice came from the distance behind him. Zheng Fa turned around, and the Tianhe sect's disciples looked at him with sharp eyes, and there seemed to be some closeness in their eyes. No. What do you mean? Zheng Fa looked at this Tianhe sect disciple. Only when I looked closer did I realize that this person was very tall. Zheng Fa's current height was about 1.85 meters in modern terms, but it was only on the same level as the other person's eyebrows. Perhaps because of this, when he was wearing the crane cloak, he looked slender and had an air of immortality. But Zheng Fa did not forget the image of this muscular man when he triggered the thunder. He was a little wary. This person was a bit crazy before. The other party seemed to understand Zheng Fa's expression. His expression was startled, as if he remembered something. He curled his fingers in front of him and made a very special gesture and said, Yan Wushuan, a true disciple of the Tianhe sect, has met Brother Dao. Zheng Fa also bowed and said, Zheng Fa from the Jushan sect has seen Yan Zhenzuan. He looked at the other party's unusual salute gesture and was a little curious. Yan Wushuan lowered his head, looked at his hands, and curled his lips as if he was a little disgusted and said, this gesture was said to be popular in the ancestors' time. Now in the Sunwei world, the Tianhe sect, use it. Is it cos Master Tianhe again? Zheng Fa was speechless. Why do you feel like this Tianhe sect is holding its own money in its arms and chewing on it every day? As if she had read his thoughts, Yan Wushuan smiled and said, my Tianhe sect's dream for hundreds of thousands of years is to have another Tianhe venerable. Zheng Fa nodded slowly, which is understandable. But I don't want to follow the old path of the patriarch. Yan Wushuan looked at Zheng Fa and suddenly said, the patriarch's way is the way of swordsmanship. My way is the way of thunder. Brother Taoist has surpassed his predecessors, which I admire. Zheng Fa asked himself, if he had a patriarch like Lord Tianhe, he would probably try swordsmanship. This person gave up the art of swordsmanship to pursue the art of lightning, nothing else. Zheng Fa admired this ambition. What's more, looking at Tianhe sect's actions, this person's ideas may be a little deviant. This is even more difficult. I can't say it's an ambition, it can only be regarded as a hobby. Yan Wushuan waved his hands with a humble expression. Hobby. The sentence appeared in Zheng Fa's mind again for no reason. You also like to be struck by lightning. Seemingly sensing Zheng Fa's thoughts, Yan Wushuan patted her thigh and said, it's the heavenly thunder body refining. He said loudly, other people only feel pain when they are struck by lightning, but I feel refreshed since I was a child. The more powerful the thunder is, the more comfortable I feel. My master saw that I had such a talent, so he asked me to choose a thunder method. Zheng Fa turned his head blankly. Where is Tangling Mu? What's the phone number of the hospital where your mother goes to see a doctor? There are big customers. Yan Wushuan looked at Zheng Fa kindly again. Although my Tianhe Grandmaster brothers are friendly, they have never been able to understand my hobby. Some people even said that I was sick. This actually makes some sense, right? But I know that I am not alone. No, I meet you again. Zheng Fa understood. This pervert thought he was also a pervert. Brother Dao, I didn't. Brother Zheng Dao, those ordinary people don't understand us, but in front of me, don't hide it. I really didn't. Your body training skills cannot be hidden from my eyes. Yan Wushuan pointed to his own eyes and said with great confidence, you have mastered an excellent Thunder Dao body training technique to great perfection. Brother Taoist, I've heard your name in Fangxi. You seem to have been in the business for less than a year. Yes, that's right. Yan Wushuan clapped his hands and spoke decisively, there are people who practice the Thunder Dao body training method, but I have only seen one kind of person who can practice this method to perfection within a year. Other people will never survive that kind of pain in such a short period of time. I have even heard of some people driving themselves crazy because of practicing too hard. Of course there are people who are cruel to themselves in this world, but I think, brother, running so fast probably doesn't count. This was not the first time that Zheng Fa heard someone scolding him for being a coward, but he still wanted to explain. Senior brother, I have another chance. Junior brother, I understand that this matter is not understood by others, and it is a bit difficult to talk about it. Yan Wushuan patted Zheng Fa on the shoulder and said gently, you are not the first person I have met who refuses to admit it. And there are experts? Let me tell you, I have traveled far and wide and have met several fellow travelers. I have already thought about setting up a fellow bandit in the future to help each other. There is no shame in having this hobby. Yan Wushuan's eyes were full of encouragement. It is difficult for Zheng Fa to explain his rapid progress in the Five Thunder body. In fact, including modern time, he has been practicing Five Thunder body for nearly 2 years. If you consider that there is no spiritual energy in modern times, he spent most of his time on Five Thunder body. This time is even, let's say, more than 2 years. But he couldn't explain it to Yan Wushuan. Brother Dao, didn't you go after Chen Ting before? He could only change the subject. Chen Ting? Oh, you mean that person from the Nine Nether Demon sect? You lost him. Yan Wushuan thought for a while and said, his precious mirror is not ordinary, and it has some hidden methods. I don't dare to be careless, besides, I'm actually chasing the Sky Monument and don't want to waste time on these little guys. Where did you lose your senior brother? Zheng Fa's heart moved and he suddenly asked. Yan Wushuan glanced at him and suddenly smiled. Others who hear me mention this will definitely ask about the heavenly steel first. It seems that senior sister Zhang is very important to you. Zheng Fa smiled and did not deny it. After Yan Wushuan pointed Zheng Fa in a direction, Zheng Fa thought about it and said, I don't know what the heavenly steel is. Brother Dao, why do you say you are chasing the heavenly steel? The heavenly steel is the culprit that caused such a bustle in the Thunder Pond. But in the jade tube, Uncle Peng did not explain this thing in detail, probably because he did not know it. The one who knows the most about the heavenly steel in the Sunwei realm is of course the Tianhe sect. Heavenly steel. Yan Wushuan thought about it and said very frankly, it is another world. Heaven and earth? Zheng Fa widened his eyes. There is another world? Do you know where the word Sunwei realm comes from? Could it be the venerable Tianhe? Zheng Fa realized something. That's right. Yan Wushuan explained. There is also a small world with special rules in the heavenly steel of Sword Dao. The ancestor felt that there was another world outside my Sunwei realm, so he created the world and broke the shackles of heaven and earth. Special rules. This is the secret of my Tianhe sect. Yan Wushuan said directly. Although it was a refusal, it made people feel more sincere. I can only say that the rules in the heavenly steel of Thunder Dao should be related to the attainments of Thunder Dao. Yan Wushuan said, it's just that I haven't found the heavenly steel of Thunder Dao yet, or it's not the time for it to be truly born. The ancestor once said that the heavenly steel has its own spirituality and is also moving around. Not only me, but others are also looking for it. Thank you, senior brother, for clearing up my doubts. Zheng Fa's face was also quite grateful, although this person's kindness to him was strange. But he really told me everything he knew. Zheng Fa was very grateful. What's the big deal? These are all worthless news. You can find out about them later. Yan Wushuan stood up and said in a somewhat heroic tone, we are all in the same boat. In a corner of the Thunder Pond, Chen Ting was quietly recovering from his injuries. This place is not only hidden, but the surrounding thunder is also extremely violent. If he didn't have the magic mirror, he couldn't stand it. But the thunder here is very gentle. Recovering from injuries here is not only safe, but also more hidden. He didn't dare to go out. He had offended too many people, not to mention the madman of the Tianhe sect. The disciples of the Great Freedom Demon sect were also looking for him everywhere. If he hadn't come to the Thunder Pond, he would have suspected that there would be Yuanying chasing him. But this place is not absolutely safe. From time to time, there would be cultivators passing by not far away, and some of the clothes on some people were very familiar to him. They were disciples of the Jushin sect. Fortunately, probably because the thunder around him was too fierce, no one went here. After a few days, he was a little relieved and focused on recovering from his injuries. That day, there was some movement in the distance, as if some people were flying away. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but found that the movement was getting closer and closer. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar face. Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa didn't come alone. There were many disciples of Jushin sect around him, and a group of people were talking about something. Junior brother Zheng, this is the only place in this area that has not been searched. Zheng Fa looked at the fierce thunder and nodded, and seemed to understand why other disciples had never searched here. You stand here, I'll go in and take a look. It seems that other disciples of Jushin sect are responsible for searching those simple plots, while Zheng Fa is responsible for searching some places that ordinary people can't reach. Chen Ting saw with his own eyes that Zheng Fa walked towards his location step by step under the thunder that he couldn't bear. He didn't mean to run away even if he was injured. He was now a cultivator in the late Jindan period. Facing Zheng Fa in the Qi refining period, he felt that he didn't need to hide. Looking at Zheng Fa, Chen Ting knew that this group of people was probably looking for him. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. On the one hand, it was because Zheng Fa ran so fast that he was seriously injured by the madman from Tianhe sect. Especially when he saw Zheng Fa resisting the thunder with his body, he always felt that he saw the madman again. There was a phantom pain on his body. He hated it even more. On the other hand, it was a sneer at Zheng Fa for being so careless. It was also true that Zheng Fa had been highly valued since he entered Jushin sect, and it was reasonable for him to be arrogant as a genius. But he was still so careless after leaving Jushin sect, which could only be said to be a way to die. What he had to do was to kill or subdue Zheng Fa when he was not prepared, so that he could escape the pursuit of Jushin sect. Gradually, Zheng Fa was getting closer and closer. He could hear Zheng Fa's somewhat tired breathing. Chen Ting's mind moved, and the round mirror flew out of his danshan and shone towards Zheng Fa. Buzz! Chen Ting watched his treasure mirror being shot down by a seal. This seal looks a little familiar. Chen Ting slowly turned his head and saw Master Peng looking at him with a dark face. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Zheng Fa, who was smiling. No, who would go out with a Yuanying? Where is your arrogance as a genius? Looking at Chen Ting, who said nothing, Zheng Fa asked directly, I just have one question. You said you have news about senior sister Zhang. Is it true? She was sealed. Chen Ting was silent for a while and said something that made Zheng Fa pale, or, in other words, she sealed herself in order to escape the pursuit of the Great Freedom Demon sect. Amidst the thunder in the sky, Zheng and Fa stood looking at each other. Chen Ting's treasured mirror trembled slightly under the blow of the seal, buzzing back into Chen Ting's arms, and the light on the mirror dimmed a lot. Just like Chen Ting's eyes. He looked at Uncle Peng standing next to Zheng Fa, his lips moved, as if he was hesitating on what to call him. Uncle Peng also looked at him, with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. Zheng Fa couldn't help but breathe lightly at the side. This was the scene where master and apprentice met, fell in love and killed each other. It seemed like he should be under the car. After a moment of silence, Chen Ting raised his hands. His sudden movement startled Uncle Peng, who raised his feet to block Zheng Fa. Apparently he was preparing for a sneak attack on Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa suddenly felt that Chen Ting's gaze on him was a bit dazzling. Just like that, being NTR'd in front of your face, looking at Huang Mao's eyes. Chen Ting put his hands together, saluted Master Pang, and said, Master, do you not trust me so much now? Uncle Pang also knew that he had misunderstood. The muscles on his face were stiff, but there was no gentleness in his tone. I once believed it. You said you have never killed anyone in the Jushin sect, and I believed you. Uncle Pang looked at Chen Ting and said, so I let you go, but what about now? Zheng Fa looked at the precious mirror in Chen Ting's hand. He didn't know the power of this precious mirror, but what was certain was that it was not used to greet him. Chen Ting pursed his lips and stopped talking. Zheng Fa couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Master Pang is the one who cares most about his disciples among the 3 Yuan Yings of the Jushin sect. Chen Ting was also highly valued in the past. I was hiding aside before, maybe I didn't want to see how Chen Ting was doing. But, Pang Zhenren, things in this world are often not chosen by people. Chen Ting changed the title of Master Pang to Zhenren Pang. Since I left Jushin sect, I have no room for mercy. Uncle Pang stopped talking, but the seal above his head shone brightly in the void, seeming to be an answer to Chen Ting's words. Pang Zhenren, are you going to take action against me? Chen Ting looked at him like this and smiled softly. Uncle Pang remained silent. Master, please think carefully. Although you are nascent soul, you are not much better than me in this thunder pool. Chen Ting's tone contained a threat. What's more, you have to protect junior brother Zheng and all of you, disciple of Shin sect. When he turned around, he realized that just when he and Master Pang were at war with each other, Zheng Fa had already boarded the boat to cross the river and was running wildly out with a group of 9 mountain sect disciples. She seemed to feel his gaze. Zheng Fa also turned around and waved goodbye to him, his face full of consideration. It seemed that he didn't want to disturb their master-disciple reminiscing. Pang Zhenren, this Zheng Fa. Chen Ting remembered that he saw Zheng Fa twice, and each time he saw this man running away. His expression was a little complicated. Can you really become the next leader? Aren't you afraid that he will destroy Jushan? Are all the members of the clan ruined? Uncle Pang was speechless as he looked at the boat going away. Although it had been discussed long ago, Zheng Fa's running so swiftly still made him feel a little embarrassed. No, you are now a member of the 9 Nether Demon sect, and your butt is crooked. What do you care about Jushin sect? You are right to be worried. In the market, Zheng Fa saw Uncle Pang returning and asked directly, Uncle, where is Chen Ting? Run away. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment. Chen Ting's life-saving ability was really strong. When ordinary people encounter his situation, they should be ready to reincarnate. This son is the head of 3 families, so he should not be underestimated. Uncle Pang explained, what's more, I also have to be careful in the Thunder Pond. Zheng Fa thought for a while, and it was really, Uncle Pang is willing to teach his disciples. There used to be an old man who was always with me. Later, the old man was sacrificed, and he won the favor of Juyu Demon ancestor. Then why doesn't anyone from the 9 Nether Demon sect come to help him? Zheng Fa couldn't help but wonder. The biggest reason why their Jushin sect is tracking Chen Ting is to find out the whereabouts of senior sister Zhang. But the Great Freedom Demon sect is out for revenge. Chen Ting is in such a difficult situation, doesn't he want to ask for help from the Juyu Demon sect? If a demon sect can talk about unity and mutual assistance, why do we call it a demon sect? Uncle Pang snorted and said, if you encounter Chen Ting again in the future, don't be careless. Yes. Zheng Fa understood what Uncle Pang meant. When Chen Ting just left the Jushin sect, he might still have some nostalgia for the Jushin sect. But now it seems that there is probably not much left. There are very few people in this world who can maintain their original intention, let alone a disciple like me. Uncle Pang couldn't tell whether it was regret or fear in his tone. I'm afraid I have experienced a lot of hardships since I rebelled against my section. The Chen Ting incident had little to do with Zheng Fa. If he hadn't told him that he had news about senior sister Zhang, Zheng Fa wouldn't have gone to him. The most important thing now is to find senior sister Zhang. It's very troublesome. Uncle Pang frowned. Yes, senior sister Zhang is too close to the secret realm of the demon sect now. This time the spiritual cave was born, not only a thunder pool collapsed, but also a secret realm of the demon sect. And the thunder pool happened to be blocking the exit of the secret realm. It is precisely because of this that the demonic sect of freedom has not been able to block the exit. Senior sister Zhang was besieged by people from the Great Freedom Demon Cult and hid in a thunder pond. Although those from the Great Freedom Demon Cult could not capture her, they could force her to the exit of the secret realm, where it would be most convenient for the Great Freedom Demon Cult to deploy their troops. If they could force her into their own secret realm, then senior sister Zhang would be able to do so. They slaughter. Now for the Jushin sect, if they want to find senior sister Zhang, they must first face a battle with the Great Freedom Demon sect. It's not just that. Uncle Pang shook his head and said, I also know something about the self-proclaimed method used by Master Zhang. It is a magic weapon named Huang, Xianguanjian. Xianguanjian. Zheng Fa frowned and said, the person surnamed Huang had a big revenge in her early years, but she was not good at cultivation at that time and could not take revenge. But during normal cultivation, she couldn't help but want to go out to seek revenge, and she couldn't restrain herself at all. So she begged her master to practice this magic weapon for her. She had only one purpose, to trap herself in it. If she didn't become a nascent soul, she wouldn't be able to get out of this magic weapon. When Uncle Pang said this, his face looked like he had a toothache. What if it's an outsider? Outsiders? Outsiders can only use nascent soul cultivation to break this magic weapon. This is a thunder pool. Yes. Who in the thunder pool dares to use the magic of nascent soul cultivation level? Senior sister Zheng was afraid that she would use the entrance hall to identify herself because she knew this. But Master Zheng's nephew is short of golden elixir. Uncle Peng sighed, expressing Zheng Fa's inner worries. Anyway, at least we have a goal now. We'll wait until we find senior sister Zheng. Modern. Today is the day when Zheng Fa and Tang Lingmu report to Beijing University. Tang Lingmu had been picked up by her mother 2 days ago. I heard that her father had also come to the capital and planned to send his daughter to school in person. Zheng Fa didn't let old man Bai give it away either. He took a taxi alone and arrived at the gate of Beijing University. There are already many students and parents here. Compared with his classmates in high school, Zheng Fa feels that these newly admitted students from Beijing University are somewhat similar but also somewhat different. The similarity is that everyone is of the same age. In this internet age, things like dressing up and hairstyle are actually very uniform across the country. The different places are a bit mysterious. Although there is not much difference in appearance, the group of young people in front of them seem to be inexplicably more confident. There is another observation that Zheng Fa could not confirm. It seems that there are many people from good family backgrounds. He watched for a while and then followed the flow of people to the entrance of the gymnasium. Zheng Fa needed to report here. After the registration was completed, there would be an opening ceremony in the gymnasium. There are many tents at the entrance of the gymnasium, with the names of departments written on the tops of the tents. There is a long table below, and several older young people are sitting behind the long table. Probably a counselor or a senior. Zheng Fa took the notice and found the tent of the School of Physics. Inside the tent were 3 men and 2 women. Seeing Zheng Fa coming, the 3 boys inside remained motionless, but the 2 girls stood up at the same time. They looked at each other. Among them was a girl wearing glasses who seemed a little shy. She hesitated for a moment and then slowly sat down. The person who received Zheng Fa was another girl. She had beautiful features, a slender waist, and an even more friendly smile. Of course, with Zheng Fa's eyesight, it can be seen that at least 2 aspects of this person's beauty are due to her superb makeup skills. But judging from the unkind eyes of the 3 seniors behind her, the remaining 8 points are also extremely playable in the School of Physics. It's a little sad to think about this. Junior, did you come alone? Give me the notice. The girl took the notice from Zheng Fa, glanced at it and said, Zheng Fa, you are from the School of Physics. Come, take it. She didn't say much nonsense. She seemed to be completing her own tasks, doing business in a business-like manner, and had the reserve of a senior. Several document bags, large and small, were handed over. Here is a handbook for new students and a map of the school. The second cafeteria is the best. There is a notice to parents here. It's not important. The most important things in this small bag are your student card, dormitory key, and dormitory number. Don't lose them. Zheng Fa squeezed the small bag, nodded and said, okay, thank you, senior sister. Here, add WeChat. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at the senior sister. The senior sister said with a serious face, if you are new to the college and you don't understand the requirements of the college, if you don't understand anything, just ask me directly. Zheng Fa was silent for a while, then took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code on the other party's mobile phone. After thanking the senior again, Zheng Fa walked into the gymnasium with a few folders. Behind him, there was a faint conversation between the senior sister and another freshman standing behind Zheng Fa. This is your stuff, take it all and don't lose it. After a while, I heard the senior sister say again, are you okay? The new student was a boy. He probably heard the previous conversation between the senior and Zheng Fa. He asked in a nagging voice, isn't there a requirement to add WeChat? Why haven't I heard about this rule? Then I'm a new student, what don't you understand? The senior sister showed the logic of science and engineering, so I sent you a freshman handbook. Zheng Fa couldn't help but take out his mobile phone and looked at the senior sister's profile picture. The senior sister in the avatar smiles innocently and kindly, and she really doesn't look like there are so many clichés. When Zheng Fa walked into the gymnasium, there were already quite a few students sitting inside. The seats for freshmen were divided into squares according to their departments. He found the seats belonging to the School of Physics, walked back, and sat down in a seat near the back. Next to him was a boy wearing glasses, with thin cheeks. He watched him sit down and nodded at him. While waiting for the ceremony to begin, Zheng Fa opened the smallest folder and took out his student card and dormitory key. There was also a page inside, which wrote his dormitory number and check-in time, as well as dormitory regulations and so on. Are you also in 308? The boy wearing glasses suddenly asked on the side. You are. My name is Dai Yuan, we should be roommates. This is a bit of a coincidence. The freshmen of our School of Physics, the boys all live in Building 45, and the girls seem to be in Building 48. Dai Yuan seemed to have asked before, but there are not many girls. There are not many girls. In the square of the entire School of Physics, the proportion of girls is probably less than 20%, or even only 10%. Zheng Fa noticed that Dai Yuan's eyes were always on these rare girls, and he seemed to be saying something silently. As if he saw his gaze, Dai Yuan shrugged lightly and said, I'm looking for my possible future partner. Zheng Fa turned his head and looked at the words New Student Admission Ceremony on the screen of the rostrum, and couldn't help asking a question. So early. Statistically speaking, Poisson distribution tells us that if a person wants to date 100 girlfriends in his life, then when he has 37 girlfriends, the second best choice has already appeared. In the future, as long as there is one better than this one, that one will be the best. Dai Yuan pushed his glasses and said, in other words, dating about 40 girlfriends will have the effect of picking one out of 100, and the cost effectiveness is very high. Before, Zheng Fa understood, but he was still shocked. From a biological point of view, the IQ of those who can be admitted here is guaranteed, which is good for reproduction. As Zheng Fa listened, he actually felt that what he said made sense. From my life plan, university is the most ideal place to solve marriage problems. Dai Yuan treated everything as a task, and he looked for a girlfriend just to level up. So you are now. I'm looking for the number one target. Dai Yuan looked at the girl from the School of Physics carefully, and then turned his attention to the students from other colleges. Zheng Fa shook his head and ignored this person. His eyes also fell on a girl. Tang Lingyu was looking back at them, as if she was also looking for someone. When she saw him, Tang Lingyu showed a big smile on her face, and Zheng Fa also smiled at her. There was nothing special about the ceremony at Jingcheng University. The same leaders gave speeches and student representatives gave speeches. The only difference was probably that the speaker was an academician. The freshman representative might have been on some TV. Anyway, they all had some titles that looked quite impressive. But this did not prevent those who played with their phones and those who chatted quietly from the audience. Dai Yuan on the side was still looking for his prey. Zheng Fa took out his phone and looked down at the message sent by the old man in the group. Xiao Tian is in the hospital. I'll go see her first. You can come and see her when you are free. Zheng Fa pursed his lips. When he met Teacher Tian before, she said that she could live for another half a year. But it has only been more than 2 months. Zheng Fa has not dealt with this matter, mainly because he has not yet condensed a magic talisman that can cure diseases. It is not good to give people hope rashly. But now, it is obvious that Teacher Tian's condition has deteriorated faster than expected. Tang Lingyu also sent him a private message. Shall we go together later? Okay. Even if he can't help much now, he should go and see. Teacher Tian is very enthusiastic about him and Tang Lingyu. After a while, the opening ceremony was finally over. Tang Lingyu walked towards him, and Zheng Fa also stood up. Do you know each other? I saw her smile at you several times. Dai Yuan, who was standing aside, suddenly asked Tang Lingyu as he walked along. Yes, a high school classmate. 1 in 100. I observed 42 girls nearby, and she is the prettiest. Dai Yuan looked at Zheng Fa and explained, she is 1 in 100, a girl from Beijing University is 1 in 10,000, and she is at least 1 in 100 among Beijing University girls. You seem to be earlier. Watching Dai Yuan slowly leave, Zheng Fa was speechless. This man has a good eye. What are you talking about? Tang Lingyu also saw Dai Yuan's actions and asked Zheng Fa curiously. He is probably praising you for being beautiful. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said, oh, I don't know if it's because he's used to it or because he's thinking about Teacher Tian. Tang Lingyu just said oh and didn't react. The two took a taxi to the hospital. But they saw Granny Wu pushing Teacher Tian, and Old Man Bai was saying something on the side. Seeing Zheng Fa and the others coming, Teacher Tian smiled at them. Although she smiled very hard, the two could still see the haggardness on her face. Old Man Bai waved to the two of them and said to Granny Wu, Grandma, please wait for us here. Let's go get some medicine. Granny Wu nodded towards them. His expression was quite calm. Zheng Fa and the others walked to the pharmacy. As soon as they turned the corner, Tang Lingyu asked, Grandpa Bai, how is Teacher Tian? I suddenly couldn't get up at home. She said it hurt, so I sent her to the hospital. Old Man Bai sighed and said, the doctor said the deterioration was faster than expected. Now she has difficulty walking. She refused to treat her anymore. Doctor, there was no other way, so I prescribed some conservative treatment medicine and painkillers. He glanced at Zheng Fa, and the thoughts in his eyes were self-evident. Zheng Fa shook his head gently. It will probably take me another month. The 9th talisman required him to practice the 9th level of qi to condense it. That's the problem. Old Man Bai sighed and said, the doctor told me privately that the rapid deterioration of the condition has a lot to do with the lack of will to survive. Thinking about what Teacher Tian said before, it sounds like he doesn't really want to live. Zheng Fa couldn't help but be speechless. Grandpa Bai, I can make a promise to you. Zheng Fa was silent for a long time and said, even if Teacher Tian is unwilling to join the nursing home, I will help her if I can, without any need for anything in return. Old Man Bai was stunned and looked at Zheng Fa with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. He knew that the biggest reason why Zheng Fa had this promise was because of himself. It's just that Teacher Tian is willing to let me help. Zheng Fa stopped him from speaking and continued, in other words, is it a good thing for her to save her? Zheng Fa's own character is of course one that values life. But everyone has their own pursuits. He can't make the decision for Teacher Tian. On the other hand, even if we don't care about Teacher Tian's thoughts, she still has to survive for another month. Zheng Fa said softly, otherwise, there is nothing I can do. I can't bring the dead back to life. Old Man Bai and both of them were silent. With the will to survive that Teacher Tian is showing now, it's hard to say whether he can survive this month. Teacher Tian is unwilling to be hospitalized. The few people took the medicine and returned to Teacher Tian's house. But the last time I came here, Teacher Tian could still walk. This time I can only use a wheelchair. But she looked quite happy, and joked with Old Man Bai, maybe there will be some more money left. Old Man Bai twitched the corner of his mouth and said nothing. Take your medicine. Granny Wu came over with a glass of water and the medicine newly prescribed by the doctor. I'll take the painkillers and forget about the rest. Unexpectedly, Teacher Tian said this. Several people's hearts sank. Old Man Bai gestured towards Zheng Fa and the others with his eyes. The two took Granny Wu out of the room. Only Old Man Bai was left to accompany Teacher Tian. What do you want to tell me? Teacher Tian asked, seemingly understanding his look. You really don't want to live anymore. Old Man Bai didn't know where to start for a moment, so he stumbled and asked. The most important thing now is to solve the problem of Teacher Tian's will to survive. In no mood. The money is all gone, and the treatment will cost a lot of money. What if you don't worry about money? Old Man Bai looked at Tang Lingyu outside the door. He only raised one Zheng Fa, but raising another Teacher Tian wouldn't do anything, right? Old Bai, do you know why I gave up treatment? Don't want to live. I don't want to drag my mother down. Teacher Tian sighed and said, of course it would be cruel to her if I die, but at her age, do she still need her to take care of me for a few years? I am now in a wheelchair. Others have children and wives, so I can only trouble my mother, who is almost 90 years old. Old Man Bai's mouth trembled. Since you're going to die, it's best to die simply. Teacher Tian said softly. That's why you said you don't want to live. Old Bai, who doesn't want to live? Teacher Tian said, I have accepted my fate. If I die sooner, my mother will be freed sooner. My body can only do so much for her. What if there is a way to save you? Old Man Bai's eyes slowly lit up. Since he wanted to live, it would be easy. Are you starting to believe those nonsense things again? Teacher Tian glanced at him and said, this time it's true. Really, remember not to send money. Teacher Tian waved his hand and said a little helplessly. She really didn't believe it. Old Man Bai suddenly said, 1 month. He was so serious that Teacher Tian was stunned. Just hold on for another month, take medicine, and rest. If it still doesn't work, I will visit Granny Wu every day after you leave. Old Bai, why are you doing this? Teacher Tian sighed. I just want to find a satisfactory wife. Old Man Bai hummed. Are you stubborn? What do I deserve at this age? Teacher Tian was a little speechless. If you can really save me, what's the big deal about promising yourself to me? You said so. Old Man Bai ran out the door. Huh? Lao Bai? Don't pay. Zheng Fa, I leave all my happiness to you. Old Man Bai ran to Zheng Fa and whispered. You can treat my illness, Ling Miao can take care of me, and I can be my spouse. Sunwei World. Uncle, have you found the whereabouts of senior sister Zhang? Zheng Fa asked Uncle Peng in the Five Dragons Palace. Uncle Peng glanced at Zheng Fa, with a bitter look on his face. We have determined the approximate location, but the person has not been found yet. Looking at his expression, Zheng Fa knew that things might be a bit troublesome. What's the problem? That place is close to the secret realm of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. There are too many disciples of the Demon Sect, and I don't dare to go there rashly. Uncle Peng hesitated for a while, then sighed. I'm afraid that the Great Freedom Demon Sect is cheating. Zheng Fa somewhat understood Uncle Peng's hesitation. He was afraid that people from the Great Freedom Demon cult would gather around him for reinforcements. I can't kill senior sister Zhang. Killing a 9-mountain sect nascent soul is enough. They would target our Jushin sect like this. Objectively speaking, what level is the Great Freedom Demon Sect? What level is the Jushin sect? Is it worth paying such a big expense to the other party? If we are not in the same place, of course they will look down on us. Uncle Peng did not think that Zheng Fa was disparaging his own sect, but said frankly, but now there is no room for 2 tigers in this mountain, and the Changchun sect has been wiped out, plus there's the Sky Monument. That's right. The Jushin sect considers Taiyang County to be its territory. The Great Freedom Demon Sect still feels that its secret realm is here. There will naturally be disputes. Uncle Peng's worries are not impossible. That is to say, the environment of the lay pond is special, and those demonic soul nascent souls are also afraid of capsizing in the gutter. Uncle Peng shook his head and said, but our 9 Mountains sect is weak after all. Zheng Fa nodded. The current environment in Lei Qi has greatly leveled the cultivation gap between the monks. Although monks with high cultivation level can rely on magic weapons and other things to maintain their relative advantage. But compared to the outside world, the possibility of overturning is much greater. Master Peng didn't dare to enter the Thunder Pool because he was afraid that others would exchange his life for those disciples with low cultivation level. What's more, now that the monument has attracted many people from the Immortal sect, the Great Freedom Demon Sect has to keep a low profile. Even if they have no conspiracy, just because they want to protect their own secret realm, this matter is still very troublesome. Master Peng thought for a while and said, for the current plan, we can only rely on foundation building and chi training disciples. Zheng Fa was silent. The lay pond is so special that letting monks who are above the golden core go in is really not worth the gain. We still have to rely on the human wave tactics to fight for our lives. But in this case, casualties are inevitable. Master Nephew Zhang. As if he understood his expression, Master Peng sighed and said, to our Jushin sect, Master Nephew Zhang is more important than 100 ordinary disciples. Disciple understands? Uncle Peng said softly, do you know why I brought so many disciples here? Zheng Fa was startled and looked outside the Five Dragons' heavenly palace. Half of the people from the Jushin sect who came to Leica this time were disciples of Uncle Peng's lineage. Uncle Master. As a superior, one must never be merciful. Walking out of the Five Dragons' heavenly palace, Zheng Fa walked slowly in Leichefang City. This time he didn't look at the newly opened shops or the increasing number of people in the market, but looking at those fellow disciples. Nowadays, Leichefang City is becoming more and more prosperous. They were doing well. The patrolling disciples walked in twos and threes, talking and laughing in low voices. When seeing Zheng Fa, many disciples would salute with smiles. His face was respectful and friendly. Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel a little proud. Apart from anything else, the situation of the Jushin sect is much better now, and there are many more smiles on the faces of the disciples. Zheng Fa felt that he had his own contribution. But Uncle Peng's words may be able to break through this seemingly beautiful illusion. Maybe these people will enter the Thunder Pool in a few days, desperately trying to find Senior Sister Zheng and the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Junior Brother Zheng. A somewhat familiar voice came. It was Senior Brother Yang, who was formerly under Senior Sister Zheng. Zheng Fa had contact with him just after he took charge of Jushin Zhongfang City. Later, when I came to Leica, Senior Brother Yang also contributed a lot to the establishment of Xinfang City, and now he has a close relationship with Zheng Fa. He was a little curious when he saw Zheng Fa's face. Senior Brother Yang. How's it going? Is there any news about Senior Sister Zheng? Senior Brother Yang expressed concern. Zheng Fa shook his head and hesitated, but still spoke. There is a general direction, but there are too many disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect there. Senior Brother Yang was stunned. He seemed to understand something, and his eyes slowly changed. After a long time, he finally said, "Are we going to the Thunder Pond?" Actually, when Senior Brother Sunday Yu picked someone, everyone understood it. Seeing that Zheng Fa didn't speak, Senior Brother Yang laughed instead. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. If we don't save Senior Sister Zheng, maybe we can survive for the time being, but if Jushin sect will lose Senior Sister Zheng in the future, I don't think we can live long. Besides, even if we go in and fight those demon sect thieves, we won't necessarily die, right? Zheng Fa shook his head and said with a smile, "I can't understand it as much as my senior brother." "No, Junior Brother Zheng." On the contrary, Senior Brother Yang waved his hand, looked at Zheng Fa and said, "It's not that you can't understand, it's that you see too many people in your eyes. Whether it's Senior Uncle Peng, Senior Sister Zheng, or even the sect leader, when have you ever seen people like us in your eyes?" Senior Brother Yang smiled and said, "I don't know how you grew up, but you are the only one who will be here at this time. Look at us disciples. I'm being pretentious." Zheng Fa smiled mockingly. It's just that he is more inclined to modernity, and some of his ideas often seem a bit out of date. Junior Brother Zheng, we disciples actually understood this before we came here. Senior Brother Yang whispered. Some of them are helpless. Who dares to disobey nascent soul's orders? Like me, it's because I'm a direct descendant of Senior Sister Zheng, so I have to come here. There are still some people. There may be few people, but I know there are. Senior Brother Yang paused and said, "I believe in you. Trust me. I believe you won't let us die in vain. They are not doing it for Senior Sister Zheng, just because of you." Zheng Fa was a little stunned. He didn't expect that there were people like this in the Jushin sect. Senior Brother Yang smiled and said, "Junior Brother, no one in the Jushin sect is blind. Everyone knows who has done what." After saying that, he cupped his hands towards Zheng Fagong and said, "I'm going back to prepare." Zheng Fa looked at his back and was speechless for a moment. A few days later, a clear bird song came from the sky above Leichefang City. A blue loon spread its wings across the sky, holding a man with an unattractive face in its claws. Qingluan fell into Fangxi, transformed into a round-faced girl, and hurriedly ran into the Five Dragons' heavenly palace. "Junior Brother Zheng, I'm coming." Before Senior Sister Yuan arrived, her energetic and cheerful voice came into the room. Zheng Fa smiled and walked out of the room, looking at the three people in front of him. "Here, I brought you the person you need." Senior Sister Yuan pointed to Lin Bufan and Lin Yo standing aside. Both of them looked a little pale, as if they were not feeling well along the way. "Sir." Junior Brother Zheng. The two looked at Zheng Fa with confusion on their faces. Zheng Fa nodded lightly towards the two of them, without speaking to them, but asked to Senior Sister Yuan, "Senior Sister, I asked you to ask Master for more Dao Zhengxian Talisman array, do you want it? That old man is very stingy. He said he didn't have time and was working on a play." Senior Sister Yuan snorted and said, "But I said you wanted it, and he dumped me a lot." She handed over a storage bag. Zheng Fa opened it and saw that it was a set of spiritual talismans. "Junior Brother, why do you need so many talisman formations? You even asked the leader to change the Thunder Pool map." Seeing his satisfied expression, Senior Sister Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Peng is going to send his disciples into the Thunder Pond, and I want to give them some special training. Explain clearly and focus before taking the exam to increase the passing, survival, rate." Senior Sister Yuan understood immediately, clapped her hands and said, "That's okay, but why did you bring them here?" "Extraordinary." Zheng Fa turned to look at Lin Bufan. The expression on this man's face was very complicated, and he didn't seem to expect to go home so soon. "Sir, I have told you everything I can tell you about the Great Freedom Demon Sect." "I know." Zheng Fa waved his hand. The other party's soul seals were all with him. He might have some small thoughts, but his loyalty to the Great Freedom Demon cult was hard to say. The young master wants me to sneak into the Great Freedom Demon sect. Lin Bufan's face turned pale, and he suddenly seemed to realize something. Senior Sister Yuan and the two looked a little sympathetic. Anyone with this matter would have a narrow escape from death. What's more, who knows if the Great Freedom Demon cult has any means of identifying traitors. But on the other hand, apart from being unfriendly to Lin Bufan, this is really a good idea. Nowadays, the Jushin sect knows very little about the Great Freedom Demon sect. If someone can really sneak into it, they might be able to directly find out the whereabouts of Senior Sister Zheng. You don't want to? Zheng Fa asked. Yes. Lin Bufan gritted his teeth and said, I only want one thing from you, Master. What's up? If you meet Lin Yangtian in the future and take his life, please go to my uncle's grave and let me know, Lin Bufan said in a low voice. Senior Sister Yuan's face looked a little unbearable. It seemed that he heard the determination in his tone. We haven't reached that stage yet. Zheng Fa glanced at him, shook his head and said, I asked you to come, because you are still participating in this special training. Lin Bufan looked up, with a look of surprise and joy on his face. You are the test question. Lin Bufan looked at Zheng Fa blankly, still not quite understanding. Every disciple of the Nine Mountains sect who wants to participate in the attack on the Great Freedom Demon sect must adapt to your methods in the great way of fighting for immortals and kill you before they can travel. Lin Bufan blinked and repeated, everyone. How many people are there in total? Uncle Pang said the more, the better. Sir, I am willing to sneak into the Great Freedom Demon sect. Be good, your life is mine now, don't waste it. After forcing Lin Bufan to accept the reality, Zheng Fa turned to look at Lin Yo aside. Lin Yo's eyes trembled when he saw him, and he hurriedly waved his hands and said, I don't know how to use the techniques of the Xiza demon cult. Senior Brother Li, what kind of talismans can you make with extraordinary blood now? Hearing Zheng Fa's question, Lin Bufan's expression was complicated, but Lin Yo was obviously relieved. Brother Lin Dao has been reluctant to cooperate these days. Lin Yo complained to Lin Bufan. Zheng Fa couldn't help but turn his head to look at the former demon sect disciple. The muscles on his face slowly stiffened, revealing a sense of guilt. It seems that what Lin Yo said is true. After leaving Jushin sect, Lin Yo couldn't suppress him. Tell me about the talismans you tested. Zheng Fa didn't say anything to Lin Bufan, but continued to ask Lin Yo. Before, I have tried it. Brother Lin Dao's blood has some miraculous effects on soul talismans. Lin Yo said excitedly, at first, I made a soul-nourishing talisman, and later I made a soul-shaking talisman, a soul-piercing talisman. Up to now, there are about 8 or 9 kinds. Soul. What about other types of talismans? Zheng Fa was a little hesitant. He always thought that Lin Bufan's blood could make soul talismans because of the special spiritual talismans in his blood. Other types are not possible, only the talismans related to the soul are extremely smooth. How much blood can make a talisman? Including the loss, 1 liter of blood can guarantee 1 talisman. Lin Yo thought for a while and said, is the blood of the foundation building period the same as that of the chi refining period? I don't know. Brother Lin is in the foundation building period. His blood is used to make talismans, and the talismans drawn are Xian grade talismans. Lin Yo said honestly, I guess that in the chi refining period, the talismans should correspond to Huang grade talismans. I remember that the talismans made of beast blood can print 1,000 spiritual talismans. Zheng Fa recalled the data that Lin Yo had told him before and asked. The talismans made of Brother Lin's blood can only print 100 Xian grade talismans. Lin Yo said this with a somewhat depressed expression. It is less than the blood of the spirit beast. It seems that the blood of this demon sect disciple is not all good. Apart from blood, are there other costs? Yes, talisman paper costs money, spiritual ink costs money, and the rest are small expenses. Lin Yo said honestly, almost all are mundane things. Zheng Fa nodded. Among the talismans that can be made with Lin Bufan's blood, the soul-nourishing talisman and the soul-stabbing talisman are relatively precious. The prices of the other talismans are also a little more expensive than other spiritual talismans. Even for most cultivators, the soul is extremely mysterious. He glanced at Lin Bufan and had some thoughts in his mind. Could it be that the great free demon ancestor has made special achievements in the field of soul? Lin Bufan was looked at by him, and his face became more panicked, and he admitted his mistake and said, Young master, I was wrong. Zheng Fa looked at him and said nothing. No one is willing to have their blood drawn. But this is Lin Bufan's own choice. To some extent, this is called buying money for life. This person was born in the demon sect, and his little thoughts are indeed a little more than others. Do you think that you are my person, and after I leave the Nine Mountains sect, others dare not punish you? Maybe I have to support you. He looked at Lin Bufan and said, with no emotion in his tone. Although Lin Bufan was born in the demon sect, he is now Zheng Fa's servant. His status in Jushin sect is actually somewhat special. Aren't the housekeepers of Zhao Mansion also servants? Lin Bufan's face was covered with cold sweat, and it was obvious that Zheng Fa had mentioned some of his secret thoughts. He knelt on the ground with a plop, and hung his head for a long time without saying a word. Zheng Fa looked at him and didn't speak for a long time. The cold sweat on his face was getting more and more. Get up. Zheng Fa waved his hand and let him stand up, as if he had let this matter go lightly. Lin Bufan looked at Zheng Fa, with some disbelief in his eyes. I don't like to torture anyone. Zheng Fa looked at him seriously and said, I won't be mysterious, I will just tell you clearly. Zheng Fa touched the soul seal in his hand and said softly, if you still have these little thoughts, well, I am a kind-hearted person. Senior Sister Yuan on the side curled her lips. I'll give you a quick death. Senior Sister Yuan, do you understand? Yes. Lin Bufan shuddered. Do you know what to do in this special training for the disciples of Jushin sect? I understand. Lin Bufan said loudly, I will do my best. You guys leave first. Watching them slowly walk out of the room, Sister Yuan asked, Junior brother, are you really going to kill Lin Bufan? Sister, there is not much else in this place, but there are too many disciples of the Great Freedom Demon sect. Zheng Fa did not care about Sister Yuan's silence. He walked towards the hall where Uncle Peng was. Senior Sister Yuan asked from behind, Junior brother, where are you going? I have something to discuss with Uncle Peng. I'm going too. In the hall, Uncle Peng opened his mouth after hearing Zheng Fa's idea, a little shocked. You mean, using talismans in the market to buy, no, offer a reward, the blood of disciples of the Great Freedom Demon sect? Yes. 2 liters of blood from a disciple of the Great Freedom Demon sect in the Foundation establishment stage can be exchanged for 100 Xian grade talismans. We won't lose money. For a Xian grade talisman, 1 talisman can print 100 talismans. Zheng Fa calculated for him, 2 liters means 200 talismans. Excluding the consumption of talisman paper and spiritual ink, there is at least a profit of 10 spiritual stones. After hearing this, Uncle Peng slowly closed his mouth. He pondered for a while and said, there are too many spiritual talismans, so won't the price have to go down? At most, it won't make any money. Isn't this bounty also under our control? It's okay if we don't continue it by then. Zheng Fa explained. Uncle Peng was convinced. He pinched his chin and said, we don't want those in the qi refining stage. Uncle Master, the biggest threat in the Thunder Pond is those in the foundation building stage. As for the qi refining stage, are we 9 mountain sect disciples such useless people? Zheng Fa wanted to use the reward to reduce the casualties of Jushin sect disciples. But he is not an old hen, can he still protect all the disciples of Jushin sect? It's good that you can understand this. Uncle Peng nodded, his tone quite approving. Linyo. Uncle Peng shook his head and looked at Zheng Fa with some inexplicable admiration. I heard that you were the one who wanted to research the spirit stone for him, and even senior nephew Zhang couldn't stop you. Who would have thought that he would actually cause something big? Master Peng sighed and said, Linyo and his son have been wandering around our Jushin sect for more than 100 years. We old people are really blind. Uncle, you can't say that. Especially the one named Huang. Daddy Linyo has some connections with her. Zheng Fa twitched the corner of his mouth and said truthfully, Uncle Master, it's understandable that everyone didn't pay attention to Linyo before. If it weren't for now, I wouldn't have used this talisman technique. Yes, it's money or life. I, a disciple of the 9 Mountains sect, am not stupid. In the past, the technique of talisman was not popular because it would ruin the livelihood of most disciples of the Jushin sect. The situation today is different from what it was then. On the one hand, Zheng Fa's current method is equivalent to hiring mercenaries to deal with the Great Freedom Demon sect. To make it clear, it was to save their lives. No one can say anything bad about it. On the other hand, the Great Freedom Demon sect has turned against them, and the struggle is getting worse. Most people are busy playing with the demons. No time to draw symbols. A less precise analogy is that when you play with automation, you take away the jobs of workers. When the war breaks out and workers go to the front lines, automation is used to make up for the shortage of labor. Then why did you come to me to ask? I'm afraid of offending the Great Freedom Demon sect too much. Zheng Fa honestly expressed his worries. This thing is too unfriendly to the Great Freedom Demon cult. Whether we are guilty or not, do we have a choice now? Uncle Peng sighed, why do you think your master refuses to leave the 9 Mountains sect? There is another question. If the bounty is released, will anyone really fight against the Great Freedom Demon cult? Uncle Peng glanced at him with a strange expression. Who wouldn't be tempted by 100 mystical talisman and dozens of spirit stones? Master Nephew Zheng, you don't understand those casual cultivators. Master Peng sighed, they are so poor that they are so poor. Zheng Fa called senior brother Yang and others, told him the contents of the reward, and asked him to publicize it in the market later. Junior brother Zheng, this reward is not fair. Unexpectedly, senior brother Yang hesitated and refused to leave, and actually seemed to have some opinions to raise. This is for people outside. Can we, the 9 Mountain sect disciples, also participate? Zheng Fa looked at senior brother Yang. Didn't he come up with this trick just to prevent these people from dying in vain? Result. Senior brother Yang looked at Zheng Fa, seeming a little embarrassed, but said in a loud voice, slaying demons and demons has always been my dream. Seeing other people nodding, Zheng Fa couldn't help but cover his forehead and said, whoever wants to go to the Thunder Pool must pass his test. He pointed at Lin Bufan beside him. Senior brother Yang and others looked at him with bright eyes and geared up. Lin Bufan. What Zheng Fa didn't expect was that the reward had just been issued. A person who didn't look like he would be interested in this spiritual stone came to the door. Brother Zheng Dao. Zheng Fa was a little puzzled when he heard that Uncle Peng said that Yan Wushuan was coming to visit. Brother Yan Dao. Zheng Fa greeted him enthusiastically. He was able to get the news about Chen Ting thanks to him. Is the bounty in your city true? As soon as Yan Wushuan came in, he asked about the reward that had just been released. It's true, but Brother Yandao, who is this person? The true biography of Tianhe sect. Can this be missing? Brother Zheng, you don't know something. I travel all over the world, make friends with my friends, and establish an organization. I need money everywhere. Yan Wushuan sighed, I am so stretched. Zheng Fa remembered that when this man was fighting against the thunder, he really didn't have a shirt under his crane cloak. At that time, he also felt that this was the trend of the Tianhe sect. Now it seems, is it because of poverty? After thinking about this, Zheng Fa said to Yan Wushuan, the reward is real. Okay. Yan Wushuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, if I catch you alive, how much will you give me? Zheng Fa was stunned. He looked at Yan Wushuan, who had a square face and an upright expression. Are you the evil demon slave trader? Brother Yandao, this business, Jushin sect will not do it for the time being. Zheng Fa rejected Yan Wushuan's evil proposal. The reason for rejection is quite simple. The main reason is that Zheng Fa's move is not to produce magic talismans on a large scale, but to kill as many demon disciples as possible. Of course there will be more blood if you draw blood from the alive ones, but then there will be fewer dead demon sect disciples? It doesn't fit his purpose. Moreover, there are too many disciples of the demon sect, far from the point where artificial breeding is needed. According to Lin Bufan, the Guangda Zizi demon sect has a population of hundreds of millions, and among them, if we look at the proportion of cultivators in the Sunwei realm, there must be at least several thousand to tens of thousands. If one takes into account the special bloodline of the demon ancestor, the number of people would probably be much higher. If there are really only 2 or 3 big cats and kittens left in the demon sect in the future, Zheng Fa will consider establishing a sanctuary for demon sect monks. After all, the market for spiritual talismans is far from unlimited. Even if it only relies on the rewards currently launched, Master Pang is worried about the price of spiritual talismans falling. The talisman also failed to solve the problem of the talisman paper and the spiritual ink. No matter how much blood the demon sect disciple had, it would be useless. Hearing Zheng Fa's rejection, Yan Wushuan's face was a little disappointed. He thought for a while and then said, sell it cheap. This man is really short of money. Brother Yandao, it really can't be done. If our Jushin sect had so many more demon sect disciples, we wouldn't have to do anything. Zheng Fa sighed. Breeding also requires costs. What's more, this thing is much more hated by the demons than buying blood, so Uncle Peng probably wouldn't even dare to raise it. Yan Wushuan nodded, as if he understood. He asked again, is the previous reward confirmed to be effective? Of course. Looking at Yan Wushuan walking away, Zheng Fa turned his head and saw that Lin Bufan's expression was not quite right. What's wrong? He asked. Sir, I brought it to you by myself. I didn't ask for the spirit stone. Lin Bufan suddenly said, why don't you let Lin Yo draw more of my blood? No, all of this is required? In the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace, Uncle Pang rarely played games. He didn't show it on his face, but his consciousness kept falling on Zheng Fa's room. In the past few days, Zheng Fa's spiritual energy has become more and more violent during his practice, and there are signs of a breakthrough. He couldn't help but be more attentive. Now that Fangxi has released the reward, there is no doubt that it will really anger the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Zheng Fa's role in it is not a particularly big secret. He is also afraid that someone will plot against Zheng Fa. In Zheng Fa's room, the spiritual energy rose and fell like a tide, and finally a small whirlpool appeared. There was a smile on Uncle Peng's face. Zheng Fa had a solid foundation and his breakthrough was fast but steady. Now he was able to advance a few points faster than Master Zhang and his own disciples. Thinking of this, his consciousness swept away and landed on the other disciples in the 5 Dragons Palace. Several of his disciples happened to be walking near the small hall where Zheng Fa was, and seemed to have seen this breakthrough phenomenon. One disciple said, Junior brother Zheng has achieved a breakthrough? He should be at the 9th level of Qi training now, right? The other disciples nodded slightly when they heard the words, but they didn't say anything, and their faces looked a little gloomy. Uncle Peng couldn't help but feel relieved. Although his disciples were not as good as Zheng Fa, they still had a sense of shame. With Zheng Fa here, they would probably try their best to practice in the future. It's too slow. He heard a disciple break the silence. Uncle Peng showed doubts on his face. Zheng Fa's speed from the beginning to the 9th level of Qi training can be said to be one of the best in the 9 Mountains sect. If you look at the current advancement speed, he can build the foundation faster than Master Zhang. My own disciple actually said that Zheng Fa was too slow in his cultivation. What he didn't expect was that the other disciples also nodded, seeming to feel the same way. The disciple continued, why can't junior brother Zheng build a foundation this year, a golden elixir next year, and a nascent soul the year after that, and directly take over the position of head? Uncle Peng twitched his lips. No, why is the protagonist in your dream still someone else's? But at this time, he saw several other disciples sighing. There is no need for the yuaning of the next year. After he forms the elixir, he will probably be able to take on the responsibility of being the leader. At that time, the Discipline Academy will be under his control. A disciple thought for a while and said softly, at that time, we at least in name you can hang out with junior brother Zheng. Discipline Academy. Isn't the Discipline Academy under my control? After figuring out what these disciples were looking forward to, Uncle Peng couldn't help but look towards Zheng Fa's small courtyard. Where is the nascent soul of the great freedom demon sect? Are you a turtle? So tolerable? In the Thunder Pool, most of the disciples of the Great Freedom Demon cult have not heard about the reward. Several disciples of the Great Freedom Demon sect leaned together and moved forward cautiously in the Thunder Pool. Senior brother, how long do we have to patrol? A young disciple asked a middle-aged man on the side. This middle-aged man seemed to be the leader among these people. He shook his head and said, "Our secret realm has been exposed. The superiors asked us to be careful and don't let anyone sneak in. The ones above are so powerful, are you still afraid of them? No matter how powerful you are, why haven't you been squatting in the secret realm for tens of thousands of years and not dare to come forward? If the holy ancestor does not appear in the world, our holy sect can't defeat the immortal sect." The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "If it weren't for this thunder pool, I'm afraid the immortal sect the door has already been penetrated into the secret realm. Maybe there are great monks nearby watching. There is great power, isn't this sending us to death?" The disciple muttered and seemed extremely dissatisfied. "Who do we think we are? Those great monks don't even look at us." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Besides, they don't dare to enter this thunder pond. Aren't there still those immortal sect disciples here?" Hearing what he said, the middle-aged man laughed dumbly, as if he was laughing at his ignorance. Seeing his expression, the disciple looked a little unhappy, but he didn't dare to speak. Seemingly out of boredom on patrol, the middle-aged man answered his question again, "Do you think the outside is the same as in our secret realm? Outside, there has been peace for thousands of years. Although those disciples of the immortal sect are sitting in one realm, they don't want to make progress. Think about it, in our secret realm, if there is no fight for a day, who among us will not come out from the pile of dead people?" "Senior brother, what are you talking about?" The disciple's eyes lit up. "Let me tell you, regardless of the difference in cultivation level, these immortal sect disciples in the outside world are more precious than the other. How can I be as good at fighting as my holy sect disciples?" The middle-aged man said with some pride in his tone, "Now that the secret realm is born, although it is an accident, but I think it is also an opportunity for us to make great achievements. If we stay in the secret realm, we will let them see the majesty of my holy section. Especially in this thunder pool, those weak immortal sect disciples don't say whether they dare to come here or not, but if they are here, if we encounter them, won't they just give us spiritual stones and treasures? The immortal sect, oh, how can they understand the hardships we have endured? I heard from the brothers outside that most of the immortal sect disciples have weak personalities and are no longer familiar with fighting. They are definitely no match for us. If it weren't for the Holy Spirit, before our ancestors were born, we would have already taken over the world." When the other demon sect disciples heard this, they also felt that it made sense. There was a look of expectation on their faces. "Careful." A disciple suddenly issued a warning. The middle-aged man's heart tightened, and he tilted his head back, narrowly avoiding a ray of silver light. "Who?" Feeling the cold stinging sensation on his earlobes, he couldn't help but yell angrily. "Who?" Unexpectedly, someone was shouting angrily in the dark. "Didn't we agree to attack together and share it equally?" He looked towards where he was speaking, and his eyes fell on him like tigers and wolves. The silver light flew back to the hand of an old man with a goatee. He smiled shyly and explained in a low voice, "I am a little excited about this spiritual stone, my hands are shaking." The middle-aged man from the demon sect felt like he could understand, but he really didn't understand anything. Looking again, they were actually surrounded. Nearly 20 monks of unknown origin surrounded them from all directions. That look in his eyes made the middle-aged man feel like a tiger or a wolf. On the side, the disciple who asked the question before said in a trembling tone, "Senior brother, didn't you say that there has been peace outside for a long time? Why do these people look more fierce than us?" Middle-aged people also feel this way. Remember, don't be in a hurry to take the blood. Someone will be responsible for it, and everyone will share it equally later. Someone from the group of monks surrounding them shouted. The next moment, attacks like rain came towards them. This middle-aged man from the Great Freedom Demon cult was wounded all over his body and fled toward the entrance of the secret realm in embarrassment. He was a little lucky in his heart. Although there were many outside monks, their cultivation levels were uneven and their fighting experience was somewhat lacking. It did allow him to save a life from the siege. There was just one thing he didn't quite understand. These people were not very interested in killing people, but they were very interested in their blood. There are even people who are specifically collecting the blood shed by their injuries. While escaping all the way back, he even discovered some unusual signs. I don't know when, there were many monks here. They either work alone or in groups, but their goals are very similar. He is a disciple of the Great Freedom Demon cult. He has seen many brothers killed. This made him even more frightened. Just as he was approaching the secret realm, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Huh? Here comes another one." A tall figure flew towards him. What frightened him was that this man was holding a fellow disciple of the Great Freedom sect in his hand. The middle-aged man used the demon shadow to escape. Unexpectedly, this person suddenly flashed and turned into thunder, blocking his way and hitting him with a palm. Thunder flashed in the man's palm and fell on him, making him immediately paralyzed and unable to resist. The middle-aged man fell limply into the man's hands, and he could still hear the man muttering before he fell unconscious. "Brother Zheng Dao doesn't want to raise him, so can I raise him? 2 should be enough. If you draw blood every other day, you should be able to live for a long time. If you starve to death, we will catch you again. Still fresh." When the middle-aged man heard this, his eyes darkened, and he finally understood why the previous group of monks behaved like that. He closed his eyes and his lips trembled, wishing he could curse. Is it so cruel outside? Modern. The more time passed and the closer it was to the January period, the more Zheng Fa could feel Old Man Bai's anxiety. But the old man seemed to be afraid of affecting Zheng Fa, so he didn't even urge him. This month, Old Man Bai spent less time in the nursing home and more time at Teacher Tian's house. Old Man Bai will not be in the nursing home this weekend. Grandpa Bai is worried that Grandma Wu will be too busy alone, so she has to help every day. Tang Lingyu quietly told Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa nodded lightly, took out his mobile phone, and sent a text message to Mr. Bai. I have a way to treat Teacher Tian. Less than 3 seconds later, his phone started vibrating like crazy. Real. As soon as the call was connected, Old Man Bai asked, his tone trembling slightly. Well, I condensed the Tai Talisman, it should be useful. The Tai Talisman is the most famous medical talisman in the Sunwei world. This talisman is quite complex, and it is difficult for ordinary Sunpin talisman masters to draw it. Even Zheng Fa failed once before he could condense this talisman in his danshan. But the Tai Talisman is also the best. It is not an exaggeration to say that it can cure all diseases. Therefore, this kind of talisman is very expensive in the market. The old white man over there was silent, as if he was suppressing some of his emotions. Teacher Bai, Tang Lingyu and I are going to look for you at Teacher Tian's house. Okay, Old Man Bai said softly. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu took a taxi online and arrived at Teacher Tian's house more than half an hour later. As soon as they entered the door, the two knew why Old Man Bai was in a strange mood. Teacher Tian could no longer get up. She was lying on the bed, her eyes still clear, but her face had a withered look. It looks a lot worse than it was a month ago. Seeing them coming in, Teacher Tian smiled, with some inexplicable meaning in his eyes. It seems uneasy, but also doubtful. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at Old Man Bai aside. Old Man Bai nodded to him and motioned to go out and talk. Have you told her yet? Tang Lingyu asked before Zheng Fa could speak after walking out of the door. This girl is also very perceptive, said. Old Man Bai replied a little dejectedly, she doesn't believe anything she says. I have no choice but to say everything. Zheng Fa didn't mind too much. After all, by this time, he had some ability to protect himself, but Old Man Bai was a bit too unreliable. Even Tang Lingyu could hide this from her mother. I thought, if it can't be cured, she will just think it's a joke and it won't be a big deal. When she waits for her to leave, there won't be any problem. Old Man Bai explained his thoughts. Zheng Fa nodded. If she is cured well, she will be my wife, and she will know everything from now on. It doesn't matter whether she talks about it or not. Zheng Fa shook his head. This is a bit sophistical. Old Man Bai was anxious. If you don't believe it, try her with the big dream talisman. Does Teacher Tian agree? Zheng Fa was a little speechless. I originally wanted to cure Teacher Tian directly, and I will decide later whether to join the nursing home. To be honest, the big dream charm is to prevent bad people, rather than using it on those around you. This is a bit like prying into privacy. That's not true. If you don't explain it clearly, she won't treat you. Old Man Bai was also very helpless. I have seen too much about the virtues of scientific research. You have to understand everything. You can die, but you can't live without understanding. A few people said a few words and walked into the room again. Teacher Tian seemed to know what they were talking about. His tone was weak, but he still said with a smile, it's not my fault, Lao Bai, it's what I want to ask. I don't blame Teacher Bai. Zheng Fa's tone was quite sincere. He glanced at the stern-looking Old Man Bai, then turned to Teacher Tian and asked, do you still believe me? I believe it. Didn't you feel that there was something missing in the yard when you came in? When Zheng Fa turned around, he found that the original stone table in the yard was missing. Instead of disappearing, it was broken into pieces and piled aggrievedly in a corner of the yard. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu looked at each other and thought of a possibility. You are right, Lao Bai did it. Teacher Tian said with a headache on his face. He smashed the table into pieces with one punch. Fortunately, my mother went out to buy groceries. I haven't figured out how to explain it to my mother yet. The Old Man Bai on the side felt aggrieved when he heard this. If you don't believe it, I can only prove that I am not. The table position was too good at that time. No, you are the oldest in this yard now. Why are you so bearish? Zheng Fa thought for a moment, and in this case, it was not just a matter of treating the disease. Then, Teacher Tian, are you willing to join our nursing home? He asked. Willing. Teacher Tian agreed very simply. Zheng Fa didn't expect that she would agree so quickly. You can survive. Teacher Tian said with a smile. I heard from Lao Bai that the grass before was transformed by some kind of spiritual energy. I am also a little interested. And, there is a saying, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. Well, Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu were startled, but neither of them expected that they were suddenly covered in dog food. What's going on with these two people? On the side, Old Man Bai smiled proudly and said, I got a certificate 2 days ago. Teacher Tian, you are too resolute. Tang Lingyu's eyes were shining, and she seemed to be very enthusiastic about eating melons. Didn't you agree only after you said I was cured? He comes here every day, and my mother is moved. Teacher Tian said helplessly. Besides, what if the dying person doesn't hurry up? She looked at Old Man Bai. Old Man Bai also smiled. Zheng Fa heard Teacher Tian whisper, "Fortunately, I didn't know you were cultivating immortals before. I didn't want Lao Bai to think that I was willing to marry him because he cured me." Lao Bai's eyes were so bright. Zheng Fa glanced at the two old men and women and was actually a little moved. After saying this, Teacher Tian seemed a little embarrassed and said, "I heard from Lao Bai, what test do you have before you can join the nursing home? Do you know that you are cultivating immortals?" Zheng Fa nodded and said, "Let me treat you first. The rules cannot be broken." Teacher Tian insisted, "I knew in advance that it was inappropriate. The test must still be tested." Zheng Fa glanced at Old Man Bai, who nodded lightly and whispered, "That's just the way she is." Zheng Fa had no choice but to shoot a big dream talisman from his hand, which fell into Teacher Tian's forehead. Teacher Tian fell asleep. The black gas above the head slowly formed a vortex. Zheng Fa didn't want to leave a bad impression on Teacher Tian, but he still looked at Teacher Tian's deepest wish. A laboratory appeared in the vortex. Teacher Tian was wearing a white coat and stood in front of an instrument that Zheng Fa didn't quite recognize. He was surrounded by several younger men and women, like her students. Zheng Fa couldn't understand the words that came out of their mouths. After all, he had only studied high school biology and had little interest in this area. It was really difficult to understand what Teacher Tian was doing, but Zheng Fa could understand that Teacher Tian's face was full of concentration and excitement. She operated the instrument in front of her and kept talking to the students beside her. "This is Teacher Tian's deepest wish." Tang Lingyu didn't quite understand either, asked a little inexplicably, "Hey?" Old Man Bai shook his head and said, "This guy has liked to stay in the laboratory since he was young. He says he feels comfortable. Otherwise, he won't delay his marriage." Zheng Fa nodded slightly, knowing more about Teacher Tian. "She is more pure than me." Yes, the Old Man Bai had a wish to win a prize and show off, but it turned out that Teacher Tian's dreams were all in the laboratory. Just when they thought this was all Teacher Tian wished for, suddenly, someone knocked on the door outside the laboratory. "Professor Tian, your lover has come to pick you up from get off work." "Spouse?" Zheng Fa and the other three were stunned. "Isn't this Teacher Tian not married?" But Teacher Tian in the dream muttered something and said softly, "Is Lao Bai here?" Upon hearing this, Old Man Bai couldn't help but smile proudly again. Look, this means you have me in your heart." Old Man Bai said to Zheng and Fa, in her dreams now, "I am the one who picks her up from get off work." Tang Lingyu thought for a while and suddenly said, "It's good to do what you like for the rest of your life and have a lover to pick you up from get off work." Her tone was full of envy. Several people watched Teacher Tian walk out of the laboratory, changed clothes, and went downstairs. "A person is waiting there. Grandpa Bai." Tang Lingyu looked at the man waiting for Teacher Tian and was a little dumbfounded. "Who is this? Why does he look familiar?" Waiting for Teacher Tian is the height of Old Man Bai, the clothes of Old Man Bai, and even the curly hair and expression of Old Man Bai. Only, there is no Old Man Bai's face. This was a face that Zheng Fa also found familiar, but he probably didn't recognize it because it was placed on Old Man Bai. "Your own family." "Ah." Tang Lingyu recognized it. "This is not." "Yes, you will know him when you hold the feather fan." Old Man Bai said with a bit of emotion in his tone. "A few decades ago, he was very popular and he was famous as a pretty boy. In the scene, Teacher Tian smiled and greeted me, saying, 'Old Bai, didn't I tell you not to pick me up?'" The three people outside the screen fell silent. Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu looked at each other, carefully looking at Old Man Bai's expression. "This dream is a bit hurtful." Old Man Bai frowned, thinking about something, and seemed a little angry. "Zheng Fa," he suddenly spoke. Tell me, is there any magic for changing one's appearance?" Practice on me." Zheng Fa was silent for a while and said, "You're not angry either. Why are you angry? You haven't understood. Who doesn't want to fall in love with a handsome guy?" Old Man Bai waved his hand and said, "Does she not like me?" "She does, but she doesn't like my face. I can't change it all right." Zheng Fa couldn't help but admire him a little. As expected of Old Man Bai, he is emotionally stable and can grasp the main contradiction. Besides, she can also practice in the future. Old Man Bai glanced at him with a bit of disdain. "I also chased stars when I was young, okay." Zheng Fa was even more impressed. "It's a lot of fun." Teacher Tian woke up from the bed quietly, seeming a little dazed. She looked around, and her eyes fell on Old Man Bai's face, as if she remembered something. "Old Bai, am I dreaming about you?" "Yes, we saw it too. It just seems like something is wrong." "Nothing is wrong, it's me," the white old man said firmly. When she was receiving treatment, it was Teacher Tian who had a cheerful personality and seemed to have a natural heroic spirit. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Zheng Fa stood beside her, and the old man in the corner of her eyes clenched his fists tightly. "Teacher Tian, don't be nervous." Zheng Fa comforted her. "I have tried it. It won't hurt to use Tai Fu for treatment." Hearing Zheng Fa's words, the old man seemed to react. He spread his fists, gently held Teacher Tian's arm, and whispered to Teacher Tian, "Don't be afraid." Teacher Tian nodded slightly, with a blushing look on his face, and whispered to Zheng Fa and the others, "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Zheng Fa shook his head. People are always like this. If they are really desperate, they will have a strange calmness. It is the most tormenting when they see a glimmer of hope. Zheng Fa stretched out his hand, and the Tai Talisman in his Yuanfu Daiji trembled slightly. The golden spiritual talisman flowed out from his fingertips, carrying the old man's expectations and Teacher Tian's uneasiness, and turned into a golden spiritual rain, which fell on Teacher Tian's body. The spiritual rain transformed by the Tai talisman has the power of calming the mind, and Teacher Tian could not help but fall into a deep sleep. Before she fell asleep, there was still a trace of pain on her face. After falling asleep, perhaps because of the nourishment of the rain and dew, a long-lost tranquility gradually emerged on her face. Just when Teacher Tian was receiving treatment with the Tai talisman, her mother, Grandma Wu, was walking home from the vegetable market with 2 plastic bags in her hands. There was also a neighborhood lady beside her. The two met in the vegetable market and happened to go home together. On the way, the two talked and laughed, and they were quite happy. As the two talked, the neighborhood lady seemed to have thought of something and was a little afraid to speak. "What's wrong?" Grandma Wu asked with a smile. "How is your Teacher Tian?" Teacher Tian's illness is no secret among the neighbors. She came back in a wheelchair a few days ago, and many people saw it. There are rumors that her time has come. Let it be. If she can't be cured, she doesn't want to be cured. Grandma Wu said calmly as if she was talking about family matters. "What are your plans for the future?" The old lady's face was inevitably sympathetic. Anyone who sees losing a child at this age will inevitably feel a little pity. On the contrary, Grandma Wu had a smile on her face and said in a relaxed tone, "What plans? You will be alone in the future." The old lady stuttered, looking a little unsure of what to say. "Hey, don't worry about me." Grandma Wu smiled brightly. "My daughter has arranged everything for me. 2 years ago, she contacted a nursing home for me and paid the money. If I need someone to take care of me in the future, I will go to the nursing home." Grandma Wu said, "The nursing home has everything. There are young people to take care of me, and there are people to accompany me. I don't have to cook or wash clothes. Life is more comfortable than now. Nursing homes are good, but this. I heard that old people without children will be bullied there." The lady still looked a little worried. "Some people there like to take advantage of others. I have heard about this, but I am not without someone to take care of me. You don't know yet. My daughter found a son-in-law for me a few days ago. Ah, this is a great joy. This is a rare thing, your daughter's health. Who says it's not? She is also lucky to meet a kind-hearted person. He doesn't mind." Grandma Wu said, "My new son-in-law said that he will be in Beijing in the future and will definitely visit me in the nursing home. This is really lucky." The old lady slapped her thigh and showed some envy on her face. "I am still worried about your future. Don't worry." Grandma Wu's voice was loud and her smile was bright. "I'm fine. Why do I admire you the most on this street? If it were me, I wouldn't be able to do what you do." The old lady couldn't help but admire. "You are really not an ordinary person." Grandma Wu waved her hand. She didn't say anything, just smiled. The two said goodbye at the corner of the street. The closer she got to her own courtyard gate, the more hesitant her steps became, but the smile on her face became more intense, as if it was deliberately squeezed out. She pushed open the half-closed courtyard door and shouted with a smile, "I've been there. The beans in the vegetable market are cheap and fresh today." No one answered in the main house. She glanced into the house, her heart trembled slightly, and she had some bad guesses. She felt her legs were a little weak. When she reached out to find something to support herself, she found that the big stone table in the yard was gone. Grandma Wu couldn't help shaking, which made her come back to her senses. She didn't care about the whereabouts of the stone table, threw down the plastic bag in her hand and rushed into the house. "Mom." At this moment, Teacher Tian came out. She had a ruddy complexion, agile movements, and quick steps, as if she had never been sick. Grandma Wu stared at her daughter blankly, as if she didn't know her, and as if she didn't dare to know her. "Mom, you. Old Bai's method is very effective," Teacher Tian explained softly. Grandma Wu looked at her daughter standing in front of her in good health, and she seemed to be really well. The corners of her mouth that were raised finally flattened slowly, the smile on her face gradually faded, and a soft sob came out of her throat. This soft sob finally turned into a loud cry. This cry seemed to have been piled up in her heart, layer by layer for several years, and piled up into a seemingly calm, but raging volcano. After all, Grandma Wu was old, and the almost cathartic crying made her exhausted. Everyone helped her into the room and let her rest for a while. Except for Teacher Tian, everyone else walked out of the room silently. Several people were talking in the yard. After a long time, they saw Teacher Tian walking out with red eyes. When he saw Zheng Fa, Teacher Tian tilted his knees as if he was going to kneel down to him. "Oh." Zheng Fa hurriedly supported her. "Teacher Tian. What's going on?" "My mother is secretly saving sleeping pills." "Save it." Old Man Bai was surprised. "Where do you save it?" "Yes, I was in so much pain during the previous treatment that I couldn't sleep. It was prescribed by the doctor, but I didn't finish it." Several people were silent. For an old man who is almost 90 years old, this kind of behavior at least represents some of his past thoughts. "I can't tell." Old Man Bai couldn't help but sigh. Zheng Fa thought for a moment, and found that there was indeed nothing strange about Grandma Wu when she came to Teacher Tian's house before. "I'm also learning to play with mobile phones." Zheng Fa. Teacher Tian looked at Zheng Fa and looked like he was about to kneel down again. He was still a little incoherent. "I don't know how to thank you, so just." Seeing that Zheng Fa was a little embarrassed and wanted to hide, Teacher Bai on the side supported her and said, "How can I be grateful? You will have to work for him in the future." "Yes." Teacher Tian finally calmed down and said with a frown, Lao Bai didn't make it clear to me before. You need me because you want to combine the aura environment to cultivate some special plants. Having said this, she calmed down a lot. Yes. Zheng Fa said straightforwardly, I am relatively new to agriculture. In this regard, I have to ask you, Teacher Tian. Please tell me what to say. Teacher Tian waved his hand and said, it's just that I can't do it alone. Zheng Fa has a cautious temperament, not to mention that the atmosphere in the nursing home is quite good now. Recruiting requires more consideration. I'm not asking for manpower, I'm asking for money. Looking at his expression, Teacher Tian knew what he was thinking. Do you think agricultural research is just farming? Just open 2 pieces of land and build a few greenhouses. Zheng Fa and others were stunned. That's what they think subconsciously. Wait a minute, I'll make a simple order for you. Teacher Tian turned around, walked into the room, and walked out after a while holding a piece of paper. Look. Zheng Fa took a look and saw that it was filled with densely packed equipment names. Some are conventional laboratory equipment, such as microscopes, centrifuges, balances, incubators, etc. There are also some things that Zheng Fa can probably understand, such as DNA extraction equipment and PCR equipment. There were other chromatographs, mass spectrometers, and more high-end equipment that he couldn't understand. There is a price written on the back of these devices, most of which range from hundreds of thousands to 1 million yuan. I didn't care much about the laboratory purchase price before, so I could only write down my estimate. Teacher Tian said, today's agricultural research is inseparable from the laboratory. In recent years, molecular marker gene sequencing has become more important. There is also an intelligent analysis system. In other words, even if you build a relatively complete laboratory, regardless of the land and building decoration, it will cost several million to tens of millions. The old man by on the side muttered, we should save money in mathematics. 100,000 yuan of scratch paper can be used by a college for 20 years. Zheng Fa understood what Teacher Tian meant. Times have changed. Scientific research costs money. This is still an initial investment. Xiao Zhang, you understand now. Lao Bai sighed, no matter what kind of woman you are, as long as you are a woman, your talent is to spend money. Oh, isn't that right? Old man Bai suddenly reacted and looked at Tang Lingyu on the side. Here's another talent that gives money. Tang Lingyu's eyes flickered as she looked at the list with a sense of condescending contempt. The expression on her face was just 2 words, that's it? Sunwei World. Master Pang suddenly came to Zheng Fa and said, disciples in Fangxi reported that several demon sect disciples came to Fangxi and were caught. They said they knew the whereabouts of Master Nephew Zhang. Come to Fangxi. Zheng Fa was stunned. Although Leichefang City was a mixed bag, it was also very dangerous for the demon sect disciples. They are here to sell blood. Master Pang's face was also very complicated, with a look that he had seen for a long time. I said that I had sold it several times and was targeted by other casual cultivators. I wanted to see where they got it from. Come blood. And then he was discovered. Yes, these people probably drew too much blood and were very weak. They were caught all at once. Zheng Fa pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. This is probably called not letting middlemen make the difference. At this time, Master Pang was heard sighing. What the hell did the Devil's Sect force people to do? Zheng Fa felt aggrieved for the Demon Sect. Found Senior Sister Zhang. Senior Sister Yuan ran in furiously and shouted towards Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa couldn't help but perked up and asked quickly, how is Senior Sister Zhang? It's not serious. I can still talk to those disciples, but she sealed herself in the thunder pool and there's no way to save her. Zheng Fa nodded slightly, but he had already expected it. If not, I am afraid that the Great Freedom Demon Sect could have kidnapped Senior Sister Zhang. He thought for a moment and walked towards the door. Junior brother, what are you going to do? I'm going to see Senior Sister Zhang. He wanted to confirm Senior Sister Zhang's situation in person. I'll go too. Senior Sister Yuan followed him out of the 5 Dragons' heavenly palace. As soon as they entered Fangxi, the 2 of them discovered something was wrong. Many people in Fangxi were heading towards Lake. They were walking in a hurry, and there was some uncontrollable enthusiasm in their brows, like hounds that had smelled their prey. But when others asked them, they remained silent, kept silent, and even had a hint of vigilance in their eyes. A suspicion suddenly arose in Zheng Fa's mind. In this location, there is only one thing that can make these people so excited, the Sky Monument? With the establishment of Leichefang City, news of the Sky Monument also spread further and further. No one knows what the Sky Monument is, but everyone has heard a few things that Venerable Tianhe had to say between him and the Sky Monument. In the minds of many people, the Sky Monument is equivalent to Zongheng Sunwei. But Zheng Fa had some doubts in his heart. This is not the only Sky Monument. Tianhe sect has always been there, but there has never been another Tianhe Venerable. This is just his inner suspicion. He will only know the real situation when he has the opportunity to see the Sky Monument in the future. It's just that compared to these casual cultivators running towards the Thunder Pool, he felt a little more calm in his heart. He wasn't the only one who was calm. When he and Senior Sister Yuan were walking outside Fangxi, suddenly a greeting came from the restaurant next to the street. Fellow Daoist Sheng. When Zheng Fa looked up, he saw Yan Wushuan sitting by the railing on the 2nd floor, talking to him. Brother Yan Dao. He saluted Yan Wushuan, and the 2 of them had become quite familiar during this time. This Yan Wushuan is very interested in the magic blood trade. Recently, he has become a big customer of Fangxi. The two met several more times during transactions, and they became more familiar with each other than before. Seeing Zheng Fa, Yan Wuxuan waved slightly excitedly and said to him, "Come up and sit down." Zheng Fa and senior sister Yuan looked at each other and walked into the restaurant side by side. There were not many people on the second floor of the restaurant, and most of the monks might have gone to the lay pond. There was only one table of guests, still drinking wine leisurely. It's said to be one table, but actually there are only 3 people. Yan Wuxuan alone. There were also 2 young people, a man and a woman. "Come on, fellow Daoist Zheng, let me introduce you." Yan Wuxuan said in a very enthusiastic tone, "This is senior brother Chu Tiankeche, the true successor of Heori Mountain, and this is junior sister Shui, the true successor of Taisheng Dao." Zheng Fa couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Even junior sister Yuan, who was usually carefree, had a rare serious look on her face. For no other reason than because the 2 sects of Heori Mountain and Taisheng Dao, like the Tianhe sect, are one of the 5 famous Sunwei sects. The true disciples of these 2 sects came to Leichifang City, but they didn't hear any news at all. Senior brother Chu, junior sister Shui. Yan Wuxuan introduced the 2 people. "This is a local landlord, fellow Daoist Zheng Fa Zhenren, a disciple of the 9 Mountains sect. This. I don't recognize this one either." He looked at senior sister Yuan and smiled apologetically. The 2 men first glanced at Zheng Fa, as if they saw his cultivation during the qi refining period, and then turned to look at senior sister Yuan beside him. There were faint flashes of 5 colors in Chu Tian's eyes, as if he had discovered something, and his brows were slightly wrinkled. On the other hand, there was no change in the face of the supreme junior sister Shui. After the 2 parties bowed to each other, there was a moment of silence in the room. Zheng Fa could tell that these 3 people probably had a good chat in the restaurant before, otherwise Yan Wuxuan would not have a happy face, but once he and senior sister Yuan arrived, the 2 people had nothing to talk about. This is normal. On the one hand, he and senior sister Yuan were strangers to these 2 people. The 3 of them were having a good conversation when 2 strangers suddenly barged in. Quiet moments are common. On the other hand, there is still the gap between sect and cultivation. In terms of sects, the 100 Immortals Alliance is not as good as Heori Mountain and Taisheng Dao. What's more, the Jushin sect is only a part of the 100 Immortals Alliance. And Zheng Fa is now a Qi training disciple. Even though there is a young leader within the Jushin sect, but outside, who cares about you? You are not the young master of Heori Mountain. Senior sister Yuan has enough cultivation, but Chu Tian seems to be a little concerned about her demon status. Not everyone has some bizarre quirks like Yan Wuxuan. He didn't feel angry in his heart, but he didn't want to do anything hot-faced or cold-hearted. He simply raised his hands and said to the 3 of them, "Junior brother has some things to do when he goes to the lay pond." "Just in time? We are also going to Lake." Unexpectedly, Yan Wuxuan interrupted him and said directly, "Let's just come together." Zheng Fa glanced at the 2 people. No matter what they were thinking in their hearts, they were nodding. The 5 of them walked together. Yan Wuxuan seemed to have noticed the awkward atmosphere and said, "Who would have thought that this heavenly monument would be so close to the Great Freedom Demon sect? It's a coincidence. If the Jushin sect hadn't issued the reward, the area would be full of people. Who would know where this thing is hidden?" Yan Wuxuan's words made Zheng Fa realize that his guess was correct. The heavenly monument was indeed born. "I still have something to do with him. Originally, there were a lot of people in that area. As soon as the sky monument was discovered, the entire city passed by." Yan Wuxuan continued, "The thieves who wanted to find the Zizi demon cult were nowhere to be found in that area." There was actually some regret in his tone. "What's the use of those people going there?" Chu Tian answered, "How can they imagine such a thing as the heavenly monument? They are all people who are stupid and ignorant." These words are a bit arrogant, and a bit disdainful of the group of monks who went there blindly. Zheng Fa couldn't help but be a little curious about the behavior of these 3 people. After the Tianbei was born, the 3 of them were still in the restaurant taking their time and seemed not to be in a hurry at all. Seemingly sensing his doubts, Yan Wuxuan explained, "Junior brother Zheng, you may not know something. The area around the sky monument is often extremely dangerous. Even if we go there rashly, we will suffer a big loss. In view of the fact that Tianhe sect has a heavenly monument, coupled with the behavior of these people, Zheng Fa thinks this statement is very credible. Even this matter is probably not a secret among the 5 Sunwei sects, otherwise Yan Wuxuan would not say it in front of everyone. Think about those casual practitioners who have no idea at all. This news, which is of little value to these 3 people, is likely to cost many low-level monks their lives. These 3 people even wanted to use that group of people as Pathfinder cannon fodder. Those people are short-sighted, but brother Zheng, you are very accomplished in the thunder method. I'm afraid there is some chance for the birth of the sky monument this time," Yan Wuxuan said with a smile, with a somewhat disapproving tone in his tone. Hearing this, the 2 people couldn't help but look at him with a little surprise. It seems that they trust Yan Wuxuan's judgment on Lei Fa, and they can't help but think highly of Zheng Fa. But on the other hand, Zheng Fa also felt a little bit wary, as if he was afraid that he would compete with him for a chance. "No, are you big sect disciples so cautious?" "I, Jushin sect, am in the qi refining period? What are you wary of? Senior sister and I didn't go to Lake here for the heavenly monument." Zheng Fa thought for a moment and then told the truth. After he said this, Yan Wuxuan's expression was a little dull. Chu Tianque looked at him with a look of contempt in his eyes, probably because he didn't believe what he said and thought he was lying. Then you are. I have a senior sister who was trapped in a thunder pool before, but now I finally found her traces. Zheng Fa explained. Yan Wushuan nodded, not saying whether he believed it or not. But a few people on the road couldn't help but fell into silence again, as if they had nothing to say. In the thunder pool, several people walked hand in hand towards the location of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. The thunder pool is dangerous, and they can't help but show their special abilities. Yan Wushuan's style is still to regard thunder as nothing, and the more he gets hit, the happier he gets. There was nothing surprising about junior sister Shui from the Supreme Dao. It was just that when she moved lightly, the violent thunder seemed to have eyes and walked around her. As for Chu Tianque, a transparent orb appeared above his head to absorb the thunder in the sky, as if he was using this thunder pool to practice treasure. The three of them each have their own methods, but they appear to be very relaxed in this intimidating thunder pool. When they reached a place, Zheng Fa saw that these people seemed to be moving forward and said, "Everyone, I'm afraid we have to take another road, so we'll say goodbye." Hearing his words, the three people were stunned. Yan Wushuan couldn't help but said, "Don't you go and see the heavenly monument." "I'm not going." Zheng Fa smiled and said, "I'd better go find my senior sister first." Watching him turn around and leave with senior sister Yuan, the three of them couldn't help but feel a little silent. Do you believe that someone who encounters the sky monument will not even look at the sky monument because he wants to save senior sister? After a long time, Chu Tianque suddenly asked. "I don't believe it." After a long time, the same junior sister Shui said. This Zheng Fa, who has such attainments in Thunder Dao body refining, is probably also a Thunder Dao monk. This Thunder Dao sky monument is even more precious to him. Chu Tianque continued, "I don't think he will go with us. I want to hide in the dark and reap the benefits. It's about the heavenly monument, let alone senior sister, what do biological parents matter?" Although this was a guess, Yan Wushuan opened his mouth as if he wanted to refute. "But I don't know how to refute." When Zheng Fa saw senior sister Zhang, she was sitting cross-legged at the bottom of the Thunder Pond Valley. A treasure mirror the size of a small mountain was pressed on top of her head, which also helped her withstand the rolling thunder in the Thunder Pond. Zheng Fa walked towards her. When he was 3 feet away, the treasure mirror sent out a beam of light and landed at his feet, blocking his way. "Junior brother Zheng? Junior sister Yuan." This precious light seemed to wake up senior sister Zhang, and she looked up. Seeing Zheng Fa, she seemed to remember something, and hurriedly said, "I saw the heavenly monument before, right here." "I know, senior sister, the heavenly monument has been born. And you? I want to come and see you and see if I can rescue you." Zheng Fa smiled. Senior sister Zhang's eyes were fixed on Zheng Fa, as if she couldn't see senior sister Yuan beside her. Senior sister Yuan looked at the treasure mirror on her head and thought in her heart. Fortunately, there was this Xian Guanjian, which blocked this pair of bitches. After all, senior sister Zhang is a self-controlled person. The emotion on her face was only fleeting. She just shook her head and said to Zheng Fa and the others, "This Sun Guanjian is my master's old thing. It can only be produced by Yuanying." Yuanying. Senior sister Yuan blurted out, "Yuanying is so difficult." Seeing senior sister Zhang silent, she seemed to feel that she had said something wrong, and added, "Fortunately, senior sister Zhang is very talented. Things that are difficult for others are definitely not difficult for you." "No, it's a little harder for me than for others." Senior sister Zhang said softly, "I practiced too fast in my early years, but now I have to pay the price." Even Zheng Fa nodded at this. He had heard about senior sister Zhang's experience. It takes at least 2 or 3 years to build a foundation with a single spiritual root, but senior sister Zhang went straight into the foundation in less than a year. When she achieved the golden core, she had only been in the Dao for 10 years. As a result, her reputation was greatly shaken, and she was regarded as the first person under the Yuanying in the Baixian League. But for the next 80 or 90 years, she was stuck in the golden core stage and could not make any progress. She hid in the mysterious gate mirror, and although she escaped the pursuit of the Yuanying of the Great Freedom Demon Sect, she also forced herself into a desperate situation where she could not get out without the Yuanying. Zheng Fa, you must remember. Be cautious when building the foundation. Although she was in a difficult situation, senior sister Zhang instead reminded Zheng Fa, "I had no experience back then, and I was walking a path that no one had walked before. I didn't understand many things, and I was young at the time, and I was dazzled by the title of the first genius of the 100 Immortals League. Later, when I realized that the Fu Dao foundation building method was not perfect, I consulted ancient books and found that if a perfect path was really created, there would be strange phenomena in the world." Strange phenomena. Zheng Fa was a little puzzled when he heard this. Not many people know about this. Senior sister Zhang explained, "The spiritual energy has declined at least 5 times. No one knows the origin of the method of cultivation. It may have been perfected before the last catastrophe, so the people who create the Tao are extremely rare. In these 2 catastrophes, there is only one person who really created a unique method of cultivation." Zheng Fa twitched his mouth. He has guessed who it is. It is recorded in ancient books that Venerable Tianhe created the method of the natal spiritual treasure after forming the elixir. Now it has become the first method of forming an infant in the Sunwei world. At that time, the heavenly Dao was sensitive, and the whole Sunwei world had strange phenomena. Venerable Tianhe said that the Tao is born and strange phenomena appear. Sure enough, you are everywhere, Venerable Tianhe. When I used the Talisman foundation building method to condense the foundation of the Tao, there was no strange phenomenon. Perhaps it is because the Talisman foundation building method is just a foundation building method. But it is also possible that the Yuanfu Tao that I condensed is defective and cannot be considered a perfect path. Senior Sister Zheng sighed softly. It's a pity that I only understand it now. Practice is always a step wrong and a step wrong. Senior Sister Zheng continued to remind Zheng Fa, I haven't seen the way to condense the nascent soul yet. Even if I condense the nascent soul, I am afraid there will be some difficulties in the future. Zheng Fa, if you don't want to be like me, you must be cautious when building the foundation. Seeing that she is still reminding herself now, Zheng Fa couldn't help but interrupt her and said, Senior Sister, are you sure about the nascent soul? Senior Sister Zheng was silent for a while and said, the life of the golden elixir is 1,000 years. I still have 900 years. There is no rush. This seems to be confident. In fact, it is too unconfident. The lifespan of Qigong practitioners in Sunwei realm is not much different from that of ordinary people, only about 100 years. After building the foundation, they can live to 300 years old. The golden elixir lives for 1,000 years. The nascent soul is a big leap, and I heard that the master is already about 10,000 years old. But, these are all ideal lifespans. As far as Zheng Fa knows, there are too few cultivators who can die of old age. Sister Zheng now relies on the Thunder Pond to save her life. Now that the heavenly monument has appeared, the Thunder Pond may also have some changes. With the Great Freedom Demon sect by her side, if the Thunder Pond can no longer protect Sister Zheng, it is questionable whether she can live another 900 years. Even if she can live, the lack of the golden elixir cannot be solved by age. With Sister Zheng's personality, if she is really sure, she will not answer the question in this way. Sister Zheng, I have a guess about the Yin Yang Yuan Fu. At this time, we can only hope that the Yin Yang Yuan Fu can bring some inspiration to Sister Zheng. Senior Sister Zheng was also excited, with an expectant look on her face, listening carefully to Zheng Fa's story. Chirality. Mirror image. After Zheng Fa finished speaking, Senior Sister Zheng closed her eyes and thought for a while, as if simulating in her body. After a long time, she nodded and shook her head gently, with a hint of disappointment in her calm face. I understand chirality. Senior Sister Zheng said to Zheng Fa, the yin-yang talisman does correspond to the right hand and the left hand, but the mirror image is not very accurate. Zheng Fa nodded gently, and he also realized this that day. Only talking about the 5 elements of the subsymbols, the yin-yang talisman is a mirror image of each other, but the talisman is divided into 3 subsymbols. The other 2 types of subsymbols are different in the yin-yang talisman and cannot be regarded as mirror images. For example, in the Yuan talisman condensed by Zheng Fa, the yin-yang earth-type spiritual talisman is the upright shadowless talisman, and the yang earth-type spiritual talisman is the awakening talisman. The only structure that is the same between the 2 is the earth-type subsymbol. The other 2 types of subsymbols are completely different. It is far-fetched to regard them as mirror images. Senior Sister Zheng nodded slightly, and seeing Zheng Fa's somewhat depressed look on his face, she suddenly smiled and said, the mirror image theory may not be wrong. Well, it's just that I didn't help you. Zheng Fa whispered. Last time the theory of the 5 elements was proposed, Senior Sister Zheng made progress. Now she seems to have no inspiration. No, you're fine. Senior Sister Zheng suddenly said, Zheng Fa, do you know what I thought of when I named myself a Xian Guanjian? What? I'm glad. Senior Sister Zheng said softly, I'm glad I went to Zhao Mansion that time. I'm glad I introduced you to the 9 Mountains sect. I'm glad that I passed on the Tao Foundation building method to you. Zheng Fa was stunned when he heard Senior Sister Zheng continue to say, that's why I met you. So Jushin sect has the most suitable future leader, so the Fudeo Foundation building method has the best successor. Senior Sister Zheng was particularly talkative today. Zheng Fa felt a little depressed, but he didn't know what to say. Zheng Fa, even Lord Tianhe is dead, how can I escape? But if you really perfect the Fudeo Foundation building method in the future, the world will know that there was once a person in this Sunwei world. Zhang Wuyi said softly, the thunder pool is dangerous, you two should go back first. Seeing the silence between the 2 of them, Senior Sister Zheng sighed softly and said, I am fine in this Xianguan Jianzhong. Zheng Fa, why don't you go to the Tianbei first and take a look? Come over. Besides, I also want to practice. When she said this, her face was unusually calm. Hearing what she said, Zheng and Fa could only look at each other and leave. The next day, Senior Sister Zheng was sitting under the entrance mirror practicing, and saw the figures of Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Yuan again from a distance. Didn't I ask you two to come less? A faint smile flashed across Senior Sister Zheng's lips, and she asked again. I'm here to accompany you. Senior Sister Yuan said in a sticky tone, besides, I'm not a thunder magic practitioner. What does the Sky Monument have to do with me? Senior Sister Yuan has always been simple-minded, and probably because of this, she is actually not slow in cultivation. Senior Sister Zheng shook her head and looked at Zheng Fa standing aside. Zheng Fa took out several thick books from his storage bag. There are some titles written on the cover of the book that even Senior Sister Zheng cannot understand. High School Mathematics Volume, Mathematical Analysis, Topology. Zheng Fa saw her somewhat puzzled look and said, "Senior sister, these are some research methods that may be related to runic diagrams. I think they may be of some help to you. The most helpful thing for studying runic diagrams is definitely topology, but topology itself requires some prerequisite knowledge. For example, the most basic point set topology requires the foundation of mathematical analysis. Although mathematical analysis is an introductory course in the university mathematics department, it does not seem to require much foundation. But in fact, you need to understand some basic function knowledge and set theory knowledge. Zheng Fa's high school mathematics volume has written some relevant prerequisite knowledge." Senior sister Zheng's eyes were bright and she couldn't help but smile. "Is this similar to your previous secret techniques? It's more essential content." Zheng Fa opened the book and said, "Those before could only be called methods, but now these are the foundation for producing those methods." Senior sister Zheng nodded slightly, with great interest on her face. Even senior sister Yuan also came over, with some curiosity on her face. "First, we need to understand the classification of numbers." Zheng Fa opened the book and preached slowly. 2 hours later, Zheng Fa had just entered the functional section of high school. Senior sister Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. She looked at Zheng Fa's mouth opening and closing in confusion, resistance slowly rising on her face, as if her brain had developed an instinct for self-protection. She suddenly said, "I'll go to the Sky Monument to have a look." Zheng Fa turned to look at her, and she whispered, "I suddenly felt something in my heart. That monument is destined for me." "Senior sister, didn't you say you don't practice thunder?" Zheng Fa asked. "Who can say clearly about the relationship between heaven and man?" Senior sister Yuan shouted as she ran, "Senior sister Zheng, I will accompany you after junior brother Zheng finishes speaking." Seeing her running away, Zheng Fa and senior sister Zheng looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. Junior sister Yuan really lacks understanding in this aspect. Please continue talking. Senior sister Zheng's eyes were filled with genuine excitement, as if what Zheng Fa said not only did not faze her, but also made her find it extremely interesting. "Okay, let's look at some basic functions first. One speaks and the other listens. After all, the two of them are cultivators, and they lose track of time when they are really enchanted." Zheng Fa finished high school mathematics and then talked about the second half of mathematical analysis. He was a little fascinated. He had learned this from Old Man Bai before, but this was the first time he tried to export and explain this knowledge by himself. "There are actually some different experiences. Junior brother Zheng," senior sister Zheng said suddenly. Would you like to go to the Sky Monument to see it too?" I suddenly felt something in my heart. This heavenly monument must be destined for you." Senior sister Zheng pinched her forehead and seemed to have a headache, but her face was full of sincerity. "I have a connection with that thing. Do you feel that way?" This sounds even more outrageous than senior sister Yuan's reason for running away. Seeing the fearful look in senior sister Zheng's eyes as she looked at the book in her hand, Zheng Fa understood. The teaching of this knowledge should not be too much at one time and must be moderate. For example, senior sister Zheng was filled to the brim. Zheng Fa slowly walked to where senior sister Zheng was trapped. When he walked 3 feet away, senior sister Zheng just opened her eyes. The two of them didn't say a word, as if they were on a silent date. Zheng Fa opened the topology in his hand and continued where he talked yesterday. Sometimes, senior sister Zheng would interrupt him and ask questions that he didn't understand. Some questions were because her knowledge was incomplete and some things were difficult to understand. Zheng Fa answered them easily. There are some things that Zheng Fa himself has not thought about clearly. At this time, Zheng Fa will be asked by her. He frowned and began to think. Senior sister Zheng didn't rush him, she just looked at him quietly from the side with an inexplicable smile on her lips. Sometimes Zheng Fa really couldn't answer her questions, and there was a little pride in her smile. Both of them are monks, and their thinking speed has long exceeded that of ordinary people. It took 10 days to finish reading Topology, although it was just a scratch. At least senior sister Zheng now had a framework. "Senior sister Zheng, can this knowledge be helpful to you?" Zheng Fa asked expectantly. "Yes, I have." "Real?" Zheng Fa said happily. "Senior sister Zheng, do you have some understanding?" "That's not true. Isn't that not helpful?" Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. "Because of this book, you come here every day at this time." Senior sister Zheng pointed to the topology in Zheng Fa's hand and said, "At this time every day, I feel much better." "Well, that helps." But it wasn't the help Zheng Fa wanted. Seeming to see his expression of disappointment, senior sister Zheng smiled and said, "The knowledge you taught me is profound and profound. I am only a beginner now, and I am still unable to combine it with the runes." Zheng Fa slowly exhaled. He was a little impatient. If you could completely understand the runes once you learn topology, then Old Man Bai would have done it long ago. Senior sister Zheng has more accumulation in talismans than Old Man Bai, but her accumulation in mathematics is much less. It's hard to say which of the two is higher or lower. Don't be disappointed, your knowledge is very promising. At least it has allowed me to find a way to re-examine the runes. Senior sister Zheng comforted. "As I said, I still have 900 years, enough for me to understand." Zheng Fa nodded. "That's a good thing to say." Zheng Fa slowly walked into the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace, frowning slightly. Passing topology to senior sister Zheng was his last resort. To be honest, it's a bit like treating a dead horse as a living horse. But looking at it now, I can't say it's useless. I can only say that it may not be of much help to Senior Sister Zheng in a short period of time. He believed that Senior Sister Zheng was gifted in mathematics and that 900 years would be enough for her to thoroughly understand this knowledge and even develop it. But the birth of the heavenly monument always made him uneasy. On the other hand, Senior Sister Zheng's previous reminder made Zheng Fa feel a little vigilant. If you don't understand the yin and yang talismans, the foundation of the UN talisman will be lacking. According to Senior Sister Zheng, even if she condenses nascent soul, she will still pay some price for this matter. Therefore, Zheng Fa also had an urgent need to perfect the Fudeo foundation building method before building his own foundation. This matter is very important to him and Senior Sister Zheng. Zheng Fa, come here for a moment. As soon as he entered the Five Dragons Heavenly Palace, he heard Uncle Peng's voice ringing in his ears. Zheng Fa looked stunned and walked towards the main hall where Uncle Peng was. Did you go to see Master Zheng again today? Master Peng asked as soon as he saw Zheng Fa. Yes. Uncle Peng looked at Zheng Fa with a hint of hesitation on his face. Uncle Peng. Zheng Fa, please sit down first. Master Peng was silent for a while, with some admonishment in his tone. Master Zheng is in this situation and is fine for a while. You should focus on yourself. Uncle Peng. You and nephew Zheng don't have the name of Taoist couple now, but they are still better than Taoist couple. Uncle Peng suddenly said, although we monks say that wealthy couples are the most important thing, you have to understand that you are the most important thing. Yes. Zheng Fa didn't understand why Uncle Peng suddenly said this, but he still responded in a low voice. The two most outstanding juniors of our Jushin sect, one is senior nephew Zheng, and the other is you. Uncle Peng seemed to see his incomprehension and said directly, now that something has happened to senior nephew Zheng, I don't want you to do it again. Be affected. Zheng Fa was stunned. These words are suspected of abandoning senior sister Zheng. Of course I will save Master Zheng's nephew, Master Peng said softly, but if it affects your path, I won't agree. Zheng Fa didn't know what to say. Do you know who were the most famous Taoist couples of our Jushin sect in the previous generation? I don't know. Your Uncle Huang and her husband. Husband. Zheng Fa couldn't help but be stunned. Uncle Huang is now sitting on the 7th peak of the 9 mountains. He almost never goes down the mountain and has never heard of having a husband. Her husband is, I think, the most genius true successor of the previous generation of the Jushin sect. Uncle Peng sighed, he is also my best friend. Your Uncle Wang's temper was 10 times hotter than that of Uncle Zheng, and he acted impulsively. Then he encountered an accident. As her husband, of course my friend would sacrifice his life to save others. Of course you guessed it later, your Master Huang was rescued and he died. Zheng Fa suddenly saw some anger on Master Peng's face. If not for this, the 9 Mountains sect, would probably be able to transform into multiple gods. Only then did Zheng Fa understand why Uncle Peng had a pretty good attitude towards senior sister Zheng, but he always addressed Uncle Huang by her surname Huang. Later, the man surnamed Huang came back and said he wanted to take revenge. He made some sort of Sunguinjian. Uncle Peng sighed softly. Now, Master Zheng is trapped in that Sunguinjian again. Is that a Sunguinjian? Is it a lesson learned from the past? What's more, you haven't established a foundation yet, so how can you help nephew Zheng? Zheng Fa knew in his heart that Uncle Peng's persuasion was not unreasonable. In fact, everything he can do has been done. The rest can only be relied on by senior sister Zheng herself. In Zheng Fa's house, he was immersed in cultivation. Although he was giving lectures to senior sister Zheng every day, he did not delay his own cultivation. On the contrary, he is even more diligent than before. Senior sister Zhang's Xian Guanjian can only be broken from the inside now, but that is because it is in the Thunder Pool. If the Thunder Pool changes, the nascent souls of the Great Freedom Demon sect can take action. At that time, there will definitely be a battle between the Jushin sect and the Great Freedom Demon sect. His current cultivation level is not enough. The night was getting dark, and a vortex of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in the room where Zheng Fa was. This whirlpool of spiritual energy was larger than before, and even affected many disciples who were practicing in the Five Dragons Heavenly Palace. Uncle Peng and several of his disciples in the main hall all felt it. They all looked in the direction of Zheng Fa's room. That's junior brother Zheng. A disciple whispered in surprise, has he reached the stage of advanced Qi training? How long has it been? Another older disciple on the side was also surprised. I have never seen anyone like junior brother Zheng, who gets faster and faster with practice. His talent is really amazing. The talent is amazing. Uncle Peng's eyes were a little distant, as if he was thinking of someone. Only in this way, it looks more like him. Master, have you completed your advanced Qi training? When she came to senior sister Zheng, she could see Zheng Fa's state at a glance, and her eyes were a little happy. This speed is half a month faster than me. Zheng Fa shook his head. If we include modern time, senior sister Zheng is still faster. You must think carefully about foundation building. Senior sister Zheng warned again, if you feel that the Fundeo foundation building method is not perfect, you can buy a Huayuan pill to remove the Rundeo foundation in your body. Although your cultivation level will be lowered a bit, the spiritual power in your body is enough. It will be quick if you follow the orthodox path of foundation building. It was obvious that senior sister Zheng had thought about it for him. According to senior sister Zheng, this Talisman Deo foundation building method is a cultivation accelerator and should be thrown away after use. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. This was a solution. Although topology has been taught to senior sister Zheng, Zheng Fa has gained nothing from coming to see senior sister Zheng. On the contrary, senior sister Zheng can give him a lot of inspiration in both talisman and mathematics. I have been thinking carefully these past 2 days, and I just feel that the knowledge you taught me is really very rigorous. It is derived from a few so-called axioms. Except for a few axioms that cannot be proved, the rest of the theories are actually there. Where to come? Zheng Fa also agreed upon hearing this. This is also a characteristic of modern mathematics. This idea actually comes from a great sage. He was the first person to put forward several axioms. Zheng Fa began to tell his senior sister the 5 axioms in the elements of Euclidean geometry, and how doubts about the axiom of parallel lines eventually led to the creation of non-Euclidean geometry. Can justice be doubted? Senior sister Zheng's eyes flashed with admiration. This is really some great wisdom. Of course you have to doubt, and even doubt is the biggest reason why this knowledge can progress. Zheng Fa said with his own little understanding of science. Doubt. He paused. Suspect. He had always accepted senior sister Zheng's point of view without any doubt. What was condensed in the Yuanfudeiji was the rune diagram. Is this the parallel line axiom that can be doubted? In the Talisman Tao foundation building method, the yin and yang talisman diagrams will create each other. But in the void of the Sunwei realm, those runes did not show this property. This is almost equivalent to the experimental results not being consistent with the theory. So are these two talismans really the same? Not a talisman? But what we condensed is a talisman. Yes, but if we put aside this premise and look at it. Zheng Fa's eyes sparkled with excitement. What can we deduce from the premise that yin and yang coexist because of mirror images? Senior sister Zheng frowned, still not sure why. Only the 5-element sub-talisman can satisfy the properties of a mirror image. Zheng Fa said loudly, although the other 2 sub-talismans affect the properties of the rune diagram, they have nothing to do with the essence of the rune diagram. Senior sister Zheng's eyes lit up. She understood what Zheng Fa meant. You mean, the 5 elements talisman is the essence of the spiritual talisman? No, what I mean is that the 5 elements are the inherent properties of spiritual energy. Zheng Fa expressed his conjecture. When we practice, no matter what cultivation method we use, we will ultimately absorb spiritual energy, and there is a difference between spiritual energy and spiritual talismans. Reiki also has 5 elements, but it doesn't have those 2 types of sub-talents. The Dao foundation condensed in our bodies may be more aura than spiritual talisman. See through the false, discard the false and retain the true, and then you can achieve the great truth. After a long silence, senior sister Zheng sighed. You did it today. Dao? Senior sister Zheng's words are a bit exaggerated. Zheng Fa was stunned. His idea is very simple to say. The 5 elements subsymbols are actually the inherent properties of spiritual energy. The material basis of the talisman base is spiritual energy. So to perfect the talisman base, only the 5 elements subsymbols are needed. As for the other 2 types of subsymbols, they are not necessary for the talisman base, and as for what they are, Zheng Fa is not sure now. He is actually inclined to Tang Lingmu's theory of subsymbol interaction. These 2 types of subsymbols determine how spiritual energy interacts with other substances, but Zheng Fa has no idea how to determine it specifically. Zheng Fa's statement now is, I don't care what these 2 types of subsymbols represent, because the talisman base is essentially spiritual energy, so I will look at the 5 elements subsymbols, which can well explain the problem of yin and yang mutual generation. And because the phenomenon of yin and yang mutual generation can be deduced, the 5 elements subsymbols are generated, and the 2 types of subsymbols will also be generated accordingly. This is quite simple to say, but the problem is that if the 5 elements subsymbols have not been discovered, it is impossible to come up with this idea. If you don't understand the relationship between yin and yang and chirality, you can't have this idea. Senior sister Zheng has stopped talking. Her whole body became transparent like glass, and 2 lotus platforms connected at the bottom appeared in her body. This time, the 2 twin lotus platforms slowly merged into one and became one. And in the center of the lotus platform, a golden pill appeared, like a lotus seed, embedded in the lotus heart. In the golden pill, there was a baby-like figure, with eyes closed, as if sleeping. The face of this figure was 80% similar to that of senior sister Zheng. It's just that the body proportions were standard 3 heads, and the face was like a child, very cute. In the symbol on the petals, the part belonging to the 5 elements subsymbol turned into a circle of 5-color halo, slowly flew to the head of senior sister Zheng, as if she was wearing a 5-color hairband. The remaining petals gradually peeled off from the lotus platform, wrapped around senior sister Zheng, and turned into a pink and white dress. The other 2 types of subsymbols turned into golden patterns on the hem of the skirt, which looked a bit mysterious. Little senior sister Zheng seemed to feel Zheng Fa's loving gaze, opened her eyes, and looked at Zheng Fa. Her eyes were quite fierce, but with her small stature and chubby face, she looked even cuter. Zheng Fa was not afraid at all. You go back first. Just when Zheng Fa was watching intently, senior sister Zheng suddenly spoke. Zheng Fa inexplicably heard a hint of shyness from this. Senior sister Zheng. Zheng Fa asked in confusion. I have realized something, and I am ready to form a baby. Senior sister Zheng whispered, forming a baby may cause a heavenly tribulation, and you are in danger here. Zheng Fa was startled and nodded to leave. Don't rush to build a foundation. Before Zheng Fa raised his foot, he heard Senior Sister Zheng say again, after I form a baby, I will see if there are any future problems with this talisman foundation building method, and it will not be too late for you to build a foundation. Zheng Fa was stunned. He did not expect Senior Sister Zheng to have such thoughts. Sister Zheng, you won't give up the talisman foundation building method, right? Sister Zheng smiled as if she saw through him. Yes. Zheng Fa couldn't give up the talisman foundation building method. The reason is very simple. His biggest asset in the modern world is not that he is a cultivator, but the talisman foundation building method. The 9 spiritual talismans in the talisman foundation building method are his foundation in the modern world. The Spirit Mountain method relies on the Spirit Awakening Talisman. Healing and saving people relies on the Yangshan Talisman and the Tai Talisman. The cultivation of spiritual plants relies on the Changqing Talisman. Adding some self-protection talismans, it can be said that without the talisman foundation building method, he would have almost lost 80% of his abilities in the modern world. Sister Zheng looked at him quietly. Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Sister Zheng probably thought of using the Hualing pill to dissolve the Yuanfodeo foundation because she was thinking about him wholeheartedly. This is almost the most stable way. But he has his own reasons that he can't tell. I won't ask you why, nor will I force you. Senior Sister Zheng was silent for a long time before she spoke, but I have only one request, that you build your foundation after I have passed the calamity of forming an infant. Senior Sister Zheng, is your theory effective? Let me try it first. Yes. Hearing what Senior Sister Zheng said, Zheng Fa pursed his lips and was speechless. After all, what Zheng Fa said was just a theory. Zheng Fa was not sure whether it was actually true or not. Senior Sister Zheng said this, probably with the intention of stepping on the thunder for Zheng Fa. Or, at least, she wanted to make sure that this method could really form an infant. Zheng Fa walked out of the thunder pool and found that Senior Sister Zheng's infant formation made quite a big noise. He turned his head and looked at the sky above the thunder pool. 5 colored rays of light fell like a waterfall, and spiritual energy surged like a wave. This scene covered hundreds of miles of sky, and everyone could see it. He frowned slightly, looking a little worried, and slowly walked back to the market. As soon as he arrived at the 5 Dragons Palace, he was blocked by Uncle Pang. Is junior brother Zhang going to form a baby? Obviously, he also understood where this scene in the sky came from. Yes, I suddenly realized something. Zheng Fa nodded gently and said, I am trying to form a baby. Good. Uncle Pang exhaled a long breath and said loudly, his expression was really happy. With junior brother Zhang's talent, once he takes this step, he will have 3 points more confidence than others. The other disciples in the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace also beamed with joy. No one is stupid. No matter how domineering Senior Sister Zheng is in the sect, it is still an internal conflict. If you put it outside, it is the Dingai Divine Needle of Jushin sect. In this situation, even a blind person can see that the Jushin sect is facing the threat of the Great Freedom Demon sect. Having one more nascent soul is of great significance. What's more, this nascent soul golden core stage is comparable to the average nascent soul master. Is it you? After Master Pang was overjoyed, he suddenly thought of something and looked at Zheng Fa with a strange expression. I just made a small contribution. Zheng Fa said humbly, Senior Sister Zheng is still the most talented. Uncle Pang nodded slightly, not saying whether he believed it or not, but there was a tangled look on his face. Uncle Pang, tell me, did I blame the man named Huang wrongly? With just 1 qi refining period, you can help Master Zheng break through to the nascent soul. Uncle Pang said slowly, my friend would be trapped in it even if he saved his wife. Zheng Fa didn't understand Uncle Pang's logic. Maybe it's not that Huang is too impulsive, but that my friend isn't talented enough. Uncle Pang actually showed some relief on his face. Zheng Fa couldn't help but want to scratch his head. Is this not resolved? This logic doesn't seem unreasonable. But I think your friendship is just like this. Uncle Pang shook his head, quickly put the matter aside, and started talking about another matter. Of course it's a good thing for Master Zhang's nephew to have a baby, but I'm afraid the Great Freedom Demon sect won't watch. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. Previously, the Yuanying monks from the Great Freedom Demon sect were chasing Senior Sister Zheng. Although they were blocked by the Xian Guanjian, they actually still took the initiative. It would certainly be a good thing for them if Senior Sister Zheng trapped herself to death. Even if there is a change in the Thunder Pool, if they continue to surround and kill Senior Sister Zheng, it will be to catch a turtle in a jar. So they are in no hurry. But now that the Thunder Pool is still there, Senior Sister Zheng is about to advance to Nascent Soul. Of course they couldn't bear it anymore. This is also what Zheng Fa was worried about before. It only takes about 10 days to give birth to a baby. In these 10 days, there may be some big changes in the market and the Thunder Pond. Master Pang's face was serious, and he ordered the disciples in the hall, pass on my order. Starting from today, the city is under martial law. All disciples are not allowed to go out without permission. Hearing what he said, these disciples couldn't help but look nervous on their faces, with fear in their eyes. Everyone knows that these few words are full of danger to life. In the next few days, the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace was particularly quiet, with fewer footsteps. Everyone is preparing for a big battle. Modern. It's 4:30 in the morning. Zheng Fa opened his eyes on time. He gently lifted the quilt, got out of bed carefully, and walked into the bathroom to wash up. With his current cultivation level, this movement made no sound at all except the sound of water coming out of the faucet. In fact, washing is not very necessary for him. Just because he was afraid that the person he slept with would find it strange, he washed himself on time every day. After packing up, he carried his school bag and went out at about 4:40. At 5 o'clock, he came to a remote lawn and practiced cross-legged. One very inconvenient thing about going to college is that he has to live on campus from Monday to Friday, so he has no place to practice. Unlike at Qingshui High School, he could practice at home at night. If you are in the dormitory, your roommates will inevitably ask you a few questions. He later simply came to the lawn next to the stadium. Not many people noticed. Mainly because he found that there were quite a few weirdos in Beijing University. Some people come early in the morning to complain. One danced with an unbladed sword. There were also 1 or 2 boxers. They are still students. He, who meditates, is actually considered a normal person. When practice was approaching 8 o'clock, Zheng Fa stood up and walked towards the school library. If there were no classes in the morning, he would usually go to the library. The library has not yet opened its doors, but there were also many students queuing up. Zheng Fa stood behind a boy. The other boy turned his head, saw Zheng Fa and greeted with a smile. So early again? You are a freshman, and you are on time better than us who are rushing to write papers. This is a graduate student from the Department of Physics, surnamed Yang. He must have been working on liver thesis recently. He comes to the library every day, and he seems to be familiar with Zheng Fa. You are only a freshman, why don't you enjoy your college life? Senior Yang seemed to be thinking of his past. I tell you, the first 2 years of college are the most comfortable days in your life, the pain of spending time in the library. It's not too late to eat again in the future. Zheng Fa shook his head. Is it bitter? He doesn't think. He likes the library very much. One reason is that I like reading in the library. Sometimes when he gets tired of reading, he also likes to take a look at the students in the library. Some of them are also reading, and some are doing homework. Others may just bring a computer or mobile phone to play in the library. For the most part, everyone was quiet. It's very similar to the quietness in the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace recently. It was just that the reason for the quietness was different, which made him like the library more and more. Library Natural Science Reading Room. Zheng Fa put away his exercise book and took out a few borrowed books. The first-year curriculum of the Department of Physics at Kyungsung University is actually very relaxed. In addition to some public courses, only 3 professional courses are compulsory: General Physics, Advanced Mathematics, Linear Algebra. For Zheng Fa, the course General Physics actually requires some thought, but not much, as this course is an introductory course in the physics department. The difficulty setting is very gentle. The difficulty of the homework is not very difficult for Zheng Fa. Of course, at Beijing University, there is no shortage of talented academics. For example, Zheng Fa met his roommate Dai Yuan when he registered. He was a competitive student, and he seemed to have read through General Physics a long time ago. Recently he seemed to have gone straight to the 4 major mechanics. Zheng Fa was not so anxious. The main reason is that he did not pursue becoming a physicist and entered the physics department. In the final analysis, he hoped to find a way to understand spiritual talismans and even spiritual energy. Simply put, he wanted to find his magic in physics. For example, right now, he is reading The Evolution of Physics. This is a popular science book about the history of physics, written decades ago. For physics students, this book is actually a bit too simple. But Zheng Fa took it very seriously. One of the authors of this book is Einstein. When writing this book, he inevitably brought some of his own thinking patterns, which is what Zheng Fa values more. Halfway through, Zheng Fa couldn't help but cover his head and think deeply. Nowadays, the San-Zi-Fu theory can no longer proceed. The biggest problem is that the functions of the other 2 types of subtalents are difficult to clarify and can only be guessed. In the process of the development of physics, we usually encounter this situation. Most of them will be put into experiments to confirm or falsify the conjectures. Experiment. Zheng Fa couldn't help but think of Teacher Tian's laboratory again, and couldn't help but feel a little headache. The cost of several million to tens of millions, Zheng Fa later realized, was still small. For scientific research, there is no upper limit. If you still want to conduct physical experiments like Zheng Fa, the cost is hard to say. Tang Lingmuo has always behaved like a rich woman, but Zheng Fa didn't want to use Tang Lingmuo's money unless he had to. The main thing is that Tang Lingmuo doesn't have that much money. If she had to spend tens or even millions, she might not alarm her family. But hundreds of millions, it would definitely alarm Aunt Ya and Tang Lingmuo's father. Maybe he and Tang Lingmuo don't need to be so clearly distinguished. No matter from the perspective of friendship, or from the perspective of giving Tang Lingmuo the opportunity to cultivate as an immortal, Tang Lingmuo probably didn't care about the money. But neither Aunt Ya nor Tang Lingmuo's father would think so. Zheng Fa agrees with equivalent exchange. It's just something that needs to be paid and something that needs to be gained. All of these still need to be considered. On a table diagonally opposite, Senior Yang, whom he had met while queuing before, scratched his head. Although it had only been 1 morning, he inexplicably felt that he was 1 year away from graduation. What's even more sad is, he scratched and found that there was less hair again. Thinking of this, Senior Yang couldn't help but feel sad, and couldn't even continue writing the paper. His eyes wandered around the room, and his eyes couldn't help but fly to Zheng Fa. He still had a deep impression on Zheng Fa, not just because he met him several times in the library, but when he passed by the gymnasium one time, he saw this junior meditating. To be honest, physics students generally only experience this symptom when they are at the doctoral level. This junior is a type of early onset type. Later, after meeting him more often in the library, he came to understand that although this junior fellow student was a bit arrogant, he seemed to be quite normal. Looking at Zheng Fa, he couldn't help but be filled with emotion. He always felt that he was a bit similar to this junior, even though this junior had more hair, longer legs, and a smoother face. But once upon a time, I was like this junior, obsessed with studying and ignoring external things. But now, he feels that he was wrong. When your scientific research talent does not reach those genius levels, being too obsessed with learning is not a particularly good choice. For example, right now, he doesn't have a girlfriend, he doesn't have a job, and he's not sure about graduation. When he saw Zheng Fa, he thought of these past events, and his enthusiasm for scientific research dropped by another 3 points. Why don't we just put it off and wait until it's over? At the door of the library, Tang Lingyu walked in gently. She walked next to Zheng Fa's seat. Zheng Fa looked up at her, put away the books and exercise books on the table, and the two walked out of the library side by side. As if they were afraid of disturbing other people's studies, the two walked out of the reading room door before starting to talk. Senior Yang was just leaning on the railing to relax, but now he couldn't help but look at the two of them out of the corner of his eye, mainly at Tang Lingyu. When this girl walked into the library, he noticed her on the second floor. I didn't expect to come here to see this junior. The voices of the two people talking reached his ears. You were frowning just now. What were you thinking about? He heard the pretty girl ask her junior classmate. It's nothing. The junior said softly, I just thought I had to find a way to make money. Senior Yang couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. He remembered that this junior was only a freshman. Is he going to shoulder the burden of life now? No wonder he studies so hard. I have money, I have whatever you need. The girl's words made him feel like he had heard some unsolved mystery. He even felt that there was a hint of grievance in the junior's voice. Grievance? He looked up and found that the junior looked at the junior with a hurt expression on her face. I know. He saw that the junior seemed to be comforting him. I know you have money, but you have to explain to your parents if you take out so much money. No, I'll talk to my mother about 10 million, it shouldn't be a big problem. Senior Yang stood there, staring blankly at Zheng Fa and Tang Lingyu leaving. His eyes were very complicated. He took a deep breath and slowly walked into the reading room, determined to have another fight with his thesis. At this moment, he deeply realized the difference between himself and Zheng Fa. And the junior worked so hard to have such a beautiful rich girlfriend. I have nothing to do except scientific research. What qualifications do I have to be decadent? Zheng Fa didn't know that he had inspired Senior Yang invisibly. He felt a headache when he saw Tang Lingyu, who was still a little unhappy. The two came to the nursing home together. Teacher Tian smiled as soon as she saw Tang Lingyu. What's wrong? Why are you pouting so high? She looked much better, and even squatted on the open space to observe something. Zheng Fa couldn't help asking, Teacher Tian, what are you doing? I thought that although the laboratory has not been built, the land can be planted. It doesn't mean that I can't do research without a laboratory. Teacher Tian smiled and said, the land has been prepared. If we sprinkle the base fertilizer, we can catch up with a round of winter wheat. Zheng Fa was stunned. Suddenly realized his misunderstanding. He had always wanted to build a complete laboratory, but in fact, basic physical experiments can solve many confusions. Modern day, nursing home. There was a long table in front of Zheng Fa and others. There were several gadgets on the long table. A strong magnet. Several wires. An ammeter. A movable track. Zheng Fa connected the wires and the ammeter. Placed the magnet on the track, under the wires. All students who had obtained junior high school diplomas knew that he was reproducing Faraday's experiment on electromagnetic induction. Why did he reproduce this thing? The main reason was that the equipment was cheap and easy to buy, and he could find a hardware store to equip it. When he first practiced the Lingshan method, they found that their mobile phones were out of service. At that time, there was a conjecture, spiritual energy would interfere with the circuit. As for whether the conjecture was accurate or not, and what kind of interference was caused, they knew nothing. Now it can be regarded as a verification of the conjecture. Zheng Fa nodded to Tang Lingyu. Tang Lingyu held the strong magnet and moved it quickly on the track. The pointer on the ammeter turned rapidly. This indicated that due to the change in the magnetic field, an electric current was generated in the wire. This phenomenon did not surprise everyone. The first experiment of magnetoelectricity, a weak electric current was generated in the absence of spiritual energy. The old man next to him was holding a small notebook, muttering and recording. Now I will use the Lingshan method. Zheng Fa said softly. The others nodded. 2 golden spiritual awakening talismans in Zheng Fa's hand flew into the sky, and a thin spiritual energy slowly appeared around him, covering the equipment on the long table. He gestured to Tang Lingyu again. Tang Lingyu moved the magnet in her hand quickly like last time. This time, the pointer on the ammeter did not move. The second experiment, there was a spiritual energy environment, and there was no current in the wire. The old man recorded the result this time and muttered, it turns out that spiritual energy interferes with electromagnetic induction. Interference, is it suppression? Zheng Fa murmured. This means that in the spiritual environment, modern electromagnetic theory is almost completely useless. No. Suddenly, Tang Lingmu exclaimed softly. Huh. Everyone looked at her and saw her pointing at the ammeter. Just now, I didn't move the magnet, but the pointer on the ammeter suddenly moved. Zheng Fa and others were stunned and looked at the ammeter. After a long time, the pointer on the dashboard did not change at all, and even Tang Lingmu was a little unconfident. Am I dazzled? The old man also shook his head and said, it may not be dazzled, maybe this ammeter is cheap and not very stable. At this moment, the pointer on the ammeter shook several times like crazy. The amplitude of this shaking is so violent that it can never be explained by instability. The old man opened his mouth, a little confused. Spiritual energy can generate current out of thin air. Zheng Fa had some speculation in his tone, or, can spiritual energy control the directional flow of electrons? Zheng Fa had another idea in his mind. Or, is this the essence of thunder method? Unfortunately, this shaking soon disappeared. After a while, the ammeter would shake several times, and the duration and amplitude of each shaking were different. There was no pattern at all. It was full of chance. After talking for a while, the four people could only come to a very vague conclusion. Aura would interfere with electromagnetic induction, but it could generate current out of thin air, which made them have a guess. The electromagnetic theory failed in the aura environment, not because the electromagnetic law did not exist, but because of the effect of aura. Therefore, the electromagnetic theory in the aura environment may need to consider an extra variable. After several people put away the long table, they put out 4 recliners, leaned against the open space in front of the house, lay in a row, and looked up at the starry sky in the mountains. The pointer of the ammeter seemed to be shaking in everyone's mind, making them speechless for a while. After a long time, the old man sighed. Aura can control the current. If we really understand this thing, we will really become gods. Zheng Fa also nodded. The experiment was simple, but the electromagnetic force was not simple. As one of the 4 major interactions, if it is really possible to use spiritual energy to control electromagnetic force, in modern times, it is enough to be called a fairy god. But Zheng Fa also knows that things are not so easy. Now they can't even be considered a qualitative experiment, and there are many problems. Just this little experiment is enough for several people to imagine. Zheng Fa, speaking of it, you said that the 5 elements subsymbols are the material basis of the talisman base, and the other 2 types of subsymbols may be the interaction between spiritual energy and other substances. Does this interaction also include this phenomenon? The old man suddenly remembered. Yes. Zheng Fa also thought of this. The 5 elements subsymbols are actually spiritual energy in essence. Spiritual power can generate electric current. The 5 elements subsymbols combined with the other 2 types of subsymbols should also be able to, I think this is the essence of thunder magic. This is also one of the reasons why he wanted to do this experiment. The 2 subsymbols are the interaction between spiritual energy and matter. Then he has to find this interaction. Now it seems that at least for electrons, spiritual energy has a certain effect. The old man thought for a while and suddenly said, speaking of which, the 5 elements symbols are the material basis, so what structure do they exist in? Structure. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment, and thought of the 5-color hairband on the head of senior sister Zhang's Yuanying. Ring-shaped. The 5 elements symbols are connected from beginning to end, so a ring-shaped shape is the most natural idea. How do you explain the mutual generation of yin and yang? Mirror image. Where is the mirror? The questions of the old man made Zheng Fa confused. But he had to admit that this was a question he had never thought about deeply. In fact, he had always been vague about how the mirror image of the 5 elements symbols was produced. The old man turned his head and looked at him and said, Zheng Fa, I am very proud to have a student like you. Teacher Bai, you are very good. You know how to study and use experiments to study, but the most important principle in doing academic research is another principle. Zheng Fa became serious after hearing this. Ask, keep asking. The old man looked up at the starry sky, as if he was careless. Sometimes, questions are more important than hard work, and more important than answers. Yes. Zheng Fa was convinced. Pa? A slap was heard. Ouch. Xiao Tian, what are you doing? The old man screamed. Talk to the child nicely. Speak human language. Teacher Tian scolded unhappily. You are showing off. This is the atmosphere. The old man's tone was a little aggrieved. Sunwei realm. The 5-colored clouds above the thunder pool became more and more intense, and even seemed to condense into a large piece of colored glass. Everyone knew that it was a critical moment for senior sister Zhang to form a baby. In the market, there were fewer customers coming and going. Most of the disciples of the Jushin sect retreated back to the Wolong Heavenly Palace and no longer went out. Junior brother Zheng. When Zheng Fa walked to his room, senior brothers greeted him from time to time. Although they had smiles on their faces, they were full of panic. He just walked to the door of the house. He saw a familiar person waiting for him. Senior brother Sun. Zheng Fa looked at this person with a little surprise. Sun Dayu is a disciple of Uncle Pang, who has built his foundation and has always been relied on by Uncle Pang. I don't know why he found me today. Junior brother Zheng. Sun Dayu bowed to him and said bluntly, I came here today to ask for something. Senior brother Sun, you are too polite. Zheng Fa was surprised and said, is there anything I can help with? Sun Dayu took out a storage bag from his sleeve. This is. Zheng Fa had a guess. This contains some of my daily savings. If I am not spared this time, please go back and give it to junior brother Zhou, and let him pass it on to my family. I am most confident in his character. Zheng Fa did not speak for a long time before he said, why give it to me? Junior brother. Sunday Yu chuckled, my master has always valued the Jushin sect. In his heart, compared to us disciples, you are the one who cannot die. If you ask who among us is most likely to survive, it can only be you. Zheng Fa was silent, and did not deny his words, but just took the storage bag from his hand. Looking at Sunday Yu's back, Zheng Fa slowly walked into the room, took out the Ningyuan pill and swallowed 3 of them, and began to condense the last Yuan Fu. In fact, he has not chosen what to condense for the 10th positive fire talisman. But now he has an idea Mirage Fu. As the name suggests, this is also an illusion talisman. According to Zheng Fa's conjecture about the talisman, this magic talisman probably creates illusions by manipulating light. He had considered this talisman before. It was mainly to better hide the secrets of the nursing home. But he felt it was a bit redundant. He made up his mind today. He thought that this magic talisman might be of great use in this war. Soon, the Yuan talisman of the Mirage talisman appeared on the lotus platform in Zheng Fa's body. He looked at the 10 Yuan talismans. The Yin 5 elements include the Righteous Shadowless Talisman, the Frost Blade Talisman, the Nourishing Spirit Talisman, the Evergreen Talisman and the Raising Cloud Talisman. The Yang 5 elements include the Awakening Spirit Talisman, the Great Dream Talisman, the Thunder Rope Talisman, the Tai Talisman and the Mirage Talisman. These 10 Yuan talismans are printed on the petals, and the parts of the 5 elements sub-talismans are connected together. Senior Sister Zhang has now separated the 5 elements sub-talismans from the other 2 types of sub-talismans, and seems to have found a certain way forward. He couldn't help but think of the question of the old man by, why does the 5 elements sub-talisman produce the phenomenon of yin and yang? In other words, what is that mirror? Zheng Fa had a feeling that this was the last step to perfect the Taoism foundation building method. It is impossible for a chiral object to flip its chirality through rigid transformation in 3-dimensional space. It can only rely on higher dimensions. The problem is that high dimensions are too complicated for Zheng Fa now, and even for all scientists in the world, this concept seems to exist only in models. This is why the old man can only ask questions but can't think of answers. After thinking for a while, he still had no clue, so he simply put it aside and went to Uncle Peng's hall. The battle was imminent, and Zheng Fa also had some questions to ask Uncle Peng. But he was still several feet away from the hall. There was a noisy sound of a banquet inside. Zheng Fa was stunned. At this time, Uncle Peng could still entertain guests? He walked to the door and looked inside, and found that Uncle Peng was not entertaining others. It was the several Yuanying Zhenren he met on the way to Leiqi Market before. For example, the Black Turtle Master from the Yuling sect was also present. Although Zheng Fa didn't know the other few people, he saw how they were at ease among these Yuanying Zhenren. These people were probably also Yuanying cultivators. Just when he was confused, he heard Uncle Peng say loudly, now the Great Freedom Demon sect is eyeing us covetously. I am really grateful that you can come to help us. I will toast you again. After saying that, Uncle Peng drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. His face was a little drunk, as if he had drunk a lot. Everyone in the room cheered. Some people also said something like everyone can kill the followers of the Great Freedom Demon sect. The atmosphere was very lively. Zheng Fa finally understood. It turned out that all the people here were Yuanying great cultivators invited by Uncle Peng to help. A rough count showed that there were as many as 7 or 8 people. He was shocked. Uncle Peng's reputation as the socialite of Jushin sect was not in vain. At a critical moment, he could actually invite so many helpers. Seeing that Uncle Peng was busy, Zheng Fa returned to his room first. The feast in the hall seemed to last all night before it dispersed. When Zheng Fa went to see it in the morning, Uncle Peng was sitting in the hall, looking tired. A Yuanying Zhenren certainly wouldn't be tired in one night, but the current situation has made Uncle Peng exhausted. Uncle Peng's eyes were still clear, even clearer than during the banquet. He glanced at Zheng Fa and shook his head, saying, you can't stay here. I entertained these people yesterday, and some of them had flickering expressions and seemed to have some evil tricks in their hearts. Uncle Peng said in a deep voice, you have to leave. Uncle, aren't they here to help? Hehe, are these friends of mine the kind of people who can help in times of need? Uncle Peng chuckled and said, what kind of people are they? How can I not know? Zheng Fa didn't expect that Uncle Peng would still be worried about these people when he invited those nascent souls to come. I have told you before that some sects in the 100 Immortals Alliance are unreliable. Master Peng seemed to have noticed Zheng Fa's surprise and chuckled. For Master Zheng's achievement of nascent soul, they are afraid that they will be better than the devil. The door is more resistant. Uncle Master, it's just one more nascent soul. Is Master Zhang an ordinary nascent soul? Master Peng sneered and said, she is someone who can compete with the nascent soul with the golden elixir. After she has a baby, she is probably 3 points stronger than me. It's definitely one of the strongest in the league. Then you invite these people to come. I invited most of the nascent souls from the 100 Immortals Alliance nearby today, and sure enough, some people have already had different intentions. Zheng Fa agreed, so, not only are these people not helpers, they may also be enemies. Uncle Peng said calmly, it is better to put them in the open than to plot in secret. and through them, I am sure that the Great Freedom Demon Sect is indeed going to take action against us. Zheng Fa nodded. He believed Uncle Peng's judgment about these people, and it was hard to say whether he had heard any rumors about these people's malicious intentions. There might have been collusion between them, both internally and externally. But you can't stay here. There are too many Yuanying real people here. Master Peng sighed, I can't protect you all the time, and I don't have the ability. Master Zheng's nephew's birth was too sudden, otherwise I should let you go back to the mountain first. Zheng Fa shook his head. This is impossible. Once senior sister Zhang has the vision of having a baby, the Nine Mountains sect will be targeted. He would be seeking death if he went back alone. You are in the most dangerous situation now. On the one hand, you are a famous genius in our sect, and those people may also be targeting you. Master Peng frowned. On the other hand, it is not that you have a close relationship with Master Nephew Zhang. Secret. Uncle, are you saying that someone will use me to prevent senior sister Zhang from having a baby? There is a heart demon calamity to achieve nascent soul. Master Peng nodded and said, they will naturally play tricks in this regard. For the Great Freedom Demon Sect, as long as they kill people from our Nine Mountains sect, it will be fine. If we can't kill Master Zhang's nephew, attacking our Five Dragons Heavenly Palace is also an option, even inevitable. Kill us first and let Master Zhang. It will be easier to deal with my nephew after he has lost his support and will be left alone after he has a baby. But those righteous nascent souls have few choices. The best way, of course, is to kill you so that Master Zhang's nephew cannot survive the inner demon tribulation. Zheng Fa was silent. With these evil-minded nascent souls inside and the Great Freedom Demon Sect outside, my Five-Dragon Heavenly Palace is suffering from internal and external troubles. Uncle Peng smiled and said, I don't know, the Nine Mountain Sect disciples in this palace will suffer this calamity. How many people will be left after that? Master Peng's eyes flashed with silver light as he looked around the Five Dragons Heavenly Palace, seemingly looking at every disciple in the Heavenly Palace, especially those under his disciples. He was expressionless and peeping openly, but Zheng Fa didn't know what to say. It would be false to say that Master Peng didn't take his disciples into consideration. But there is no doubt that Master Peng had the intention of sacrificing these disciples. He said he was worried that Zheng Fa would be murdered, but both Zheng Fa and he knew that once the nascent soul war started, none of the disciples in the Five Dragons Heavenly Palace would be in danger. Zheng Fa just has a bigger goal. Master Peng's current reluctance is not a false sentiment, but as Sunday Yu said, even if he chooses 100 times, he will still choose Jushin sect. Uncle Master, let me take my brothers and sisters into the Thunder Pool. Uncle Peng was stunned and looked at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa said his thoughts. You senior brothers have already had a lot of experience in the great way of fighting for immortals, and now you have received special training from Lin Bufan, and you are particularly familiar with the environment of Lei Qi. What's more, the strength of those high-level monks in the Thunder Pool has also been suppressed a lot. Maybe in the Thunder Pool, brothers can be a help instead of a drag. Help. Uncle Peng frowned. I want to lead all the senior brothers to block the door of the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Zheng Fa said suddenly. Blocking the door. Uncle Peng was stunned. He looked at Zheng Fa, his eyes gradually brightened, and suddenly his face became confused again. Are you senior nephew Zheng? You actually have the courage. I just need you to lend me some spiritual talismans, uncle. Spell. Great freedom at the door of the secret realm of the demon sect. Groups of disciples of the Zizi demon sect stood inside the door, watching the formations seem to be coming out in full force. They looked a little nervous and a little excited. Most of the people's auras were of the foundation building cultivation level, and there were also a few people from the Great Freedom Demon Sect at the Golden Core stage standing in the team shouting and maintaining order. In the leading team, Lin Yangtian frowned slightly and felt a little wary. The Thunder Pool outside is too restrictive for Jindan monks. Yangtian, what are you thinking about? Next to him was a Jindan cultivator who was familiar with him and saw that his expression was wrong and asked. I'm worried about attacking the Nine Mountains sect. What does the Nine Mountains sect mean? If we hadn't been trapped by the Lei Qi before, how could we have allowed them to stay aside? The Jindan monk sneered and said, I heard that in Lei Qi Fang City, there are those who offer a reward for the blood of the disciples of my holy religion are really bullying people. Even if I come to kill them today, I have to let them know that our holy religion cannot be insulted lightly. Lin Yangtian's face was expressionless. To be honest, he didn't feel anything. It was humiliating. Does hiding in a secret place for so many years have a good reputation? The first reason why their battle is so big today is of course because of Zhang Wuyi. Zhang Wuyi was about to give birth to a baby so soon, which directly triggered painful memories for the higher UPS of the holy cult, and they even had the determination to kill this woman at all costs. On the other hand, there is the bounty offered by the Jushin sect in Leichefang City. Because of the reward, many disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect did not even dare to leave the house for a period of time. It's really a bit frustrating. Lin Yangtian still frowned slightly. He always felt that the Jushin sect was a bit strange. Last time, Lin Bufan's uncle and nephew under his command were exposed in a mysterious way, so he never figured out the whole story. What are you thinking about? The strength of Jushin sect is very different from that of our holy sect. They only have one nascent soul outside. This battle is really a good one. A fellow disciple on the side laughed and said, if you hadn't been to Jushin sect before, if you know something about them, how can you be part of this battle? I heard that although Leichefang City is new, it is also wealthy. If we can really conquer Leichefang City, we will definitely make a fortune. Lin Yangtian also had a smile on his face. Right, he has no interest in fighting for the honor of the Great Freedom Demon Sect, but fighting for the wealth of Leichebo City. Then he is still willing to take the lead. He directed several foundation-building monks in his team to cross the secret realm gate. The next moment, he saw some commotion in the front team. Someone was moving backwards quickly. What's going on? He frowned and sounded worried. An enemy is invading. A foundation-building monk from the front shouted. They blocked the door to the secret realm. The 3 senior brothers in front are already dead. Lin Yangtian and the golden elixir monk next to him looked at each other. No, didn't you say we would call at your door? Why did someone knock on your door? Who is it? It seems to be from the 9 Mountains sect. How come the sects outside are more ferocious than us? Zheng Fa and all the 9 Mountain sect disciples looked at the arch that seemed to be made of black stone, their faces a little wary. The arch is not big and seems to be able to accommodate 2 or 3 people entering and exiting at the same time. It may seem dangerous to block the door, but it is actually much safer than being in the 5 Dragons' heavenly palace. In the thunder pool, everything above the foundation must be coiled. Sun Dayu stood aside, looking a little nervous. Junior brother, should we wait until they come out a little longer before fighting? Brother, how many people are there among us? Zheng Fa was a little speechless. Sun Dayu was speechless when he looked around. There are not many disciples in the 9 Mountains sect, and the total number of foundation-building monks is less than 50. Now he understood what Zheng Fa meant. They come out little by little, let's take action together. Zheng Fa said, don't be afraid of the flower spirit talisman. Enough for today. Behind him, Lin Yo and a group of 9 Mountain sect disciples were waving talismans and making spiritual talismans quickly. Oh, by the way, where are the corpses of those demon sect disciples just now? Drag them here, don't waste them. Sun Dayu twitched the corner of his mouth. Why is this because of food to the enemy? I always feel that there is something wrong with our Jushin sect's style. But he looked back and saw the continuous flow of spiritual talismans behind him like flowing water. He had to say that he felt inexplicably relieved. Soon, the people inside seemed to have discovered that Zheng Fa and the others had blocked the door to their secret realm. At first, there were a few foundation-building monks who wanted to rush out, but Zheng Fa and his crowd gathered fire and killed them. Later, they probably felt that the foundation-building monks were too fragile, so 2 more golden elixir monks rushed out of the arch. The golden elixir monk's Taoist body is much stronger than the foundation building. The 2 men were covered in black mist, carrying waterfall-like sunpin talismans, and rushed towards Zheng Fa and the others. Junior brother. Seeing the ferocious looks of the 2 of them, the faces of the Jushin sect disciples on the side were filled with fear. Zheng Fa could see clearly that these 2 people did not seem to be unaffected by those spiritual talismans, but they were just relying on their physical cultivation to resist. Behind them were many members of the demon sect, and with the help of these 2 Jindan monks to open the way, they finally rushed into the thunder pool. These people had just been forced into the secret realm by Zheng Fa and others, and they did not dare to raise their heads. At this time, their faces were full of excitement, and they flew towards Zheng Fa and others with all their strength. He glanced at the disciples of the Jushin sect on the side and shouted softly, back off. Upon hearing this, although the disciples of the Jushin sect did not understand the reason, they retreated one after another because of Zheng Fa's prestige. Only the 2 golden elixirs of the Great Freedom Demon sect rushed towards this direction with many foundation-building disciples. Zheng Fa watched them getting closer and closer. He suddenly stretched out his hand, took off his Taoist robe, and carefully put it into the storage bag on his waist. The 2 leading golden elixirs in the demon sect stopped and seemed to think of something at the same time. Zheng Fa smiled softly, and a spiritual talisman flew into the thunder clouds above. This is the Thunder and Fire Talisman he borrowed from Uncle Pang, the Earth-grade talisman, which contains the divine consciousness and power of the golden elixir stage. In an instant, the thunderclouds in the sky began to roar like raging waves. They were angered by the golden elixir consciousness in this Thunder and Fire Talisman. Thunder fell from the sky like falling rain, and the space of 100 feet around Zheng Fa turned into a paradise where thunder danced. The stern expressions on the faces of the 2 Jindan monks in front of Zheng Fa gradually turned into dullness. It gradually turned into fear, finally turned around and ran. But in this thunder pool, they neither dared to use magic weapons nor magical powers. Soon they were caught up by the rampant Zheng Fa. Under the 2 thunderbolts, the 2 golden cores were immediately seriously injured. The other disciples of the demon sect, seeing Zheng Fa coming towards them with thunderbolts, also changed their expressions and fled into the secret realm. The problem is, when they rushed out, they felt that the secret realm gate was crowded. When they ran in, it was even more crowded. In the distance, Yan Wushuan was watching the situation here with Haori Mountain and the 2 true disciples of Taizheng Dao. Seeing Zheng Fa like this, the 3 of them were stunned. The Chu Tian from Haori Mountain had a complicated expression. He looked at Zheng Fa and then at Yan Wushuan beside him. After a long time, he slowly said, "This brother Zheng Dao, do you have any connection with me, my senior brother?" Yan Wushuan was also stunned. Isn't this fighting method just a copy of his? After thinking for a long time, Yan Wushuan suddenly laughed and said, "Friend Zheng? Sure enough, his hobbies are exactly the same as mine." Hobbies. The other two looked at each other, as if they also knew what this hobby was. The look they gave Zheng Fa was inevitably a little respectful. Great freedom within the secret realm of the demon sect. Lin Yangtian fled back in embarrassment with the remnants of his troops. His clothes were split into pieces by lightning, revealing patches of black and white skin. Looking back at everyone, he felt even more aggrieved. There were about 40 disciples who went out together this time, but less than 10 were able to return to the secret realm, and all of them were injured. Most of those who died were under his command. Although the lives of disciples of the holy cult are worthless, these disciples under his command have also been trained by him over the years. Regardless of their strength, at least they are in line with his wishes. Now that he had lost so many men in a short period of time, he couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. On the side, the confident Jindan fellow student before did not look much better than him. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was not his, but that of a foundation-building disciple of the holy religion. This disciple dared to stand in front of the secret realm door. Blocking his way of escape, he cut it in half. Even Lin Yangtian had to admit that it was the senior brother who acted so decisively that allowed these foundation-building disciples who had forgotten their dignity to get out of the way, so that they could escape from the thunder in the sky. What to do now? The two looked at each other, both feeling a little sad. The fact that Jushin sect dared to block the door caught them off guard. What's more important is that they really can't get out. These people from the Nine Mountains sect are too treacherous, said a fellow disciple on the side through gritted teeth. If they were only in the Thunder Pond, although their strength would be suppressed, the holy sect had a large number of people and they were not afraid of those Nine Mountain sect disciples. However, in order to prevent foreign enemies, the secret realm gate has restrictions on entry and exit. This actually gave the small group of Jushin sect disciples an advantage. If there was no thunder pool, even a secret realm gate wouldn't be able to stop them. Without the nascent soul in the sect taking action, the two golden elixirs were able to defeat the group of enemies with the most foundations. But the combination of the two made them feel helpless. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to do at this time. What's going on? Just when everyone was at a loss what to do, an old voice came from above. Everyone looked up and saw an old man with white hair and a haggard face standing above them. His face was gloomy and he seemed to be dissatisfied. The sect ordered you to go and attack the Jushin sect. Why haven't you started yet? Uncle Qi, Lin Yangtian and the other two hurriedly saluted. It was obvious that the person who came was still higher in cultivation than them. He should be a real nascent soul. The two of them explained the current situation with a sad look on their faces. Nine Mountains sect. Master Uncle Qi heard this, a mysterious symbol flashed in his eyes, and he looked out the door. How brave. How dare a group of foundation-building monks bully our holy sect like this? The rest of the people nodded. If it is the 5 Sunwei sects, it will be blocked if it is blocked. What the hell is the Jushin sect? Send people out again. Let's see what they can rely on. Uncle Qi suddenly said. Lin Yangtian and the two looked at each other and then at the nearby men. Their faces were full of fear. What? Don't want to? How about you two go? Lin Yangtian felt awestruck, and nodded at the two disciples, signaling them to go out. The two men's faces were gloomy, but they did not dare to disobey their orders and walked out of the secret realm tremblingly. The two of them had just walked outside the door. The next moment, thunder symbols filled the sky like rain. The death of these two people was so simple that it even had a kind of humanitarian beauty. Soul-piercing talisman, soul-shaking talisman, soul-destroying talisman. Uncle Qi muttered to himself, frowning. One of them has at least 30 or 40 spiritual talismans, and they are all mysterious grade talismans. This Nine Mountain sect so rich. Lin Yangtian and the two looked at each other, also a little confused. They also understand the prices. This round of spiritual talisman rain is worth dozens of spiritual stones at least. It's just a waste of money. Zheng Fa looked at the two corpses lying at the door of the secret realm and saw that no one seemed to have come out. He motioned to the two senior brothers on the side to drag the two bodies over and send them to the weapon production factory at the rear. Junior brother Zheng, I didn't expect that the talisman technique would be so useful here. Sunday you praised. I'll make the Sunpin talisman myself. I can only make 3 or 5 of them a day, and it's a waste of spiritual power and soul. A senior brother on the side nodded and said, it's not cheap to buy. Yes, one spirit stone only costs 3 to 5. Sunday Yu sighed, and then calculated the cost of the talisman in his mind, but making this talisman to make a mysterious talisman, let alone the cost is cheaper, as long as the price of the talisman paper and spiritual ink is even cheaper than the Huangpin talisman. Zheng Fa shook his head gently. That's not how it's calculated. At least the life of the Great Freedom Demon Sect is also a cost. It just does work wonders here. With 30 or 50 Sunpin talisman, you can get a disciple of the Great Freedom Demon Sect who heroically devotes himself to the cause of the talisman. Even if you round up, you can say that there is no money. What's more, this production process does not consume the spiritual power and soul of these brothers, and is extremely practical on the battlefield. It can be called the nemesis of the Great Freedom Demon Cult. They actually used my holy cult disciples to make talismans. Inside the door, Uncle Qi seemed to have seen what Zheng Fa and the others were doing, and he was furious. Lin Yangtian suddenly said, is that why Chifeng City will buy the blood of my holy disciples? Everyone looked at each other with a troubled look on their faces. How come this Jushin sect's methods are somewhat similar to ours? Lin Yangtian heard one of his subordinates murmuring and couldn't help but agree. They are experts at playing with corpses and refining magic weapons with blood. Now, the door is blocked by a group of imitators like the Jushin sect. Uncle Master, if we send people out now, not only will we not be able to kill these thieves, we will also let them have more talismans in their hands. Uncle Chi also fell silent. After a long time, he suddenly said angrily, "Damn it, why is this Jushin sect so disgusting? I finally know why everyone in our holy religion is calling for beatings." Lin Yangtian was stunned and couldn't help but want to nod. Think about it, when I am so disgusted with those righteous people, they don't feel much at all. Now the role has changed. Even they felt that they had gone a little too far in the past. Zheng Fa looked at the secret realm gate of the Great Freedom Demon sect. They seemed to have discovered the matter of the talisman, but no one came forward again. It seems that they have really blocked the Great Freedom Demon sect in the secret realm. Junior brother Zheng, we have offended the Great Freedom Demon sect very badly now. Sunday Yu seemed to have noticed this, and couldn't help but worry. Senior brother, we have no choice whether to offend or not. Of course, Zheng Fa knew that once the matter of the talisman was exposed, the Nine Mountains sect and the Great Freedom Demon sect would almost fight to the death. But the problem is, everyone is sharpening their knives. The current talisman is only aimed at the Great Freedom Demon sect. Although the method is a bit weird, others won't care too much. At most, they just want to open a source for them. As for driving the Great Freedom Demon sect to death, again, unless the Jushin sect can get out of the Thunder Pool and the Jushin sect's spiritual veins, senior sister Zhang's life must be given up. Otherwise, there would be no way for them to reconcile with the Great Freedom Demon cult. Seeing that Sunday Yu was still frowning, Zheng Fa shook his head and said, "Senior brother son, the magic of talismans is a good thing. If it weren't for this thing, we wouldn't be able to stop those demon sect disciples." "Yes? What are you worried about?" came an excited voice. Zheng Fa turned around and saw that it was Yan Wushuan and the others. "Brother Yan." Yan Wushuan raised his hand towards Zheng Fei, but stared at Lin Yo and others, and said, "Is this the reason why your city acquires demon blood?" "Yes." Now that he was seen, Zheng Fa did not shy away. "No wonder, no wonder." Yan Wushuan sighed and said, "Your Jushin sect is rich. Senior brother Lin Yo is indeed very clever." No, I'm talking about the wealth of wealth." Yan Wushuan's eyes were bright and her tone was extremely excited. "Brother Zheng, can I take part in this business?" Zheng Fa suddenly remembered that this man seemed to have said that he was very poor. The matter of the talisman was a secret of the Jushin sect. Secondly, Yan Wushuan couldn't help much with this thing. Although Zheng Fa had a good impression of the other party, he also felt that it was unnecessary. Seemingly seeing some hesitation in him, Yan Wushuan added, "I won't earn your money in vain. First, I can provide you with talisman paper and spiritual ink." Hearing this, Zheng Fa swallowed the words of rejection in his throat. Talisman paper and spiritual ink are now the biggest costs of the talisman, although the value is not much. With the production capacity of the talisman, there is almost a shortage in this area. But let's be honest, it's all small stuff. After Zheng Fa was silent for a long time, he said, "Brother Yan, it's not that I don't want to cooperate with you, but this alone is not enough." Yan Wushuan has an extraordinary background and is even somewhat mysterious. But after all, it is just a true successor of Tianhe sect. It seems that he is just a golden elixir monk. There is really no future in working with him. Yan Wushuan seemed to have noticed Zheng Fa's rejection. He glanced at Zheng Fa and said, "Do you want to prevent the people of the Great Freedom Demon sect from going out and guarantee that Zhang Wuyi will have a baby?" "Yes." "Then you're already too late." Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment and suddenly looked in the direction of the Five Dragons' Heavenly Palace. "You guessed it right, the Dzi Demon sect's several nascent souls left the Thunder Pool a few days ago, preparing to attack your uncle." Zheng Fa frowned, but was not surprised. Senior sister Zhang's vision of giving birth to a baby lasted for many days, and the demonic sect of freedom did not make any move. It was too late for them to block the door. The Five Dragons' Heavenly Palace was inherently dangerous, so Zheng Fa could only bring out these low cultivation disciples to reduce some of the burden on Master Pang. But he couldn't think about Uncle Pang's safety. After all, the Yuanying in the Thunder Pool would be more dangerous, and he couldn't get involved in a battle of that level. "Brother Yan, what you mean is, I saved your uncle's life, and this business counts as my share." Zheng Fa turned his head and saw Sunday Yu opening his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. Half of the disciples here are from Uncle Pang. They are all looking at Zheng Fa, waiting for his decision. "Brother Yan, if my uncle is fine, I agree to your request." This was the first time for Zheng Fa to witness such a large-scale battle for Yuanying. Even standing in the Thunder Pool, with thunder roaring in his ears, he could still hear the sound of fierce fighting above his head. Zheng Fa raised his eyes, used his Dongsu spiritual eyes, and looked at the sky outside the lay pond. The Five Dragons' Heavenly Palace hangs over the Thunder Pond. On the periphery of the Heavenly Palace, the five originally majestic golden dragons were more than 100 times larger. Zheng Fa roughly estimated that each dragon was thousands of feet thick and 10,000 feet long. They were connected end to end and slowly circled around the Five Dragons' Heavenly Palace. Use your body to protect Master Pang in the Heavenly Palace. Outside the Five Dragons' Heavenly Palace, there are several rays of magic weapon light intertwined with blood and black. In terms of momentum, they are not even half inferior to the Five Dragons' Heavenly Palace. "Junior brother Zheng, where are Master's helpers?" Sun Dayu was also watching the battle with Dongxu's spiritual eyes, and he couldn't help but ask when he saw Master Peng alone. Zheng Fa shook his head. He doesn't know either. None of the nascent soul masters invited by Master Peng before were now gone, leaving only Master Peng relying on the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace for support. Zheng Fa can see that Uncle Peng's face is not good looking, his complexion is much paler than usual, and he seems to have exhausted his magic power. The 5 golden dragons surrounding the Heavenly Palace are also a little embarrassed. One dragon had a large piece of scales missing, and the other dragon's eyes seemed to have been injured by evil methods, with black smoke coming out of the eye frames. There seemed to be 4 people from the Great Freedom Demon sect besieging Uncle Peng. A skinny old man with a pale face sat on a copper coffin. An exposed female cultivator, with a thick and long human-faced scarf wrapped around her body. There was also a middle-aged man with a child. The child's hands are like lotus root joints and his face is like a full moon. At first glance, he looks very cute. Taking a closer look, I found that the child's eyes were pale, with no pupils. Even Zheng Fa didn't know if he was still a human being. Jushin sect, Wolong Zhenren. The old man looked at Peng Qian and said, looking at the universe, the talisman can cut off life and death. It is indeed extraordinary. Zheng Fa couldn't help but be a little dazed. Uncle Peng has such a name? Looking at Sun Dayu on the side, his expression was also a little dull. He seemed unaware of his master's previous majesty. It's just a false reputation. Master Peng's tone was calm. I really didn't expect. The old man with the copper coffin, Red Lian Xian, and Qinsha Sword Immortal. He glanced at the child, with some anger in his eyes, and continued, although you and others are doing evil things, the Immortal sect doesn't know that the 3 of you are actually members of the Great Freedom Demon sect. Suddenly a sweet laugh came. Zheng Fa originally thought it was the female cultivator named Qi Lian Xian who spoke, but he didn't expect that it was the human face on the Qi Lian snake that didn't even have a nose that spoke. It's not just me, the nascent souls you invited, aren't there are people too? The voice was delicate, like an 18th-year-old girl. So this snake is the Red Immortal? The Master Sungi originally wanted to plot against you, but you actually plotted against you. Qi Lian Xian continued, Master Wolong, his eyesight is indeed extraordinary, it's just that the helpers you invited, watching you 2 fight in the nest, divided them. Not knowing whether we were the enemy or not, we had no choice but to sit back and watch, and then we ran away. Leave you alone here, 100 Immortals Alliance. The Qi Lian Xian chuckled, and his laughter was full of disdain. Only then did Zheng Fa know why Uncle Peng was alone at this time. Those people were not sincere in helping him. Master Peng took action to kill Master Black Turtle, so naturally they were even less willing to stay in the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace. Several people were talking back and forth, but the fight between them did not stop. Zheng Fa was observing in the thunder pool, and then he realized that the battle between Yuanying seemed to be slow and unhurried, even a little calm, and both sides were still interested in talking. But the world in Dong Xuling's eyes is more than that. The aura in the sky split into 2 streams. The aura around those 3 people was black and reddish. The spiritual energy all over Master Peng's body rotated in 5 colors. These 2 spiritual energies come and go, as if they are testing each other and looking for good opportunities. Gradually, Uncle Peng, who was outnumbered, was at a disadvantage. The 5-color aura huddled around the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace, and almost only the black and red aura remained in the sky. Uncle Peng's 5 Elements Heavenly Palace is like a dim lantern in the night sky. Perhaps due to the defensive power of the Heavenly Palace, Uncle Peng's spiritual power gradually stabilized, although it seemed that the situation was still one-sided. But it actually got caught in a tug-of-war. Time passes slowly. Although the 5 golden dragons next to the 5 Dragons Palace are still strong and strong, the golden light on their bodies has gradually dimmed. But Master Peng didn't seem to be in a hurry. It looks like it can last forever. The 3 people who besieged the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace looked calm and didn't seem to be in a hurry. There were even smiles on their faces. People in the 100 Immortals Alliance said that you are more of a turtle than Master Sungi's 10,000-year-old turtle. I think it's true. The Qi Lian Xian said with a smile. Master Peng didn't get angry when he heard this, he just controlled the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace to defend against the 3 people's attacks. One day and one night passed in a blink of an eye. Even for nascent soul, this nerve-wracking battle is tiring, not to mention that the situation on the field seems to have hardly changed. Even Zheng Fa was a little tired of watching it. How brave. He heard an angry shout from the old man on the coffin, and when he looked again, Uncle Peng jumped up and flashed in front of the Qi Lian Xian. Qi Lian Xian seemed to be distracted, and he did not expect that Uncle Peng would suddenly abandon the defense of the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace. Uncle Peng seized this opportunity. In his hand, a heaven-grade cloud and rain talisman first appeared, then a wind-calling talisman, and finally a heaven-grade thunder and fire talisman was thrown out. Zheng Fa recognizes this method. This is Uncle Peng's secret skill, the art of connecting talismans. In essence, this is a skill that relies on the interaction of the 5 elements to enhance the power of spiritual talismans. But in actual operation it is not so simple. When to release each spiritual talisman and how to coordinate the spiritual talismans, the Dongxu spiritual eye needs to observe the changes in the 5 elements of spiritual energy to find good opportunities. The Uni Talisman and the Wind Calling Talisman have no offensive capabilities at all. But when the thunder and fire talisman comes out, the thunder will borrow the force of the rain, and the fire will borrow the force of the wind. Thunder and fire lit up most of the sky. There was a flaw in the Qi Lian Xian book. At this time, he was attacked by Uncle Peng's talisman technique and had no time to react. But the other two are not taking it easy. The lid of the bronze coffin under the old man's seat flew up with a bang, and the inside of the coffin was pitch black, like an abyss. The copper coffin turned around, and the mouth of the coffin was facing Master Peng. Hundreds of purple arms stretched out from the coffin, grabbing at Master Peng. Even though he was separated by the void, Uncle Peng seemed to be caught and couldn't move for a moment. On the other side, the evil sword immortal who had been silent until now finally took action. The young child beside him suddenly flew up. His delicate skin dried up in an instant, and his plump muscles melted away in the blink of an eye, leaving only a small skeleton. The skeleton turned into a bone sword in the air and stabbed at Uncle Peng. As the bone sword flew, there were cries one after another, like thousands of children crying together. It makes people feel sour when they hear it. Zheng Fa felt Sunday Yu grabbing his shoulders and his fingers were trembling. He didn't look back, still staring at Uncle Peng. Now that Uncle Peng is immobilized in the copper coffin and the bone sword is about to come, it is really a critical moment. He could imagine the tension on Sunday Yu's face without looking back. At this moment, the 5 golden dragons behind Uncle Peng suddenly rose up and hit the old man's bronze coffin. The old man sneered, "Your 5-dragon heavenly palace's defense is pretty good." Boom! He had only finished half of his words when Zheng Fa saw that the body of one of the 5 golden dragons had expanded again, almost becoming a sphere with pointed ends, and the sphere exploded again. "You're crazy." The old man was caught off guard. He didn't expect Uncle Peng to be so cruel, but Uncle Peng thought more ruthlessly than he did. The 5-dragon heavenly palace seems to be his natal magic weapon, and self-explosion is not comfortable for Uncle Peng. But at this time, the 4 dragons seem to be slowly swelling, and it seems that they don't want to live anymore. The old man hurriedly took back the bronze coffin and got into the bronze coffin. The lid of the coffin was tightly closed without leaving any gaps. Without the bronze coffin, Master Peng's body lightened up, and another thunder and fire talisman came out from his hand. The Qi Lian Xian was tortured by the previous thunder and fire talisman. At this time, it was even more difficult to resist. The scantily clad woman was directly burned to ashes. The human-faced red chain snake that looked like its original body was also covered with scars. It was obvious that it was seriously injured and it looked like it was not going to die soon. Uncle Peng, do they all have this style? Zheng Fa was stunned. This was a life-threatening strategy. Yes, in the road to immortality. Sunday Yu was silent for a moment and replied, "The Great Road fights for immortality. That is not afraid of death." And this time, Uncle Peng glanced at Lei Qi and seemed to see the surprise on Zheng Fa's and the others' faces, and a proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 9 Mountains Sect Peng Qian today killed Master Sungi, a traitor to the 100 Immortals Alliance, and Qi Lian Xian of the Great Freedom Demon Sect is here. After he finished speaking, he actually let out a long laugh. It's not a loss to die. Jushin Sect disciples, listen, don't be sad, just lie down in the Thunder Pond, taste your courage, and practice hard for the future. Zheng Fa, you and Master Zhang will destroy the Great Freedom Demon Sect in the future and avenge me. After saying that, he lowered his head and glanced at Zheng Fa and the others. His eyes suddenly softened, and he looked at the bone sword flying above his head with a smile. At this time, the 5-dragon heavenly palace has been damaged and the talismans in hand have long been used up. The self-destruction of his natal magic weapon made him unable to dodge anymore. But his face was actually calm. "Brother Yan." Zheng Fa turned around and shouted, "Mr. Han, why are you anxious? You can't die." A voice replied, "The words of this man named Peng are quite touching. It would be good to let him say a few more words." On the horizon, there seemed to be another round of red sun, and when I looked carefully, I saw it was actually a flying sword. The flying sword was on the horizon one moment, and the next moment it landed directly on the head of the evil sword immortal. With one strike of the sword, the evil nascent soul didn't even have time to react, and was instantly destroyed. The bone sword in the air lost its owner and fell into the clouds. Beside the lay pond, an old man yawned. Looking at the bone sword that fell beside him, he looked a little disgusted and said, "How dare you call me a swordsman with a sword that looks disgusting?" Uncle Peng glanced at the old man, and then at his dilapidated 5 dragons heavenly palace. Finally, he seemed to remember what he had just said. This expression. It seems that he wants to sacrifice his life for righteousness. Just one sword. This old man Han changed Uncle Peng's life and death, as well as the situation on the field, with one strike of his sword. Next to the thunder pool, the old man was short in stature, with a loose bun on his head and a lazy expression on his face. He just looked at the copper coffin with a smile on his face, as if he was unwilling to take action again. Looks very lazy. The old man from the demon sect in the copper coffin seemed to have encountered an indescribable terror. The lid of the coffin seemed to be tighter by 3 points, and he wished he could weld it to the bronze coffin. The bronze coffin drifted in the air and ran so fast that it wished it didn't have 4 wheels. Master Peng was already exhausted and his body was empty, unable to stop it. He looked at the old man beside the thunder pond. The old man glanced at him, then at Yan Wushuan in the thunder pond, curled his lips, and said 3 words on his face. "Too lazy to move." Uncle Pang pursed his lips, trying not to look at the expressions of the disciples in the lay pond, and even less willing to think about his miserable 5 dragons heavenly palace. He fled to the lay pond and said to the old man respectfully, "But the setting sun sword immortal Han Zhenren. It's me." The old man glanced at Uncle Pang and nodded. "The grace of saving life cannot be expressed in words. It's not in vain to save you." Han Zhenren, with a bit of a stinky face, said straightforwardly, "Do you have a nephew named Zheng Fa?" "Yes." He paid. Zheng Fa inexplicably felt that the way Master Pang looked at him was a little strange. "It's just that I feel grateful with a little bit of complaint, but I don't know how to complain and feel aggrieved." "Is this Master Han?" Sunday Yu spoke up, setting Sun Sword Immortal. "I have heard of the famous late nascent soul monk. It is said that he is only one step away from becoming a god." There was a bit of disbelief in his tone, and he even looked at Yan Wushuan cautiously. Zheng Fa could not help but be in awe of Yan Wushuan. Can this guy be able to summon such a powerful person? "Mr. Han is the elder in my family," Yan Wushuan said with a smile. "Now that I am traveling, he is afraid that I will be in danger, so he simply accompanies me all the way." Sunday Yu's face became even more envious when he heard this. When true disciples travel, they have to send a great monk to follow them. Are these the 5 major Sunwei sects? Zheng Fa also felt like he was standing tall at the top of a mountain. "In the late stage of nascent soul, when my master was blowing his own talisman formation, he only dared to blow the ones that could kill those before the late stage of nascent soul. Taking a big boss around has always been Zheng Fa's hobby. Don't get me wrong, I didn't." Chu Tian from Haori Mountain explained with a straight face. "Me neither." Xue Zhenshuan, who came from Taishangdao, also said. Zheng Fa felt inexplicably that there was something similar to his own in the tone of these two people's voices. Then, Zheng Fa guessed, is Brother Yan's talent so amazing that the Tianhe sect attaches so much importance to it? Yan Wushuan nodded sharply. The two men pouted wildly. "The elders in the sect and my father all say that I have great talent? Be careful when you go out," Yan Wushuan said proudly. "Your Majesty." "My father? Oh, my father, the head of Tianhe." Yan Wushuan waved his hands and said, "It's not important, it's not important. What's important is that they say my talent is good." "That's not important? You should have told me earlier. You said earlier that we are half-brothers, so why should we cooperate or not?" Then Brother Yan. Zheng Fa couldn't help but be a little confused. He remembered that this man was very short of money. "My father doesn't want me to travel abroad, nor do he want me to form any organization." Yan Wushuan seemed to have explained it 1,000 times before. Mr. Han usually doesn't take action. Zheng Fa understood a little bit. The second generation of immortals was rebellious and wanted to leave their sect and start a business. The old father didn't support it, but he was afraid that he would kill him. Then, this Mr. Han today. "If he doesn't take action, I will take action." Yan Wushuan smiled proudly. "I'll show you how to seek help." No wonder the setting sun sword immortal looked so foul. After the war, half of Leichefang city collapsed. Although Master Pang's 5 Dragons Temple did not appear to have changed much on the outside, it was actually more troublesome. A collapsed city can be rebuilt in a day or two. The cultivation of the 5 Dragon Heavenly Palace may take hundreds of years. It's good to have saved one life. Uncle Pang sighed. He looked at Linyo again and said warmly, "I didn't expect that it was you who saved me." How had Linyo been so valued by Yuan Ying before? He was nagging and didn't know what to say. Sunday Yu and other disciples of Uncle Pang looked at each other, suddenly stood up, and bowed neatly to Linyo. "It's impossible," Linyo said in a panic. "It's all the result of junior brother Zheng." He looked at Zheng Fa as if he wanted to ask for help. Zheng Fa shook his head. "Linyo used to be looked down upon in the city. Now is the end of all hardships. You deserve this," he said softly to Linyo. "It's also what your father deserves." Linyo was stunned and stopped talking. He stared blankly at the senior brothers in front of him, seeming to remember something. The eye sockets gradually turned red. "Now that the setting sun sword immortal is here, I am afraid that the Great Freedom Demon sect will not be able to deal with Master Zheng's nephew." Zheng Fa said incomprehensively, "This Mr. Han is only in the late nascent soul stage. What do you mean by not being able to survive in the late nascent soul stage?" Uncle Pang said, "Your master is holding a talisman formation, but you dare not say that you can escape in front of him. They are all in the nascent soul stage." Zheng Fa couldn't quite understand. "It's really difficult to form a baby, and it's even harder to transform into a god." Uncle Pang sighed. "The reason why the late Yuanying stage is called a great monk is because they have a huge span of strength. Some may be just a little stronger than the middle stage Yuanying, and some, but just because of insufficient opportunities." "What about Mr. Han?" "You can understand it this way, he is the nephew of the previous Master Zheng." Zheng Fa suddenly realized. This means, this person is extremely talented, but just like senior sister Zheng is stuck in the golden elixir, he is stuck in the nascent soul. But on the other hand, senior sister Zheng is someone who can rival nascent soul with her golden elixir. Does the Great Freedom Demon sect not have any gods? Yes, but when the real Hua Shen goes up, he usually won't take action easily. There seems to be some taboo. Uncle Pang explained. For example, in our 100 Immortals Alliance, there are Hua Shen sitting in charge, but they hardly care about secular affairs. Even I've met twice. So, senior sister Zheng has no worries about having a baby. With people like the Setting Sun Sword Immortal wandering around outside, the demonic sect might really not be able to care about senior sister Zheng. Wu. Uncle Peng sighed, it still depends on how she is. The 5-colored clouds in the sky gradually solidified into the shape of glass. The color became more and more intense, and finally a huge purple-black eye appeared. Master Zheng's nascent soul tribulation has begun. Master Uncle Peng said. Zheng Fa, Uncle Peng, and others stood at the edge of the thunder pool closest to senior sister Zheng. He raised his Dongsu Linjian and looked towards where senior sister Zheng was. She gently raised her eyes to look at the purple-black calamity cloud above her head, and as if she felt something, she glanced towards where Zheng Fa and the others were, with a smile on her lips. After a stick of incense, a bolt of calamity thunder fell from the sky and struck directly at senior sister Zheng. But it was blocked by the Xian Guanjian. The giant eyes seemed to be angered by the Xian Guanjian. The next tribulation thunder was much thicker. Xian Guanjian whined and was knocked down directly next to senior sister Zheng. Without the protection of the Xianguan mirror, senior sister Zheng's figure was shrouded in thunder, and even the Dongsu spiritual eye could not see her figure. Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel excited. Senior sister Zheng's pregnancy is extremely important to the Jushin sect. But to him, it is even more important. This is his most important supporter and even fellow Taoist in the Sunwei world. The thunderbolts came one after another, seemingly without stopping. Until 9 days and 9 nights later, the giant eye in the sky slowly dissipated, revealing senior sister Zheng's figure. Hurry and protect master nephew Zheng. Uncle Peng's face turned serious. Now that the entrance mirror has been damaged, it is the last chance for master nephew Zheng to save his inner demon. Zheng Fa was well prepared, and according to the plan, he suddenly activated the ferry boat and led all the senior fellow apprentices towards senior sister Zheng's location. What they were relatively relieved about was that during the thunder tribulation, no monks, no matter what level of cultivation they were, dared to approach senior sister Zheng. Plus the Setting Sun Sword Immortal is on the side. The people of the Great Freedom Demon Cult only dare to shrink their heads and tail, and it is difficult to be faster than this group of people. Sure enough, when they arrived near senior sister Zheng, they didn't meet any bold people from the demon cult. But senior sister Zheng didn't look good. She closed her eyes and frowned slightly, as if she was experiencing some kind of nightmare. In just a few breaths, the expressions on senior sister Zheng's face changed. Surprise, anger, sadness, despair. Her face became colder and harsher. Finally there seemed to be a resolution. Sister Zheng, are you crying? Zheng Fa suddenly heard senior brother Yang on the side saying. He looked up, and sure enough, 2 lines of clear tears fell from senior sister Zheng's eyes. Have you ever seen senior sister Zheng cry? No, I can't even think about it. But senior sister Zheng seems to be trapped in the inner demon tribulation and cannot extricate herself. From the perspective of Dongsu spiritual eye, Zheng Fa can even see that the spiritual power in her body is gradually becoming turbid, showing signs of being possessed by a demon. Junior brother, what should we do now? Senior brother Yang on the side said anxiously. Zheng Fa was also a little undecided. He could only rely on himself to deal with the inner demons. How could others help? How about you call me senior sister Zheng twice? Senior brother Yang's words made Zheng Fa a little speechless. Can this be awakened? You two know each other best. If anyone can help senior sister Zheng, it's you. I've heard people say that you are not unaware of the inner demon tribulation. Sometimes you can hear fragments of words from outside. If you really care about it, man, maybe it can bring back some impressive memories. Senior brother Yang's voice became softer as he spoke. It seems that this rumor sounds a bit ridiculous. Zheng Fa gritted his teeth and suddenly took out a few books. Senior sister Zheng, we talked about it yesterday. The senior brothers on the side looked at each other, not quite understanding Zheng Fa's operation. But as they listened, these people's expressions were a little painful. They looked at each other and quietly took 2 steps away from Zheng Fa. Senior brother Yang heard a junior brother on the side say, after listening to this, why do I feel that senior sister Zheng has not survived the inner demon tribulation, but my inner demon tribulation is coming. Everyone nodded. It looked like he wanted to block his ears. Look at senior sister Zheng. While Zheng Fa was reciting, senior sister Zheng's expression suddenly calmed down, and she seemed to be on the verge of overcoming the inner demon tribulation. Is this, fighting poison with poison, and controlling devil with devil? On the side, a junior brother said in a daze. Then junior brother Zheng is the more powerful demon. A few days later, in the main hall of the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace, it was full of guests again. But the situation is different now. Congratulations to the Jushin sect for adding another Yuanying master, who is prospering. A Yuanying master said with a smile before he entered the door. From his appearance, there was no trace of the fact that he was the fastest runner that day. Uncle Peng didn't seem to feel any dissatisfaction on his face. He held his hands towards the other party and chuckled. Master Zheng's nephew is giving birth to a baby. Isn't it a happy event for our 100 Immortals Alliance? Yes. Yes. All the nascent soul masters in the hall looked at each other and had one thought in their minds. So happy? Who doesn't understand Zhang Wui's temperament? Now that she has given birth to a baby, her strength has grown who knows how much. But his temper probably hasn't changed. That man bullied their disciples when he was in Jindan, but now that he has a baby, he can bully them? Otherwise, they would come to your door to get close to you? May I ask Zhenren Zhang? She is not in Fangxi. Uncle Peng replied. We are all here to congratulate her, and we have brought all the gifts. Her absence will not delay your gift-giving. Uncle Peng smiled kindly, but the others were as disgusting as eating flies. They also knew that this was the Jushin sect secretly expressing their dissatisfaction with their running away. But if the man named Peng hadn't been tricked, Zhang Wuyi would have given birth to a baby. You have to endure the nausea? I'm afraid Zhang Zhenren is hosting someone more important. Someone suddenly said. Everyone on the field looked suddenly enlightened. I don't know when the Jushin sect fell into the lap of the Tianhe sect. Yes, 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 don't delay us from being happy for Master Zhang. And don't delay us from giving gifts. Yes, yes, the most important thing about the great monk is that he is a member of the 100 Immortals Alliance, so there is no need to be separated. Come on, Master Peng, let me toast you. Uncle Peng smiled and said nothing, but his eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of Lei Qi. Beside the Thunder Pond, in a valley, Zheng Fa Zhenren was sitting on the floor with senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Yuan was also on the side. She picked some wild fruits from somewhere and stuffed them into her mouth selectively. It seemed that this one was particularly sour. She couldn't help but frown, and her face turned into a big flesh with 18 folds. Bag. But I didn't even see her spit out the fruit. After the incident, Zheng Fa felt a little lazy. He leaned against a large rock and watched the leaves above his head slowly swaying in the wind, and the birds in the forest slowly cleaning their feathers. Occasionally, the sound of voices came, as if they were in another world. Look at senior sister Zhang next to her. After giving birth to a baby, she seemed a little more lively than before. It is not visible in front of others, but it is very obvious when the three of them are alone. Senior sister Zhang seemed to notice his gaze, glanced at him, and suddenly took out a jade flute from her storage bag. Zheng Fa was puzzled because he had never seen senior sister Zhang play music before. Senior sister, do you still like this? Senior sister Yuan also asked. It could be heard that it was not just Zheng Fa who was unaware of senior sister Zhang's hobby. Music and arithmetic are closely related, and I have also studied it for a while. Sister Zhang explained, it's just that after I started, everything was complicated, so I played less. Zheng Fa nodded slightly and watched senior sister Zhang bring the jade flute to her mouth. Zheng Fa couldn't find words to describe the sound of senior sister Zhang's flute. He just felt that the mountain was greener and the wind was much gentler. Senior sister Yuan was more excited than him. She transformed into a Qingluan and soared slowly around the hilltop where they were, following the sound of senior sister Zhang's flute. After a while, she seemed to feel that it was too far away and uncomfortable to listen to. Circled around senior sister Zhang again. Not only her, but the birds in the mountains seemed to be attracted by the sound of the flute and flew behind her. After the song ended, senior sister Yuan slowly fell to the ground and turned into a girl, with a look of unfinished expression on her face. Senior sister, you play so beautifully. Senior sister Yuan praised. Senior sister Zhang nodded, looking very confident. She glanced at Zheng Fa and said, besides master, you are the only one who listens to my flute. She looked at senior sister Yuan again and paused. People. Zheng Fa was a little surprised. The only one. Well, from the past to the future. What a great flute sound. The setting sun sword immortal led Yan Wushuan to the edge of the thunder pond. The two of them were walking and talking. Then he suddenly stood there, tilting his ears as if listening to something, his expression a little obsessed. Later, he seemed to have heard what senior sister Zhang said. He smiled proudly and continued walking forward. Mr. Han, you are eavesdropping again. What does eavesdropping mean? The setting sun sword immortal snorted. I have good ears, blame me. Besides, this is my way of enlightenment. Mr. Han explained, there are thousands of voices and thoughts, and there is a great way. Then what did you realize? What have you realized? Mr. Han glanced at him and said, I understand the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. What? These monks from the Sunwei realm are all bullshit, and everyone's secret thoughts are so filthy. Yan Wushuan was stunned. The devil's shit is hidden in the night, and it will disgust you from time to time. Xianmen is the shit in a restaurant. It's placed on a plate with a gold rim and you are forced to eat it. My Tianhe sect is the oldest one. The old man snorted. Others say that the older the immortal sect is, the stronger it is. I say that the older the shit is, the stinkier it is. Old Han, are you coming out of the mountain to protect me, or are you unable to survive in the sect? Yan Wushuan was silent for a long time before asking. I don't want to be suffocated to death. The Canyang sword immortal sneered. You want me to save that guy from the Jushin sect? I think he is also shit, but there are times when he is not stinky. I will save him. I just see that the talisman is profitable. Is my sword worth that thing? I don't have to do anything. So you are playing a no-cost business. Old Han said angrily. You don't give me spirit stones. Yan Wushuan retorted, adding, you're spending mine. You kid, you've made a good deal this time. I think Zhang Wuyi is a talent. Han Lao was silent for a while and said, I think, although she is not as good as the ancestor, she also has 2 points of the ancestor's spirit. When the word ancestor was mentioned, the old man with a mouthful of shit suddenly showed fanatical respect. In Yan Wushuan's opinion, the enthusiasm of the old man for the ancestor on his face far exceeded those of his fellow elders. Han Lao, you don't understand. If there is no figure like the ancestor in this calamity, the damned will die. What is the difference between the immortal sect, the demon sect, the Jushin sect and the Tianhe sect? One more shit yuanying or one less shit yuanying? Kanyang's sword immortal side. That Master Zheng. She can't compare. When the ancestor formed his infant, he created a unique method for his own spiritual treasure, and the heaven and earth celebrated it. Although Zhang Wuyi has the ambition, she doesn't have that ability. After saying this, the old man suddenly said, but she is also a figure in the Sunwei realm. You saved that Pang, and accidentally made friends with her. This made Yan Wushuan a little proud. He thought for a while, and then said, that Zheng Fa is also very extraordinary. He is as famous as Zhang Wuyi in Jushin sect. Old Han, you will definitely not lose this time. Zheng Fa, he is indeed extraordinary. Right. He is very similar to you. Yan Wushuan opened his eyes wide. Old Han, do you think so highly of him? Although he never showed it. But as the son of the head of Tianhe sect, how could he not have some arrogance in his heart? I mean, you are great because you have a good father. Old Han glanced at him and said, he is great because he has a good senior sister. Old Han, just scold him. Yan Wushuan said after a long while, why do you bring me along? I am scolding you, and he is just a byproduct. He also needs talent, not just reincarnation. Then why do you scold him? I didn't have a good senior sister before. I'm jealous. Looking at the stunned Yan Wushuan, Old Han smiled and said, I'm also a piece of old shit, very smelly. At the place where Zheng Fa and the other two were, senior sister Yuan was curiously asking, senior sister Zhang, what is your inner demon tribulation like? The expression on her face was more gossip than concern. To be honest, Zheng Fa was also a little curious. He had never seen senior sister Zhang's expression, let alone her tears. In the inner demon tribulation, I felt like I was back to Jushin sect. Senior sister Zhang said after a moment of silence. Zheng Fa and the others listened. Everyone in the Jushin sect is dead. Senior sister Zhang looked into the distance, as if recalling something. The Great Freedom Demon sect attacked the mountain gate, the leader died, and the master died. What about me? Senior sister Yuan pointed at herself. Dead. What about junior brother Zhang? Senior sister Zhang was silent for a moment and said, he's dead too. So you cried, senior sister. Senior sister Yuan suddenly realized. No. Senior sister Zhang shook her head and said, I tried hard to practice, but I couldn't break through the nascent soul. Senior sister Zhang said softly, later I found that the mathematics you taught me seemed to be very useful, but unfortunately the heart demon tribulation is illusory after all. I have been enlightened for 800 years, but I haven't been able to understand it. And if you die, no one will teach me mathematics. So, senior sister Zhang, you are crying because you can't make any progress in your cultivation and can't take revenge. Senior sister Yuan blinked and concluded. No, it's been 800 years since I dared to think of his death for the first time. Senior sister Yuan was stunned, and suddenly annoyed. I asked unnecessary questions. Then senior sister, you are. I heard your lecture. Senior sister Zhang smiled and said, in the heart demon tribulation, people can actually hear the movements of the outside world. It's just that the heart demon will confuse your senses and make people think that they are just imagining things. Then how can senior sister hear it? What you said, it won't. It tried very hard, but it really can't. It's really nonsense. I saw through it. Speaking of which, I have a discovery when I achieved the nascent soul this time. The 5 elements symbols seem to be echoing with something. Echo. Yes, this echo comes from the sky. Senior sister Zhang's eyes were also confused, although it was only for a moment. I felt it. Heaven. Zheng Fa looked up and saw that the golden crow was already hanging in the west, the mountains were getting quieter and quieter, and the sky looked the same as before. But at this time, this vast and ordinary dome seemed to be covered with a mysterious veil in his heart. Senior sister Zhang. He pondered for a moment and then asked, in the records of Sunwei realm, is there any description of what the scene outside the sky is like? No. Senior sister Zhang shook her head gently, at least I haven't read about it. No one knows how high the sky is or what is in the sky. No, there is someone who should know. Zheng Fa suddenly remembered something. Venerable Tianhe once tried to break the shackles of heaven and earth. When Zheng Fa first discovered that he was aware of the jade pendant in the sea, he once saw a person flying into the sky and never coming back. In the end, only a jade pendant fell. He had always suspected that that person was Lord Tianhe. Senior sister Zhang nodded slightly and seemed to agree with Zheng Fa's judgment. Zheng Fa frowned and shook his head. In other words, there may be some secrets in the sky, but this secret caused the death of Lord Tianhe. Senior sister Zhang's face turned heavy. Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel a little solemn in his heart. The shackles of heaven and earth. What did Venerable Tianhe understand at that time? Did he really have no other way out, so he wanted to create something new? You are practicing Qi now, and I have just advanced to nascent soul. Seeing his confused look, senior sister Zhang shook her head and said, we can't think of problems that even Venerable Tianhe can't solve. Hearing this, Zheng Fa also put aside the doubts in his heart and turned to ask senior sister Zhang, senior sister, you said that the 5 elements talisman echoes with the sky. What's going on? Senior sister Zhang frowned, as if recalling her feelings at that time. I can't explain the feeling. Did you see those eyes of calamity when we gave birth to a baby? I had a feeling at the time that it seemed to have glanced at the 5 elements talisman on my yuanying. The 5 elements talisman even separated from my yuanying for a moment, but it calmed down again. After listening to senior sister Zhang's description, Zheng Fa was thoughtful. Seeing that he was still confused, senior sister Zheng comforted him. At least I have proved that the Food Dao Foundation establishment method is now worry-free for the baby. The two were talking seriously. Senior sister Yuan on the side had already finished eating the wild fruits and was causing trouble for the grass beside her. She seemed to be distracted, her expression full of thinking. The unusual expression on her face made Zheng Fa Zhenren a little curious. Senior sister Yuan, do you have any ideas? Is there an idea? Senior sister Yuan glanced at the two of them blankly and blinked. I have no idea, and I don't understand. Senior sister, what were you thinking just now? I was thinking about the sky monument. Senior sister Yuan's eyes lit up and she said, the sky monument is really fun. Fun. Zheng Fa glanced at senior sister Zheng. He had been thinking about senior sister Zheng's escape before, and he couldn't say he cared too much about the sky monument. But in fact, for most people, the most important thing in the Thunder Pond is actually the sky monument. Yes, the heavenly monument is now called the God-conferring monument. Senior sister Yuan said. Become a god. Zheng Fa was stunned. The Sunwei world is godless. He had only heard this word in modern times. Yes, they all call it that. Senior sister Yuan explained. There seems to be a small world in the monument. The great powers in the small world seem to be called gods. Everyone who enters the monument seems to be canonized as a god. Canonization. Senior sister Zheng frowned. How can ministers be canonized in mortal dynasties? Then can so-called gods also be canonized? I don't understand what they said. Senior sister Yuan shook her head. I heard that there are different levels of gods. Everyone who enters the sky monument starts with a different god position. After entering the sky monument, it can change. It's more fun. Yes, the level of the god will be ranked on the sky monument, and everyone can see it. Zheng Fa could already think of why senior sister Yuan said this thing was fun. Ranking list? In the modern world, the rich list can make big news every day. I go to Tianbei every day to watch the excitement, and there are still people betting on this ranking. Senior sister Yuan said particularly excitedly, now Yan Wushuan is temporarily ranked first, but it is not stable. In the Five-Dragon Heavenly Palace, Uncle Peng's banquet has not ended yet, and the hall is still very noisy. Zheng Fa did not join in the fun. He sat in his room, closed his eyes, and stared at the yin-yang fish jade pendant in the sea of consciousness. Today's conversation with senior sister Zheng and senior sister Yuan made him think a lot. Senior sister Zheng said she didn't know what was out there. Zheng Fa knew that Lord Tianhe went to the outer world, but left behind such a jade pendant. And this jade pendant allows him to travel back and forth. Therefore, the extraterrestrial things are very likely to be highly relevant to the modern world. Especially the word Feng Shen in senior sister Yuan's mouth. Zheng Fa was also greatly shocked. In modern times, immortals and gods are equally famous in legends. But in the Sunwei world, there is only the inheritance of the immortal sect, and they have never heard of gods. This word has a greater relationship with modern times than with the mysterious world. He thought for a while, then smiled and retracted his thoughts. Senior sister Zheng made a lot of sense. The problems that even Lord Tianhe could not completely solve were not something he could understand by just wishing. He put his consciousness into his danshan and looked at the Yuanfo deity floating on it. In fact, he still had some thoughts about what senior sister Zheng said. Chiral objects cannot be flipped in three-dimensional space. But high dimensions are different, because each additional dimension means one more degree of freedom in mathematics, so the three-dimensional chirality in high-dimensional space can be flipped. If the mysterious sky is regarded as a higher dimensional space. Zheng Fa's heart moved, and the talisman base in his body began to change. The ring formed by the 5 elements talisman separated from the lotus platform and landed in the center of the lotus platform. What is a mirror? Zheng Fa frowned, thinking about old man Bai's question, and began to toss with the ring. Mirror. Mirror image, after all, it is a kind of shadow. Shadow, projection? Is the chirality of the symbol diagram actually the projection of some high-dimensional object from different angles? His talisman is actually a mirror? Zheng Fa raised his head suddenly, as if he could see the boundless night sky through the roof. Following his thought, the spiritual power around the 5 elements talisman slowly condensed, as if it had turned into a kind of gel, like jelly. The gel slowly deformed and hardened, and it really looked like a mirror, or in other words, a ring-shaped double-sided mirror. Now this talisman looks like a bracelet with mirrors on both sides. The 5-element talisman seems to be wandering in the mirror and has turned into an illusion. A double-sided mirror, one side is yin and the other is yang? Zheng Fa couldn't help but have such an idea in his mind. But the essence of the unity of yin and yang may be that it is the same high-dimensional object. But why does this phenomenon also exist in danshan? Even the two mirrors here and outside do not intersect at all. Intersect? His heart moved, and the bracelet double-sided mirror suddenly broke in the middle, twisted his body, and then stuck together again. Mobius strip. The two mirrors inside and outside are just glued together through this structure, if you say so. Zheng Fa frowned. If it is said that the rune diagrams have different projections because there are mirrors at different angles, then the two mirrors here and outside are indeed indistinguishable from each other through this configuration, and it can even be said that yin and yang are one. But, is this really right? Zheng Fa wanted to scratch his head, feeling that the doubts in his heart had not been reduced much. There is a sense of confusion that the legendary program has started running, and I don't know why. The next moment, he felt the Mobius double-sided mirror shake. The spiritual energy in the void surged toward his dantian like crazy. Foundation established. Zheng Fa's eyes widened, and suddenly he felt as if his soul was being pulled by something, flying directly out of his body, even breaking through the roof of the Five Dragons' heavenly palace, and flying to the sky. It was getting very late at this time. The sun has long since set, but the sky is bright. In Zheng Fa's eyes, a mighty purple energy stretched thousands of miles across, covering the not-so-bright stars and the brilliance of the moon. This movement is a bit loud. In the main hall, Uncle Pang and others were drinking. Brother Pang, how did you find out that Master Sungi was from the Great Freedom Demon Cult? Someone asked. I think you were very affectionate to him back then. You are underestimating Master Pang. The other laughed and said, Zhenren Pang has always had a rift in his chest. I'm afraid I've already seen that he has ulterior motives and is just following his tricks. That's right, that's right. Otherwise, how can we kill this officer in one fell swoop? Pang Zhenren is so wise that he doesn't reveal his sharp edge. Uncle Pang listened to their flattery, holding up his wine glass and smiling without saying a word. Those who spoke looked at each other and cursed in their hearts. This person is indeed a person who hides evil in his heart and hides a knife in his smile. As a result, they began to respect Uncle Pang more and more, and even felt a little in awe. Uncle Pang looked at it coldly, his face became gentler and he felt a little proud in his heart. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky, which attracted the attention of these nascent soul masters. 3,000 miles of purple chi. What kind of vision is this? Although all the nascent soul masters were well informed, they looked at each other in confusion at this time, not knowing what was going on. No, look. Someone pointed to the sky. To the east, a big sun rises. To the west, a crescent moon appears. The sun and the moon shine together. At this time, these nascent souls couldn't sit still at all. They crowded at the entrance of the hall, looking at the sky, their faces blank and shocked. Obviously, for Zhen Yuanying, this kind of vision still shocks them. Is this someone turning into a god? There is also a calamity in becoming a god, not to mention that there will be no such vision. No, I seem to have felt a strange movement in the spiritual energy just now. A real Yuanying master suddenly said. The strange movement seems to be in the Five Dragons' heavenly palace. Upon hearing this, everyone recalled what happened just now. The aura was so small that they didn't care much about it. But at this time, the strange movements and visions appeared alternately, which aroused people's imagination. They all looked at the owner here, and Uncle Pang had a smile on his face. Against their curious gazes, he smiled brighter and brighter, but didn't say a word, as if this was a secret of the sect. What are you looking at? I know nothing. This kid Zheng Fa, why is there such a big movement when building a foundation? Zheng Fa only felt that his whole body was being pulled by something, and his soul rose to the sky. He passed through the roof of the Five Dragons Palace and saw Uncle Pang and others looking out from the hall. Then, he saw that the entire Leichefang city was under his feet. The disciples in the city seemed to be attracted by this vision in the sky. Both the store owners and customers looked up at the sky, standing on tiptoes. They can't seem to see themselves. Zheng Fa continued to fly upward. Gradually, the people on the ground became the size of ants. Leichefang city is like a pile of children's building blocks. Even the vast lei pond turned into an ink dot on the earth after a cup of tea. Even the dots soon became indistinguishable. He passed through the sea of clouds, slowly side by side with the sun and the moon. But he didn't stop, the force was still pulling him upward. When he stopped, there was nothing around him. It's just that his soul seems to be unable to fly upward anymore, as if it has touched a thick barrier. Zheng Fa raised his head, but couldn't see anything in front of him. Is this what Venerable Tianhe calls the shackles of heaven and earth? He looked up. The scene above him was even more astonishing. He saw a rune spinning above his head. The talisman was so big that Zheng Fa even suspected that it was bigger than the thunder pool. What made Zheng Fa find it strange was that while the talisman was slowly rotating, there were actually some configurations that seemed familiar to him. The five-element talisman. Zheng Fa was a little surprised. It was probably this thing that pulled me up. Senior sister Zheng's own five elements ring echoes the sky. Could this be what she meant? He stretched out his hand toward the top of his head, but found nothing. His hand passed through the talisman without any obstacles. Fake. He was puzzled and stretched out his palm again, only to find that the talisman showed a gap in the shape of his right hand. Projection. He was suddenly startled and realized that this thing was also a projection. Zheng Fa looked toward the sky. As far as the eye could see, there was emptiness and nothing could be seen at all. I don't know how far away the symbol is, and it may not even be in this time and space. Just when he was trying to figure this out, the huge talisman above his head suddenly shrank into a ball of light. The ball of light gave off a dazzling flash and slammed into him. Zheng Fa was knocked dizzy. I just felt like I was falling rapidly. The next moment, he felt that he was back in his own body, and the light ball formed by the huge rune went straight into the Mobius rune base in his dantian. Zheng Fa frowned and looked, only to feel that the originally simple five elements talisman suddenly had some other changes. These changes were difficult to see with the naked eye, but there seemed to be some more information in his mind. You mean, you seem to have a magical power. In Zheng Fa's room, senior sister Zhang looked him up and down. The pride and worry in her eyes were obvious. Yes. In front of senior sister Zheng, he had nothing to hide. This magical power is like a gift from the Talisman, called the positive and negative 5 elements divine light. The positive and negative divine light of the 5 elements. What is the power of this magical power? I just got this magical power, and I don't know much about it. I can probably control the opponent's magic weapon in a short time. When he said this, he looked a little weird. This thing. He seems to have heard similar things in modern times. After listening to this, senior sister Zheng thought for a while and said, "Short time? How short? How about giving it a try?" Senior sister Zheng and senior sister Yuan looked at each other, nodded slightly, and both took out their own magic weapons. As expected, senior sister Yuan's natal magic weapon is a feather fan made of her feathers. Zheng Fa was a little surprised by senior sister Zheng's magic weapon. She was holding a writing brush in her hand. "This is my natal spiritual treasure, the flying immortal brush." Seeing his puzzled look, senior sister Zheng explained, "This is what I learned after I achieved the golden elixir. The pen barrel comes from the beak of a red bird, and the nib is made of white tiger hair. The pen bucket is made from unicorn horn, and the top of the pen is made from black tortoise shell." Zheng Fa's cheeks hurt when he heard this. Sour. The fan in senior sister Yuan's hand shrunk and she looked a little inferior. "Senior sister, the legendary 4 spirits of heaven and earth have disappeared for tens of thousands of years. This material of yours," senior sister Zheng said coldly, "I never fight without profit. But you had a lot of fights. Got it." It's no wonder that senior sister Zheng's talent doesn't have a good reputation in the 100 Immortals League. Senior sister Zheng didn't take out this magic weapon just to show off. She asked Zheng Fa to cast the positive and negative 5 elements divine light on herself and senior sister Yuan respectively. The effect came out quickly. For senior sister Yuan's golden elixir, Zheng Fa could control the opponent's magic weapon within a stick of incense. It's far from perfect for Yuaning real people like senior sister Zheng. The time for the positive and negative 5 elements divine light to take effect is one breath. And because these 2 magic weapons put a heavy burden on his spiritual consciousness and magic power, it is difficult for him to use the other's magic weapon. At most, it can only be regarded as interfering with senior sister Zheng's control of the magic weapon. After the test, senior sister Zheng looked at Zheng Fa and felt something was wrong. "Senior sister Zheng, I finally know what others thought of me before. They probably also thought that God was unfair, so they wanted to beat me." This, senior sister Zheng. Zheng Fa stopped her. "Is it possible that they want to beat you because of your personality? Heaven is unfair." Uncle Peng cried out sadly. He finally sent away the curious nascent soul and hurried to Zheng Fa's room. Hearing about the pros and cons of the 5 elements divine light, he slapped his thigh. "Uncle Peng, no, are all the people in Sunwei realm so jealous? That guy surnamed Yuan." Uncle Peng was heard scolding fiercely. "I was obviously the one who fell in love with you first, but he got in the way. Create your own path, the heaven and earth will celebrate you. You are gifted with magical powers." Master Peng's tone became more and more sad and angry as he spoke. "I am at odds with that surnamed Yuan. Uncle Peng, haven't you accepted it a long time ago? How did I know that you were the next Lord Tianhe?" Uncle Peng was even more painful when he heard this. "If I knew you were, even if I rebel against the Jushin sect, I can't accept it." "No, you were willing to sacrifice your life for the Jushin sect 2 days ago. Has it changed so quickly?" It seems that he has just resolved the hatred between Uncle Peng and Uncle Huang. Does this person seem to hate his master again? Does the mortal enemy have to be chosen from the 9 Mountains sect? But speaking of Venerable Tianhe, senior sister Zheng on the side suddenly said, "Tianhe sect has always wanted to recreate the glory of Venerable Tianhe. Now it seems that Venerable Tianhe may have obtained it because of the method of creating his own natal spiritual treasure. An incredible innate magical power, that's why he can overpower Xianwei. Because of this, it will be difficult for Tianhe sect to produce another Tianhe Venerable." Senior sister Zheng's analysis made Zheng Fa stunned and felt that it made sense. This matter must not be allowed to be heard by outsiders. Master Peng immediately said after hearing this, "Master Zheng, just say that you will realize it after you have a baby. I will tell the others one by one and use some means if necessary." When he said this, his face looked a little fierce. Senior sister Zheng also nodded and looked at Zheng Fa. Even Venerable Tianhe was already a nascent soul when he perfected the method of natal spiritual treasures. Now you are just building a foundation. It really shouldn't be publicized. Thank you, senior sister and uncle, for your protection. He knew the good intentions of senior sister Zheng and senior uncle Peng. The talent he shows now is amazing, but his cultivation level is relatively low. Hey, who knows, our Jushin sect can have another Venerable Tianhe. Uncle Peng suddenly touched the bed in Zheng Fa's room and thought, "I will hang a sign in this room from now on, saying Venerable Zheng, the place of enlightenment." The patriarch? The patriarch is reincarnated. Beside the thunder pool, Yan Wushuan felt that his own sun sword immortal had finally gone crazy. The short stature of Mr. Han was trembling beside the thunder pond, as if he could fall into the thunder pond accidentally. "Mr. Han, what's wrong with you?" he asked quickly. After hearing this, Mr. Han calmed down, as if he had remembered something. He closed his mouth tightly and looked at him warily. "Mr. Han, stop asking. It's not appropriate for an outsider like you to know about this. Aren't you also from the Tianhe sect?" "Yes, why am I from the Tianhe sect?" When Mr. Han heard this, he immediately gritted his teeth and looked very regretful. He thought for a long time, as if he was thinking hard, and then his eyes finally brightened, and he said to Yan Wushuan, "Didn't you cooperate with Zheng Fa and the Jushin sect on the matter of the talisman before?" "Yes, Mr. Han, you don't look down on that talisman. Who doesn't like you? Mr. Han looked like you were slandering him. If I don't like you, I will take action." "That's not what's wrong." Mr. Han interrupted him. "Don't you have to go to Jushin sect to discuss a charter regarding this talisman?" "Yes." Looking at Mr. Han who was giving him advice with enthusiasm, Yan Wushuan always felt strange. "Then go quickly." "Oh." Yan Wushuan scratched his head and prepared to walk to Jushin sect. Although Mr. Han has always been weird, he has indeed protected him for a long time and helped him a lot. Yan Wushuan has always trusted and relied on him. "Are you going just like that?" Yan Wushuan looked at her clothes and found nothing wrong. "How else can I go? Are you just empty-handed?" Yan Wushuan was stunned for a moment. With his status, where could he go with nothing? This shows how uneducated our Tianhe sect is. Isn't this the case for our Tianhe sect? Yan Wushuan retorted, "Besides, I have no money. Give." What he didn't expect was that Mr. Han dug around in his arms and took out a storage bag. "Buy some spiritual materials, prepare a greeting card, and be respectful, do you understand?" Yan Wu held the storage bag in his hands and looked at him blankly. "Obviously don't understand. I even felt that this old man was a little seriously ill. That talisman has great potential." Mr. Han held it in for a long time and finally came up with a reason. "Really?" Yan Wushuan scratched her head, "Am I so discerning?" Mr. Han sighed, "A bit blind, but I'm lucky." "Sister, how are you doing?" Looking at senior sister Zhang who slowly opened her eyes, Zheng Fa asked with some concern. After the 5 elements talisman ring changed its shape, there were indeed some different changes. Senior sister Zhang frowned and seemed to be summarizing her words. "After I advanced to nascent soul, I had a vague feeling." "What does it feel like?" Senior sister Yuan on the side asked. Zheng Fa was also a little curious. It is difficult for others to hear the insights of a real Yuanying person. Even Master Pang wouldn't tell his disciples. It's not that he's stingy, but it's useless to many disciples, and it's meaningless to Master Pang. Although there is a huge gap in cultivation between Zheng Fa and senior sister Zhang, they are both the only Taoist friends that the other can communicate with openly, so senior sister Zhang has no intention of hiding anything. "The golden elixir has advanced to the nascent soul." Senior sister Zhang said softly, "It is different from the previous state. It seems to be a new life. Rebirth." Zheng Fa heard this, thought for a while, and concluded, "Sister, what you mean is that the nascent soul is like a new body?" "Yes." Senior sister Zhang glanced at him happily and said, "And I have a feeling that in the future, my physical body will become the nourishment of Yuanying, and Yuanying will gradually turn from empty to real." Zheng Fa nodded slightly. "I'm afraid senior sister Zhang's feeling on this matter is right." Zheng Fa had heard senior sister Zhang talk about the relationship between cultivation and lifespan in the Sunwei realm before. The golden elixir period is no more than 1,000 years old. But the nascent soul stage suddenly jumped to long live. According to Zheng Fa's conjecture about cultivating immortals is an evolution of life. The lifespan of the nascent soul stage has increased so much, probably because the monks have truly transformed into a brand new life form at this stage. "Does the change in the 5 element symbols have an effect on your nascent soul, senior sister?" "Yes." Senior sister Zhang's eyes were bright, and she seemed to be a little surprised. "The nascent soul is like a child. No one knows how it grows." "Have no idea." Zheng Fa was stunned. "Yes, there is no certain path from nascent soul to divine transformation." Senior sister Zhang explained, "I only confirmed this after asking Uncle Pang. The difficulty in transforming into a god is that there is no direction. According to Uncle Pang, every transformation into a god they are all different. Starting from Yuanying, there are no specific techniques in Sunwei realm." When Zheng Fa heard this, he also thought of his Shen Xiao's true method of controlling thunder. It seems that it really only reaches nascent soul. And after condensing your Mobius symbol, my nascent soul seems to be connected with some existence. Zheng Fa listened quietly to senior sister Zhang's words. She seems to have started to have a little direction of her own and is changing spontaneously. Having said this, senior sister Zhang couldn't help but feel a little gratitude in her eyes when she looked at Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa couldn't help but laugh. Senior sister Zhang didn't say thank you, and the two of them didn't know when these words were no longer needed. "Now that you have established your foundation, have you ever read The True Method of Controlling Thunder in the Sky? See it." Hearing this, the smile at the corner of Zheng Fa's mouth slowly turned bitter. "Senior sister," he asked somewhat depressedly, "this technique is too expensive. Are there any other techniques that I can choose?" He had just established the foundation and couldn't wait to take out the Shenxiao Thunder Controlling True Method to observe it. After reading it, he even wanted to change the name of this technique, The True Method of Burning Money in the Sky. Shengxiao's true method of controlling thunder is divided into 4 steps in the foundation building stage. Clear up the thunder field. Breeding thunder. Give birth to Lei Hua. Cai Lei Shi. Each step requires a huge amount of spiritual materials, not even just thunder spiritual materials. Zheng Fa is already considered rich, but the long list of spiritual materials, which even Zheng Fa didn't have the patience to read, really put him off. Not only the Shen Xiao true method of controlling thunder, but also many spiritual materials are needed to advance the golden elixir in each foundation building stage. Senior Sister Zheng explained, the golden elixir is actually very similar to the alchemy method. Alchemy. The human body is a melting pot, where many spiritual materials are gathered together to condense into a perfect golden elixir. Senior Sister Zheng glanced at Zheng Fa and said, there are differences in the techniques themselves, but in fact the ideas are the same. Otherwise, why don't everyone want to? The cost of cultivating a golden elixir or even a nascent soul is very, very high. Zheng Fa understood after hearing this. A poor technique requires a lot of spiritual materials, but the condensed golden elixir is weaker, and the accompanying spells are also less powerful. Then I'd better choose Sheng Xiao's true method of controlling thunder. Zheng Fa said as soon as he heard it. I bet this technique is quite cost-effective. Senior Sister Zheng nodded with a smile in her eyes and said, tell me the spiritual materials you need, and I'll see if I have any in stock. I have. Uncle Peng's voice suddenly came from outside the door. He walked into the room with a storage bag in his hand and handed it to Zheng Fa. Uncle Master, this is. I thought you were going to practice the Shen Xiao's true method of controlling thunder. Uncle Peng said, I specially sent someone to collect them in Fangji. Uncle Master. Zheng Fa was a little surprised. He glanced at Senior Sister Zheng, who had a look of surprise in her eyes. It can be seen that she has never enjoyed this treatment. This, Jushin sect seems to have no precedent for this. Our Jushin sect has never produced a venerable Tianhe. Uncle Peng said confidently. You have contributed a lot to this Leichifang city? Master Zheng, I have decided to give part of the profits from the market to Master Zhang for training. Do you have any objections? Senior Sister Zheng laughed. Obviously she had no objection. Master Peng's voice became a little lower and he whispered. Now that your cultivation level is too low, it is really dangerous. Uncle Peng warned, I am very worried. Senior Sister Zheng on the side looked a little strange. It seemed that for the first time in his life, he felt that he was not a genius enough. Hearing this, Zheng Fa took the storage bag from Uncle Peng's hand. Oh yes, and this. Master Peng curled his lips and took out another storage bag from his arms. This is. The man surnamed Yuan gave it to me before he came here. Uncle Peng muttered, it said that there are some spiritual materials you may need in it, and there are also some insights about the true method of controlling thunder in the sky, which should be of some use to you. Before coming, the man surnamed Yuan said. Uncle Peng reluctantly relayed Master Zhang's words. He doesn't have many things left, but they are some good things. Let's put them in my hands first to avoid being robbed. I'll give it to you after you build the foundation. Oh, he also said that some things don't have to be practiced. When Zheng Fa heard this, he understood that these things were probably something that the master was not willing to sell. He gently held the storage bag. But what do you mean by not having to practice? Open it and take a look. Senior Sister Yuan on the side stretched out her head curiously. Zheng Fa took out everything in the first storage bag. There are many spiritual materials in Uncle Peng's storage bag. Purple electric lotus, thunder grass, thunder vine. They are all thunder-type spiritual materials that are relatively common in the city. But the price is not cheap. If it weren't for the thunder-type spiritual materials produced in Lakey, other places wouldn't even be able to collect such a complete collection. I've also read the true method of controlling thunder in the sky. Uncle Peng said, most of the spiritual materials needed are available in the market. It will be no problem for you to practice in the early stage. As for the missing spiritual materials, we can slowly collect them. Don't you still have the leader's storage bag? Zheng Fa opened his master's storage bag. There are a lot less spiritual materials inside, and there is also a jade tube. Zheng Fa first took out the jade tube and looked at it. After a long time, he put down the jade tube, with some thin wrinkles between his eyebrows. Zheng Fa. There was a bit of embarrassment in his expression, and several other people looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Master, he has given me a difficult problem. Zheng Fa thought for a long time and sighed. Problem. Uncle Peng became angry when he heard this guy named Yuan. Will he cheat his apprentice? No. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, what the master gave me is a secret method that is not included in the Shen Xiao true method of controlling thunder. Secret method. Yes, not to mention the 3 magical thunder techniques. The most important thing is that this secret technique can improve the quality of the golden elixir in the end. Shen Xiao's true method of controlling thunder, can it improve the quality of golden elixirs? Uncle Peng asked blankly, why don't I know? Master said that this true method is an ancient inheritance. This secret method was scattered with him and was obtained by him unintentionally. It is not included in the inheritance of the 9 Mountains sect. Hearing this, Uncle Peng was a little surprised. Obviously he didn't know about this. That's not true. Master said that the spiritual materials needed to practice this secret method were already difficult to find at that time. Zheng Fa explained, nowadays, many kinds of spiritual materials are even said to have become extinct. At this time, the 3 people present understood why Zheng Fa said this was a difficult problem. Fa is second. Improving the quality of golden elixir is not a trivial matter. It can even be said to be about the road. Zheng Fa looked at the spiritual materials in the storage bag sent by his master, calculated in his mind, shook his head and said, these spiritual materials are all for practicing that secret method, and they are extremely precious even today, but not all. Many masters I could only collect 1 copy back then. Senior Sister Zheng and others were helpless when they heard this. It was difficult for the leader to collect all the spiritual materials thousands of years ago. Nowadays, it is difficult to buy even if you spend a lot of money. If it really doesn't work, it's okay if you don't practice this secret method. Zheng Fa put down the jade tube and suddenly smiled, finally understanding why the master said he didn't have to practice it. Senior Sister Zheng and others nodded lightly when they heard this, but didn't say anything. Obviously it is impossible to imagine. Yan Wushuan is visiting. Zheng Fa is studying the Shen Xiao's true method of controlling thunder. Suddenly he heard the disciples' announcement. He was stunned and quickly walked out of the room and came to the main hall. Once entering the main hall, Zheng Fa saw that Senior Sister Zheng and Senior Uncle Peng were already in the hall. Both of them had serious expressions and looked at an old man opposite. The old man was short in stature, dressed sloppily, but looked calm. Zheng Fa recognized it at a glance. Wasn't this the Setting Sun Sword Immortal who killed a nascent soul with one sword? No wonder Uncle Peng and Senior Sister Zheng are so solemn. There was even some respect and gratitude in his expression. In terms of cultivation, since the gods rarely leave the mountain, the Setting Sun Sword Immortal is probably the top group in the Sunwei world. If it's about friendship, no matter what the reason was, this man saved Uncle Peng's life, and he was indirectly a blessing to Senior Sister Zheng for her enlightenment. The expressions on Master Peng's and Uncle Peng's faces are completely understandable. Zheng Fa walked in the door. I saw the old man looking towards him with bright eyes. This look is very familiar. How to describe it? Han Qi, I seem to have met an elder of your Han family. No, I think I saw your competitor. Zheng Fa was not wrong. This Setting Sun Sword Immortal had an extremely strange attitude towards him. This is. Looking at the jade boxes in front of him, Zheng Fa looked at the two of them. Yan Wushuan looked helpless and pointed at Mr. Han beside him. The old man Han said with a smile, this is my first visit, so I can't lose my etiquette. They are all simple things. On the side, Uncle Peng scratched his head, looking confused and distressed. He always felt that the pleasant old man in front of him was not the same person as the old man who was too lazy to use the second sword to save him. Thinking of this, his expression became a little wary. Could it be that these two people from the demon sect are pretending? This, Master Han. Zheng Fa was also a little confused. You have shown great kindness to our Jushin sect, so it is time for us to visit you. Previously, we were just afraid of disturbing your old Qing cultivator. A great favor. Master Han was stunned for a moment, as if he understood something. He glanced at Uncle Peng and said, rescued him? It's okay. His life is not worth anything, so I will just kill him with a sword. The vigilance on Uncle Peng's face slowly disappeared, and he even looked a little relieved. This is the right way for this old man to talk? Look. Han Zhenren pointed to the jade box in front of him. Zheng Fa couldn't resist, so he opened several jade boxes and took a look. The expression on his face was even weirder. Zhen Han, this gift is too generous. There are not many jade boxes, just 3. 2 boxes of elixirs and 1 box of spiritual materials. Zheng Fa couldn't recognize them all, but the value of several elixirs and spiritual materials he knew was not low. What's so thick? Han Zhenren waved his hands and said, I heard that you practice thunder magic and wanted to buy some thunder-type spiritual materials, but... Han Zhenren tilted his head in the direction of Uncle Peng, as if he remembered something again, turned his neck abruptly and continued, I don't know who bought all the thunder spiritual materials on the market. Zhenren Han, I can't accept this. Zheng Fa was silent for a while, but still refused. Zhenren came to my Jushin sect, and my Jushin sect was full of glory. What's more, it's too late for us to repay our kindness, so how can we get it? Real stuff. To be honest, this Setting Sun Sword Immortal really confused him. What's more, people must ask for something if they are polite. A great monk in the nascent soul stage was so eager to establish friendship, Zheng Fa felt a little scared in his heart. Seeing his determined expression, Han Zhenren seemed a little frustrated, but he just put away the jade box in front of him obediently and frowned in thought. His short figure actually looked a little aggrieved. However, Yan Wushuan and Zheng Fa started talking. Seal. When Zheng Fa heard Yan Wushuan mention the talisman, he put aside the weird Setting Sun Sword Immortal, nodded slightly and said, Brother Yan, what kind of cooperation do you want? He had promised Yan Wushuan before, and of course he never thought about breaking his promise. I've thought about it, and again, I can provide talisman paper, spiritual ink, and even demon blood, and help with sales. As long as you are responsible for the production. Yan Wushuan talked eloquently, we will split the profit 50-50. Zheng Fa nodded slightly. This method is quite fair, and Yan Wushuan probably didn't want to take advantage. According to this plan, Jushin sect can be regarded as almost a capitalist business in the future. One talisman used to earn about a dozen spirit stones. Now it's probably half, a few spiritual stones. But here's the thing, they're virtually risk-free. No upfront costs are required. Equivalent to technology investment. Zheng Fa also has another consideration. This level of cooperation is equivalent to giving the Jushin sect and Tianhe sect some preliminary connections. After this incident, he really had no confidence in the 100 Immortals alliance. This thing is better than fighting alone. Now that we have a relationship with the Tianhe sect, no matter whether it is useful or not, it is also good to wear an extra layer of tiger skin. To be honest, considering the strength of their two sects, in fact, The real cooperation should be like that between the Changchun sect and the Jushin sect. That can't be called cooperation, it should be called paying protection fees. Thinking about it this way, this condition becomes more cost-effective. He and Senior Sister Zhang looked at each other, and Senior Sister Zhang just said, "You decide." Uncle Peng also nodded. Zheng Fa felt certain when he heard this, nodded towards Yan Wushuan and said, "I agree to this condition." Yan Wushuan smiled and nodded, seemingly not surprised. After the two of them reached an initial consensus, the rest were just small details. Zheng Fa had his own manpower, and Yan Wushuan was not alone. Just let others discuss it. However, Yan Wushuan asked another question, "Junior brother Zheng, how many kinds of talismans are there now?" Already a partner, Zheng Fa did not hide it. Now there are 14 kinds of talismans that can be stably produced. Are they all related to the soul? Yes. Zheng Fa didn't expect this person to observe so carefully. "Brother Zheng, I have an idea. Although soul-related talismans are very popular, we can also develop other talismans. This, at least the blood of the disciples of the demon sect cannot do this." Zheng Fa was also a little helpless. The disciples of the Great Freedom Demon Sect are not living up to expectations? What you mean is? Yan Wushuan understood immediately, his eyes lit up. "Can you try other magic sects?" Uncle Peng on the side turned pale when he heard this. He stiffened his neck and looked around his 5-dragon heavenly palace, as if he was estimating how many demon gates he could hold. "Brother Yan." Zheng Fa hurriedly stopped him. "One Great Freedom Demon Sect is enough to give my Jushin sect a headache. To be honest, if the Great Freedom Demon Sect had not established itself in Taiyang County and there was really no room for relaxation with the Jushin sect, Zheng Fa would not have dared to play with the talisman so carelessly. What are you afraid of? Those people. It's better to be cautious." The Setting Sun Sword Immortal, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said, "The magic door is not that simple." When he said this, everyone present was stunned. Given his status, the credibility of what he said was very high. Han Zhenren frowned and said, "The Patriarch once really killed several demon ancestors, but in this catastrophe, the inheritance of these demon ancestors appeared again. The implications of this are somewhat terrifying. On the other hand, the secret realm of the demon sect." Han Zhenren said like a warning, "The rules are different from the Sunwei world. The performance of the demon sect disciples in the Sunwei world is different from that in the secret realm. Don't underestimate the demon sect." Zheng Fa didn't know what was going on, but he always felt like this person was reminding him. "Why does this sound so much like a heavenly monument?" Yan Wushuan murmured. "It's not just you who thinks it's the same." The Setting Sun Sword Immortal smiled strangely. "The Patriarch also thinks it's the same. The ancestor once left a sentence." "What?" "There is also at least one ancestor who opened the way among the demon ancestors. It's just that their path is not taken by the ancestor." Zheng Fa couldn't help but feel a little toothache. Think about your own positive and negative 5 elements. According to these words, he suddenly became Sunwei's third child, or was he temporarily listed? Remember, the secret realm of the demon sect cannot be entered lightly without reaching the nascent soul, even if the nascent soul can only be said to be life-saving. The Setting Sun Sword Immortal repeated it again. Zheng Fa felt that he was not wrong this time. The old man said when he said this, he was actually looking at himself. These words made Uncle Peng and others look heavy. Now that they have suppressed the Great Freedom Demon Sect in the secret realm, they cannot make a move. Senior Sister Zhang has also advanced to nascent soul, and she is indeed somewhat satisfied. Now, after hearing what the Setting Sun Sword Immortal said, I thought that this secret realm was still right next to the Jushin sect. My heart couldn't help but feel heavy. I can't tell the reality of the demon sect's secret realm. The Setting Sun Sword Immortal continued, "If you want to know more about it, you might as well borrow the Heavenly Monument." Sky Monument. Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Zhang looked at each other. They all understood what the other person was thinking. They must go and see the Sky Monument. First of all, this thing sounds like it has a lot to do with the secret realm of the demon sect. On the other hand, it is because of the Thunder Pool. If something happened to the Sky Monument Thunder Pond, the demonic cult of freedom ran out without any scruples. It's easier for them to run if they know in advance. Yan Wushuan chatted with Zheng Fa for a while before leaving with the Setting Sun Sword Immortal. After walking out of Leichefeng City, both of them looked thoughtful and seemed a little confused. It was the Setting Sun Sword Immortal who spoke first. "You said." He frowned and asked, "If you want to make acquaintance with someone, what's the best way?" Yan Wushuan looked a little strange and said, "Mr. Han, you are in the Tianhe sect, but you are famous for being looked down upon by everyone. Now that you are at this age, is it too late to start learning how to be human and worldly? Today, you are giving another gift to Brother Zheng. I'm reminding Brother Zheng again not to enter the secret realm of the demon sect. You even suggested that Brother Zheng go to the Heavenly Monument." Yan Wushuan spoke faster and faster. "You always saw Brother Zheng practicing the Thunder Method, and this Heavenly Monument will be of great benefit to him, right? Setting Sun Sword Immortal na, is it so obvious? Brother Zheng has only been in the foundation building period, and you keep hiding it. Who can not doubt it?" Yan Wushuan sighed and said, "However, I understand you, Mr. Han, and this matter cannot be rushed. Brother Zheng is your descendant, right? How many generations are you in?" Yan Wushuan touched her chin, feeling that her guess was reasonable. "Did you abandon your wife and son? Are you feeling guilty now? But why is his surname Zheng?" Yan Wushuan looked at Mr. Han with a look of disdain. Didn't you even give me your real surname? Be his elder. The setting sun sword immortal opened his mouth wide. I don't even dare to think about such a beautiful thing. Modern. As soon as Zheng Fa walked out of the room, he saw Teacher Tian frowning and looking at the few grasses before. She seemed confused about something. The old man Bai also accompanied her. As soon as Zheng Fa approached the two of them, he saw Teacher Tian tearing off a blade of grass and handing it to old man Bai's mouth. In the mouth, Zheng Fa watched helplessly as old man Bai chewed the blade of grass twice, spat it out with a sigh, and shook his head. Teacher Tian, what are you two doing? Zheng Fa asked confused. I'm thinking about a question. Teacher Tian stood up, clapped his hands, and said firmly, although the spiritual energy makes these grasses grow with deep roots and long leaves, they are completely different from the spiritual plants you mentioned. There is no spiritual energy in this grass. Yes, and it's not just this one, it's all of them. She pointed to the wheat seedlings, they are all the same. Teacher Tian, I understand what you mean. I have just one question. Just make sure you have the spiritual energy and spiritual eye skills. Why do you want old man Bai to eat grass? He wants to eat. Old man Bai smiled proudly. The grass picked by Xiao Tian is so sweet. Zheng Fa looked at the expression on the old man's face and felt that his expression seemed to say something like, you have come to this day? Zheng Fa opened his Dongxu spiritual eyes and looked at the piece of wheat seedling. Winter wheat will generally not be harvested until the end of May or early June of next year. The wheat seedlings have just emerged. According to Teacher Tian, the wheat seedlings have just entered the tillering stage at this time. It's just that the branches and leaves are much more lush than before. Probably because of the nourishment of spiritual energy, these wheat seedlings are growing well, with tall stems and green leaves. But from the perspective of Dongxu spiritual eye, there is no spiritual energy flowing inside these wheat seedlings. He shook his head at Teacher Tian and the two, and said, the spiritual plants themselves should have the ability to contain spiritual energy. These wheat seedlings have not shown it yet. Teacher Tian and old man Bai looked at each other with some sadness on their faces. I don't know if there will be any changes in the future, but we may have to prepare for the worst. The worst case scenario is that these wheats are not spiritual plants. Zheng Fa's heart moved slightly, and an evergreen talisman fell into the wheat field in his hand. The evergreen talisman was shattering into golden crumbs, scattered among the wheat seedlings like fireworks. Those wheats were still young, but as soon as the evergreen talisman fell, it started to grow wildly, jointing and earring, flowering, and filling. The seeds slowly hardened, and the color also changed from green to yellow. Have you matured? Teacher Tian next to the wheat field adjusted his glasses and looked down at the wheat field ripened by the evergreen talisman. He then looked back at Zheng Fa, as if he didn't believe his eyes, and looked down at the wheat seedlings in front of him again. She seemed a little suspicious, so she plucked a bunch of wheat ears, crushed the grains with her fingertips, and looked at it carefully before her eyes. After a while, she put down the wheat ears in her hands and looked at Zheng Fa, her eyes a little complicated. Teacher Tian, it's really mature. I've researched this wheat seed before, and the grains are not that big. Teacher Tian's eyes were a little odd. Is this an immortal method? Zheng Fa also didn't expect the evergreen talisman to be so useful. Although he had condensed this elemental talisman a long time ago, he had never used it because the agricultural research in the nursing home had never been developed. The range of action of the evergreen talisman is not large, it is about a piece of land 2 meters by 2 meters. But all the wheat seedlings in this field are actually mature. After thinking about it, Zheng Fa also understood the problem. His spiritual consciousness has improved further after he established the foundation. According to senior sister Zhang, although his spiritual consciousness has not reached the golden elixir stage, it is still at the level of the late stage of foundation establishment. Now using the elemental talisman in the Food Dao foundation building method, it can even be said to have the effect of a top-level mysterious talisman. I have told you a long time ago that there is great potential for cultivating immortality combined with agriculture. Old man Bai said proudly, as if the mature wheat fields were his own credit. Teacher Tian glanced at Zheng Fa, then looked at the wheat ears in his hand, and a big smile suddenly appeared on his face. I don't know if I am really dead. To me, what is the difference between this place and heaven? After Teacher Tian finished his excitement, Zheng Fa and others studied the newly mature wheat. It didn't surprise them. Although they were growing very well, they couldn't be called spiritual plants. None of these wheats had spiritual energy in them. Based on the current situation, there are two possibilities. Teacher Tian said. First, not every plant can become a spiritual plant, it requires some special varieties. Most likely, Zheng Fa thought of the Sunwei world. There were many types of plants there, but only a small part could be said to be spiritual plants. The varieties are actually easy to solve. Just do more experiments. The other kind is more troublesome. Teacher Tian said, maybe the growth of spiritual plants requires some special environment, special circumstances. What I mean is that maybe an ordinary spiritual environment cannot cultivate spiritual plants. Teacher Tian frowned and said slowly, in fact, I have planted more than one type of winter wheat, Jinhan, Chang'an, and other types. I planted some winter wheat. Zheng Fa understood what Teacher Tian meant. There are already many types, but there is no sign of becoming a spiritual plant. Of course, it is possible that none of these wheat varieties will work, but it is also possible that today's environment cannot produce spiritual plants. This is also my inference. Teacher Tian comforted, the problem of species is actually easy to solve. Buy more plants to plant. Yes. Since you have such a ripening method, we can definitely conduct rapid experiments. Teacher Tian looked at Zheng Fa, his eyes flashing. As for whether the variety is bad, we will know after giving it a try. No, he can use one talisman 3 times in a short period of time. The old man by on the side muttered. Is this so? Teacher Tian was a little disappointed, but he added, 3 times is enough, just be more precise. More than 3 times. Zheng Fa explained, my current magic talisman should be able to be used 17 or 18 times. After the foundation is established, the Yuan Fu Tao foundation seems to be stable, and there will no longer be the problem of using the 3-dimensional talisman to dissipate. But on the other hand, using the talisman will now consume the spiritual energy in his body. He also needs to leave enough spiritual power to run the Lingshan method. 17 or 18 times is probably a relatively safe number. Huh. Old man Bai blinked, why has it changed? I built the foundation. Zheng Fa explained. Building a foundation. Old man Bai shouted, didn't you say that cultivation becomes more and more difficult? How come you are getting faster and faster? I haven't even reached the 2nd level of Qi training yet, and you have already built a foundation. Zheng Fa couldn't explain this problem. Old man Bai's progress was indeed not fast, and compared with the disciples of the same aptitude in Jushin sect, it was slow. On the one hand, old man Bai's aptitude was not good, at most it was at his initial level. On the other hand, the spiritual energy of this nursing home was supplied by Zheng Fa, which was really thin. In addition, there were spiritual grains to eat in Sunwei realm after all. For example, Tang Lingmyo, she should have a single spiritual root aptitude, but now she has been practicing for more than 2 months and has not broken through the 2nd level of Qi training. Fortunately, Lingmyo is with me. Old man Bai seemed to have thought of Tang Lingmyo and comforted himself. Zheng Fa's face suddenly looked a little strange, and he looked at the house against the mountain wall. Tang Lingmyo has not come out today, and he was a little confused. Now it seems. A small spiritual energy vortex appeared in the sky. This is. Well, Tang Lingmyo probably can't accompany you. The old man looked at the vortex, his face gradually darkened. Zheng Fa, I'm at the 2nd level of Qi training. Tang Lingmyo rushed out of the room and said to Zheng Fa, announcing the good news to Zheng Fa as soon as possible. I saw it. Zheng Fa smiled. Then, can I try the wind control technique? Tang Lingmyo suddenly asked nervously. Zheng Fa was stunned. He didn't expect that the first thing she thought of after breaking through the 2nd level of Qi training was this. He looked at the nervous Tang Lingmyo and sighed softly in his heart. This girl seemed to be particularly curious about the magic that can fly because of her previous experience. Perhaps these magics have a sense of freedom in Tang Lingmyo's heart. She had begged Zheng Fa to teach her the wind control technique before, but Zheng Fa had never agreed to let her try this spell mainly because the spirit eye technique consumes less energy, while the wind control technique consumes more energy, and Tang Lingmyo was only at the 1st level of Qi training before. Unexpectedly, Tang Lingmyo has been thinking about this matter in her heart, and even has a posture of working hard to break through for this spell. You can try. Wait. A living person flies to the sky. The old man stopped him and said, I'm afraid the village below the mountain will see it. Tang Lingmyo nodded obediently and said, wait a few days, I'll go to the forest again. But the smile on her face was a little dim. No need. Zheng Fa smiled and said, it's impossible to hide from people. I have a way. Tang Lingmyo looked at Zheng Fa with sparkling eyes. The way Zheng Fa said was of course the Mirage Talisman. This talisman was originally condensed to facilitate their actions. Now it is also an experiment. Zheng Fa asked the old man and the other man to stand outside the nursing home. The Mirage Talisman in his hand flew into the void, and the sunlight in front of the nursing home trembled slightly, as if nothing had changed. When the talisman took effect, he nodded to Tang Lingmyo. Tang Lingmyo closed her eyes, as if she was running the wind control technique. Gradually, her body was like catkins floating in the wind. Zheng Fa was on the ground, staring at her closely to prevent her from having any accidents. At first, Tang Lingmyo seemed a little flustered and exclaimed from time to time. Later, the exclamations turned into sighs of joy and giggles of a young girl. When she landed on the ground, her cheeks were flushed and she looked extremely happy. No more spiritual power. Tang Lingmyo's tone was still a little unsatisfied. After a while, the old man Bai and his partner came back from outside. Did you finish flying? Huh. Tisk tisk. The old man Bai had a little admiration in his tone. I really didn't see anything. We looked at the gate of the courtyard and didn't even find anyone inside. Tang Lingmyo was even more excited when she heard this. Then I want to try it again tomorrow. You can try it. The old man said in a strange tone, but don't wear a skirt next time. You two are doing a good job. Some people can't see anything, and some people can see everything. The old man looked at Tang Lingmyo, who was blushing as she covered her skirt, and glanced at Zheng Fa with a little contempt. No wonder you asked us to go out. The old man was so weird that Zheng Fa didn't know what to say. You mean you don't want to go out? Teacher Tian's voice was a little chilly. Then what do you want to do here? Tang Lingmyo was really fascinated by flying. She had to fly a circle every day, and wear pants. 2 days later, Zheng Fa suddenly saw several large trucks driving into the nursing home. What is this? Tang Lingmyo bought agricultural laboratory equipment, and seeds, from all over the country. The old man's tone was also strange. I specially asked people to buy them everywhere. Why did you buy them suddenly? You served her well. The little rich woman had a lot of fun these 2 days and got a little drunk. The old man curled his lips. You can think of it as a kind of, reward. Zheng Fa took a few steps closer and watched the driver unload the goods. There were crops in one car. Most of them were vegetables. Some were common in winter, such as radish, cabbage, and mugwort. There were also some tomatoes, probably from the greenhouse. There were also some seeds, and the most were various rice seeds. Teacher Tian had come to greet them a long time ago. She took the vegetables and seeds in bags, and carefully looked at each bag before nodding. She was not impatient with a large car full of crops. Sometimes she would shake her head at Zheng Fa and the others, but she didn't make it difficult for the unloading driver, but just put it aside. It was obvious that this bag of things was not very good. There were also some experimental instruments in 2 other cars. The most space in the car was actually the laboratory table. There were also some other miscellaneous instruments. Microscopes, centrifuges, balances, these were the ones Zheng Fa could recognize. There were more than 10 other equipment boxes. Don't worry. Old Man Bai said on the side. Xiao Tian helped her make a list, and Ling Mu won't suffer any loss if she contacts them personally. I'm not worried about her suffering any loss. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, I'm worried that she spends too much money. I can't persuade her. Old Man Bai was silent for a while, and seemed to understand what Zheng Fa was saying. He spoke for a long time and said, only you can persuade her. How much did it cost? Zheng Fa walked into the house and asked Tang Lingmuo, who seemed to be deliberately avoiding him. Evidently Tang Lingmuo was a spendthrift, but her expression was a little guilty at this time. Not much. Zheng Fa sighed softly when he heard this. He had just asked Teacher Tian, and the value of the things in these 3 carriages was at least tens of millions. Hearing his sigh, Tang Lingmuo immediately explained. I didn't ask my parents for money. I used all my own money. My own money. Zheng Fa was a little confused when he heard this. Tang Lingmuo's family was indeed rich, but Tang Lingmuo was not a person who spent much money. The card used for pocket money before had no more than a few 100,000 at most. If compared with the group of people with the same wealth as Tang's father, Tang Lingmuo, a rich second generation, is already frugal. You can even say that her family education is very strict. My New Year's money. Tang Lingmuo seemed to see that he didn't believe it and said, it was given by the elders. It wasn't so much before, but then my family became richer, and gradually it increased a little bit. How much is left? There is still some. I didn't care about this money before. I kept it in the card and only remembered it these 2 days. Do you want to buy anything else? Seeing that she still wanted to spend money, Zheng Fa hurriedly refused. Are you unhappy? Seeing that his expression was not very clear, Tang Lingmuo asked nervously. Tang Lingmuo. Hearing Zheng Fa calling her name so solemnly, Tang Lingmuo trembled all over. I am very grateful that you are willing to trust me so much, and I am also grateful for your support of the nursing home at all costs. Zheng Fa's expression was very sincere, but Tang Lingmuo's face was a little depressed. It seemed that she knew that Zheng Fa would say something that would make her unhappy. But Zheng Fa seemed to be organizing his words. I still want to tell you that maybe I got to know you because I needed your help at the beginning. He remembered that he had approached Tang Lingmuo because the talisman was suspected to be an Olympic question, and he wanted to ask her for advice. Maybe you gradually became familiar with me because of milk tea. Yeah. As if she also remembered the initial encounter, Tang Lingmuo also had a smile on her face. But we have known each other for so long. Zheng Fa thought about it, and still said something in his heart. I have already regarded you as a fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist. Yes, fellow Taoist. Zheng Fa nodded and said, so Tang Lingmuo. Yeah. Tang Lingmuo looked a little confused. Zheng Fa spoke very slowly, and he was not good at expressing his inner feelings. But Tang Lingmuo, this girl, it seems that he can't express it clearly. Maybe, in your previous life, because of some things, you need to be a child who helps your family and a student that makes your parents proud. But you are not like that with me. You don't have to think about whether you are useful to me or to the nursing home. Zheng Fa thought about Tang Lingmuo's choices along the way, whether it's learning computers or spending money. I am very grateful. But I still hope you understand. Well, Tang Lingmuo looked at Zheng Fa blankly, as if she didn't expect that he would suddenly say such a sentence. You are very good. You don't have to think about pleasing me or who will live with you. Zheng Fa looked at Tang Lingmuo. This is a girl who has lived with her abnormal mother for many years. This is a girl who has never made a close friend. So she is worried about gains and losses, and cares too much about the other person when interacting with others. Even the kind of giving at all costs. These days, Tang Lingmuo's choice has always subconsciously made herself useful. You have given me a lot of help, real help. Zheng Fa continued, but I still want to say, I don't know when it started. Even if you have no money and don't choose computers, I am willing to go with you to see the end of the road of cultivation. Yeah. Tang Lingmuo sniffed and responded softly. At least in the nursing home. Zheng Fa said softly, even if you don't have the wind control technique, you are free. Lingmuo has changed. Old Man Bai looked at Zheng Fa, then at Tang Lingmuo, who was doing experiments with Teacher Tian in the distance, and suddenly made a conclusion. Zheng Fa was a little surprised. This old man was really quite keen. This girl used to look like a pitiful stray puppy when she saw you. When I look at you, there is only one sentence in my eyes, don't lose me. Zheng Fa inexplicably felt that the old man's description was somewhat accurate. What now? She's still a puppy now. When she sees you, she looks like she has a tail growing from the back of her butt. Ah, there's no fear in my eyes anymore. Old man Bai curled his lips, it's all silly fun. Not very good. Over there, Teacher Tian and the two walked towards Zheng Fa and the other two. In terms of cell structure, these plants have not changed much. Zheng Fa didn't feel disappointed when he heard this. In the past 2 days, they have conducted many experiments with these seeds. Each evergreen talisman turned into crops of vegetables, fruits, and grains. There are hundreds or even thousands of varieties that have been tested. Most crops grow thicker and look more watery than in non-aura environments. But when observed with Dongsu spiritual eyes, they don't contain spiritual energy. Sure enough, Teacher Tian took some samples and observed them carefully, and came to the conclusion that these were ordinary vegetables and fruits, without any special structure. In this way, either these modern crops do not have the talent to become spiritual plants. Old man Bai frowned and analyzed, or, as Oda said, there are some special conditions. Everyone was silent for a moment. The results of these experiments are definitely not good. Okay, let's do research. Take your time. After cultivating, we will live longer. There is no need to rush. Teacher Tian clapped his hands, it's just right. It's rare to have so many vegetables in winter. I'll make a meal. Let's heat it up. Have a lively meal. Hearing her say this, the other three couldn't help but smile on their faces. Zheng Fa looked at Tang Lingmu and saw that she was smiling happily and wantonly, which made him feel uncomfortable. Tang Lingmu seemed to notice his gaze, turned around, glanced at him, suddenly straightened her belly, and patted her belly gently, as if to say she was hungry. The expression is lively and dazzling. Xiao Tian, has your craft improved again? Old man Bai put a piece of cucumber into his mouth and suddenly asked with wide eyes. You are the only one who knows how to coax people. Teacher Tian slapped him with chopsticks and scolded, the children are all here. No, Teacher Tian, it's true. The surprise in Tang Lingmu's tone was even worse than that of old man Bai. It's delicious. It's better than any dish I've eaten before. Seeing that her expression didn't look fake, Teacher Tian stretched out his chopsticks and picked up a dish and put it into his mouth. She chewed it twice and her eyelids twitched. She said nothing and tried all the other dishes. After a long time, she put down her chopsticks and looked seriously. It's not my fault. Yes, spiritual energy. Old man Bai understood immediately. Yes, the kitchen in the nursing home does not have all the seasonings. Teacher Tian explained, it is impossible for my skills to improve so fast. Zheng Fa put a piece of tomato into his mouth and nodded slightly. He hadn't realized before that the food in Sunwei realm might be better. The main reason is that the crops on both sides seem to be slightly different. Now through comparison, I discovered that Reiki actually improved the texture and taste of these vegetables and fruits. So the pigweed leaves I ate before were actually an improved version? That thing would be so unpalatable if it didn't have spiritual energy. The spiritual plant was not cultivated, but there were some unexpected surprises. Zheng Fa. Tang Lingmu suddenly slammed the table and said loudly, this thing is valuable. I know. Zheng Fa also thought of this, but his output is also limited. Very valuable. Seeing that he didn't care much, Tang Lingmu insisted, high-end ingredients are more valuable than you think. Hearing what she said, Zheng Fa and old man Bai looked at each other with interest. If the little rich woman says it is valuable, then it is not of ordinary value. How to say? Some high-end restaurants require ingredients that are not available elsewhere. The rarer the better. Tang Lingmu explained, but it may not necessarily be delicious. Zheng Fa looked at the dishes on the table. Understand what Tang Lingmu meant. These gadgets, first of all, are exclusive to nursing homes. Second, it is really delicious. Dimensionality reduction blow? I'll call my dad and ask. Tang Lingmu took out her mobile phone and walked farther away and said. She turned on the speakerphone and the call was quickly connected. My dear, miss your dad, came the greasy voice of a middle-aged man. Dad, there is something business-related that I want to ask you. Tang Lingmu's face turned red and she interrupted her father. Who are you? Why do you have my daughter's phone number? The person opposite immediately became serious. Dad, my daughter has never been interested in business. On the side, old man Bai, whose daughter is 2 rounds older than Tang Lingmu, curled his lips and said, that's because his daughter didn't meet Huang Mao. We really met. Not to mention business, we are even interested in having children. When old man Bai said this, he gritted his teeth. I'm interested now. Look. Old man Bai said immediately. Sunwei World. Zheng Fa drove the boat through the Thunder Pond. 2 beautiful figures standing side by side in front of the boat are Senior Sister Zhang and Senior Sister Yuan. Senior Sister Zhang, you are now a nascent soul. Zheng Fa looked at Senior Sister Zhang and couldn't help but feel a little worried. It's a bit dangerous to come to Lake. This thunder pool is too unfriendly to people whose cultivation level is above the foundation building stage. The more advanced one's cultivation is, the easier it is to escape from the thunder pool. Nothing. Senior Sister Zhang looked back at him, shook her head and said, I also want to go see the Sky Monument. The 3 of them were heading in the direction of the Sky Monument. What's more, if you have a baby, you will be tied up. There was a hint of pride in Senior Sister Zhang's tone, then I might as well not get married. Zheng Fa was speechless. As if seeing that he wanted to refute but didn't know what to say, Senior Sister Zheng suddenly smiled. Even if I only use my foundation building consciousness and spiritual power, I am confident that I am not weaker than others. Zheng Fa nodded. After all, Senior Sister Zheng has earned her reputation and her methods are not weak. But he didn't understand why Senior Sister Zheng insisted on coming. Besides, I heard that the old man in the bronze coffin seems to be hiding in the thunder pond. Old man with bronze coffin. Zheng Fa was stunned for a moment, but he still remembered this person. That day, 3 nascent souls from the Great Freedom Demon Sect attacked the 5 Dragons' heavenly palace. One of them was killed by Uncle Pang, and the other was killed by the Setting Sun Sword Immortal. Only the old man in the copper coffin escaped by chance. Senior Sister, have you been inquiring about this person these days? Senior Sister Zheng nodded lightly and said in a matter-of-fact tone, since he dares to come to our Jushin sect to cause trouble, I will naturally retaliate. Sure enough, Senior Sister has a bad temper. But he is also a nascent soul, why is he hiding in the thunder pool? Of course he is afraid of the Setting Sun Sword Immortal. Senior Sister Zheng said softly, Lei Pond is also a place of refuge for him. Zheng Fa suddenly realized, he and others looked at Nascent Soul, which was probably the same as the old man with the bronze coffin looked at the Setting Sun Sword Immortal. And his copper coffin is a bit weird. Senior Sister Zheng seemed to have really inquired about the old man's deeds. It is rumored that the old man in the copper coffin was an ancient corpse. Not only is the copper coffin weird, but it is also extremely protective. In terms of physical ability, he is actually several points stronger than the average nascent soul in the Thunder Pool. Then why is he not in the secret realm of the Great Freedom Demon Sect? Zheng Fa is still a little confused. I don't know either. Senior Sister Zheng glanced at him and said, maybe he has another conspiracy, so you can rest assured that I will accompany you. When Zheng Fa heard this, he couldn't help but look at Senior Sister Zheng. What is it about not being weak to others, and what is seeking revenge? Senior Sister Yuan on the side seemed to understand, and muttered, I just don't worry about junior brother Zheng. Do you want to get off the boat? Senior Sister Zheng's tone was a little cold. I don't trust junior brother Zheng. Senior Sister Yuan shrank her neck and said flatteringly, Senior Sister Zheng, junior brother Zheng is now the treasure of my 9 mountains sect. The closer you get to the Sky Monument, the more thunder around you. At the beginning, the thunder was like a dense forest. Even though it was dense, it could still allow the boat to pass through. A few miles forward, the thunder was like a spider web, leaving only changing gaps. The 3 of them had to abandon the boat to travel through the disaster. Further forward, the gaps in the spider web become smaller and smaller, and the changes become more and more weird, making it impossible to find a way out. The 3 of them stopped here. I just walked here before and didn't dare to go any further. After all, Senior Sister Yuan explained at the side, if you go any further, you will be struck by lightning. The power of thunder here seems to follow the cultivation level. Yes, the higher the level of cultivation, the greater the power. People who don't practice thunder method can't step forward at all. Zheng Fa listened to her words, but stared blankly ahead. He saw the Sky Monument. This is a stone tablet of unknown size. The whole body seems to be made of white jade, with some vague carvings on it. In the center of the carving, there is an area full of names. Some names are blurred, but many names are very clear. The 3 characters Yan Wushuan are at the highest position in the clear name. This is probably the ranking list that Senior Sister Yuan was talking about. Look around. Many monks are gathered here, and they seem to dare not go any further, but they are reluctant to give up the opportunity, so they simply stay here and refuse to go away. These people stood together in 2s and 3s, and from time to time they pointed at the names on the monument and talked about it. There seems to be an argument about which of these names is more powerful. Zheng Fa looked back at Senior Sister Zheng and the 2. Neither of them has practiced the thunder method, or in other words, neither of them has the resources to practice the thunder method. According to Zheng Fa, the Jushin sect is already considered an above-average force in the Sunwei world, but the 5 thunder body has also been lost for nearly 10,000 years. If we go further, the 2 senior sisters may not be able to handle it. Only he has practiced the 5 Thunder Dharma body, and now he will be introduced to the Shenxiao Thunder controlling true Dharma, and he still has the ability to move forward. The 2 senior sisters seemed to understand this, and Senior Sister Zheng looked worried. Senior Sister Yuan also began to mutter at this moment, there is nothing good about this heavenly monument, otherwise junior brother, you should not go. Brother Zheng. At this time, Yan Wushuan's voice suddenly came, if I were you, I would go to the Tianbei to practice. The 3 of them did not expect that Yan Wushuan would suddenly arrive at this moment and directly interrupt. Zheng Fa turned around and looked at Yan Wushuan. He was also accompanied by Chu Tianke and the Supreme Master Shui Zhenshuan. It seemed that the 3 of them had a close relationship. Brother Yan, why did you say this? Brother Zheng, do you know why we have to enter the heavenly tablet again and again? Yan Wushuan asked back. I don't know. We who practice thunder magic are now suffering from the shortage of spiritual materials, but in the heavenly tablet, we can obtain many spiritual materials that have not appeared in the Sunwei realm for a long time, which is very beneficial to our cultivation. I see. Zheng Fa nodded gently. In fact, he was a little hesitant in his heart. He was also ambiguous about whether to enter the heavenly tablet trial or not. He thought he was not an adventurous person. Even if it was the secret method given by the head, he didn't think he had to practice it. Seeing his expression, Yan Wushuan and the other two looked at each other, their faces were puzzled. They came from the 5 sects of Sunwei and had a lot of wealth. But when they heard that there were rare spiritual materials, they would be excited. But Zheng Fa looked unmoved. Rare spiritual materials. Senior Sister Zhang also said on the side, I will collect them for you in the future, don't worry. Chu Tiank on the side was stunned. He looked at the Haori mountain emblem on himself, and then at the Ju Shenzong emblem on Zheng Fa, and there was a word on his face. Sisters like this, will you Ju Shenzong be successful as soon as you join? There is one more thing. Yan Wushuan continued, from the perspective of my Tianhe sect, if someone really passes the Heavenly Tablet trial, they will be in charge of the Heavenly Tablet. In charge of the Heavenly Tablet. Everyone present was confused. That's why my Tianhe sect can always keep a Heavenly Tablet of Sword Dao. Yan Wushuan explained, if this Heavenly Tablet has an owner, it will naturally leave Taiyang County. Zheng Fa glanced at Sister Zhang, and Sister Zhang also looked helpless. Although spiritual materials are important, they are far less important than the Heavenly Tablet. Now Ju Shenzong is relying on the thunder pool created by the Heavenly Tablet to block the Great Freedom Demon sect. If the Heavenly Tablet runs away, their Ju Shenzong will also have to run away. Why didn't you say this before? Chu Tiank asked, looking at Yan Wushuan. This is also a secret of my Tianhe sect. Yan Wushuan said helplessly. Then you? Yan Wushuan's eyes were also somewhat confused. He looked outside the thunder pool, as if he was looking at a short figure, and murmured, I don't know why I said this. Zheng Fa was already inclined to go to the Heavenly Steel to have a look. It was too difficult for Jushin sect to escape, people could easily leave, but it was hard to find spiritual veins. If they really left the spiritual veins, Jushin sect would not be far from destruction. Moreover, if the Great Freedom Demon sect had no restrictions, it would be hard to say whether they had a chance to escape. Yan Wushuan suddenly said, in fact, it is difficult to worry about life in the Heavenly Steel. This made Zheng Fa stunned. It's not that there is no danger in entering the Heavenly Steel, but there is no fighting for us in the Heavenly Steel. Yan Wushuan's words surprised Zheng Fa and Senior Sister Zhang. They looked at Yan Wushuan and found that not only Yan Wushuan, but also Chu Tiank and the other two beside him all had expressions of agreement. Perhaps this matter is not really a secret. Yan Wushuan even talked about the matter of being in charge of the Heavenly Monument. It is quite easy to explain this. The rules in this Heavenly Monument are strict, and there are few conflicts. Yan Wushuan said to Zheng Fa, of course, this does not mean that there are no difficulties. On the contrary, this Heavenly Monument. When he said this, Zheng Fa looked at the 3 people and smiled bitterly. It can be said that we have spent a lot of effort. Zheng Fa was quite confused when he heard this. But Yan Wushuan and the other two seemed unwilling to explain. Before leaving, Yan Wushuan said, Brother Zheng, if you entered this Heavenly Monument, we can be considered opponents. Although there are not many secrets in this speech, it is also entrusted by Mr. Han, otherwise I would not tell you. Mr. Han, the sword immortal of the remaining sun? His entrustment. Zheng Fa blinked his eyes, his expression blank. Brother Yan, do you know why? Unexpectedly, Yan Wushuan's expression was even more blank than his, or, you can check your family tree. Zheng Fa watched the 3 people leave. Turning to look at Senior Sister Zhang and the other two, they were also full of confusion, and seemed to not understand what the Kanyang sword immortal was thinking. Senior Sister. After thinking for a while, Zheng Fa spoke. Go. Unexpectedly, before Zheng Fa spoke, Senior Sister Zhang said directly, I'll wait for you outside. Yes. Giving a deep look at Senior Sister Zhang, Zheng Fa slowly walked towards the direction of the Heavenly Monument. There was unavoidable thunder in front of him, and with every step, several lightning flashed on his body. The power of this thunder was 3 times stronger than that in the thunder pool. Even with every step forward, he could feel that the energy in this lightning was stronger. Zheng Fa could still rely on his own body to resist at first. Later, he had to use the Shenxiao Yulei Zhenfa. There are many thunder-related skills, and each has its own merits. Some skills are good at summoning heavenly thunder to kill enemies, and some skills continue to use thunder to refine the body. But as the true teaching of Jushin sect, the core of Shenxiao Yulei Zhenfa is only on controlling thunder. This is a technique that can control thunder. The 4 realms of the technique are to create thunder fields, cultivate thunder seeds, produce thunder flowers, and collect thunder fruits. In fact, they correspond to the early, middle, late, and late stages of foundation building. As the realm is improved, the ability of cultivators who practice this technique to control thunder will become stronger and stronger. If it were another sect, this technique would not be taken too seriously. In short, this thing improves the cultivator's affinity for thunder, but does not have much attack ability. But Jushin sect is good at talismans. The combination of Shenxiao Yulei Zhenfa and Thunder Talismans actually has the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2, and even made Jushin sect famous before. The Thunder Talisman array of my master is even more outrageous. Ordinary people can't use Thunder Talismans to set up arrays at all. The thunder is too violent and difficult to control. Without the control ability of Shenxiao Yulei Zhenfa, the Thunder Talisman array may directly blow up the arrayer. Although Zheng Fa has not yet reached the realm of opening up the thunder field, he has barely mastered the Shenxiao Yulei Zhenfa. Now that he is running, the spiritual power in his body seems to have a slight connection with the thunder around him. The thunder that originally surged towards him was reduced by 3 points, which made him feel much better. Ahead, Yan Wushuan and the other two stood in the thunder and looked back at Zheng Fa's figure. Yan Wushuan frowned, as if he couldn't figure out something. Brother Yan, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking, why is Zheng Fa valued by Old Han? Yan Wushuan explained, looking at Zheng Fa with some curiosity in his eyes. I have mentioned Old Han's character to you before. He, doesn't even take you too seriously. The other two people's faces darkened when they heard this. As the true disciples of the 5 Sunwei sects, they are rarely ignored. But Kanyang Sword Immortal will. The 5 Sunwei sects have heard about Old Han's temper, and the two of them used to comfort themselves. There are many people this old man looks down on. Who are they? But now, Old Han can no longer treat Zheng Fa differently, and he even calls him to please him. The two thought about it, and they were somewhat curious and unwilling to admit defeat towards Zheng Fa. Looking at Zheng Fa walking in the thunder, although he was a little emotional, Chu Tian nodded and said, Zheng Fa's realm and skills of thunder body training are not bad, and he is somewhat similar to you, junior sister Shui. In a sect like Jushin sect, it is not an exaggeration to call him a genius. Junior sister Shui smiled faintly and nodded gently. Yan Wushuan, who was standing aside, heard what the two said, and understood in his heart, although the two were praising Zheng Fa, they were a little condescending, and there was also some criticism in their tone. I have to admit that he thought about the same thing in his heart. Zheng Fa's current performance didn't surprise him. Even in the past, when he and Zheng Fa interacted, it couldn't be said that they didn't have the idea of turning the knot. It's just Mr. Han. Junior sister Shui, you said that now that he has entered the heavenly monument, how big can his seal be? At this time, Chu Tian suddenly asked. Junior sister Shui pondered softly, and slowly said, I think he has foundation building cultivation at this age, and he is faster than Zhang Wei. I am afraid he must have a single spiritual root plus a Taoist body, but his current cultivation is a little lower. Wei and Chu Feng are all 500 miles, and he should be 50 miles. I think so. That Chu Tian nodded, and even started to curse. This god is really weird. I still haven't figured out why he controls the earth with thunder magic. After hearing this, say no to him. Both Yan Wushuan and Yan Wushuan had grimaces on their faces. Yan Wushuan said, half comforting, half complaining, if it weren't for the Sky Monument, our Tianhe sect wouldn't have been able to fully understand it for tens of thousands of years. Its rules are weird and really elusive. Zheng Fa didn't know what the three people were talking about. He slowly walked to the monument. Only then did he realize that the monument was incomplete. This is a majestic square jade pillar, but when you look above it, you can see that a piece is missing from the top of the jade pillar, revealing a sharp corner pointing toward the sky. He slowly approached, and the sky monument also glowed with gleaming light, as if it was aware of his approach. When he was still about half a foot away from it, a dazzling rainbow light appeared on the pillar and enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the scene in front of him had changed. The road beneath your feet seems to be made of gleaming white jade. There are some traces of spiritual energy flowing in the jade, like spiritual materials that are rare in the Sunwei world. Looking ahead, a large palace covered half of the sky. The base of the palace was actually floating in the air, with no support except for 3 wide steps connecting it. There were many people on the steps walking towards the palace, and Yan Wushuan and 3 others were among them. Zheng Fa Zhenren was about to fly to the palace. When the spiritual power in his body moved, he discovered something strange. Although the spiritual power in his body could still function, he could not cast spells. Most of the spiritual talismans in the elemental talisman deity in the body seemed to be asleep and no longer moved. The only thing that was still functioning was the thunderbolt talisman he had condensed. Zheng Fa took out the spiritual talismans in his storage bag and found that except for the thunder talismans, the other spiritual talismans were also grey. There was no flash of spiritual power, and they all seemed to have failed. Only then did he realize why those people were walking around in an orderly manner. Rule. Thinking of the 2 words Yan Wushuan had been listening to, Zheng Fa couldn't help but secretly move in his heart. Others only thought this rule was weird, but Zheng Fa saw a hint of familiarity in it. If he goes by his speculation about spiritual energy and spiritual talismans, then the rules here can probably be said to be: spiritual energy can only affect the power of electromagnetism, but cannot affect other substances. Thinking of this, his interest in the world of Tianbei became even greater. This is like a testing ground where variables are naturally controlled. Since he couldn't fly, Zheng Fa quickly reached the palace gate with his legs. The main hall is divided into 3 rooms. One of the hall doors is closed. The 2 rooms on the left and right are both open, but those people before only went to the one on the left, and no one went to the right. Zheng Fa Zhenren was hesitant when he met Yan Wushuan and the others who had just walked out of the hall on the left. Brother Zheng, you should go to the right hall first and get the seal. Feng too. Yan Wushuan also seemed to want to give him a pass, and just waved towards Zheng Fa, seemingly asking him to follow. The 2 people behind him also looked at each other, seemed to be interested, and looked at Zheng Fa one after another. Yan Wushuan was probably the most eye-catching among this group of people. As soon as he moved, 5 or 6 other monks came over. Zheng Fa was a little confused, but he followed Yan Wushuan's gesture and walked to the door of the side hall on the right. We come to these 3 main halls every time we enter the world of heavenly monuments. Yan Wushuan saw him approaching and explained with a smile, we call the left side hall the 100 Treasures Hall, and the right side hall we call the Sealing Temple. Become a god? Zheng Fa asked a little sensitively. You'll know when you get in. Yan Wushuan gently pushed Zheng Fa, and Zheng Fa followed his force and took 2 steps, standing at the door of the right side hall. When I looked up, I saw that there were many statues of gods standing in this hall. He counted as many as 12. These statues were tall and mighty, and each one looked like a giant pillar of the sky. But when Zheng Fa took a closer look, he found that the faces of each statue were blank, which looked a bit strange. Zheng Fa stepped lightly and walked into the temple. As soon as he entered the door, he felt that the 12 eyeless statues seemed to be staring at him. His steps couldn't help but become lighter, and he slowly walked to these statues. Before Zheng Fa could stand still, 12 golden rays of light suddenly shot out from the faces of the 12 statues and intertwined around him. He just felt like he was being scanned from top to bottom, inside and out, and was seen through by the golden light. What surprised him even more was that the golden light actually entered his sea of consciousness and headed towards the yin-yang fish jade pendant. The jade pendant was awakened, and trembled slightly, emitting a little bit of light. The light was almost weak, but the golden light retreated quickly, and it looked bleak. The 12 golden lights left Zheng Fa's body and gathered into a ball of light in front of Zheng Fa. Several majestic voices suddenly sounded from the ball of light, and they recited a passage in unison. The heaven is covered with dust, and the immortal Lord has lost his throne. The order of heaven and earth is always in chaos, yin and yang are out of balance, and all living beings suffer. Since you have inherited the thunder method, have deep blessings, and have outstanding merits, I will now grant you the status of God. Control the thunder, direct the sky, control the clouds and rain, and nourish all people. Appreciate this. Zheng Fa listened to this in a daze and had not yet reacted. The light ball in front of him gradually solidified and shrank, revealing the shape of a scroll of documents. Outside the door, Yan Wushuan and the other 2 people also watched this scene. If it's a 50-mile land seal, should it be a bamboo book? Chu Tianq said, and Shui Zhenshuan, the supreme deist, shook his head, as if he didn't know. Both of us are 500 miles away and have obtained the bronze book. One of the onlookers behind them said, it's a bamboo book, that's what I got. 2 disciples from the 5th sect of Sunwei. As soon as they entered the Tianbei, they were bound to a 500-mile land seal. Naturally, they didn't know. There was a lot of flattery in this tone. Then we are not as good as Brother Yan. Chu Tianq said, I don't know how this temple was determined, but Brother Yan actually got the silver title and was in charge of the 5,000 miles of land. Yan Wushuan smiled a little proudly, but waved his hand and said, it's all luck, not to mention, it's just the first seal. You can accumulate heavenly power in the future and expand the seal in the future. That's not true. Shui Zhenshuan curled his lips, shook his head and said, the land in the first feudal land is large, and the heavenly power naturally accumulates quickly. Otherwise, how could you, Brother Yan, always be at the top of the heavenly power list? After saying this, everyone nodded and looked at Yan Wushuan with envy on their faces. Silver book. Someone who had been looking at Zheng Fa suddenly shouted, and everyone turned around in horror, only to find that the canonization document in front of Zheng Fa was actually made of silver, and the light made everyone fall into silence. Is this why Mr. Han values him so much? Even Yan Wushuan was stunned for a moment and muttered to himself. Zheng Fa stretched out his hand and took the silver album floating in the air in front of him. He found that there was a red frame on the cover of the silver album. The frame was blank, as if waiting for him to write something. He tried to open the pages, but the book seemed to be stuck together and would not budge no matter how hard he tried. I tried to put my consciousness into it, but it didn't respond at all. Brother Zheng, you have to use your spiritual consciousness to write your name on the cover, so that this book of gods can be regarded as acknowledging its owner. Yan Wushuan's reminder came from behind. Zheng Fa followed his instructions and used his spiritual consciousness to write his name. Sure enough, the sea of consciousness seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the book. His heart moved, and the book of gods, which was not very obedient just now, opened its body obediently according to his wishes. There is a map on the first page of the book. It is very rough, in a style that makes it difficult to understand the east, west, north, and south. It really tests people's imagination. On the second page, there are 2 words written on it, Tiangong, followed by a 0. There are some changes in the content starting from the 3rd page. On the 3rd page, it is written that there should be several sky thunders at a certain time and place tomorrow, how big the sky thunder should be, and even how many inches and feet long they should be. On the 4th page, it is written how much rain it should rain somewhere in the future. The rules are very clear. There are almost 10 pages with similar words. Afterwards, Zheng Fa couldn't understand it even more. The front is the calendar, and the back is the spells, well, unfinished spells. Yan Wushuan and others walked to Zheng Fa's side and explained. His face was a little bitter. This is what I said about the world of Tianbei that makes us scratch our heads. Reason. Zheng Fa looked at these people and felt that their attitudes towards him had changed somewhat. Yan Wushuan couldn't tell, but Chu Tianq and the 2 people around him, including the monks who came in later, seemed to look at him differently. His face seemed a little confused. Yan Wushuan smiled and said, Brother Zheng, the first seal is 5,000 miles of land, which really surprises us. Zheng Fa looked at the silver album in his hand and felt a little awakened. All of you. In this heavenly monument realm, the people who were first sealed in the 5,000 miles land were sealed. I only know myself. Yan Wushuan said with a smile, of course, I don't know all the people who entered the heavenly monument, but, with judging from my ranking at the top of the merit list, even if there are others who are on the silver list from the beginning, they won't be too many. Silver book. Zheng Fa raised his hands towards Yan Wushuan and asked, I wonder what this sealing earth and heavenly power are. Brother Zheng, you will know about this sooner or later. Yan Wushuan sighed, this is something I have slowly discovered in the past few days. When we first entered the world of heavenly monuments, we were confused, but later we realized that this god is like an official in a secular dynasty. This land is our jurisdiction, and our responsibility is to govern ourselves. Seal the soil. Zheng Fa nodded, he could understand this. It's nothing. We also have people who have gone to the secular world to serve as officials. Yan Wushuan said softly, the trouble is that except for thunder magic, there is no way to use magic talismans or even magic weapons in this world. Yes, I also discovered this as soon as I entered this world. Because of this Tiangong is in trouble. Zheng Fa heard Yan Wushuan continue, we still don't know how to measure Tiangong. But from now on, using those spells to punish evil and promote good, and to control criminal laws, can achieve heavenly power. According to this calendar, controlling the thunder of the sky, controlling the clouds and rain, and even promoting the cultivation of mulberry trees are also heavenly abilities. Of course, by reproducing the people, you can gain heavenly merit. As for Tiangong, you can upgrade the land area and exchange it for spiritual materials in the Bibao Pavilion. This is all about governing the people. Zheng Fa understood a little after hearing this, doesn't it sound difficult? Yan Wushuan smiled bitterly and said, we thought it was not difficult at first, but, junior brother Zheng, if you go to Fengtou and take a look, you will know why we said it is difficult. Junior brother Zheng, we have a guess. If you want to do all the things in this calendar, the thunder method must be spiritual, psychic. That's, in the entire Sunwei, no one can achieve that kind of thunder magic, and no one can perfect those seemingly impossible spells. Seeing that he still didn't seem to understand, Yan Wushuan pointed to the Book of Gods and said, Brother Zheng, if you read back, you will know that the thunder methods in this Book of Gods are actually divided into 3 categories. 3 major categories. The first type is the most common, which is the heavenly tribulation thunder. Yan Wushuan explained, this is used to punish evil and promote good. Most of us also rely on this thunder method to accumulate heavenly power, but how do we actually control the power of the tribulation thunder? I haven't figured it out yet. The second category is much more difficult, called Yunyu Yunure. It is to use thunder to control the clouds and rain. Yan Wushuan also had some helplessness on his face, this is the reconciliation of the clouds and rain that was mentioned when conferring the gods. This is a little more difficult than the thunder. Look at the calendar, the rain it all has to be as fine as a millimeter. Not to mention the relationship between Lei Fa and Yunyu, it is impossible to grasp this level. Zheng Fa was stunned when he heard this, isn't this using electromagnetic force to realize and control rainfall? Seeing his expression, Yan Wushuan seemed to think that he had realized the difficulty, and said bitterly, this is difficult enough, but the most difficult thing is the third category, using thunder to promote the growth of vegetation. Is this related? Zheng Fa couldn't understand after hearing this. This matter, I spent a lot of thought on it later. Yan Wushuan explained, later, I found out in Sunwei realm that the cultivation of spiritual plants actually relies heavily on thunder. Many sects that are good at cultivating spiritual plants have I believe that thunder in the sky contains vitality. Vitality. Yes, for example, the spring thunder during the waking of insects season can give birth to spiritual plants. Yan Wushuan explained, but if we are asked to use thunder methods to simulate this spring thunder, we have no clue. The spells in the Book of Conferred Gods it doesn't seem to work very well. Zheng Fa suddenly remembered the problem of modern spiritual plant cultivation. Teacher Tian said that there was a lack of a certain environment, if what Yan Wushuan said was true. So this environment seems to be related to some kind of thunder? The evidence for this conjecture is quite weak, and it is difficult for Zheng Fa to determine its authenticity. But Yan Wushuan's words were conclusive, and he couldn't help but feel a little more interested in the heavenly monument. Although I can't do these things, it is not difficult to accumulate some heavenly skills in daily life and exchange them for some spiritual materials suitable for our cultivation in the 100 Treasures Palace. Yan Wushuan continued, there is no danger in this world of heavenly monuments, so I will wait for every come once a month. Can this heavenly power only be exchanged for spiritual materials? Zheng Fa asked. Of course not. By accumulating heavenly power, we can first expand the land seal, and secondly, we can redeem some thunder spells. The several types of thunder spells in this Book of Gods are the most basic, and some thunder spells are placed in the 100 Treasures Hall. We need to exchange it with heavenly power. That's why Brother Zheng, we are so enviable because we had 5,000 miles of land from the beginning. Yan Wushuan said with a smile, the more land you have, the more people you will have, and the faster you can accumulate heavenly power. After talking to Zheng Fa for a few words, Yan Wushuan seemed to be busy accumulating heavenly power and said goodbye to him. According to Yan Wushuan, Zheng Fa entered his spiritual power into the Book of Gods. After the Book of Gods absorbed his spiritual power, it slammed into his forehead. Zheng Fa's entire body turned into an illusion, but his consciousness followed the Book of Gods to a place between heaven and earth. Before he could observe the surrounding environment, Zheng Fa was attracted by the scene in the sky. He seemed to see the thunder pool upside down in the sky, and the sky thunder was unreasonable and wandering between the heaven and the earth unscrupulously. The sky was gloomy, as if it had never cleared up that day. In such weather, rain is inevitable, and the heavy rain in front of us seems to have never stopped. The ground beneath our feet was more like a swamp than land, filled with mushy muddy water. Is this his 5,000 miles of land? Looking at Ziguo on the ground, Zheng Fa had some suspicions in his mind. If there were really ordinary people in this world, their lives would probably not be very good. His soul wandered around the land for several days, and as he walked, he estimated that the area of the land was quite large. According to modern weights and measures, this area has approximately 1 million square kilometers of land. This area is at least a medium-sized country in modern times. But, no one. In such a large place, there are only a dozen or so human settlements, with a combined population of less than 500,000. This is understandable. From his observations over the past few days, 99.9% of the land in this area is not suitable for human survival, let alone cultivating crops. On this day, his soul came to a high mountain. Looking up the mountain, he saw a city built on the hill. Through the Book of Gods, Zheng Fa also knew that the population here was about 70,000 to 80,000, making it the largest city in his own land. One of the cities. This small town has no gates. It can be said to be just a residential area. The structure of the house is very strange. The house is very short and seems to be mostly buried in the ground. Only the roof is thick and sloped, which seems to be to prevent lightning and drainage. Most of the people in the small town were wearing linen clothes made of a kind of aquatic vine. They were thin and their faces were pale and could not see the sun. It was hard to tell whether their expressions were numb or stoic. These linen clothes are probably also very valuable. Most of the men were shirtless, exposing their rugged and thin ribs. Women actually just have a little extra coverage on their breasts. To be honest, most women are not good looking. They are thinner than men, and many have no discernible gender characteristics. In the innermost part of the town, close to the cliff, there is a house with the highest roof and the widest roof. It is said to be tall and wide, but in fact it is only 1.5 feet high and 3 to 4 feet wide. This is a temple, and the color of the statue standing inside has long since peeled off, and its facial features are even blurry. There are not many people in the temple, but there is always a steady stream of people. They knelt on the ground to pray and worship, but there was not much piety on their faces. It seemed like they were doing something routine and even treating a dead horse as a live doctor. Zheng Fa's soul flew into the statue. I felt that what was chattering in my ears were the voices of these worshippers. Probably because of the Book of Gods, he could understand the language of this world. The Thunder God has not appeared for many years. I hope I can catch a few more fish today. Let it rain less. My son was struck by lightning. He is a good boy. Lord Thunder God, please have mercy. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his ears, making him feel extremely noisy. What makes God even more chilling is that they only pray for blessings and don't offer any offerings. It seems that he really lacks some trust in his own Thunder God Master. To be honest, it's difficult for God to do things with this kind of attitude. But Zheng Fa listened to what Yan Wushuan said. This is their main method of accumulating heavenly power, listening to the voices of believers and judging good and evil. Then kill a few bad guys. You just need to control the intensity of the tribulation thunder. According to the rules of the Book of Gods, different evil deeds require different punishments from the tribulation thunder. Of course, Yan Wushuan and the others couldn't do it so precisely. They were completely blind, and as long as they hit more people, there would always be the right moment. This is also the reason why Zheng Fa chose this city. With more people, it would be easier to accumulate heavenly power. Thinking about it this way, he understood why those monks with small territory seemed so envious of him. As for what drives clouds and rain, regulates yin and yang, and promotes agriculture and mulberry. Sorry, can't do it. Finally it was night. No one comes here to worship. Only one girl remained. She closed the door of the temple and swept the ground. He took out a dark linen cloth and wiped the bottom of the altar table and the statue. Zheng Fa looked at the girl and could not tell how old she was. His face seemed to be 17 or 18 years old. Looking at her figure, she looks like she is 13 or 14 years old. She is too thin. Is this my temple blessing? Is it a little too young? After the girl finished cleaning, she put away the linen, bowed devoutly to Zheng Fa, and murmured to herself, Master Thunder God, I am ready to eat your offering. If you don't agree, I will appear. Zheng Fa was stunned. Then the girl said, Do you agree? Thank you, Mr. Thunder God. Zheng Fa watched the girl happily take a few unknown fruits from the offering table and stuff them into her mouth. These were also offered by believers, and it seemed that they were not offered today. No one seemed to offer fruits today. But the girl secretly saved it herself. Master Thunder God. The girl murmured as she devoured her food, If you don't show up, no one will give you fruit, and I will starve to death. I'm starving to death. I can't find anyone in this city who is willing to clean for you. As the girl spoke, there was something in her tone that suggested that Mr. Thunder God could do whatever you wanted. As soon as Zheng Fa's thoughts crossed his mind, a majestic voice suddenly sounded in the temple. The girl was startled and looked towards the statue where Zheng Fa was. She seemed to remember her somewhat disrespectful words just now, and her expression was quite frightening. After staying for a while, the girl didn't stop chewing the wild fruit. Although she didn't speak, Zheng Fa also heard her thoughts. Be a damn fool. As if she didn't see Zheng Fa being angry, the girl cautiously approached the statue, raised her head and whispered softly, "Master Thunder God, are you still there?" Zheng Fa didn't say anything anymore, and the girl looked confused. In the end, she just thought she was hallucinating. After staying in the world of the Sky Monument for a month, Zheng Fa suddenly felt a force pushing him. When he regained consciousness, he was completely outside the Sky Monument. He walked outside. Senior Sister Zhang and Senior Sister Yuan were waiting for him. Seeing him coming out, Senior Sister Zhang had a slight smile on her face. "Junior brother, how is it inside?" Zheng Fa told what he had seen and heard. Senior Sister Zhang slowly frowned, seeming to be thinking about the meaning. "Are you going to use Lei Fa to pursue the Great Road?" Hearing what Senior Sister Zhang said, Zheng Fa turned to look at the Sky Monument. "Is this the purpose of this thing?" "Senior Sister, I have an idea." Zheng Fa said another thing. It would be okay if this heavenly monument is controlled by others, but if it can be controlled by our 9 Mountains sect." Zheng Fa said softly, "The spiritual energy inside is abundant, and the rules are special." "You mean?" Senior Sister Zhang's eyes lit up. "I thought that if there is a catastrophe in the future and the spiritual power declines, this place may be used as a retreat for my 9 Mountains sect." Zheng Fa's eyes were shining. He didn't know if others had this idea, but the more Zheng Fa understood the world of this heavenly monument, the more I feel that compared to those spiritual materials, the world itself is the greatest treasure. The population is small and the aura is not bad. The most important thing is that although other spells cannot be used, practice is not hindered. Zheng Fa has never been a very secure person, or in other words, he can't find much security in the Sunwei world. If there is no comparison with modern society, this feeling would be better. Looking back, his sense of security in the modern world has been established step by himself. The 10-Dao Yuan Fu Daiji in his Danshan is the reason why he is now increasingly confident. But in Sunwei realm, Jushin sect is different. His Yuanfu Daiji and his cultivation base couldn't make him feel at ease. Zheng Fa believes that everyone in the Jushin sect is willing to stand on his side, so isn't there a Zi demon sect who is standing opposite to him? Now the Jushin sect can block the Great Freedom Demon sect simply because they were lucky enough to encounter a thunder pond. Because of this, he has been thinking about his mother and sister in his heart, but he is unwilling to take them over at this time. Jushin sect is too far away, and Leichifang City is too close to the Great Freedom Demon sect. If his vision for the Sky Monument world can come true, he will feel that he has a safe base in his heart, and even many of the things he envisioned can begin to be implemented. You have such an idea because of the secret realm of the Great Freedom Demon sect, right? Senior Sister Zhang thought for a while and said, "Yes, the reminder from the setting sun sword immortal was unclear, but I went to the world of heavenly monuments and had some guesses. If only the spells of the Great Freedom Demon sect work in their secret realm." Zheng Fa's words have not yet finished. Senior Sister Zhang and Senior Sister Yuan could not help but have a look of horror on their faces, even feeling a little disgusted. This shows that as long as the secret realm exists, the Great Freedom Demon sect is almost invincible. Then there will always be Jushin sect facing the revenge of the Great Freedom Demon sect. "So you want to turn the world of Tianbei into the secret realm of the 9 Mountains sect?" Senior Sister Zhang asked. "Yes, the world of Sky Monument has special rules, and it can also be a place for us to live." Zheng Fa said his thoughts. "At least although we dare not enter the secret realm of the Great Freedom Demon sect, if we can really take charge of the Sky Monument, I don't think anyone from the Great Freedom sect would dare to enter the Heavenly Monument realm, and the Jushin sect can protect itself in the Heavenly Monument realm. It doesn't sound like much of a problem." Senior Sister Zhang said slowly. "The problem is huge." Senior Sister Yuan asked with eyes wide open. "With all that said, why don't we first hold the Heavenly Monument world in the hands of the Jushin sect?" Since junior brother Zhang proposed this idea, I'm afraid he has some success in mind. Senior Sister Zhang understands Zheng Fa better as a person. Zheng Fa smiled. He had been in the Heaven Monument realm for a month. In addition to inspecting the situation of his own land, he also studied several thunder methods in the Book of Gods. He did have some ideas in his mind. At the Sky Monument, Yan Wushuan and Chu Tian probably came out one step later than Zheng Fa because they wanted to leave together. The three of them walked together, and the topic they discussed did not leave Zheng Fa. "Senior brother Yan, you said that Zheng Fa's first seal is a silver book. I am afraid that he will compete with you for the position of this heavenly monument in the future." Chu Tian's expression was a little fearful when he said this. "What kind of fight is this?" Yan Wushuan smiled helplessly and said, "It's not like you don't know that I haven't even touched the surface of the heavenly monument's thunder method. This heavenly monument realm is not my thing." Having said that, Chu Tian was not convinced. "Senior brother Yan, you are the most talented person in the thunder way that I know. The sealing temple is very magical. Although brother Zheng is in the foundation building stage, he can be the same as me in the 5,000 miles of sealing." Yan Wushuan retorted, "It can't be said that the talent is better than mine." "Senior brother Yan, why do you always speak for Zheng Fa?" Junior brother Chu. Yan Wushuan sighed. "I know that you are from the 5th sect of Sunwei, so you are a little too arrogant and look down on the other sects next to you. I shouldn't have said this." Looking at Chu Tian's somewhat gloomy face, Yan Wushuan continued, "But we have known each other for many years, and I understand that you also have plans for me. But my Tianhe sect is the founder of the Tianhe sect. Before its rise, it was just a small household. What's more, looking down on others won't make my cultivation any higher. Chu Tianque pursed his lips and whispered, Senior brother Yan. I already know the level of my talent, Yan Wushuan. Yan Wushuan sighed, I am definitely not as good as the ancestor, not even as good as my father. Chu Tianque couldn't refute these words. Yan Wushuan's father, as the head of the Tianhe sect, was definitely the most talented among the Tianhe true legends back then, but Yan Wushuan did not have this reputation. I'm afraid I can't surpass my father in this aspect of cultivation, but if I make friends with heroes in the world, I won't be able to have a big career in the future. Aren't you the one I made friends with sincerely? Yes. Then Zheng Fa has shown some talent now, and he is close to me. Yan Wushuan said with a smile, the better his talent, the higher his cultivation level. Even if he can really take charge of this world of heavenly monuments, although I regret it, I also feel sorry for him. He's happy. Once you say this, Chu Tianque was speechless. Xue Zhenshuan on the side also smiled and said, if senior brother Yan hadn't had such a big heart, how could we have such a friendship? Yes. Chu Tianque scratched his head, knowing that junior sister Xue's arrogance was not inferior to his own. If senior brother Yan had never been jealous of others, the three of them would not have a friendship that was close to living together and dying together. He looked at Yan Wushuan smiling at him, with a bit of embarrassment on his face. He glanced away from Yan Wushuan and looked towards the monument. Then I want to see how much brother Zheng has accumulated this time. Heaven's power. After a while, the three of them had doubts on their faces. In the ranking list of Tianbei, Zheng Fa's ranking is very conspicuous, the last one. That shouldn't be the case. With his 5,000 miles of land, heavenly skills should be accumulated very quickly. Junior sister Xue said with a frown. Chu Tianque also looked at Yan Wushuan. Yan Wushuan thought hard for a long time before conjecturing, I'm afraid it's brother Zheng who just joined the foundation establishment and is not very proficient in thunder techniques, so the progress is slow. Chu Tianque muttered, it's just a matter of learning the thunder method. With my talents, I should have started already. Does it take him so long? Yan Wushuan glared at him, and Chu Tianque remained silent again. He looked at the sky monument and said, who is this Li Shi? How did you accumulate heavenly skills so quickly? He is even a little worse than you, brother Yan. Li Shi, this name sounds a bit familiar. Junior sister Xue recited it twice, and suddenly remembered, isn't this the name of the old man bronze coffin before he became famous? It is said that he had the Tao of ancient corpse, and his surname was Li during his lifetime. Name yourself Li Shi. Him? How dare he come to Tianbei? Chu Tianque opened his mouth wide in disbelief. The thunder near the sky monument can be said to be a piece of cake. The higher the level of cultivation, the more ruthless it will be. What's more, the old man in the bronze coffin is a member of the Great Freedom Demon sect and was restrained by the sky thunder. Coming here really feels like asking for death. The other two people didn't know the reason either, but soon, they figured it out. What's that? Zheng Fa was talking to senior sister Zhang about the terrain and aura conditions he had investigated in the heavenly monument realm, when he heard senior sister Yuan exclaimed on the side. When he looked up, he saw someone racing a car in Lakey. No, racing against a coffin. This coffin looked familiar. It was the old man with the bronze coffin who besieged Uncle Peng that day. The old man in the copper coffin didn't show his head either, and the lid of the coffin was tightly closed. He drove the car while lying down, not looking at the road at all, and wandering around in the thunder. The thunder in the sky didn't like him at all, but the lightning strikes on the copper coffin didn't seem to have any effect on this man. On the contrary, this person seemed to be very familiar with the environment of this thunder pond. He was moving much faster than ordinary people, and he was in front of the three people from the sky monument in the blink of an eye. Senior sister Zhang couldn't help but take out her magic weapon, the Fixian brush, and prepare for it. This person came out of the sky monument. Senior sister Yuan asked softly, as if she didn't believe her eyes. Zheng Fa and senior sister Zhang looked at each other, a little surprised and suspicious in their hearts. Senior sister Zhang said that someone saw the old man with a bronze coffin in the thunder pool, and senior sister Zhang thought this person had some conspiracy. But now it seems that they probably have no conspiracy, just some lofty dreams. Who said that people from the Great Freedom Demon sect can't practice thunder? The old man with the bronze coffin dares to think? Not only did he dare, he also ran towards the monument. The old man with the copper coffin seemed to have seen the three people and stopped beside them. Zhang Wei, I heard that you are chasing me and want to avenge your uncle. A cold snort came from the copper coffin. You actually chased me here. The Fixian pen in senior sister Zhang's hand exudes precious light, as if she wants to take action. You dare to take action? The old man with the copper coffin laughed and said, my precious coffin cannot be broken by the nascent soul? Above the nascent soul, how dare you take action in this thunder pool? His tone was full of determination. On the other hand, senior sister Zhang glanced at the copper coffin and suddenly said, you don't dare to leave this copper coffin, right? Got it. Removable version of the entrance mirror. No wonder this person from the demon sect likes to hide in the thunder pond. The game is about resisting beatings. When senior sister Zhang saw the truth, the old man in the bronze coffin smiled instead of being angry. Now that the setting sun sword immortal is here, I'm not afraid of him. What can you do to me? After saying that, this person didn't seem to want to get involved with them. He just walked away and said with a smile, "When I figure out the reality of that monument world for the holy religion, your Jushin sect will no longer have the protection of Lei Qi in the future." Zheng Fa stretched out his hand, and the positive and negative 5 elements of divine light shot out from his palm, hitting the bronze coffin that was walking away. During the rotation of the 5 elements, the copper coffin suddenly stopped, and the coffin lid opened with a snap, revealing a withered old man's body. Ejected? The old man looked at the thunder above his head. Then he looked at the very familiar magic weapon behind his butt. The despairing expression on his face was hard to tell whether it was because of the thunder coming from the sky or because of the betrayal of his beloved magic weapon. Zheng Fa could interfere with the copper coffin for only a moment. A moment later, the copper coffin seemed to realize that the prodigal son had turned around and wanted to hold his master in his arms and take good care of him. But senior sister Zhang didn't give them a chance to reunite. The flying fairy pen danced in front of her, and she instantly drew 3 lightning talismans, striking the old man in the copper coffin. Yan Wushuan and the other 3 were a little silent as they watched this twisting scene. After a long time, Chu Tianque spoke again, with a hint of sincerity in his tone. "This Zheng Fa actually has such a magic. Could it be that he disdains the practice of thunder magic? This guess is a bit outrageous, but it seems to make some sense. Senior brother Yan, you have such good taste. I admire you very much." "I admire myself quite a lot, although I don't know what to admire," Yan Wushuan said after being silent for a while. The old man in the bronze coffin is a Yuanying after all. Even though he was in the thunder pool, without the bronze coffin to protect him, he was restrained by the thunder in the thunder pool with the help of senior sister Zhang. He was not without the power to fight back. Although senior sister Zhang could only exert the magic power and consciousness of the foundation building period, but it must be admitted that she has rich experience in fighting in this realm. And the old man in the bronze coffin was restricted everywhere in the thunder pool without his magic coffin. But this man was still able to fight back and forth with senior sister Zhang in a short period of time. At first, he wanted to find his bronze coffin, but senior sister Zhang was also on guard against this move, leaving him with little chance. Later, the old man also gave up the bronze coffin and rushed towards Zheng Fa and the others. He seemed to see that senior sister Zhang had been protecting Zheng Fa and the others. "Junior brother Zheng? Back off." Before Zheng Fa could react, senior sister Yuan was already standing in front of him, waving the feather fan in her hand forward, and 3 flames went towards the old man in the bronze coffin. At this time, senior sister Yuan was no longer confused as before. She turned into a blue phoenix, and her huge body blocked Zheng Fa and the old man in the bronze coffin. Her life magic feather fan waved in the air, preventing the old man from getting close. It can be seen that she was not trying to kill the enemy, but to stop this person and protect Zheng Fa. Senior sister Zhang seemed to be angered by this person's behavior of rushing towards Zheng Fa. She waved the flying fairy pen in her hand, and a series of spiritual talismans chased the old man in the bronze coffin. Angry women are not easy to mess with, not to mention that this woman is senior sister Zhang. Soon, the body of the old man in the bronze coffin turned into ashes under the thunder, and he really didn't even need a coffin. The magic copper coffin seemed to float in the thunder pool at a loss. Senior sister Zhang took Zheng Fa and flew forward, and with a wave of her hand, the copper coffin floated in front of Zheng Fa. "You take it, sister." Nowadays, spiritual energy is declining and spiritual materials are hard to find. Most cultivators can only forge one life magic weapon. You should do the same after you reach the golden elixir stage. It is better to prepare early. The material of this bronze coffin should be the netherworld divine iron, which is also an excellent spiritual material. Isn't this a bit too early? Besides, isn't there someone who needs it more next to him? He glanced at the side. Sister Yuan lowered her head and looked at her life feather fan, seeming a little distressed. She was probably a little nervous to protect herself just now. When she used the feather fan, she used a little more spiritual consciousness. She was fine, but the feather fan was struck by the thunder in the thunder pool several times, and now it is a little charred. Listening to Sister Zhang giving the bronze coffin to Zheng Fa, she didn't look jealous, but she didn't look up at the bronze coffin. It seems that she is afraid that she will be jealous. Senior Sister Yuan. I don't like the look of this coffin. Zheng Fa said softly, "I'm going to melt it." Senior Sister Yuan blinked, not understanding why Zheng Fa said this to her. Senior sister is best at fire magic, so I'll have to ask you for this. Zheng Fa said with a smile, "I've thought about the reward. I can give you some of the netherworld divine iron after it's melted." "Give me." Senior sister Yuan's eyes gradually brightened up, and she looked at Zheng Fa and shouted happily, "Junior brother Zheng, are you serious?" "Really?" Senior sister Zhang. Senior sister Yuan looked at senior sister Zhang eagerly, with a nervous look in her eyes. "I gave it all to him." Senior sister Zhang glanced at Zheng Fa and shook her head, saying, "He'll distribute it." Senior sister Yuan smiled foolishly, staring at the copper coffin, with a look in her eyes that made her want to reach out and touch it. Only the copper coffin trembled slightly, as if it was unfair, and seemed to be complaining aggrievedly. "You didn't treat me like this when you seduced me just now." Zheng Fa didn't sympathize with the bronze coffin at all. The treasure of cheating has no treasure rights. Sitting in the room, Zheng Fa closed his eyes and looked at the yin-yang fish jade pendant in his sea of consciousness. When he was canonized in the Tianbei world, he got the silver book and the land of 5,000 miles, which surprised Yan Wushuan and others. To be honest, Zheng Fa was a little confused. It's not that he was self-deprecating. His cultivation was obviously lower than Yan Wushuan and others. There was also a gap in talent. The Fengshen Temple actually put him and Yan Wushuan in the same level, which must have discovered that he was more special. Perhaps it was because he had the innate magical power of the positive and negative 5 elements divine light. Or perhaps, it was because of this yin-yang fish jade pendant. The reason why Zheng Fa was so suspicious was that the light ball seemed to avoid the yin-yang fish jade pendant at that time. This made Zheng Fa a little curious. The Tianbei is a world of its own, which is quite similar to the modern times. Judging from the attitude of the light group in the Fengshen Temple towards Zheng Fa's jade pendant, is there a level difference between the modern world and the Tianbei world? Speaking of which, Zheng Fa hasn't paid much attention to this jade pendant for a long time. In fact, after building the foundation, the jade pendant has also changed a little, mainly because the time difference between the two worlds has further widened. Now Zheng Fa can even stay in the Sunwei world for a year before entering the modern world. It's just that Zheng Fa rarely delays for so long, so he doesn't care much. After entering the Tianbei world, Zheng Fa has a different interest in this jade pendant. But this jade pendant seems innocent, standing quietly in Zheng Fa's sea of consciousness, looking well-behaved and sensible, without the style of a powerful magic weapon at all. Zheng Fa shook his head gently, moved his consciousness downward, and invested it in his danshan. Compared with the qi refining stage, his danshan has also changed a little. The Yuanfu Daiji, or the Mobius subsymbol diagram, is located in the center of his danshan, and the other two types of subsymbols are flying around it like thin jade belts. The biggest change is the spiritual power in danshan. During the qi refining period, the spiritual power in his body was like a river. From the early stage of qi refining to the late stage of qi refining, it was the process of the river slowly expanding from a stream to a large river. During the foundation building period, both the creek and the river disappeared. The spiritual power in his body transformed from liquid to solid. Now the spiritual power in his body is like grains of silver sand, like stars in the sky, slowly rotating under his Yuanfu Dao foundation. According to the Shengxiao's true method of controlling thunder, from building the foundation to the golden elixir, it is the process of gathering the silver sand into a thunder field and then giving birth to the thunder. With the help of the spiritual materials purchased by Uncle Peng in the market, he has now taken the first step. The number of sand grains is much more than when he first built the foundation, but there is still a long way to go before it can be integrated into a thunder field. The realm of the foundation building stage is not as detailed as the qi refining stage, but the difficulty of cultivation is not the same. Zheng Fa took out a purple electric fruit, chewed it in his mouth and swallowed it. He felt a spiritual energy with the power of thunder falling down his throat into his abdomen, then soaking into his meridians from his abdomen, and finally falling into his danshan to condense into a grain of silver sand. Junior brother Zheng, the people from Qinhe sect are here. Just when he was obsessed with practicing, senior sister Yuan knocked on his door and reminded him at the door. I'll go. Zheng Fa slowly opened his eyes and stood up from the bed. Why are you coming in person, senior sister Yuan? Just let the other senior brothers report. You do not know. Know what? Uncle Peng has now issued an order that no one can come near your room. Senior sister Yuan explained. Only a few people can come. I don't need to work with you, senior sister. Zheng Fa also knew that Uncle Peng was being overly cautious now, but he was still a little embarrassed to let senior sister Yuan pass the golden elixir on his behalf. I also think that Master Peng is too unreliable. How can we let those junior brothers come? I have already told Master Peng that if I come to you in the future, I will be the one to do it. Hearing senior sister Yuan say this, Zheng Fa was also speechless. This senior sister Yuan seems to be a little more extreme than senior Uncle Peng. Senior sister Yuan, are you afraid that something will happen to me or that something will happen to the coffin? Zheng Fa was silent for a moment and then asked suddenly. Junior brother Zheng, if you ask this, it's a bit hurtful to our relationship. Zheng Fa was silent for a moment and then asked, then, is it my question that hurts my feelings, or is it your answer, senior sister? Senior sister Yuan's eyes wandered and she said, ahem, you don't know, that Qinhe sect envoy is in such a miserable state. Miserable. When Zheng Fa walked to the main hall, he knew why senior sister Yuan said this. The person who came was Qian Zhenren of Qian Hezong. When Zheng Fa cooperated with Qian Hezong for the first time, he had made an agreement with this person. He still remembered that although Zhenren Qian behaved politely at that time, he was neither humble nor overbearing. But at this moment, Uncle Peng looked at this person, the silver light in his eyes was ruthless and persistent, and he looked up and down at Master Qian. To be fair, anyone who is watched with such vigilance by Master Yuanying would already have some courage if he doesn't kneel down. Uncle Peng. When Zheng Fa entered, he first saluted Uncle Peng. Zheng Fa, he said he was invited by you. Yes, I have something I would like to ask Master Qian for advice. Uncle Peng nodded and waved his hand, indicating that he had finished the inspection and Zheng Fa and the two could leave. After walking out of the palace door, he clearly heard Master Qian let out a long breath. Zheng Fa looked back at this person and saw him wiping the cold sweat from his forehead and smiling dryly at himself. The noble sect is so cautious. I thought I was here to visit some sect protecting treasure. He didn't finish his sentence. He felt a strong momentum coming from behind, causing 3 more layers of cold sweat on his forehead. Did I say something wrong? Mr. Qian stumbled and said. It's not a problem if you say the wrong thing. The thing is you're right. Master Qian, please come here from Qinhe sect. I am supposed to be here to visit you. Zheng Fa is now closely guarded by Uncle Pang, and it is difficult for him to travel far, so he can only invite people from Qinhe sect to come. It's okay, it's okay. Zhenren Qian smiled extremely flatteringly. I should have come to congratulate Zheng for his achievement of nascent soul. When I came here, I found out that you, Zheng Zhenren, have also established a foundation. Gizong has been blessed with double happiness recently. Zheng Fa has seen a lot of his affectionate looks recently, and he doesn't have any contempt in his heart. Ever since senior sister Zhang achieved nascent soul, all the people from the 100 Immortals Alliance who came to visit were very polite. Nowadays, it is difficult to achieve nascent soul. What's more, senior sister Zhang is very famous. To describe it in an exaggerated way, when people from the 9 Mountains sect go out now, the fellow members of the 100 Immortals Alliance they encounter are all good people. Zhenren Qian, I invited you here to ask you something. Don't take it seriously if you ask for advice. If I can help Master Zheng, I will tell you everything. Master Qian said, patting his chest. This matter has to do with spiritual plants. I don't have many monks I know well. Among the 100 Immortals Alliance, your sect is unique in spiritual plant cultivation. I have no choice but to ask you, the real person, for advice. Lingzi, may I ask what the problem is? Qian Zhenren's face hesitated a little. I heard that spiritual plant cultivation is closely related to the power of thunder. Zheng Fa asked. That's not bad. Qian Zhenren answered this question very neatly, as if it was no secret. Then what exactly is the connection? Unexpectedly, Master Qian was silent for a while and then said, this matter can be regarded as the secret of my Qinhe sect. Please forgive me for not revealing it. Zheng Fa was a little surprised. This person was frightened by Uncle Pang and was obviously trying to please Jushin sect. How could he refuse without hesitation? As if he knew that his attitude was too firm, Master Qian immediately explained, my Qinhe sect has been living a much better life these days thanks to your sect. If you want to ask me something else, I will tell you. But this matter is really not something that can be casually revealed. Zheng Fa nodded gently, but he was not angry. Inviting someone to come is to ask for advice, and it is normal for the other party to be reluctant to disclose due to the sect. Master Qian, the cooperation between our two sects was good a few days ago. The disciples of my Jushin sect also like the yellow sprout rice very much. I intend to buy some other spiritual plants and spiritual grains. That's great. Master Qian said happily, don't think that my sect is only famous for the yellow sprout rice, but that's because the yellow sprout rice is unique to the sect. Other spiritual plants are also grown in my Qinhe sect. Zheng Fa smiled but said nothing. Just watched the joy on Master Qian's face slowly fade into bitterness. Master Zheng, what do you mean? Zheng Fa nodded. What he meant was very simple, I'll pay more? It was not Zheng Fa's idea to buy more spiritual grains and spiritual plants. Now Lei Qi market has made more money than Jushin sect market due to its geographical advantages, and the vegetable basket project should be appropriately enriched. But whether these orders are given to Qinhe sect depends on the other party's attitude. Master Qian is not stupid, and he seems to understand Zheng Fa's unfinished intention at once. His face changed rapidly, and he seemed to be entangled for a long time, and then he gritted his teeth and said, this matter is still not possible. Zheng Fa listened to him and continued, Master Zheng, I won't hide it from you. Earning more spiritual stones from Jushin sect will only benefit me. This should be the truth. Master Qian used to be in charge of Qinhe sect market and has always played the role of Qinhe sect's money bag. His current status in the sect should be highly linked to Jushin sect's orders. But if I tell everything, then... Master Qian smiled bitterly, what's the difference between me and the rebels? Zheng Fa couldn't help but respect him when he heard it. When he first met this person, he always felt that this person was a bit slippery, but he didn't expect that this time he behaved in a different way. Since Master Qian is unwilling, then just pretend that I never mentioned this matter. Zheng Fa did not force him, but just said with a smile. Well, then the yellow sprout rice. Everything is the same. Zheng Fa saw that he seemed to be worried about offending him, and smiled and said, Master Qian, you are willing to take the time to come, I am grateful. Master Qian looked at him twice, and seeing that his tone was sincere, he breathed a sigh of relief and raised his foot to say goodbye to Zheng Fa. Before leaving, he seemed a little unwilling, and asked again, then, other spiritual valley matters. I not only invited Master Qian, my Baixian League is nearby, and there is another sect that is good at cultivating spiritual plants. Master Qian's face froze. Xiandao sect. Yes. Zheng Fa nodded with a smile, as if he didn't know that Qinhe sect and Xiandao sect were enemies. What good things can they have? Master Qian did not leave. Not only did he not leave, but he also stood there and said bitterly, what little stuff they have, which one of our Qinhe sect is not better than theirs? Yeah. Zheng Fa agreed. Then, how about? Master Qian said shamelessly. Oh, they should be more generous than you. Zheng Fa's words made Master Qian speechless. He didn't even think Zheng Fa was scaring him. The Sundao sect was worse off than the Qinhe sect before. Qinhe sect at least had a unique yellow sprout rice, but the Sundao sect did not. Therefore, facing the temptation of a large order and holding the thigh of Jushin sect, it is very likely that the Sundao sect will say anything. This Actually, it's not impossible to say it. Master Qian's face changed for a long time, and finally hesitantly said, the relationship between the thunder and spiritual plants can be summed up in 2 words. Which 2 words? Opportunity. For example, for spiritual plants such as melons and fruits, the green spiritual fruit must be planted when the spring thunder first blooms during the waking of insects season, and it will grow very well if it is watered with the spring dew talisman. The summer thunder during the lesser heat is most suitable for the growth of spiritual plants. Sometimes, if there is no summer thunder, many spiritual plants will even have no spiritual energy. Zheng Fa was stunned when he heard this. This sounded a bit like the problem he was facing now. Autumn thunder and winter thunder also have their own functions. There are many secret methods of spiritual farmers that talk about how to cooperate with thunderstorms to nourish spiritual plants. Master Qian opened his mouth and stopped hiding it. Instead, he told Zheng Fa a few superficial secret methods. After listening to him, Zheng Fa was grateful and a little worried about him. Master Qian, if you say these things and return to Qinhe sect, will you be punished? No. Master Qian waved his hand and said casually. Zheng Fa felt a little relieved, and heard Master Qian say, I didn't say the secret method of my Qinhe sect. Ah, then those before. All from Sundao sect. Master Qian said frankly. Well, they don't need to be generous. Master Qian smiled, I will be generous on their behalf. This person is very promising. Those orders. Master Qian asked cautiously when he saw Zheng Fa silent. Send some spiritual plants that you are good at, let. Zheng Fa looked at Senior Sister Yuan on the side and said, let Senior Sister Yuan taste it. Junior brother belongs to Senior Sister Zhang, and Senior Sister Zhang can't beat him. Calm down. Looking at Master Qian who thanked her profusely and walked away, Senior Sister Yuan repeated in a low voice. Modern. Nursing home. Teacher Tian, I checked some information and there is a saying that the key to the growth of spiritual plants lies in thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning. Teacher Tian frowned, a little confused. Zheng Fa roughly explained the Sundaeman secret method of Master Qian's version. Thunder and lightning in different seasons. Teacher Tian pondered for a while after hearing this, but nodded, this is not impossible. Zheng Fa's eyes lit up and listened to Teacher Tian's thoughts. Thunder and lightning are an important source of nitrogen fertilizer for plants. Teacher Tian thought while speaking his thoughts. Zheng Fa nodded gently. He knew this, but it was not enough to solve Zheng Fa's doubts. Our nursing home is not short of nitrogen fertilizer. If this spiritual plant was only determined by the presence or absence of nitrogen, Zheng Fa and his team would have cultivated it long ago. Yes, there is also a well-known Miller-Urey experiment here. Teacher Tian continued. They simulated the early atmospheric environment and used electric arcs to simulate lightning, producing several amino acids. Amino acids? The origin of life. It's just a hypothesis, but it also shows that lightning itself may be related to life. Zheng Fa couldn't help but think of the description of Lei Fa in the Sunwei classics, the power of birth and death. It seemed particularly accurate in this experiment. Teacher Tian, do you mean, lightning may produce some special substances in the spiritual environment, thus affecting the production of spiritual plants? Yes, this is a conjecture. Teacher Tian nodded slowly, but said in another direction, another one I can think of now is the magnetic field effect of lightning. Magnetic field. This is also a relatively new research direction. Wait a minute. Teacher Tian walked back to his room, and came back with a tablet after a while. Look, these are several papers. She pointed to several documents on the tablet and explained one by one, this paper uses cancer cells as materials and places them in different magnetic fields for observation. It is found that low-intensity magnetic fields promote the development of cancer cells, while high-intensity magnetic fields inhibit their development. This paper uses Arabidopsis as materials to study the effects of static magnetic fields on its growth and development. It was found that 6000 Gaussian magnetic field treatment can significantly promote the growth of Arabidopsis taproots. Further studies have shown that magnetic fields promote the transport of auxin in root tip cells, accelerate cell division in meristems, and increase the number of cells. And this one studies the effects of magnetic fields on the growth of Flammulina of Eludipes hyphae. This shows that magnetic fields not only affect plant growth, but may also affect the growth of other organisms such as fungi. Zheng Fa flipped through the papers given by Teacher Tian one by one, and slowly understood what Teacher Tian meant. Teacher, are you saying that it may be the magnetic field generated by lightning that affects the growth of the plant itself, and even produces evolution? Yes, this is what I think is most likely. Teacher Tian nodded. Zheng Fa knew that the two of them were just two guesses at this point. To really understand whether lightning can produce spiritual plants, more experiments and data are needed. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have not seen the old man Bai. This old man has been sticking to Teacher Tian recently. Where are Teacher Bai and Tang Lingyu? They? In front. Teacher Tian explained, it is said that Tang Lingyu's father introduced a chef from a high-end restaurant in Beijing. He is cooking in front and said that he spent a lot of money. Cooking. Yes, very professional, all pots and pans are brought by themselves, we just need to provide the ingredients. Zheng Fa was stunned. Aren't they going to sell vegetables? Why did they ask someone to cook? He walked towards the main building of the nursing home. Sure enough, there were several strange men working hard in the kitchen of the restaurant on the first floor. The old man Bai and Tang Lingyu gathered in the restaurant and talked about something. Teacher Bai. He walked towards the two of them and saw Tang Lingmu waving at him. Come on, we'll be able to eat soon. What's the matter with asking someone to cook? This is Lingmu's little brain. The old man Bai smiled and whispered, if we want to sell vegetables, we can't just talk, and we have to owe favors to others. This is not a business. Zheng Fa understood a little. He glanced at Tang Lingmu. The girl had a smile on her face, and she didn't look like a fisherman at all. In the kitchen, Zheng Fa watched the middle-aged man who looked like a chef cook a dish of green vegetables, and there was a little disgust on his face, probably because he thought the ingredients were a bit simple. He habitually stuffed one into his mouth. Look, it's bitten. The chef looked at his hands, and then looked around the pots and pans he brought, as if he had accidentally improved his skills and became invincible. After cooking a few more dishes, he understood. After the meal was ready, the chef did not leave, but stopped the old white man who had eaten and drunk his fill with a smile, probably thinking that the oldest old man was the head of the nursing home. The sound of two people pulling and tugging came. It's not easy to talk about this is a secret of our nursing home. I understand, I'll pay more. The chef said firmly, this meal is my treat for my brother. In a nursing home. As night fell, the chef had also left with his team. Zheng Fa and the four of them moved a few more deck chairs and laid them side by side in the courtyard. The ecological environment here is very good. The weather is sunny today, the stars are twinkling in the night sky, and the grass and trees are sending fragrance. The breeze blew slowly on the mountainside, and the four of them talked endlessly but happily. Their condition is that they come to purchase every day, and I will send you the price. Old man Bai turned his head and said to Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa nodded. He also looked at the other party's bid. He also knows some prices. On weekends during his 3 years in high school, he would always go to the vegetable market and buy some roast chicken or something. But the other party's offer was a bit generous. The same tomatoes may cost a few yuan per pound in the vegetable market, but the price quoted in this quotation is several hundred times higher, more than 100 times higher. This is still a relatively low increase. For some vegetables, the price increase is even more extreme. Seeing that Zheng Fa was silent, old man Bai seemed to think that he was too low, and explained, this should be the most sincere offer from the other party. Huh? Are you so sincere from the beginning? This is a bit contrary to the way of doing business. Not yet. Old man Bai pursed his lips towards Zheng Fa and pointed at Tang Lingmu. Tang Lingmu smiled sheepishly. I asked my dad about the restaurant's turnover and ingredient costs, and also checked the other party's supply channels. After calculation, they should not have lowered the price. This should be a trade secret, right? Zheng Fa was stunned. This almost took off the other person's underwear. Many times, the word confidential. Old man Bai sighed with emotion when he heard this. It's just another expression of your lack of qualifications. Zheng Fa was speechless when he heard this, and then old man Bai continued, but they still have demands. What? Exclusive supply, and they even want to put demands on us, that is, we will grow whatever they want. They say we can increase the price. This is not surprising. For a restaurant of this level, the word exclusive may be more important than delicious food. As for the lower demand, it is natural to want more initiative. A lot of extra money. Old man Bai clicked his tongue. The extra money in 1 week may be more than what I made in the previous year. That's a bit much. Although there are not many fields where you can make money by doing mathematics, as a professor at Beijing University, old man Bai can still earn millions in salary plus sideline income per year. Zheng Fa thought for a while and said, if we don't agree, how much will our monthly income be? Old man Bai glanced at him and said, Ling Wu has calculated that their prices are high, but the demand is actually not large, about 600,000 a Friday. Zheng Fa then understood why old man Bai was a little moved. If you agree to the other party's conditions, the income of the nursing home will be at least twice as much. Teacher Bai, I have mentioned the 3 principles of nursing homes before. Zheng Fa was silent for a while and said, this business is just a byproduct of our research. Our energy should not be affected too much by it. Old man Bai smacked his lips and already understood Zheng Fa's thoughts. He just sighed, at my age, I am confused when I see this money, but you. Tang Lingyu on the side nodded slightly, smiling, and agreed with Zheng Fa's expression. You girl, you have this expression no matter what Zheng Fa says, this business is obviously your idea. Old man Bai muttered, as if he couldn't stand it. It was my idea, but Zheng Fa is Zheng Fa. Zheng Fa was stunned and looked at Tang Lingyu, wondering why she said that. Tang Lingyu lay on the rocking chair, looked at the starry sky, and said softly, he knows what he wants. He always walks in the same direction. He just wants to see what it is like to cultivate immortality. Isn't that why we got together? Old man Bai was stunned and suddenly laughed. Teacher Tian on the side patted him and said with a smile, I think you can't see clearly as well as 2 other children. The matter was finished in a few words, but the next thing made several people think a little. Thunder and lightning? Spiritual plant. Old man Bai frowned. To put it simply, this thing is too rough. Zheng Fa understood what old man Bai meant. This is simply an idea. Changes in the magnetic field can trigger and promote the production of spiritual plants. What kind of changes in the magnetic field? Big or small? Big and small changes? In which direction and how long? Old man Bai muttered, there are so many things. We don't know where to start. I do know a kind of thunder method. According to legend, it can promote the growth of grass and trees. Zheng Fa suddenly said, "It should be said that there are 3 imperfect thunder methods, the heavenly tribulation thunder, the cloud and rain thunder, and this, I call it Ling Mule." At this point, Zheng Fa was helpless. The 3 thunder methods in the monument world are so crude. The names are all chosen from scratch. For example, the heavenly tribulation thunder and Yunyu thunder were taken by Yan Wushuan and the others. But he didn't take the Lingmu thunder mainly because he couldn't see any hope of mastering it, so out of sight was out of mind. 3 types of lightning techniques. Tang Lingyu on the side asked, what are the differences between the 3 types? The heavenly tribulation thunder pursues power control. Yunule is the pursuit of controlling rainfall. And Lingmule controls the growth of vegetation. Zheng Fa slowly concluded. This sounds more difficult than the other. Old Man Bai said, we can think of power as current intensity or voltage intensity, and the other 2 are different. Yes. Zheng Fa also had his own thoughts on this matter. Clouds, rain, and thunder. If we consider the process of rainfall, it may be to change the polarity of water molecules, use electromagnetic fields to aggregate them into raindrops, or to allow the raindrops to dissipate and vaporize. This is relatively simple large-scale electromagnetic field control. And Lingmule is even more difficult to understand, even if Teacher Tian's conjecture that the magnetic field changes plants is true. Zheng Fa wanted to sigh even more when he talked about this. The changes of water molecules or raindrops in the electromagnetic field are clear. But how plants change is unclear, and the required magnetic field changes may be more complex and microscopic. The faces of Old Man Bai and others were a little serious. Obviously the difficulty can be seen. So I said these are 3 thunder methods that are not perfect at all. Zheng Fa explained, it can be said that they are 3 brand new topics. Of course they are a bit difficult, but the experiment on the tribulation thunder is quite simple. Zheng Fa did not mean to despise these 3 thunder methods. It can be said that there are many monks from the Sunwei world who are good at thunder methods gathered in the monument. Facing these 3 thunder methods, they were also clueless. Without the modern world, Zheng Fa would not have the confidence to have a better understanding of Lei Fa than these people. Don't be afraid of difficulties. Teacher Tian smiled at this time. If you have a direction, you can always get there. That's really a good thing to say. Old Man Bai smacked his lips. Why do I suddenly feel that cultivating immortals is a perfect match for scientific research? Zheng Fa also wanted to sigh. He had already considered this matter. If there is a scientific civilization in the Sunwei world, hundreds of thousands of years can be used to explore the world. I'm afraid it's no longer what it is now. But on the other hand, scientific civilization is not inevitable. A few days later, a long metal pole was placed in front of Zheng Fa. The metal pole was connected to several sensors, current sensor, voltage sensor, and infrared sensor. The sensors were connected to optical fibers, and the optical fibers were connected to Tang Lingmu's computer in the room. A high-speed camera was placed dozens of meters away from him. Zheng Fa admitted that Yan Wushuan and others may be more savvy than him in thunder methods. But he has never been in the field of understanding. Isn't it fun to experiment? For safety, Old Man Bai and the 3 of them were watching him in the house. This was the first experiment conducted by several people on the heavenly tribulation thunder. To prevent the aura from interfering with electromagnetic fields and signals, these items are placed outside the aura's range. The spiritual power in Zheng Fa's body surged out of his body, and under the control of his divine consciousness, it operated according to the patterns of the heavenly tribulation thunder on the Book of Gods. It was not the first time he used magic, but he did use it very rarely. In his view, the magic and talismans of the Sunwei world are 2 things of the same coin. For example, now, his consciousness controls his spiritual power, and the way it operates in the void is very similar to runes, but the difference from runes is that he is controlling his spiritual power to capture things in the void. Talisman diagram. This method is very inefficient. In fact, the power of the spell is more determined by the intensity of the spiritual power used. The talisman method is to gather the talismans in the air onto the talisman paper, and the spiritual power injected by the monks becomes a small head. There are other differences between the 2. For example, the spell takes too long to move forward, while the magic talisman is extremely fast. Therefore, spells were gradually replaced by talismans. Senior Sister Zhang's Yuanfu Foundation building method goes a step further, is faster, and does not require talisman paper and spiritual ink. Now this heavenly tribulation thunder is not even a spell. Zheng Fa can feel that many of the trajectories of his spiritual power in the air are useless, and some seem to absorb the runes in the air, but he doesn't know what they do. The difference between the heavenly tribulation thunder and the thunder method in Sunwei realm is that it is extremely powerful, even too powerful to be measured. It is not that Zheng Fa has never used thunder talismans, but they rarely reach the power of the heavenly tribulation. For many cultivators in the Sunwei realm, it is easier to say whether they are weak or powerful, and everyone can understand it. But it is difficult to accurately measure the difference between extremely powerful and extremely powerful. When the thunder went down, everyone turned into ashes, and it was hard to tell whether they were familiar. Even if it is felt, it is difficult to measure accurately. But with the help of modern instruments, Zheng Fa was able to a certain extent, the progress of modern science is based on the progress of observation methods. As Zheng Fa's spiritual power circulated, suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared in the air and landed on the metal pole. How are people? Before Zheng Fa said anything, Old Man Bai and others in the house rushed out and asked. It's okay. Zheng Fa shook his head slightly and said to Old Man Bai, I will draw the pattern of my spiritual power just now. Please help me take a look. Okay, that's all. Lightning bolts struck the metal pole one after another. A trace of the movement of spiritual energy appeared in Old Man Bai's notebook. The relevant data such as current, voltage, temperature and even the length and width of the lightning were recorded on Tang Lingmu's computer. They didn't stop the experiment until Zheng Fa's spiritual power was exhausted to a certain extent. When Zheng Fa walked into the room, both Old Man Bai and Tang Lingmu were busy. Tang Lingmu processed the data collected from various sensors on the computer, including the current size and voltage intensity of each electric shock, including temperature, as well as the shape and color of the lightning captured by the high-speed camera. Old Man Bai looked at the various patterns on the paper, trying to find the key. Zheng Faxian walked to Old Man Bai and sat down. He felt a little tired after a long absence. The thunder method in the Sky Monument realm is a bit strange. The power of the heavenly tribulation thunder is much greater than the ordinary thunder method. On the other hand, the requirements for cultivation are relatively low. Like Zheng Fa, who was only in the foundation building stage and had just released nearly 89 times of heavenly tribulation thunder. If he hadn't wanted to leave some spiritual power for the Lingshan method, he probably would have had the energy to do it 2 more times. But he didn't feel it just now. At this moment, his head felt a tingling sensation, and the feeling was most obvious in his temples, as if someone was holding an electric drill and trying to open a tunnel through his head from left to right. He sat at the table, pinching his temples, remembering a similar situation recorded in the Nine Mountains sex classics. This was a sign of slight damage to the soul after excessive consumption. This matter was very rare for him. Compared with his cultivation in the early stage of foundation building, the strength of his consciousness even exceeded that in the later stage of foundation building. Generally speaking, his spiritual power should be exhausted before his soul. This made him wonder whether the excessive power of the heavenly tribulation thunder came from the excessive consumption of the monks' souls. Zheng Fa, what's wrong with you? Old Man Bai's eyes were originally focused on the draft in front of him, and he seemed to sense something was wrong with him. When he turned around and saw his pale face, he couldn't help but ask. It's okay. My consciousness has been exhausted. I just need to rest more these days. Zheng Fa shook his head and said, have you discovered anything? The heavenly tribulation thunder is the most basic thunder method among the heavenly monument thunder methods. However, Yan Wushuan and others failed to grasp it. There are 2 main reasons. The first is that no one knows how the heavenly tribulation thunder is generated. In other words, among so many patterns, which pattern can be the symbol of the heavenly tribulation thunder? Without understanding this, the second question naturally arises, how to control the strength of the heavenly tribulation thunder. At this time, Old Man Bai is trying to study the first point. The idea is actually very simple. Every time Zheng Fa successfully casts the heavenly tribulation thunder, he collects the spiritual power traces, and then uses topology to find the same pattern in the traces. This is exactly the same as studying Fulu. But for monks in the Sunwei world who have not been trained in topology, none of these trajectories may be the same. Well, it's very simple. Old Man Bai pointed to the scratch paper on the table. These patterns will appear every time, but the number of times they appear is different each time. Zheng Fa looked at it, nodded and said, if the 5 elements talisman is added, this would probably be the talisman of the heavenly tribulation thunder. According to the 3-element talisman law guessed by him, Old Man Bai and others, if spells are regarded as another form of spiritual talisman, then the spiritual power itself can provide the 5-element talisman, and these running trajectories should correspond to the 2-element talisman. 3 types of subtalents. Yes, it's a pity that we didn't find that this heavenly tribulation thunder pattern has a common subtalisman with other thunder spells. Old Man Bai just looked at it because of this. If Lingmu's conjecture about the interactive subtalisms is true, that thunder method should have exactly the same subtalisman. Zheng Fa also pondered a little when he heard the words. They study the thunder method because the target of this spell is relatively simple. Whether the thunder method essentially acts on electrons or electromagnetic fields, the objects should be the same, which means they have the same subtalisman. No. This resulted in them always feeling like a blind man touching an elephant when it comes to these 2 types of symbols, and they touched different parts every time. Okay. Just as Tang Lingmu was talking, there was a soft cry from Tang Lingmu's side. The 2 turned to look and saw various lightning patterns on Tang Lingmu's computer screen, with different colors and different lengths. There are some undulating curves on the side. It shows the current, voltage and temperature formed by each lightning bolt on the metal pillar. Zheng Fa and Old Man Bai walked over and looked at the various data on the screen. Is there any pattern? Old Man Bai asked. There are no special rules, except the correspondence between current and voltage, and the correspondence between temperature and lightning color. Zheng Fa nodded. These have a certain corresponding relationship in physics. Look at this. Old Man Bai handed over the analyzed pattern. Tang Lingmu frowned when she looked at it. She suddenly seemed to remember something and continued to operate on the keyboard. She had no time to pay attention to Zheng Fa and the other 2. Zheng and Fa looked at each other, stepped forward, and looked at the computer screen. Is this fitting? Zheng Fa understood it after looking at it for a while. Tang Lingmu was fitting the number of times the same runes appeared with various data, trying to find out the pattern. These data are not complicated, and can even be said to be simple. An equation quickly appeared on the computer. Old Man Bai looked at it for a moment, then summed it up directly. The current intensity is roughly proportional to the sixth power of this number. Zheng Fa was also a little surprised. The fitting result here is actually a bit simple. It is a simple sixth-order equation. Putting aside the coefficients, the variable x in the equation is the number of times the symbol appears, and the other end is the peak value of the current. In other words, if you want to control the power of thunder and lightning, you only need to control the number of times the rune appears. Several people looked at this formula and were a little silent. This formula is too simple, so simple that people are not confident. In other words, the number of times the talisman appears will determine the energy of the tribulation thunder that day. Old Man Bai frowned and concluded, this seems to be similar to the action process of the talisman. Yes. Zheng Fa also thought of this. When drawing the talisman, it will absorb the talisman in the void. In other words, this increases the number of times the talisman appears. The more times, the greater the power. Zheng Fa said slowly. He looked at the formula and suddenly said, this thing reminds me of a concept in junior high school physics. What? Gong. Zheng Fa slowly explained, whether it is aura or spiritual power, these runes are the paths through which they flow. Only along some special paths can the correct impact be produced. It can almost be compared to following this path. Paths perform useful work on certain substances. And I can feel that as the spiritual power moves on the trajectory, my spiritual power is also consumed. That is to say, my spiritual power is converted into lightning energy through the movement of this trajectory. Let's put it this way. Old Man Bai said blankly, it's very similar. Spiritual power does work and is converted into corresponding electrical energy, but it's not linear. Then we have summarized the functional equation of the heavenly tribulation thunder. Tang Lingyu listened for a long time and concluded. It should be called the heavenly tribulation thunder spirit energy equation. With this equation, at least controlling the strength of the heavenly tribulation thunder will not be a problem. Old Man Bai corrected, but, yes, we made a discovery in our first experiment. Speaking of this, Old Man Bai sighed again, how can I feel that this research on immortality can yield new results at any time? He actually said with some regret, it's a pity that we don't have a journal here, otherwise, if we publish papers, we won't be like old sows giving birth to cubs. Zheng Fa smiled, if he could really control the heavenly monument realm and have a safe rear area, journals, and so on, he wouldn't have no plans. Sunwei World. Zheng Fa was meditating in his room, slowly recovering his soul, still thinking about the heavenly tribulation thunder spirit energy equation. This equation reveals an extremely simple but long-ignored phenomenon. The power of a spell is determined by how many effective paths the spiritual power or spiritual energy has traveled. In fact, people in the Sunwei world are not without this feeling. They actually know that the more similar runes a spiritual talisman attracts, the greater the power of the spiritual talisman. However, it is another matter to understand the quantitative relationship. Now, at least Zheng Fa has a direction to control the power of the heavenly tribulation thunder. While Zheng Fa was concentrating on his cultivation, Uncle Peng was also chatting with senior sister Zhang in the main hall. Unsurprisingly, the center of their conversation was Zheng Fa. If we can control the heavenly monument realm. Uncle Peng's eyes could not help but be filled with excitement. Our Jushin sect will have no worries in the future. I just don't know how sure senior nephew Zheng is. Senior sister Zhang knew that this was not because Uncle Peng did not trust Zheng Fa enough, but that when faced with such a huge opportunity, people would inevitably worry about gains and losses and have random thoughts. She comforted junior brother Zheng's character. You also understand, Uncle Master? Coward. Yeah, that's right. Junior brother Zheng is always cautious. I discovered it when he was helping me manage the market. He never fully talks about something, and he can only say 8 points at most about something he is very sure of. Senior sister Zheng's words made Uncle Peng slowly nod. Now that he has told us that he wants to control the heavenly monument realm, I'm afraid he is quite certain in his heart. Hearing what she said, a smile gradually appeared on Uncle Peng's face, even with a bit of embarrassment. You see clearly, my nephew, but I have lost my normal mind and actually want you to comfort me. Senior sister Zhang shook her head and said, Uncle Master is not unaware of this, he just takes Jushin sect too seriously. Hearing this, Master Peng's smile became even more embarrassing. He looked towards Zheng Fa's room and said softly, it's a pity that there are very few disciples of our Jushin sect who practice the thunder method. I can't give Zheng Fa any help. No, I have to send people to the market to find out if there are any new spiritual materials. Seeing his worried look, senior sister Zhang couldn't help but laugh. Just when Uncle Peng was about to invite his disciples to go to Fangxi, the two of them suddenly seemed to feel something at the same time and looked outside Fangxi. A ray of purple clouds came from the sky and fell in front of Leichefang City in the blink of an eye. The rays of light scattered, and a tall and beautiful woman with a small bell in her bun stood in front of the city. She faced the 5 Dragons Temple. He cupped his fists and said, Is Master Jushin Zongpeng here? Xiao Yueying is here to visit. She looked to be in her 20s, but her words meant she was on an equal footing with Zhenren Peng. There was actually a moment of silence in the noisy Leichefang City. People in the city looked at the woman carefully, wondering why she spoke so loudly. Xiao Yueying. Uncle Peng from the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace was stunned for a moment, as if he had recalled something. His expression changed drastically, and he walked out. The middle door of Wulong Heavenly Palace opened wide, and Master Pang walked quickly towards the outside of Fang City, hoping to greet him personally. Fairy Lingyi, come here, my 5-dragon Heavenly Palace will be full of glory. Please come in quickly, please come in quickly. After hearing his words, everyone in the city understood who this woman was. It's Fairy Lingyi. No wonder Master Pang is so solemn. She came here also for this thunder pool. To talk nonsense, Fairy Lingyi was known as the #1 in Golden Core Thunder during her Golden Elixir period. She was as famous as Fairy Jushin Zhongjiang, and even entered Nascent Soul earlier than Zhang Wuyi. In addition to the Lay Pond, what else is worthy of her coming here? Who said there isn't one? Isn't it the Sky Monument? Fairy Xiao, are you also here for the Heavenly Monument? In the 5 Dragons Heavenly Palace, Uncle Pang and Senior Sister Zhang were receiving Fairy Lingyi Xiao Yueying. After a few words, she explained her purpose of coming. Exactly, I heard that the Heavenly Monument here is related to the Thunder Law, so I intend to investigate. When meeting with Master Pang, you also want to ask your sect if you know anything about the Heavenly Monument. I understand, of course I have some knowledge. Uncle Pang glanced at Senior Sister Zhang and knew that some things were easy for a Yuanying master to find out, and hiding them would be a bit arrogant. He simply talked about the matter about the Earth Seal and the Thunder Method of the Heavenly Monument, and Xiao Yueying's beautiful eyes flashed, seeming to be extremely interested. Uncle Pang and Senior Sister Zhang looked at each other, feeling increasingly bad in their hearts. He asked Xiao Yueying dryly, this lake has been around for a long time, why did the fairy just come? Xiao Yueying seemed a little embarrassed. The lay pond is inherently dangerous, and the demon sect of freedom is on its side. Naturally, I have to be more cautious. Senior Sister Zhang is a little speechless. Now that they have defeated the Great Freedom Demon Sect, you are here? But, if someone else had gone in early and obtained this heavenly monument, wouldn't the fairy be delayed? Xiao Yueying smiled. Others? Who? Yan Wushuan from Tianhe sect. She actually started to comment on Yan Wushuan. This person has a lot of heart and perseverance, but his talent and understanding are a little bit behind. I can let him go for a few months without getting in the way. The tone of her voice revealed her extreme confidence in herself. After inquiring about the news, Xiao Yueying suddenly said, I came here because there is one more thing. If I control that monument, I'm afraid this thunder pool won't be able to stop the Great Freedom Demon Sect. Xiao Yueying actually said this, I came here specifically to visit Master Pang just to remind you that Jushin sect has already been prepared. This. Uncle Pang was stunned, not knowing what to say. Thank you, fairy, for reminding me. That's good. Xiao Yueying nodded and said to the two of them, then I'll take my leave. I'd also like to thank Master Pang for the news. Easy to say, easy to say. Watching her walking away, Uncle Pang was silent for a long time, and then suddenly said, this person is really extraordinary. If it weren't for the amazing ability, this kind of character that speaks of kindness so infuriatingly. Uncle Pang sighed, can he survive to the nascent soul? Senior Sister Zhang thought for a while and looked at herself again, feeling that Uncle Pang's words makes sense. It's just that this person's talent in thunder magic is by no means inferior to your talisman talent, nephew Zhang. He should be Zheng Fa's formidable rival. Uncle Pang's tone showed deep concern.